326. Zhou Guanyu's inaugural victory was marked by an interesting incident involving Qin Mian, who had previously lodged a complaint regarding the soundproofing of the driver's lounge. In response, the team installed soundproofing materials, ensuring that once the door was closed, external noises were no longer audible. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, Qiu Meng had just escorted her mother-in-law to the relaxation area above the team's P room for a light snack and a scenic view. When Toto returned from conducting an interview with the team principal for F1, Toto, of course, was familiar with Qiu Meng, but it was his first encounter with Qin Mian's mother. After a brief introduction, the two engaged in a delightful conversation. "Mrs. Qin, I am truly grateful for the remarkable racing talent you have nurtured in Qin Mian. Your son is now vital to the Mercedes team. He has become an indispensable part of our squad. Without him, securing the team championship this season would have been considerably more challenging," Toto expressed sincerely. To Toto's surprise, Qin Mian's mother responded in fluent English, with a surprisingly minimal accent. "You are too kind. In fact, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. If it weren't for the opportunities you have provided, Qin Mian would not have reached such heights. He would likely be competing in Le Mans or other events, far from the realm of F1. Mrs. Qin, you underestimate your son's talent. Not only I, but all team principals in the paddock recognize it. Had he shown any inclination to switch teams, I believe every mid-tier team would have eagerly extended an olive branch to him." Their conversation flowed smoothly, while Qiu Meng, overhearing her mother-in-law's fluent English, felt no surprise. However, given that Toto was the principal of an F1 team, he had his own pre-race preparations to attend to, which were just as demanding as those of a driver like Qin Mian. After a few brief minutes, Toto excused himself, citing his heavy workload. "Enjoy your time in the paddock. Goodbye." Goodbye. As time progressed, Qin Mian immersed himself in the pre-race preparations, adhering to the principle of consuming smaller meals. Soon, the moment for pre-race activities arrived. Upon receiving a notification from Barber, he closed his laptop and donned the race suit he had meticulously prepared before heading to the track. Given that it was the final race, all F1 drivers were required to gather for a group photograph prior to the start of the event. This tradition is a staple of F1, repeated at both the commencement and conclusion of each season, an obligation the drivers willingly embraced. Before long, Qin Mian arrived at the track, where FOM staff had already set up 6 chairs at the finish line, accompanied by a row of footstools behind them. In front of the chairs was a sign for the race and an outline of the F1 2021 season. The 6 chairs represented the 6 drivers from the top 3 teams of the current F1 2021 season. Qin Mian and Hamilton, representing the Mercedes team, are the reigning champions of this season, thus they naturally occupy the 2 central seats. To their right are the 2 drivers from Red Bull Racing, while to their left sit the 2 drivers from Ferrari. The remaining drivers from other teams stand in order behind Qin Mian, according to their current team rankings. Soon, all the drivers of the 2021 season gather for a group photo at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. It is noteworthy that one individual is conspicuously absent from this photograph, Nikita Mazepin from the Haas team. Prior to the race, Mazepin was diagnosed with a positive COVID-19 test, rendering him unable to participate in both the photo session and the race itself. Furthermore, since Haas's substitute driver did not compete in the qualifying rounds on Saturday, the team was unable to replace Mazepin, resulting in only 19 drivers participating in today's race, and the group photo featuring just 19 individuals. The photo session concluded swiftly, after which Qin Mian and his peers proceeded to the rear of the pre-race parade truck nearby. Once all the drivers were aboard, the parade truck began to move slowly. The first to be interviewed on the truck was Max Verstappen, who, despite currently ranking 3rd in the standings, started the race from pole position. During Verstappen's interview, Qin Mian engaged with the audience, noting the considerable presence of Chinese fans in attendance. As the parade progressed, he spotted numerous supporters waving their national flags. Given the limited seating at the track, much of the area appeared barren, allowing for a relatively brief promotional period, during which Qin Mian conversed amiably with Norris and Leclerc. Verstappen's interview concluded swiftly, followed by Hamilton's. However, after Hamilton's interview, the host bypassed Norris and approached Qin Mian, who was engrossed in conversation with Leclerc and Norris. Norris, seemingly unfazed, had softened considerably since the Russian Grand Prix, adopting a rather laid-back demeanor. The content of Qin Mian's interview mirrored that of his post-race interview from the previous day, albeit articulated differently, so further elaboration is unnecessary. After the parade concluded, and following an additional half-hour of preparation, Qin Mian settled into his car, where Frankie and the team pushed him onto the track. It was indeed feasible for Qin Mian to take a lap to test the car's performance before positioning himself in his designated starting grid. However, Qin Mian employed soft tires for this race, and the wear on these tires is particularly significant. Thus, he was not allowed to excessively wear them. Good evening, dear viewers. Today is December 12, 2021, marking the culmination of the 2021 season. I believe today is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating and anticipated days for motorsport enthusiasts in our country, as many spectators consider this season to be the most thrilling and intense yet. At the beginning of the season, we were elated to learn that Qin Mian would be joining Mercedes-Benz, and upon his arrival, he brought with him the Dominion-level talent he had displayed in F2 to F1. Initially, we believed that this season, at best, Qin Mian might secure a commendable result. However, to the delight of all domestic fans, Qin Mian's performance on the track has consistently improved, and as he gradually acclimated to the Mercedes car, he even surpassed his teammate, the 7-time champion Hamilton, in points this season. At 5-Star Sports, Fei Gu began with an opening remark that was markedly different from previous ones. Bing Gu quickly followed Fei Ji's lead, stating, "Indeed, before this season, we never anticipated the competition to be so fiercely contested. As we approach the final race, the championship title still remains uncertain." In conclusion, Zhou Guanyu addressed the audience. Despite the unfortunate battery failure Qin Mian experienced last week, which led to his announcement on Thursday to replace the entire battery unit. According to regulations, he will start from 10 positions down. This is undeniably disappointing news. However, given Qin Mian's exceptional overtaking skills and remarkable stability throughout the season, we still believe in him and trust that despite the numerous adverse conditions, he can achieve honors we once thought unattainable. After delivering the opening remarks, Qin Mian appeared on the broadcast screen of 5-Star Sports. He leaned slightly back against the headrest of his car, his helmet obscuring much of his face, leaving only his eyes and nose visible to the commentators, who were unable to discern his current state from these features. Soon, the broadcast transitioned to the pre-race map introduction and the starting grid for the race. Qin Mian's team had already adeptly prepared for all pre-race activities, and now he and Reyes were simply awaiting the commencement of the warm-up lap. At this moment, Qin Mian felt somewhat bored, as he had little to occupy his mind and was disinclined to listen to the subpar music playing, reminiscent of a 5-yuan speaker bought from Taobao. Having spent the day preparing for the race, he finally found a moment of respite to let his thoughts wander. After emptying his mind a little, new ideas began to surface. As the F2 race featuring Zhou Guanyu has concluded today, Qin Mian felt compelled to inquire about the final outcome of the race and whether Zhou had secured the championship title. Despite having faith in Zhou Guanyu, Qin Mian could not shake off a sense of apprehension until the matter was definitively resolved. However, with the race yet to commence and approximately 10 minutes remaining before the start, Qin Mian promptly exited the car to seek out Barber. After a brief exchange, a wave of relief washed over him as he learned that Zhou Guanyu had indeed triumphantly claimed the 2021 F2 Drivers' Championship without any unexpected hurdles. In fact, during the final F2 race, Zhou also won a feature race victory. This prodigious talent had flawlessly navigated his last season in F2, achieving the championship title along with 3 feature race victories and 6 sprint race wins. Though not quite matching Qin Mian's performance in 2020, it nonetheless established his dominance over his contemporaries. At this moment, Zhou appeared to have gathered the UNI Virtuosi racing team to find a venue for celebration. With this worry resolved, Qin Mian turned his undivided attention back to racing. From this point onward, his mind was solely occupied with the task at hand. Soon, following an announcement from the FIA, all drivers were prepared for the race. The team personnel responsible for tires and car support withdrew, and Qin Mian's vehicle was positioned on the track. Before departing, Reyes offered a few final words of caution. The exact cause of the battery malfunction remains unclear, and it will likely require a return to the factory after the season to ascertain the issue. However, it was certain that the car's battery should not undergo consecutive full power release modes within a short time frame. After utilizing this mode, a minimum of 5 laps would be necessary for the battery to cool down. Does this mean I can still use this mode during the race? Qin Mian inquired with surprise. Reyes nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but I advise against excessive use in the short term. and the total usage during the race should not exceed 4 times. Qin Mian acknowledged this. Understood. Is there anything else I should be mindful of? Reyes pondered for a moment. Nothing else. But everyone on the team wishes to remind you to perform well without placing too much pressure on yourself. We believe you can accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian jokingly remarked, honestly, since this week began, I've heard such encouragement no less than 20 times. My ears are nearly calloused. Reyes chuckled, giving Qin Mian's helmet a reassuring pat. This is a testament to the team's high expectations for you. Cherish it. With time drawing near, Reyes signaled that it was time to depart. Enjoy the hunt. Trust me, I won't let you down. Thumbs up to Reyes. Qin Mian redirected all his focus back to his racing machine. Soon, all personnel on the track had cleared out. All the racing cars sprang to life at the signal from the event officials, departing from their designated starting positions. The warm-up lap commenced. During this process, Pirelli unveiled its pit stop strategies for the race. Despite providing the drivers with its 3 softest tire compounds, Pirelli still proposed 2 one-stop strategies, the red-white and yellow-white combinations. Following the dissemination of Pirelli's data, F1 presented its predictions for the ultimate champion based on audience votes. Qin Mian garnered 40 of the votes among spectators, while Hamilton received 27. Verstappen faced overly stringent conditions, resulting in a mere 10 of the votes, with the remainder distributed among other drivers. Hamilton, despite being in a precarious position, maintained a relatively high level of audience support, a testament to his 7 world championships over the years and his enduring dominance in the sport. Apart from this segment of fans, the remainder consisted mainly of British supporters, who unwaveringly believed that Hamilton would ultimately secure this year's championship title. In a personal note, I have finally addressed all the overdue updates since the inception of this book. However, I am aware that I have yet to account for the generous tips from esteemed patrons and the additional monthly votes. Having completed the outstanding updates, I shall take a brief respite, with today's offering comprising 4,000 words. Tomorrow, after factoring in the monthly votes and additional contributions, I shall continue the updates. To all my dear readers, I wish you good health, prosperity, and abundant hair. May you live forever. The chapter concludes with a reflection on the iconic defensive maneuvers of Pansy. In today's race, for Hamilton to claim the championship, he must not only triumph over Verstappen in the individual race, but also rely on Qin Mian's performance on the track. Yet, despite the daunting circumstances, British fans exhibited unwavering confidence. They occupied an entire section of the stands, adorned with fluttering Union Jack flags, and donned matching blue, white, and red attire, creating an imposing atmosphere, at least for Qin Mian's supporters present at the venue. However, external factors had little impact on Qin Mian. His experience in the race felt akin to navigating a team simulator. Within this simulator, there is a specific rendering of the audience areas. And once Qin Mian settled into his rhythm, he could easily disregard the spectators flanking the track. Thus, even during the 2 races held at Red Bull's home circuit, he remained unaffected by the vibrant Orange Brigade in attendance. The results of those races were not favorable, primarily due to the characteristics of the Red Bull car being exceptionally suited to the Red Bull ring. In just the second timing sector, the Red Bull car could effortlessly outpace the Mercedes by approximately 3 seconds. Returning to the present, the warm-up lap passed swiftly, and 2 minutes later, Qin Mian positioned his car in the 12th starting slot behind Gasly. At this moment, the tire temperature is optimal, the race car is fully fueled, and the battery is primed and ready. As Mick Schumacher, positioned at the back, secures his vehicle, the medical car takes its place. The green flag waves at the rear, and the 5 red lights illuminate sequentially, heralding the commencement of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Let us witness the finale of the 2021 season. The race begins. The 5 red lights extinguish, and the competition is underway. On the track, Qin Mian maintains the exceptional starting prowess he has consistently demonstrated. His speed post-launch is noticeably swifter than that of Gasly, even eclipsing Alonso, who is renowned for his rapid starts, by a mere 0.5 seconds. Gasly, indeed, received Dr. Marco's directive to assist Verstappen in defending against Qin Mian, who is closing in behind him. Not only Gasly but also Tsunoda and Perez have been instructed by Red Bull. Tsunoda is to defend against Qin Mian for as many laps as possible once he arrives behind him, while Perez's primary role is to support Verstappen in gaining an advantage over Hamilton, striving to aid Verstappen in securing this race victory, if circumstances allow. After fulfilling his support for Verstappen, he will then shift his focus to defending against Qin Mian. Ideally, this would occur after Perez makes a pit stop and re-emerges just ahead of Qin Mian, armed with fresh tires to fend off the aging ones of Qin Mian. It is evident that Perez has a demanding task ahead of him, coupled with immense pressure. Unlike the junior Red Bull drivers, Gasly and Tsunoda, who could attribute any inability to fend off Qin Mian to the performance limitations of their cars, Perez cannot afford such an excuse. The fickleness of Red Bull, known for swiftly replacing their second driver, looms over him. Although this is only Perez's first season with the team, any subpar performance in this race could have dire consequences. At this moment, Perez feels the weight of expectation, as he must prove his worth to the team in this final race. Meanwhile, Gasly, having set off, watches as Qin Mian rapidly closes in on him from the outside and surpasses him in a brief span of time. He does not feel any guilt for failing to complete the task set by Marco. Rather, he is engulfed by a familiar sense of powerlessness, akin to when he faced his teammate Verstappen. Why do some individuals possess an innate and formidable talent for racing, as if they were destined to dominate the track? In terms of divine favor, Verstappen's talent pales in comparison to that of Qin Mian. Of course, as Gasly contemplates this, he remains oblivious to the fact that he, too, is among those endowed with extraordinary talent. However, when juxtaposed with the likes of Qin Mian, Verstappen, and Hamilton, those who seem to have been born to race, his own gifts appear somewhat less remarkable. However, to become an F1 driver, joining the ranks of Red Bull and securing victories in individual races, Gasly's accomplishments and innate talent have indeed surpassed those of 90 of his contemporaries in Formula One. He is regarded as one of the exceptionally gifted drivers by others in the mid-tier of the grid. It appears he has grown accustomed to his current state. Following the start, Qin Mian swiftly capitalized on his reaction time, overtaking Gasly before reaching Turn 1, thus ascending to 11th place. Although Alonso's initial acceleration was not as rapid as Qin Mian's, it was nonetheless competitive. Consequently, despite Qin Mian gradually closing the gap between himself and Alonso, he did not truly find an opportunity to launch an attack on Alonso as they approached Turn 1. Hence, during the early phase, Qin Mian merely gained one position. While Alonso's pace during the start was commendable, the limitations of his car's performance hindered the veteran's capabilities. Alonso attempted an inside maneuver before Turn 1, but ultimately refrained from overtaking Yuki Tsunoda ahead, prioritizing safety. Aside from the two drivers surrounding Qin Mian, the performances of the front-row starters during the initial phase were somewhat unexpected. Even though Verstappen clinched the victory in this race, it does not guarantee him the title of world champion this year. However, without his pursuit, the possibility of a miracle will remain forever elusive. Opportunities are invariably bestowed upon those who are prepared. Thus, in this race, Verstappen continued to give his all, consistent with his established character. Yet, it is uncertain whether Verstappen's rhythm was affected by his position on the points table or other factors impacting his competitive state, as he had a less-than-ideal start, lagging behind Norris. Conversely, Hamilton exhibited the best start of the race, even surpassing Qin Mian's acceleration. Viewers could witness, via the broadcast, Hamilton overtaking Verstappen a mere 100 meters before the breaking point at Turn 1. It seemed that the contest for the championship had concluded before it even began. Hamilton's lead was also contingent upon Verstappen's willingness to concede space. Had Verstappen executed a normal start, Hamilton, despite a faster launch, would likely have had to engage in a fierce battle with Verstappen at Turn 1 to determine the race's outcome. Fortunately, due to Verstappen's misstep and Hamilton's remarkable start, such a scenario did not unfold, and Hamilton swiftly ascended to first place, leading the race. With the advantage secured, Hamilton's considerations were few. Aside from occasionally glancing in his rearview mirror to gauge the distance between himself and Verstappen, his focus remained forward. During the course of the race, one would fervently pay homage to all known and unknown deities, both those believed in and those dismissed, fervently praying that, in the latter stages of the competition, Qin Mian would not be able to catch up to Verstappen and secure third place. The commencement of this race unfolded without any catastrophic incidents. All drivers began with relative steadiness. However, for Red Bull, whose morale had already been undermined by the low likelihood of Verstappen clinching victory, this start proved to be calamitous. The sole flicker of hope for Red Bull arose as Perez successfully advanced one position to third place after the start. potentially allowing for strategic collaboration with Verstappen during pit stops. Yet, at this juncture, all remained uncertain, and only the continuation of the race would reveal the outcome. Of course, Qin Mian, after the start, did not hasten to engage in an attack against Alonso ahead of him. Despite Alonso lagging considerably in speed, particularly in certain corners and exits, Qin Mian's acceleration was markedly superior. However, he understood that his primary objective in this race was not to contend with Hamilton for the championship title, but rather to secure third place. This position, in Qin Mian's estimation, posed little difficulty. Attaining it merely required him to safeguard his vehicle and maintain a steady pace throughout the race. On the track, as all anticipated that Hamilton would navigate the race without incident, it seemed that even if Verstappen were to mount an assault on Hamilton, it would occur under the advantageous conditions of DRS activation and soft tires. Thus commenced the first confrontation between Hamilton and Verstappen. With less than a lap completed post-launch, Verstappen followed Hamilton from T1 to T5. Upon exiting T5, buoyed by his soft tires' superior cornering capabilities, Verstappen managed to stay close to Hamilton, despite the latter's Mercedes boasting greater engine performance and cornering speed. Employing his soft tires effectively, Verstappen maintained proximity, riding in Hamilton's slipstream. As they approached the braking zone at T1, Verstappen, sensing an opportunity, ventured to the inside line. At the standard braking point, however, he had yet to draw level with Hamilton. Aware of the distance separating them, Hamilton did not defend against Verstappen, opting instead for a conventional line into the corner. Yet, Verstappen unexpectedly braked late, forcing his way into Hamilton's inside line. While this maneuver could be deemed a typical instance of competition, it must be acknowledged that the soft tires indeed presented certain advantages in braking performance over the medium tires, excelling in braking point, timing, and efficiency. At this moment, Hamilton still possessed a distinct advantage. After all, if the race continued in this manner, Hamilton maintained the line rights. At worst, the two cars would enter the corner side by side, allowing him to reclaim his position through the inner line at T7. However, Verstappen, in a forceful maneuver, intruded into Hamilton's inside line without any intention of yielding. He executed a classic tactic of pushing his opponent off the track after exiting a corner. Crucially, this strategy was set in motion as early as the apex of T6. After navigating the corner, Verstappen did not follow the optimal exit line, but instead leaned into Hamilton, pushing him towards the track's edge. In the past, Hamilton might have struggled to devise an effective response when faced with such a scenario, finding himself pushed off the track. Yet, after several tussles with Verstappen on the circuit, Hamilton had gleaned some insights from his rival. Thus, when Verstappen forced him off the track, Hamilton chose not to rejoin the circuit in the conventional manner. Instead, he cut across the corner, skipping T7 entirely to return to the race. Consequently, Hamilton had effectively traversed one less corner than Verstappen, allowing him to regain significant speed upon re-entering the track compared to Verstappen, who was navigating the corner normally. When the broadcast camera returned to Hamilton, he had already established a lead of at least 5 car lengths over Verstappen. Furthermore, Hamilton's actions indicated no intention of relinquishing his position to Verstappen. Upon witnessing Hamilton's maneuver, Verstappen promptly reported the incident over team radio. He cut the corner. The Red Bull team quickly reassured Verstappen, advising him not to worry and promising to communicate with the FIA regarding the matter, urging him to focus on his race while they handled the rest. On Hamilton's side, he was equally defiant. After cutting the corner and rejoining the track, he immediately relayed via team radio, "Verstappen pushed me off the track." After a brief discussion, Hamilton's race engineer responded, "We do not believe your actions were problematic." Thus, this incident became a classic case of conflicting narratives, with both drivers asserting their respective positions. The fate of Hamilton's corner-cutting maneuver would ultimately rest in the hands of the race officials. Meanwhile, as Hamilton returned to the track, the time gap between him and Verstappen had widened to 24 seconds. Aware that he had gained at least a 1-second advantage, Hamilton slightly reduced his speed, managing to control the gap to 14 seconds. While all eyes were on the unfolding drama between Verstappen and Hamilton, discussing who bore the primary responsibility and how the FIA would penalize the two drivers, Qin Mian quietly overtook Alonso ahead of him, unnoticed by the spectators. Gratitude is extended to Rexlip for the generous contributions. 12,000 Kinabi, 100 Rexlip 10,000, 382, 200 Kinabi, 500 Rexlip 10,000, 5:0:45 Kinabi, and 588 Rexlip alongside 5:0:00 Rexlip and another 5:0:00. Special thanks also to the formidable Nanjing Titans, 1:0:00 and 500. The total sum amounts to 44,933, which warrants an additional 5 chapters. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to these remarkable benefactors for their unwavering support. This chapter concludes with a reflection on the naivete of youth, likened to playfulness. In this instance, Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver mirrored the trajectory taken by Verstappen when he forced Hamilton off the track. Capitalizing on tire and vehicle performance, Qin Mian braked later than Alonso, seizing the inside line. The sole distinction was that prior to reaching the braking point, Qin Mian had already positioned himself on Alonso's inner line. Upon exiting the corner, Qin Mian was not as aggressive as Verstappen, allowing Alonso ample space to rejoin the track. Nevertheless, after the turn, Qin Mian leveraged his car's superior tire traction to secure the inside line at T7, successfully overtaking Alonso and ascending to 10th place, thereby entering the points zone. Ahead of Qin Mian lay McLaren's Ricciardo, yet due to his recent skirmish with Alonso, there was a 15-second time gap between them. Despite employing soft tires, Qin Mian lacked the speed and battery power to overtake another competitor during the first lap. However, upon reaching 10th place, the Red Bull team began to feel a sense of urgency. In the following 2 laps, although battles transpired among drivers, there were no significant positional changes. In the 3rd lap, as many anticipated that Hamilton's corner cutting would incur FIA penalties, the race officials announced that the incident between Hamilton and Verstappen would not be further investigated. Upon receiving this verdict from the FIA, the Mercedes team collectively exhaled in relief. Conversely, Red Bull erupted in outrage, their frustration palpable. Following this outburst, Red Bull's personnel utilized their team radio to engage in a theoretical discussion with Michael Massey, the race official overseeing the event. They presented their case, argued their position, and sought to exert pressure on the FIA, all while venting their indignation. This reaction followed a standard protocol for teams facing unfavorable rulings. However, the FIA dismissed Red Bull's appeal, asserting that Hamilton had relinquished any advantage gained from the corner-cutting incident back to Verstappen, who had forced Hamilton off the track. Though Red Bull felt powerless, they had no choice but to accept the FIA's decision. Nonetheless, it remained essential for Red Bull to convey their dissatisfaction regarding the ruling to the FIA. Meanwhile, the commentators from Wuxing Sports expressed their surprise upon hearing the penalty outcome. For an extended period, the commentators of 5-Star Sports engaged in discussions concerning the FIA's controversial rulings. During this discourse, Qin Mian had already positioned himself a mere 0.5 seconds behind Ricciardo. In the 3rd lap, without any light-hearted banter with Ricciardo, and lacking the aid of DRS on the start-finish straight, Qin Mian solely relied on the superior top speed of the W11 and his quicker exit from corners to decisively overtake Ricciardo on the straight. Perhaps due to their amicable relationship off the track, Ricciardo, upon being attacked by Qin Mian, initially intended to defend but, realizing the significant speed disparity between them, ultimately relinquished his defensive efforts, choosing instead to maintain his own racing rhythm. Eventually, in turn 1, Qin Mian surpassed Ricciardo, ascending to 9th place. He was now just one more overtaking maneuver away from shattering Verstappen's championship dreams, with Esteban Ocon lying ahead. Notably, Yuki Tsunoda, who was in front of Ocon, had a time gap of 17 seconds to Charles Leclerc. However, based on the data collected by the Mercedes team during practice and qualifying, it was evident that while Tsunoda indeed lagged behind Leclerc, the gap was not substantial enough to result in a 17-second deficit over 3 laps. Furthermore, it was worth noting that the time difference between Tsunoda and Ocon was a mere 0.9 seconds, clearly indicating Tsunoda's deliberate tactics. He understood that if he raced normally in an attempt to defend against Qin Mian, he would be unable to withstand the latter's onslaught alone. Throughout the season, teams like Red Bull, Ferrari, and McLaren, potential competitors for points against Mercedes, had thoroughly analyzed Qin Mian. They discovered that his capabilities in both offense and defense, as well as his racing instincts, were remarkably formidable, justifying Mercedes' high regard for him. Many teams, while studying the traits exhibited by Qin Mian throughout the season, had lamented their missed opportunity to secure this prodigious talent when he lost his seat at Ferrari, akin to Toto's decisive actions. Regret lingered heavily in their minds. Unsurprisingly, Ferrari bore the brunt of this discontent, despite being criticized for allowing Qin Mian to slip away throughout the season. As long as he remained active and they failed to rise, they would forever be subjected to reproach from the Iron Buddha. Ahem, I digress. Following extensive investigations, it became apparent that Qin Mian was indeed a remarkably well-rounded driver. Yet, being human, he possessed weaknesses, one of which was his slightly inferior ability to break the DRS train. Consequently, a scenario unfolded before Qin Mian where Yuki Tsunoda, disregarding all caution, formed a DRS train with Ocon. Ocon, while not inherently malevolent, could undoubtedly be described as somewhat self-serving. In today's race, his speed was slightly inferior to that of Taijun. Initially, he thought that since it was the final race, he would strive to score points if possible. If not, defeating his teammate Alonso would suffice. When faced with Qin Mian, Ocon, like other mid-tier drivers, had no intention of resistance. Should Qin Mian catch up, Ocon would merely attempt to defend. But if Qin Mian's pace proved too swift, he would simply allow him to pass, prioritizing his own race rhythm above all. However, Ocon suddenly noticed Yuki Tsunoda deliberately slowing down, allowing him to enter the DRS zone. At that moment, Ocon grasped Tsunoda's intention. Although he contemplated using DRS to overtake Tsunoda upon witnessing the slowdown, with external threats present, Ocon understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from launching an attack on Tsunoda. Instead, he utilized the DRS boost to defend against the pursuing Qin Mian. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Mian smirked and, without activating team radio, muttered a curse under his breath. What a nuisance. Did you two scare the 8th place points out of me? Nonetheless, Qin Mian knew that he had to continue racing and that this was not the time for complaints. By the 5th lap, Qin Mian had closed the gap to Ocon's DRS zone. However, it was not until the 9th lap that he found an opportunity to overtake. After reaching T5, the time difference between Qin Mian and Ocon was reduced to 0.3 seconds, ignoring the turbulent air behind Ocon's car. Qin Mian closely trailed Ocon into T5, exiting the corner while managing to keep the gap at 0.4 seconds. As he began to accelerate out of the corner and past the DRS detection point, Qin Mian activated his DRS. On the longest straight of the Yas Marina circuit, he aggressively seized the slipstream from Ocon's car. Yet Ocon's defensive resolve was particularly strong. As Qin Mian prepared to overtake on the inside, Ocon swiftly changed lines, denying Qin Mian any chance to pass. Left with no choice, Qin Mian moved to the outside, since Ocon had the benefit of Tsunoda's DRS. By the time Qin Mian attempted to overtake on the outside and began to accelerate to level with Ocon, Ocon had already caught up to Tsunoda ahead. At this point, they were approaching the braking zone on the long straight, with Qin Mian nearly level with Ocon. Despite Qin Mian's considerable speed advantage, he was aware that Ocon was blocked by Taijun in front. Tsunoda, lacking DRS, had reduced the gap between himself and Ocon to a point where Qin Mian could not slip through. Moreover, Ocon showed no intention of overtaking Tsunoda on the inside, while Tsunoda drove normally on the racing line. Consequently, Qin Mian found himself effectively trapped by a small Red Bull and an Alpine, unable to capitalize on his speed advantage as they provided him no racing space whatsoever. This is precisely the vexing aspect of the DRS train. Merely surpassing one vehicle is insufficient. To overtake the DRS train, one must surpass both the carriages and the locomotive in unison. At times, one may also encounter the issue of the DRS train encroaching unlawfully upon the track. Upon arriving at this juncture, Qin Mian sensed that his overtaking maneuver would likely culminate in failure. With a wealth of defensive experience, Qin Mian was acutely aware that he had no opportunity to insert himself at this angle. At this moment, his only recourse was to attempt to exert pressure on Ocon from the outside line, hoping that he would brake late and take the defensive line, thus granting Qin Mian a chance to execute a crossover maneuver. However, should Ocon opt for a normal entry into the corner instead of adopting the defensive line, Qin Mian would be left with no choice but to relinquish this offensive attempt and seek other opportunities. Fortunately, as they approached the braking point, Qin Mian had already gained half a car length over Ocon. In pursuit of maintaining his priority in entering the corner, Ocon chose to brake late. And due to a miscalculation in braking force, his front right tire produced a plume of white smoke. Nevertheless, Ocon quickly eased off the brakes just enough to minimize tire damage and successfully navigated the corner. However, The locking of the tires caused Ocon to take a wider line than intended, inadvertently granting Qin Mian the opportunity to execute a crossover maneuver. Thus, spectators witnessed Qin Mian at T6 taking a pronounced angle and then decisively cutting into Ocon's outside line. Yet, the stretch between T6 and T7 proved too short for Qin Mian to fully exploit the acceleration capabilities of the Mercedes, thereby failing to complete the overtaking maneuver in this single turn. Upon reaching T7, Qin Mian found himself still side by side with Ocon on the outside line. Ocon, employing his late braking tactic once more, continued to defend against Qin Mian's crossover move. Subsequently, they entered a lengthy straight. Upon observing Qin Mian take the second crossover line, Ocon realized that he might not be able to fend off Qin Mian's assault. Therefore, as they exited T7 and approached the DRS detection point, Ocon deliberately eased off the throttle. He intended to utilize DRS in the DRS zone between T7 and T9 to regain his position. Qin Mian, however, harbored no such concerns. Despite the fact that Qin Mian and Ocon had been embroiled in their tussle, Tsunoda had already extended his lead to over 14 seconds. Yet, Qin Mian felt no trepidation over his lack of DRS. Soon, the reason for Qin Mian's calm became evident. Although he had not activated DRS, Qin Mian's speed along the straight was no slower than that of Ocon behind him. In fact, it appeared that Qin Mian was accelerating slightly faster. Ocon was left bewildered, witnessing that without the benefit of slipstream or DRS, Qin Mian, merely utilizing ERS, was outpacing him and continuously widening the gap. Ocon slowly formed a question mark in his mind. It wasn't until they reached the midpoint of the DRS zone that Ocon, due to his slipstream advantage, began to gradually close the distance between himself and Qin Mian. However, by this stage, the remaining length of the DRS zone was insufficient for Ocon to catch up with Qin Mian. At this moment, Ocon had come to the realization that even with DRS, he could not fend off Qin Mian. Having lost his position, it became evident that had Ocon taken a more conventional line into the corner, Qin Mian would have been utterly powerless against him. Qin Mian was resolutely pursuing victory in this race. Had Ocon's defensive maneuvers been a touch more assertive, even bordering on illegality, Qin Mian would have refrained from any aggressive driving, and naturally, he would not have engaged in any fierce confrontation with Ocon. Thus, if Ocon had forced his way past, it was highly probable that Qin Mian would have yielded, seeking another opportunity to advance. It must be said that Ocon's somewhat selfish disposition at a critical juncture limited his perspective, preventing him from considering the race's offensive and defensive dynamics from an alternative viewpoint. Upon surpassing Ocon, the entire Red Bull team was left in despair, their hands clasped atop their heads, their faces etched with frustration. Earlier in the season, at the Brazilian Grand Prix, they had already relinquished their hopes for the Constructors' Championship, yet at that time, they still harbored some optimism. For Verstappen's performance this season had been on par with Hamilton and Qin Mian, both of whom represented Mercedes. However, as the season reached its final stages, Qin Mian's remarkable consistency secured his position on the leaderboard, and following a stellar performance in Saudi Arabia, he clinched a crucial championship. The mood among the Red Bull crew had already begun to wane, but as Qin Mian dismantled the DRS train before him, finishing in 8th place, it dealt a severe blow to everyone at Red Bull. In stark contrast to the Red Bull team's despondency, the Mercedes team erupted in applause at the sight of Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver. He had bested Verstappen, and now all that remained was to close the gap on Perez and seize 3rd place. With Qin Mian's prowess, and now that he was in 8th place, there was no longer any points conflict with Red Bull, making Perez's defensive intentions rather tepid. Indeed, having surpassed the DRS train, Qin Mian had navigated through formidable challenges. Yet amidst the jubilant throng in the Mercedes pit, aside from Hamilton's crew, 2 individuals stood apart, refraining from cheering. These were Qin Mian's mother and wife. Their lack of exuberance was not due to disappointment over his overtaking, but rather a manifestation of their tension. The sudden relaxation left them momentarily drained. "Mom, I never understood why Shen Shui was so captivated by racing games. After witnessing this race and recognizing its significance to him, I finally grasped the reason," said one. His mother gently patted Qiu Meng's arm and nodded in agreement. Indeed, watching Shen Shui's races at home never evoked such a feeling. Being here live is overwhelmingly exhilarating. Fortunately, on the racetrack, Qin Mian ultimately fulfilled his mission. As for 5-Star Sports, The three commentators initially expressed concern when they observed Qin Mian ensnared by the DRS train. However, their trepidation swiftly transformed into exuberant cheers when Qin Mian seized a rare opportunity and executed a remarkable overtaking maneuver on Ocon. Their jubilant shouts rivaled those of the Mercedes team personnel. What a splendid crossover! Indeed, the unparalleled speed of the Mercedes cars, combined with Qin Mian's extraordinary control and acceleration exiting the corner, rendered Ocon's DRS ineffective in catching up. This is Qin Mian, the strongest F1 driver from China. Not a trace of sorrow for Ocon's loss of position was evident. Next in line for overtaking was Yuki Tsunoda. On the same lap, specifically at T16, Qin Mian had already closed in on Tsunoda. Despite the relatively short length of the main straight and the absence of DRS for Qin Mian, his tire grip surpassed that of Tsunoda. Thus, spectators witnessed Qin Mian decisively overtaking Tsunoda on the main straight, a testament to the sheer power of his racing engine. Just after crossing the finish line of the main straight, Qin Mian executed a side-by-side maneuver with Tsunoda and ultimately completed the overtaking before the breaking point. In merely one lap, Qin Mian dismantled the DRS train before him, elevating his position to 7th. A magnificent overtake. The next challenger was Leclerc, who was positioned 4 seconds ahead. "Keep pushing. Good news is on the way," came the encouragement after Qin Mian's 2 successful overtakes. After dismantling the DRS train, Qin Mian exhaled with relief. Received, "How is Hamilton doing?" In this race, Qin Mian had never anticipated overtaking Hamilton. His inquiry was primarily to ascertain his teammate's position, seeking clarity on how far he was from the coveted championship title. At that moment, Hamilton remained in P1, indicating that Verstappen would struggle to pose a threat. Frank's tone was remarkably relaxed, devoid of any tension, a reflection of the confidence and composure afforded to him by Qin Mian's terrifying stability and speed this season. Essentially, Frank conveyed that while Verstappen was fast, he was not quite as swift as Hamilton, making Hamilton Qin Mian's primary competitor in this race. Understood, Qin Mian acknowledged, unfazed by Hamilton's speed, recognizing that there was ample time left in the race to steadily and cautiously pursue the two ahead. In the subsequent laps, however, Qin Mian's soft tires began to exhibit signs of wear, an unavoidable circumstance given that he had not conserved his tires in the initial laps, having pushed relentlessly. Fortunately, owing to Qin Mian's remarkable skill, the tire degradation remained manageable, maintaining a pace that still outstripped all drivers on medium tires. On the racetrack, Verstappen, as Frankie noted, despite switching to soft tires, found his opportunities severely constrained on the Yas Marina circuit, characterized predominantly by high-speed straights. By the 10th lap, Qin Mian had closed the gap to Leclerc to a mere 15 seconds, beginning to feel the effects of Leclerc's slipstream on his speed. Meanwhile, Verstappen lingered 31 seconds behind Hamilton, with this time gap steadily widening. It is difficult to comprehend that this was the pace Verstappen achieved on soft tires, especially considering that Qin Mian, who was making swift progress from behind, also commenced the race on soft tires yet exhibited a significantly superior speed compared to Verstappen. As the race approached the 13th lap, Qin Mian entered the DRS zone behind Leclerc. Observing the Mercedes car and the distinctive red helmet in his rearview mirror, Leclerc contemplated allowing Qin Mian to pass, thereby granting him more time to pursue Hamilton and Verstappen ahead. If possible, Leclerc harbored hopes that Qin Mian could not only win the championship, but also ascend the podium as the victor of the final race of the year. Leclerc believed that such an outcome would render the championship win truly fulfilling. However, he was acutely aware of the public's perception and refrained from acting on his thoughts. Yet, when Qin Mian initiated a tentative attack on Leclerc, the latter exhibited no defensive intentions, merely executing standard cornering maneuvers. Upon realizing Leclerc's lack of defensive resolve, Qin Mian effortlessly overtook him from the inside in the following DRS zone, advancing to 6th place. In the 14th lap, just after surpassing Leclerc and preparing to chase down Norris, who was 2 seconds ahead, Qin Mian was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a Red Bull from the pit lane, positioning itself in front of him. Had Red Bull truly dispatched Perez to defend against him this early? Following a segment of the first timing sector, Qin Mian recognized that the driver was not Perez, but rather Verstappen. Verstappen had opted for an early pit stop in the 14th lap, seeking to employ team tactics to attempt an undercut on Hamilton, as he could not match Hamilton's pace. During the first DRS section of the 14th lap, while Qin Mian pondered Verstappen's early pit strategy. Verstappen utilized DRS to overtake Norris at the end of the straight. Qin Mian also benefited from Verstappen's maneuver, seizing the opportunity to surpass Norris in the second DRS zone, thus advancing to 5th place. End of chapter 329, The God of War Perez. Thanks to the opportunity provided by Leclerc, Qin Mian inherited the sub-2-second time gap between Leclerc and Norris upon overtaking Leclerc. As Verstappen overtook Norris, it undoubtedly affected Norris's driving rhythm. When exiting turn 7, his speed was less than optimal, allowing Qin Mian to seize the opportunity. Remarkably, after only 14 laps, Qin Mian had ascended 7 positions, averaging 1 position gained every 2 laps, showcasing his relentless pursuit speed. Many domestic fans, witnessing this exhilarating moment, erupted in cheers and celebrations. Despite it being evening in their homeland, numerous individuals rushed to their windows, shouting in excitement and releasing their pent-up emotions upon witnessing Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver. The complaints and warm greetings directed towards these fans shall remain unmentioned for now. Upon reaching 5th place, Qin Mian was uncertain of Verstappen's thoughts. Yet he was acutely aware that Hamilton was under immense pressure. With only 2 more positions to gain, if Qin Mian could advance 2 places further, the season's driver championship would be irretrievably out of Hamilton's reach. Moreover, Hamilton faced additional challenges. He not only needed to secure 1st place in this race, but also had to fend off Verstappen's impending attack from behind. Consequently, on the next lap, which was the 15th, after Verstappen pitted, Hamilton closely followed suit. The rationale behind Hamilton's pit stop was apparent. He aimed to replicate Red Bull's strategy, ensuring that if he employed the same tactics as Verstappen, he could neutralize any tactical advantage. With his substantial lead, the brief time lost during the pit stop was insignificant. After Hamilton switched to hard tires, he emerged in 2nd place, positioned behind Perez and ahead of Sainz. At this juncture, the time gap between Hamilton and Verstappen remained at 5 seconds, indicating that Verstappen's lap after his tire change was not faster than Hamilton's. In fact, it was somewhat slower. However, all attention was fixated on the battle between Hamilton and Verstappen, with few, if any, noticing that a mere 10 seconds ahead of Hamilton was another Red Bull driver, Perez. As the race progressed, Qin Mian's pace diminished due to tire degradation, leaving him to struggle to keep up with Verstappen. Opportunities to challenge Verstappen for position would be elusive unless the latter made a mistake. By the 16th lap, drivers utilizing soft tires began to make their pit stops, marking a window for the 2-stop strategies. In the 17th lap, Perez, having fully charged his car's battery and optimized his tire temperatures, began to decelerate, preparing for Hamilton's approach. In the same lap, Verstappen executed an overtaking maneuver on Sainz. Despite encountering some minor setbacks and Sainz's fierce resistance, he could not withstand the significant performance disparity between the Red Bull and Ferrari cars. Ultimately, Sainz was left with no option but to watch Verstappen, equipped with DRS, accelerate away. By the 19th lap, Hamilton had closed the gap to Perez, reducing the distance to a mere 1.11 seconds. It is noteworthy that there was initially a 10-second time differential between Perez and Hamilton. However, after Perez began to slow down, Hamilton managed to catch up within 2 laps. At this juncture, Hamilton was acutely aware that such a rapid closing rate was implausible unless Perez's car had suffered a mechanical failure or his tires had significantly degraded. Nevertheless, both scenarios seemed unlikely. If Perez's car had indeed failed, he would have retired immediately instead of continuing on the track. As for the tires, Perez had already completed 2 laps in front of Hamilton, and had his tires reached their limit, he would have entered the pits at the last lap rather than stubbornly remaining on the track. Therefore, Perez's deceleration could only suggest one possibility. He was intentionally slowing down to assist Verstappen by obstructing Hamilton. However, Hamilton did not perceive Perez as a formidable threat, given that Perez was on a set of soft tires that had already completed 21 laps. While Perez's tire management skills were commendable, he was indeed the most proficient in tire conservation before Qin Mian entered the fray, having witnessed Qin Mian's extraordinary tire management. Perez's abilities seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Consequently, Hamilton believed that even if Perez could delay him momentarily, it would not last long. Once they reached the DRS zone, Hamilton was confident that he could leverage his car's performance and tire advantage to easily overtake Perez on the straights. In the same lap, Qin Mian reached the DRS zone behind Sainz. However, Just as Qin Mian prepared to mount an attack, Sainz unexpectedly opted to pit for new tires on the 20th lap. The driver now ahead of Qin Mian was Verstappen, who was only 34 seconds ahead. Simultaneously, Hamilton also caught up with Perez in the 20th lap. Notably, the timing of Hamilton's overtaking maneuver was unfavorable for Perez, as Hamilton engaged Perez after passing T5. It is well known that beyond T5 lies the longest straight on the Yas Marina circuit, enhanced by DRS. What transpired next was already anticipated by most viewers. Indeed, Hamilton exploited his car's ERS and DRS to overtake Perez decisively on the outside. Just as everyone at Red Bull felt the sky was about to fall, Perez activated his hidden reserve of energy. Meanwhile, after overtaking Perez, Hamilton did not continue along the inner line of the track, but instead returned to the outer line to find the optimal entry angle. It was as if Red Bull had specifically upgraded their brakes for this race. When Hamilton reached the normal racing line, Perez executed a classic late braking maneuver, forcing his way into Hamilton's inside line. Sitting in his car, Hamilton was momentarily transported back to the start phase at T6, where the same turn, the same Red Bull car, and the same entry method reappeared, differing only in the driver behind the wheel. At this moment, Hamilton employed the same overtaking technique that Qin Mian had used against Ocon, crossing the lines at T6 and T7. Exiting T7, Hamilton leveraged the advantage of the crossover line to overtake Perez, advancing into the ensuing long straight. Just like in Qin Mian's earlier encounter, Perez slightly lifted off the throttle before entering the second DRS detection point, allowing Hamilton to pass the DRS checkpoint ahead of him. Consequently, Perez gained DRS for the upcoming straight. The spectators then witnessed Perez activate his DRS, catching Hamilton's slipstream and rapidly closing the distance. Soon, Perez was nearing Hamilton and showing signs of a potential overtake. After another significant slipstream boost, Perez prepared to make his move on the inside. But Hamilton was not about to concede easily, positioning himself to block Perez's path. However, Perez was undeterred, determined to overtake Hamilton even if it meant running over the painted area outside the inner track. At this moment, Hamilton dared not make any reckless defensive maneuvers, and upon realizing Perez had already drawn alongside him on the inside, he reluctantly surrendered this defensive stand. The two then arrived at the braking point for T9. T9 is not a heavy braking zone, although Hamilton's control over his car's braking is exceptional. He could not force his way into the inside line as Verstappen and Perez could, given the lack of an appropriate entry angle for this turn. Thus, after two exchanges of position utilizing DRS, Perez successfully defended against Hamilton's advance. This illustrates that in Formula One, beyond the individual prowess of the drivers, the developmental capabilities of the teams and the performance of the cars play a more significant role. Should elite drivers like Hamilton or Qin Mian be placed within a mid-tier team, they might easily outperform their teammates. Yet they would find it nearly impossible to contend for race victories against the likes of Mercedes and Red Bull, being fortunate to secure a podium finish in one or two races. Like Ocon, who was surpassed by Qin Mian, he would have been overtaken long ago in the DRS zone between T5 and T6 had it not been for Tsunoda's assistance. The Red Bull team, witnessing this spectacle alongside the audience, was naturally elated. Both drivers are of the highest caliber, and such a fierce contest was undoubtedly exhilarating for the spectators. However, the true joy was felt most keenly by Qin Mian's fans and those who had traveled from afar to support him. The thrilling duel between the two was not only captivating. Crucially, Perez's defense against Hamilton also conferred an advantage to Verstappen, while simultaneously benefiting Qin Mian. After all, Hamilton was the only driver remaining who could pose a genuine threat to Qin Mian's championship aspirations. At this moment, the gazes directed at Red Bull were devoid of the early season hostility and wariness, replaced instead by warmth and encouragement. Go, Perez! On the track, after navigating the two long straights, they approached the most difficult overtaking segment of the Yas Marina circuit, where opportunities for overtaking were scarce until just before T5. Moreover, the entirety of the third sector comprised slow and low-speed corners. During this sector, Perez exerted his utmost efforts to suppress Hamilton's speed, resulting in Verstappen trailing Hamilton by a substantial 4 seconds upon the conclusion of the third sector. 4 seconds in a single sector. Qin Mian was left astounded. While Hamilton began to voice his frustrations within the team radio, his mind swirling with questions. Why, my friend, does this race even concern you and your Red Bull team? Why are you so fervently aiding Verstappen in defending against me? As long as Qin Mian does not retire, it is impossible for the Driver's Championship to fall into Verstappen's hands this season. Naturally, the Red Bull team could not hear Hamilton's inner thoughts. Even if they had, they would likely have dismissed them with a smile. Without overtaking you, Verstappen indeed had no chance of winning this race or the championship. But surpassing you would at least give him that possibility. It is a high-stakes gamble, my friend. Initially, when Perez was overtaken by Hamilton just before the breaking point at T6, most of the Red Bull staff felt despondent, with several appearing pale and slumped in their chairs. They realized that not only were they unlikely to secure the championship title, but they might also miss out on victory here. However, they soon experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Witnessing Perez's performance reinvigorated them. As Perez and Hamilton approached the starting straight, despite the slipstream advantage, Hamilton lacked DRS and had depleted his ERS power during the preceding straights. As Hamilton accelerated down the main straight, he attempted to apply pressure on Perez. However, once Perez established his position on the inside line, Hamilton found no viable opportunity to overtake him. Following the main straight, the first timing sector offered no advantageous overtaking points, and Perez continued to stifle Hamilton's speed. Soon, they arrived at T5. In the previous lap, there was a 9-second gap between Hamilton and Verstappen at this juncture. Yet, due to Perez's relentless efforts throughout the lap, the time difference between Verstappen and Hamilton had diminished to merely 11 seconds. Through his solitary efforts, Perez had reduced the gap between Verstappen and Hamilton by an impressive 79 seconds. Should Verstappen ultimately triumph over Hamilton to secure the race victory, and should Qin Mian encounter unforeseen circumstances leading to his retirement, thereby allowing Verstappen to seize the overall championship title this year, he would undoubtedly owe a debt of gratitude to Perez. With Verstappen's arrival, Perez had accomplished yet another significant task in this race. However, as the car's battery depleted, Perez found himself unable to defend against Hamilton's impending attack in the upcoming DRS zone, resulting in a substantial decline in his speed. Ultimately, before the breaking point at T6, Hamilton succeeded in overtaking Perez. At this juncture, one might wonder, if this defensive strategy is so formidable, why didn't Tsunoda from AlphaTauri employ a similar tactic against Qin Mian? The W11? What level is your at 02 to dare sit at the same table as my W11? I would strike your face, leaving your rear wing in tatters and your mailbox wide open. Chapter End 330. The legendary exit after navigating the T6 and T7 chicanes. Perez was visibly left behind by Hamilton. Prior to the breaking point at T9, Perez willingly slowed down to concede his position to Verstappen, enabling him to pursue Hamilton ahead. When Verstappen once again found himself trailing Hamilton, the time gap had shrunk to a mere 13 seconds, effectively returning both drivers to a level playing field. In the same lap, with his tires utterly worn, Perez opted to pit for fresh tires. His mission in this race extended beyond merely defending against Hamilton for Verstappen. He also needed to attempt to impede Qin Mian's pursuit. Although obstructing Qin Mian seemed futile at this point, it was worth a try. After all, miracles can happen, and perhaps an unexpected incident might occur while Qin Mian defended against Perez. The silver lining was that Qin Mian had yet to pit. So if Perez had chosen to pit early, he would have ample time to recharge his car's battery, positioning himself to seize the opportunity once Qin Mian completed his pit stop and fell behind. As Qin Mian perseveres on the racetrack, he finds himself 6 seconds behind Verstappen, with this time gap steadily increasing by 0.3 seconds per lap. However, Qin Mian remains unperturbed, for he is faster than those trailing behind him, including Alonso and Gasly. His primary objective in this race is not to secure victory, but to maintain a position within the top 3. Therefore, Qin Mian intends to adhere to his own pace, ensuring that his overall speed surpasses that of Perez, thereby mitigating any significant threats during the race. Meanwhile, Verstappen gradually relinquishes the time advantage previously gained through Perez's efforts. Hamilton steadily pulls away from Verstappen at a rate of 0.4 seconds per lap. The disparity in car performance cannot be easily compensated by the efforts of a second driver. By the time the race reaches the 23rd lap, the time gap between Hamilton and Verstappen has expanded to 23 seconds. If this trend continues, Hamilton may well extend the distance to around 10 seconds. As darkness descends upon the track, the lights illuminate the circuit, transforming what should be an inky blackness into a brilliant display. In the 25th lap, Qin Mian's set of soft tires, having completed 27 laps, finally reaches the end of its lifespan. Shortly after Hamilton crosses the finish line of the 25th lap, Qin Mian enters the pit. Under normal circumstances, he could switch to a set of medium tires to complete the race. However, the team considers the anticipated decrease in track temperature as the race progresses. To mitigate the risks associated with tire overheating, they opt to equip Qin Mian with a set of hard tires. The team's strategy is clear. Stability is paramount for Qin Mian throughout this race. Trusting the judgment of the team's strategists, Qin Mian does not oppose this decision. Upon completing a routine pit stop that lasts 24 seconds, a standard performance for Mercedes, Qin Mian emerges 3 seconds behind Perez. This outcome is somewhat expected, as Perez was ahead of Qin Mian before his pit stop. Even though Qin Mian's worn soft tires were still marginally faster than Perez's new hard tires, the difference was not substantial. At this juncture in the race, nearly all drivers have completed a pit stop, establishing their positions for the remainder of the event. Qin Mian temporarily occupies 4th place, with Hamilton's quest for an 8th championship title hinging solely on Perez. Meanwhile, Verstappen has taken a more relaxed approach, contemplating his final race and the possibility of contending for a title. However, this remains a jest, as Verstappen still harbors a chance for a comeback should unforeseen events such as a crash or tire failure befall Qin Mian. Thus, Perez must resolutely defend against Qin Mian on behalf of Verstappen, even if it is merely for a slender chance of success. Such actions may inadvertently assist Hamilton as well. Red Bull cannot afford to be overly cautious. However, this time, when Perez defended against Qin Mian, he did not relinquish his time advantage as he had when defending against Hamilton, slowing down recklessly to obstruct the driver behind him. Instead, Perez was racing normally, awaiting the gradual approach of Qin Mian. On lap 27, the legendary driver and the last champion from Ferrari, Kimi, encountered an accident on the track, damaging the front wing of his car and visibly affecting the suspension and brakes on the right front wheel. Fortunately, Kimi was still able to pilot his vehicle. Yet, upon returning to the pit, the team technicians discovered that Kimi's suspension had broken, rendering repairs impossible during the race. Thus, Kimi's final race of his illustrious career concluded with this collision. Many seasoned fans present felt a pang of sorrow and desolation upon witnessing this scene. Numerous sentimental viewers at home sighed, lamenting the departure of yet another familiar driver from the F1 arena. The twilight of heroes and the graying of beauty evoke a profound sense of loss and regret. After Kimi's retirement from the race, spectators near the starting grid applauded as he exited his car. However, the expressionless visage of Kimi made it difficult for the audience to discern his true feelings. Yet, given Kimi's character, he was likely content at that moment. Nonetheless, with the race ongoing, many spectators remained focused on the competition between Qin Mian and the others, rendering the applause for Kimi somewhat sparse. Of course, Kimi's temperament would mean he was unbothered by this, perhaps even delighted to retire early. Regardless, we should indeed bid farewell with gratitude to this legendary Finnish F1 driver, Kimi Räikkönen. On lap 28, Qin Mian reduced the gap between himself and Perez to a mere 0.6 seconds. The two drivers were poised to engage in a fierce battle for position in the first segment of the DRS zone on this lap. Given Perez's impressive defensive display against Hamilton, the audience held high expectations for him. They believed Perez would employ similar defensive tactics against Qin Mian, which would likely yield comparable results, as many perceived that despite Qin Mian's exceptional racing talent, he still had considerable room for growth in comparison to his teammate, Hamilton. Yet, as Qin Mian approached Perez's rear and they entered the first DRS straight on the track together through T5, the anticipation heightened. The scene on the racetrack starkly contrasted with the expectations of the spectators. Despite Perez initiating his maneuver upon entering the DRS zone, Qin Mian approached and surpassed him with an astonishing speed, reminiscent of the essence of breaking through myriad obstacles with sheer force. The audience's gaze towards Qin Mian grew increasingly complex. Just moments earlier, Perez had defended against Hamilton for over 7 seconds, rendering Hamilton's previous lap akin to a descent into hell. Yet, here was Qin Mian, effortlessly obliterating Perez in a single DRS zone. Perez, equally bewildered, pondered why he had been so swiftly overtaken by Qin Mian. "I had a full ERS charge," he exclaimed. "I activated the ERS. How could he be so fast?" In reality, Qin Mian had charged his battery in the earlier laps and, upon activating the DRS, simultaneously engaged the car's maximum power mode, resulting in that terrifying burst of speed. However, this came at a cost. He expended 70 of his battery charge on that DRS straight. Yet, Qin Mian remained unfazed by the potential battery issues. On one hand, it was a newly replaced battery with a very low likelihood of malfunction. On the other hand, this race signified the end of the season. Aside from the Pirelli tire tests following the season's conclusion, this W11 would not participate in any further competitions, destined instead for exhibition or storage at the Mercedes headquarters. Thus, Qin Mian felt no psychological burden in utilizing this power mode. After effortlessly surpassing Perez, Qin Mian's speed noticeably diminished. With this overtaking maneuver, he ascended to third place. Although Verstappen, currently in second, was a daunting 25 seconds ahead, this time gap seemed inconsequential. Regardless, as long as Qin Mian maintained his position until the end of the race, the 2021 Driver's Championship title would undoubtedly belong to him. Therefore, despite the seemingly uneventful nature of his overtaking maneuver on Perez, the moment Qin Mian executed it, fervent cheers erupted from domestic fans, the live broadcast audience, and the studios of 5-Star Sports and Tencent Sports. Many had anticipated this moment before the race began, foreseeing Qin Mian's potential to once again etch his name in the annals of Chinese motorsport history by clinching the championship title. However, as he secured this position, the fans and supporters, eagerly hoping for a triumphant return, were overwhelmed with excitement. In numerous university dormitories, once tranquil, a fearless soul leapt onto the balcony. Bellowing into the night, Qin Mian is phenomenal. In an instant, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves, akin to the sudden warning call of a monkey in the forest, which soon incited the chorus of other monkeys, culminating in a cacophony of their howls echoing through the woods. Simultaneously, jubilant cheers and peculiar cries began to emanate from the dormitories of the campus. What? Disturbing the rest of fellow students? At this moment, their overwhelming excitement and exhilaration rendered them oblivious to such concerns. Beyond the exuberant celebrations of the university students, the majority of the domestic motorsport enthusiasts comprised individuals who had established their families and careers, young professionals in their own right. Many had taken leave from work, gathering a few friends to visit a local bar specifically to watch the F1 race, or perhaps indulging in a barbecue while driving to a camping site, all the while staying up late to enjoy the race and engage in lively conversation over grilled delicacies. Upon witnessing Qin Mian secure third place, the commotion from this group was no less fervent than that of the younger crowd. The only relatively subdued faction among the fans consisted of those who, having settled down with children, were watching the race at home. Although they yearned to cheer aloud, the impending Monday responsibilities, wives preparing for work and children for school, tempered their enthusiasm, compelling them to stifle their joyful outbursts. Yet, their inner excitement sought an outlet, leading to a spectacle of animated gestures within their homes, reminiscent of a mysterious religious ritual, enhanced by the eerie glow emanating from the television. In the Mercedes Team S pit, after Qin Mian overtook the driver ahead, the atmosphere within the pit reflected two contrasting moods. One half, comprising Hamilton's crew and their friends and family, wore expressions of despondency. Nevertheless, upon Qin Mian surpassing Perez, they bestowed applause upon him. The other half, however, was buoyant, erupting into high fives and jubilant celebrations, with many embracing and dancing with glee. What? You suggest it's too early to celebrate, as the race is not yet concluded? Throughout the season, Qin Mian had not committed any elementary errors, fostering unwavering belief among his team members in his capabilities. At that moment, Toto and other senior management personnel at Mercedes wore broad smiles. While they aspired for Hamilton to break F1's historical records and achieve an unprecedented 8th championship, they would also rejoice should Qin Mian clinch the Drivers' Championship in his debut season. After all, Qin Mian was a talent unearthed by Toto, and his remarkable performance would only amplify Toto's legacy. Thus, from the team's perspective, it was acceptable for either driver to claim the championship title. The Mercedes team maintained a fair and balanced approach, treating both competitors equitably, and this ethos extended into their celebrations. After surpassing Perez, Qin Mian, despite experiencing intense emotional fluctuations, remained unaffected in terms of his physical state. He felt a tingling sensation in his hands, a result of excessive adrenaline secretion. Qin Mian could hardly recall the last time he experienced such a feeling. But one thing was certain: It was undeniably exhilarating. After all, the position he had dared not even dream of 2 years ago was now firmly beneath his feet. Chapter conclusion, 331. A resolution at this juncture, all Qin Mian needed to do was maintain his position to complete the race, thereby concluding his inaugural season with a sense of fulfillment. Notably, upon reaching third place, with no other drivers obstructing his path, Qin Mian's speed began to increase. After 2 laps, the time gap between him and Verstappen, which was initially 25 seconds, had diminished to 24.3 seconds, although Qin Mian's pace of pursuit was gradual. And even if he continued at this rate, he would not be able to close the gap to within 10 seconds of Verstappen before the race concluded. It nonetheless indicated that Qin Mian held a speed advantage over Verstappen. Furthermore, as Qin Mian's velocity escalated, the time difference between him and Perez behind would also widen, affording Qin Mian ample margin for error, ensuring that as he took his final step toward the Driver's Championship podium, he would do so with greater steadiness. Just as the race entered a tranquil phase, and everyone anticipated a smooth conclusion, an unexpected incident unfolded on the track. When the broadcast shifted its focus, it revealed yet another Alfa Romeo gradually decelerating on the circuit. At this moment, Kimi, the other Alfa Romeo driver, had concluded his final F1 Grand Prix, leaving only the possibility of another driver, Giovinazzi, at the wheel of this car. Giovinazzi had parked his vehicle on the exit line of Turn 9, adjacent to a pit entry. However, this was precisely the exit point of Turn 9, meaning that should any driver falter at the apex of Turn 9 and lose control, the out-of-control car would inevitably collide with Giovinazzi's vehicle. Consequently, after a brief deliberation, the race officials deployed the virtual safety car. Given that the ultimate outcome between Hamilton, Verstappen, and Qin Mian had already been determined, the once monotonous race now brimmed with uncertainty. In the ensuing moments, spectators and commentators speculated whether Verstappen would opt to pit, as both Qin Mian and Hamilton had already secured their most advantageous positions. Meanwhile, Verstappen found himself in a precarious situation, overshadowed by Hamilton, who had clinched the race victory, and Qin Mian, who had secured the season's driver championship, leaving Verstappen with nothing. As the saying goes, those barefoot fear not the shod. In this moment, only Verstappen possesses the audacity to instigate changes that could disrupt the current dynamics of the race, seizing the opportunity for his own gain. Thus, once Hamilton had navigated past the pit entry, Verstappen decisively opted to pit for fresh tires. Benefiting from the virtual safety car period, Verstappen not only secured a brand new set of hard tires, but also gained an invaluable 9 seconds, should Hamilton and Qin Mian choose to pit. On the other hand, as Verstappen entered the pit, Qin Mian capitalized on the situation, swiftly ascending to second place. The virtual safety car allowed Qin Mian to significantly reduce the time gap between himself and Hamilton ahead, shrinking it from 30 seconds to a mere 11 seconds by the time the virtual safety car concluded. Hamilton found himself at a disadvantage. Not only had he lost the opportunity for a new set of tires due to Verstappen's strategic pit stop, but he also lost 9 seconds of valuable time. To compound matters, his teammate was now right behind him, effectively nullifying all the advantages Hamilton had accrued in the early stages of the race due to unforeseen circumstances on the track. However, Hamilton received a glimmer of hope knowing that his teammate Qin Mian was trailing him. Given Qin Mian's tire conservation and long-distance capabilities, it was likely that he would be able to complete the race on his set of hard tires, provided no further incidents like safety cars or red flags occurred. Hamilton was optimistic that Qin Mian would serve as a buffer against the pursuing Verstappen. Indeed, as the race progressed to lap 40, Verstappen found himself behind Qin Mian. Despite possessing a tire advantage, the Red Bull team despairingly realized that Verstappen could do little more than trail behind. His speed was insufficient to mount an attack on Qin Mian, and his ability to remain in close proximity was solely due to the freshness of his tires. Otherwise, he would have watched helplessly as Qin Mian pulled further ahead. It became clear to Red Bull that, at some point, Qin Mian had not only matched Verstappen's long-distance pace, but had even surpassed him, all within just 1 year of entering F1. Subsequently, the race dynamics stabilized once more, with Qin Mian and Verstappen persistently pursuing Hamilton ahead. However, due to Qin Mian's presence, their pursuit lacked urgency. Verstappen could not find an opportunity to overtake. Even in the straights and under late braking, Qin Mian remained unaffected, maintaining his racing form. Unless an unexpected occurrence arose, The race seemed poised to conclude in this manner. Just as the spectators began to believe the race would drift towards a serene finish, calamity struck once more on lap 53, as a significant incident unfolded on the track. Latifi made an error while exiting a turn, causing his car to collide violently with the barriers lining the track. The vehicle came to a halt, rear-facing on the circuit, and the front wing was entirely dislodged, scattering carbon fiber debris across the track. Simultaneously, a yellow flag appeared, indicating the driver's position on the left side of the screen. Due to the precarious nature of Latifi's crash location, the virtual safety car was insufficient to manage the situation. Without deploying a safety car, clearing the remnants left on the track would be utterly impossible. Qin Mian, who had previously settled into a comfortable position during the race, was content with his current standing, having already secured the annual Driver S Championship. However, the emergence of the safety car sparked a rather perilous thought in his mind: to pit for soft tires, which could potentially lead him to clinch both the season's Driver Championship and the race victory. This notion was exceedingly alluring for any top-tier driver in Qin Miao's position, given its high feasibility. With only a few laps remaining in the race and a fresh set of soft tires still in his arsenal, Qin Mian promptly inquired within his team radio, "Has the safety car been deployed? May I pit for soft tires?" The strategy team at Mercedes was understandably tense yet composed in response to Latifi's abrupt crash. However, the situation posed a challenge for Mercedes, as both of their drivers were positioned ahead. If they opted to pit, while Red Bull's Verstappen and Perez remained on track, Qin Mian and Hamilton would need to overtake Perez before they could pursue Verstappen. Conversely, should they remain out, what if Verstappen and Perez pitted for soft tires? The advantage lay with Red Bull, who had little to lose at this juncture. They were akin to a drowning person, grasping desperately for anything that appeared as a lifeline. The safety car represented that lifeline for Red Bull. Thus, at the first opportunity presented by the safety car, Red Bull's strategy team decided to bring Verstappen in to change to a set of soft tires that had only been used in Q1. Not everyone possessed the capability or necessity to retain multiple sets of fresh tires for contingency during the race, unlike Qin Mian. Nevertheless, considering Latifi's crash location, even a set of tires that had completed just one flying lap would significantly outperform the standard hard tires once the safety car period concluded. After a tense deliberation, Frankie finally addressed Qin Mian. "Qin Mian, in this race, we should prioritize stability. Remember, Perez is right behind Verstappen. If you pit now, you will inevitably be stuck behind Perez." Qin Mian pondered for a moment and found Frankie's reasoning sound, ultimately relinquishing the somewhat tempting notion. The championship of the station race could be pursued at any time, but the Driver S Championship occurs only once a year. Missing it might lead to a lifetime of regret. Subsequently, the Red Bull team noticed that neither of the Mercedes drivers intended to pit. Upon realizing Mercedes' strategy, Perez also deemed it unnecessary to remain on the track, prompting both Red Bull drivers to pit under the safety car and switch to soft tires. Once Hamilton caught up to the safety car, Qin Mian soon followed closely behind. Behind Qin Mian was a slow-moving McLaren, followed by two Alpines, a Ferrari, and finally, Vettel in his Aston Martin, with Verstappen trailing behind Vettel. There were 5 slow cars between Qin Mian and Verstappen. Logically, the FIA should have issued a command to unlap the slower cars at this point. However, the debris on the track was too abundant. If they commanded the slow cars to unlap themselves now, there was a risk that they might accelerate too quickly in pursuit of the lead group, potentially running over the debris and causing further incidents. Therefore, when the safety car reached lap 55, the race officials not only refrained from issuing a command to unlap the slower cars, but also released a statement indicating that there would be no unlapping. The subsequent cleanup of Russell's wreckage took considerable time. In truth, the race could have been concluded with the safety car leading the way. Nevertheless, the race officials considered that this was the final race of the 2021 season, and FIA regulations explicitly state that unless necessary, it is preferable for the leading driver to cross the finish line in the final lap. Thus, after a brief consultation with his colleagues, Michael Massey decided to withdraw the safety car for the last lap. As for the slow cars, according to the recent statement from the FIA, they did not need to be unlapped. However, considering the drivers in the top 3 positions and the significance of this being the last race, it was deemed that a touch of suspense in the final lap would be beneficial. Therefore, Massey prepared to unlap the 5 slow cars positioned between Qin Mian and Verstappen, allowing Verstappen a chance to challenge the Mercedes drivers. Yet, After formulating this idea, he felt it necessary to consult his colleagues. Once he conveyed his thoughts to them, the other two race officials swiftly rejected Massey's decision. Their reasoning was not based on any violation, but rather on the fact that a notification had just been issued stating there would be no unlapping. To reverse that decision would be akin to undermining their own authority. Moreover, considering Qin Mian's defensive capabilities, it was uncertain how much advantage Verstappen could gain even with new soft tires. At best, he might overtake Qin Mian. But there was the possibility of both drivers colliding and retiring from the race, which would hand the championship to Hamilton. This season had already been thrilling enough, and it was decided that the final lap should not invite further unpredictability. Thus, they chose to let it be. Despite the fact that Qin Mian, a Chinese driver, secured the Formula One World Championship this year, many professionals in the field harbored an underlying sense of discontent. However, as previously mentioned, this outcome was preferable to Hamilton clinching yet another championship title. Consequently, as the race reached its 58th lap and the safety car withdrew, Hamilton refrained from exerting pressure. Well aware that only Qin Mian remained in pursuit, and that Qin Mian's pace was evidently inferior to his own. Even if he had chosen to push harder, Qin Mian would not have been able to catch up. This reality simultaneously signified that the championship title for this season had little to do with Hamilton. He recognized that his chance to defend his title was lost, and that he could no longer hope to surpass Schumacher's legendary status in the annals of F1 history. In that moment, Hamilton felt compelled to express something, yet the shadow of defeat enveloped him like the night, leaving him momentarily dazed and gasping for breath, rendering him nearly speechless. At this juncture, Hamilton was leading the race. Although crossing the finish line would secure him the victory in this particular event, he found no joy in it, instead burdened by the bitterness of failure. Even though he understood that such reflections were futile at this point, he could not help but contemplate whether a more earnest approach from the outset of the season, with fewer mistakes, additional time spent on racing simulators, and a greater focus on the team's development, might have yielded a different outcome. Meanwhile, Verstappen, hindered by 5 slower cars, also felt a pang of bitterness. He had lost his temper, fully aware that the ultimate championship title was beyond his grasp. Notably, unlike Hamilton, Verstappen was able to accept his defeat with greater equanimity. As a challenger, if he had ultimately secured the title, it would have been a testament to his prowess and the collective efforts of the Red Bull team. Conversely, if he did not succeed, it was entirely reasonable, and no one would blame him for his performance on the track. At the very least, throughout the season, Verstappen had managed to endure under the pressure of Mercedes drivers, maintaining suspense until the final race. Finally, we turn to our protagonist, Qin Mian. At this moment, he displayed no overt excitement or the urge to unleash pent-up emotions. In fact, he felt a sense of numbness, an inertia that accompanied the fatigue of racing over 50 laps. However, as Hamilton and Qin Mian crossed the finish line, and fireworks erupted along the racetrack in celebration of Hamilton's victory, Qin Mian found himself momentarily entranced, realizing that with the sight of those fireworks, the race had indeed come to its conclusion. As he completed the race behind Hamilton, it signified his triumph in securing the 2021 season's Drivers' Championship. However, Qin Mian soon regained his composure amidst the ecstatic cheers of Frankie, Toto Wolff, Ron Meadows, and James Allison. Qin Mian, you did it. You truly did it. Champion. You are the champion, the damned world champion. Frankie's voice crashed into Qin Mian's ears like a high-speed train. Initially dazed, Qin Mian instinctively smiled upon hearing Frankie's words. And as Toto and other Mercedes executives took turns to speak, the curve of his smile widened, growing ever larger. Eventually, Qin Mian could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. Ha! Woohoo! I did it! So exhilarating! Ha ha! I accomplished it! His laughter erupted, accompanied by shouts and exclamations. In that moment, Qin Mian unleashed all the troubles, challenges, hardships, and fatigue he had endured over the entire year. On the 5-Star Sports side, just before the safety car was about to withdraw, the 3 commentators had already risen from their seats, abandoning their original positions to rush into the broadcasting studio, gathering in front of the large screen intended for commentary. Only from this vantage point could they be closer to the broadcast screen and see more clearly. After Hamilton crossed the finish line, the commentators of 5-Star Sports did not extend even a polite congratulations to Hamilton for winning the Drivers' Championship. Instead, they waited until Qin Mian crossed the line before collectively shouting in unison from the studio. Let us congratulate Chinese driver Qin Mian for winning the 2021 Formula One World Championship. At that moment, Qin Mian became the first F1 world champion in Chinese history and the first in Asian history. The synchronized enthusiasm of the three commentators hinted that they had prepared this moment before the race commenced. Interestingly, among Asian countries, Japan has produced the most F1 drivers. Yet the total points accumulated by all Japanese F1 drivers in history do not surpass the score Qin Mian achieved in a single season. A new king is crowned. Congratulations to Qin Mian on his victory. Who could have imagined, before this season began, if anyone had told me that Qin Mian would win the Drivers' Championship? I would have slapped them and questioned their sanity. Congratulations to Qin Mian. Although I've said it countless times, I must reiterate. Qin Mian is remarkable. I was moved to tears. I have followed F1 for 10 years, adored Vettel, Schumacher, and Kimi. But I once only dreamed of witnessing a Chinese driver enter F1 and display competitive prowess. I naively thought that simply witnessing that moment would suffice. I never imagined that one day, I would see a Chinese driver actually secure the F1 World Championship. This is, indeed, a World Championship. Brothers, I find myself in tears. To those above, I extend my condolences. However, I am somewhat better off, as I began watching Formula One due to Qin Mian's entry into the sport. This season, I have particularly relished watching Qin Mian compete. As a seasoned F1 enthusiast, I can candidly share that witnessing Qin Mian's triumph was truly overwhelming. After all, who among us has not dreamed, in our youth, of being one of the many F1 drivers, charging forward with unrestrained fervor? Now, Qin Mian has provided us with a perspective we can relate to. My youth feels complete. Upon crossing the finish line, the atmosphere within the Mercedes team erupted in jubilation. Even the members of Hamilton's crew shared in the elation. While they might have felt a tinge of regret over Hamilton's failure to secure the overall championship, the season had drawn to a close, and their responsibilities were nearing completion. With the season concluded, all that remained was a brief wrap-up before they could enjoy a well-deserved break. Moreover, the Mercedes team had clinched the Constructors' Championship, which meant that everyone associated with the team would receive a significant bonus. What joy there is in receiving both a holiday and a financial reward. As for the accolade of 8-time champion, while it undoubtedly correlates with the contributions of the team members, in retrospect, the public will primarily remember Hamilton as the unprecedented first black driver to achieve this feat, rather than recalling the specifics of his support team and their contributions. Since the honor did not pertain to them, and they had reaped substantial benefits, it was only natural for them to celebrate. Following Qin Mian's victory, an unexpectedly jubilant atmosphere enveloped the Mercedes team, with everyone fervently celebrating and warmly embracing familiar faces. Toto, upon witnessing Qin Mian cross the finish line, allowed himself a relieved smile, gently removing his headphones to join the other team members in their joyful revelry. The cameras briefly captured Toto before shifting their focus to Qiu Meng and Qin Mian's mother. Given that Qin Mian and Qiu Meng have been together for quite some time, there will always be spectators keen on uncovering the personal lives of other drivers. Qiu Meng has never been one to conceal her identity. Thus, many are familiar with Qin Mian's family dynamics. In that moment, both Qiu Meng and Qin Mian's mother were teary-eyed yet smiling, their hands tightly clasped as they whispered to one another. It was evident that they too were filled with happiness, akin to the other team members at Mercedes. Soon, Toto re-entered the frame, his radiant smile causing even his wrinkles to soften. He embraced Qiu Meng warmly and exchanged pleasantries with Qin Mian's mother. After conversing with Qin Mian's family for a while, Toto, accompanied by the team staff, made his way towards the podium, showering congratulations along the way. At this moment, after the jubilant cheers, Qin Mian was filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. However, rather than returning immediately to the pit area, he drove his race car around the track for 2 laps, celebrating with the fans in the grandstand who waved national flags in his honor before finally returning to his designated parking spot. Hamilton parked behind the first-place sign, taking a moment to gather himself in the car before letting out a deep sigh as he stepped out. He had anticipated this outcome. Despite Qin Mian starting the race in 12th position and rekindling his hopes for the Drivers' Championship, Hamilton had ample time throughout the season to understand Qin Mian's capabilities. While his teammates showcased a clear strength in tire management, Hamilton and the other drivers recognized that Qin Mian's most formidable attribute was his remarkable stability. He was so composed that he hardly resembled a newcomer. Whenever an opportunity arose, he seized it without fail. Thus, despite the discomfort of the result, Hamilton chose to accept it. At the very least, this race reaffirmed that his speed still surpassed that of Qin Mian. Losing to Qin Mian this season was not a matter of personal inadequacy, merely a stroke of misfortune. It is noteworthy that after exiting the car, Hamilton did not remove his helmet for an extended period, nor did he even open his visor. Following the race, many domestic viewers speculated that Hamilton was on the verge of tears. However, opinions varied on whether this was indeed the case. As for Qin Mian, having completed an extra lap, he was the last to reach his parking spot. Due to FIA regulations mandating that cars must be driven to their designated positions after the race, Qin Mian's actions were likely to incur a penalty, but it mattered little, as Mercedes was more than willing to cover any fines incurred. Just as Qin Mian parked his car behind the second-place sign, a throng of journalists and photographers who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival immediately surrounded him. One official photographer even maneuvered his camera through the narrow gap of the hello system to capture Qin Mian's every expression. Unfazed, Qin Mian had long grown accustomed to the scrutiny, having spent 200 out of 365 days a year under the watchful eye of the camera since becoming an F1 driver. He lifted the visor of his helmet, now speckled with dust, and leaned back against the headrest of his car, exhaling deeply. From his vantage point, he could gaze upward to witness the dazzling fireworks blooming against the night sky above the Yas Marina circuit. How beautiful! After a moment of reflection, Qin Mian stepped down from his car. Standing atop his vehicle, he spread his arms wide towards the grandstand, welcoming the cheers of the crowd. Looking at the red flags waving in the stands, his eyes sparkled with delight. After celebrating in the car for a while, Qin Mian finally stepped out. At that moment, Hamilton approached him, his emotions rather complex. He was experiencing the same sense of disquiet that Bottas felt upon discovering his position had been supplanted. It was a feeling akin to someone revealing that there are other drivers in this world who surpass you in skill. And the moment you realize the truth in that statement, a profound sense of defeat arises within. This sentiment was particularly intense for Hamilton, a driver who had seldom faced setbacks since entering F1. However, as Hamilton reached Qin Mian's side, he managed to compose himself and extended his right hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Qin Mian reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly together. After a brief embrace, Hamilton remarked, "Congratulations, Qin Mian." I concede. Though his words were few, they were imbued with a fierce determination. After speaking, Hamilton patted Qin Mian on the shoulder and departed. Qin Mian sensed that Hamilton would be formidable next season. He could feel it. No sooner had Hamilton left than Frankie dashed towards Qin Mian with exuberance. Upon seeing Frankie's delightfully contorted face, Qin Mian couldn't help but smile. When Frankie reached him, he swept Qin Mian into a bear hug, spinning him around in sheer joy. Qin Mian joyfully patted Frankie's back. The two colleagues, who had battled together since their F2 days, were particularly elated at this moment. Frankie felt fortunate for having accepted the offer from Mercedes to continue working alongside Qin Mian. Otherwise, this honor might have eluded him. Above all, he remained grateful to Qin Mian, cherishing the serendipity of meeting him that summer in 2019. Soon, the rest of Qin Mian's team arrived at the track, carrying the necessary equipment for the cars. It was evident that their slower pace compared to Frankie was due to the burdens of this gear. The team swiftly surrounded Qin Mian in the middle of the track, celebrating with exuberant cheers and jumps. They felt their embraces were insufficient, so they lifted Qin Mian high in jubilant celebration. After a prolonged moment of collective revelry, Qin Mian, surrounded by 3 or 4 photographers, made his way into the pit lane. The ensuing process mirrored that of a typical race. Qin Mian was required to conduct interviews, but this necessitated traversing a considerable distance. Along the way, various familiar faces greeted him, from Ferrari team members to those from Mercedes, FIA, F1, and even his former team principal at Prema, Rossi, all coming forth to congratulate Qin Mian. Amidst the throng, Qin Mian also spotted Zhou Guanyu. However, the distance between the two was rather considerable. As Qin Mian made his way to the interview area, he merely waved at Zhou Guanyu, offering a casual greeting. Zhou Guanyu, on the other hand, raised both hands high, smiling and applauding for Qin Mian. He shouted something, but the cacophony of the surroundings rendered Qin Mian unable to discern his words. Yet, given Qin Mian's familiarity with Zhou Guanyu, he surmised that the shout was likely an exclamation of admiration. This is a preview of tomorrow's update, shared today. Hence a brief absence tomorrow. Lastly, I wish all readers a joyous new year, filled with prosperity, good health, and delightful meals. End of chapter. In the aftermath of the race, Qin Mian found himself enveloped by a throng, barely managing to exchange a greeting with Zhou Guanyu before being ushered into the post-race interview zone. Upon arrival, he was immediately guided towards a cluster of Mercedes team staff. The first figure to catch his eye was Toto, towering at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, standing out as a veritable giant among the team members. Those who surpassed Toto in height were typically logistical staff working in the factory, making the team principal quite conspicuous and easy to identify. As soon as Qin Mian approached, he was surrounded by the jubilant crowd, with shoulders being patted and helmets being rubbed, as the excitement of the victorious race was shared with him through their exuberant gestures. Toto, grinning widely, even lifted Qin Mian off the ground. The joy radiating from him was palpable. Qin Mian felt that, had the setting permitted, Toto would have surely spun him around in celebration. Well done, kid. You have truly astonished us all with your performance this year. After the embrace, Toto leaned closer, speaking loudly into Qin Mian's ear through the helmet. Despite having already lavished praise on Qin Mian during the team's debrief, seeing him in person prompted Toto to express even more. Thank you, Toto. I am grateful for your trust in me, which afforded me the opportunity to seize this championship. At that moment, Qin Mian was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling deep gratitude towards Toto, who had undeniably paved the way for his entry into F1. Without Toto's encouragement, it was unlikely he would have had access to a competitive team like Mercedes in his inaugural season, let alone clinch the F1 World Championship in his debut year. No, I merely provided you with a platform. It is your own talent that has brought you here. Congratulations, Qin Mian. After a brief exchange with Toto, Qin Mian continued to celebrate with other team executives, staff, and logistical personnel. Normally, these individuals would not appear on the track post-race, but today was exceptional. With the conclusion of the season and Qin Mian's triumph as the F1 World Champion, they were all free to gather on the track to relax and celebrate this remarkable achievement. After celebrating with those individuals for approximately 3 minutes, Qin Mian departed from their company. At the behest of Barber, he located his wife and mother amongst the other staff of the team. Whenever he encountered the team personnel, Qin Mian radiated genuine joy, his face adorned with an authentic smile. However, upon seeing his mother, for reasons unknown, the corners of Qin Mian's mouth gradually turned downward. A year's worth of toil, countless malicious comments, disparagements, and even insults hurled at him within the paddock echoed in his mind. Although Qin Mian had grown accustomed to all of this, and as his performance in the paddock improved, such voices diminished. During the period he led the point standings, he could hardly hear the discordant noise. Yet, on the internet, the presence of those who revel in launching harsh critiques was ever abundant. Qin Mian was not impervious to the impact of such words. However, most of the time, he managed to remain indifferent. Yet now, after enduring a year of dedicated effort, spending most of his time in the gym, on simulators, and at the team factory, coupled with his relentless work in the paddock, this moment, which should have been rewarding, brought him no sense of pride or boastfulness upon seeing his beloved family. Instead, he felt a pang of grievance and bitterness. He walked over and embraced his mother, then extended his other arm to wrap around his wife. Qin Mian struggled to maintain composure, stifling any sound. Yet his eyes betrayed him, becoming misty. Mom, your son has made something of himself, hasn't he? His voice remained steady as he spoke. Yet, a mother knows her child best, and his mother immediately sensed the tremor in his words. Yes, my son is always the best. Ever since you told me you intended to stay abroad to race, I have always believed in you. As she spoke, she reached out to gently touch Qin Mian's helmet, a gesture that conveyed her affection, her tone imbued with pride and comfort. After a brief embrace with his mother, Qin Mian turned his head to glance at Qiu Meng. In an unexpected display, Qiu Meng, typically reserved in public, broke from her usual demeanor, wrapping both arms around Qin Mian's helmet and planting a kiss upon it. In her eyes, alongside love, there was a profound sense of admiration and pride. Look, this is my man, the best in the world. Qin Mian reciprocated by pulling his beloved into a tight embrace. After celebrating with his two closest companions, he realized he had exceeded the allocated time for post-race festivities. Thus, he bid farewell to his family and turned to weigh in, preparing for the post-race interview. However, Just as he finished wiping the sweat from his face with a white towel, he was ambushed. As Qin Mian removed the towel from his face and glanced over, he was greeted by Leclerc, whose face was alight with joy. "Congratulations, Qin Mian." Upon realizing it was Leclerc, Qin Mian smiled and embraced him, replying, "Thank you, my friend." At this moment, Leclerc was also required to attend interviews, and with the season drawing to a close, all teams were exceptionally busy. Qin Mian too had to prepare for his post-race interview. Both drivers understood the ensuing procedures quite well. Consequently, Leclerc merely exchanged pleasantries with Qin Mian, congratulating him once more before hastily departing. In truth, Qin Mian's victory as this year's F1 world champion was unexpected for Leclerc. When he learned within the confines of the car that the ultimate champion was Qin Mian rather than Hamilton, his initial reaction was not one of joy for his friend, but rather an inquiry within the team radio to confirm if there had been a mistake. However, upon confirming that it was indeed Qin Mian, Leclerc felt a genuine sense of happiness and pride for his friend. As for reminiscing, with the season concluded, both Leclerc and Qin Mian had ample opportunity to gather and converse during the winter break. Moreover, considering their close proximity, visiting each other was a simple endeavor. At this moment, the spotlight rightfully belonged to Qin Mian, and Leclerc felt it best not to overshadow him. In the ensuing moments, as Qin Mian adjusted his appearance, other drivers returning to the paddock, whether they shared a close bond with him or not, approached him to offer fist bumps or high fives. Notably, even Russell took the initiative to embrace Qin Mian and commend him for his remarkable achievements this season. After a considerable exchange, Qin Mian finally managed to attend to this group, preparing to rise for his post-race interview. However, just as Qin Mian was about to make his move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emanating from the VIP section above. Qin Mian. Logically, given his profession, Qin Mian should have been desensitized to others calling his name, particularly in the paddock where fans were abundant. It was common for fans to shout his name from afar, and most drivers typically feigned ignorance when they heard their names called from a distance. Yet, this time, Qin Mian looked up. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face. Zhou Shu. Before he could utter more, Zhou, the owner, accurately tossed a red, package-like item towards him upon noticing Qin Mian's gaze. At this moment, Qin Miao found himself alone, and the object he had caught appeared remarkably light, causing its descent to be relatively slow. He skillfully reached out to grasp the item that Boss Zhou had tossed down. Before Qin Miao could unveil the mystery of the object, he heard Boss Zhou's voice from above exclaiming, "The national flag. Drape it on." Startled, Qin Miao looked up at Boss Zhou, who, having tossed the item to him, was now smiling and applauding, much like everyone else present. However, there was a complexity and sense of satisfaction etched upon his face. Qin Miao understood the source of this satisfaction. After all, it is common for elders to express such emotions upon witnessing their juniors achieve success. Yet, he was curious about the intricate emotions reflected in Boss Zhou's expression. Could it be that he never envisioned Qin Miao reaching this level within the F1 paddock? The likelihood seemed high. Nevertheless, Qin Miao's attention swiftly shifted from Boss Zhou to the package that had been thrown to him. Upon unwrapping it, he unfurled the national flag, measuring 144 centimeters in length and 96 centimeters in height. It was just the right size to drape over his shoulders without the risk of it trailing on the ground, resembling the dimensions often donned by athletes after their triumphant victories. Since becoming a driver, Qin Miao had navigated his journey with relative ease, with the sole regret being that he had never had the opportunity to celebrate like athletes in traditional sports, exuberantly wrapping themselves in their national flags after winning a competition. Reflecting on his time as the F2 champion, he realized he had indeed qualified for such a celebration. However, he hesitated to embrace it, feeling that after dominating a season in the diamond tier, winning the championship felt almost expected. At that time, he hadn't even considered the notion of celebration. It was only through others' reminders that he realized he had prematurely secured the F2 World Championship, and he hadn't even prepared a flag. In any case, gazing at the flag now, Qin Miao felt a surge of excitement as he draped it over himself, this time devoid of any psychological burden. After adorning himself with the flag, he waved to Boss Zhou above and then smiled as he approached for an interview. Notably, the host conducting the interview was none other than Nico Rosberg, humorously dubbed the 15-time champion. Qin Miao and Rosberg shared many similarities. Both were drivers for Mercedes and had triumphed over Hamilton during their tenures. Thus, it was rather amusing to have Rosberg assigned to interview Qin Mian. Their presence together evidently delivered a significant psychological blow to Hamilton, whose previously calm demeanor darkened upon realizing that Rosberg was the one conducting today's interview. According to Rosberg's calculations, Qin Mian had now fulfilled Hamilton's dream by becoming an 8-time champion. After all, this year Qin Mian clinched the Drivers' Championship, triumphing over his teammate Hamilton, who has secured 7 world championships. Altogether, Qin Mian has become the cupping king. After the jest, Qin Mian approached Rosberg draped in his national flag. At that moment, Rosberg regarded Qin Mian with a gaze that radiated the affection and tolerance of a mentor towards a protege, yet there was an abundance of admiration as well. Once you have bested Hamilton on the racetrack, we are like brothers from different mothers. After Qin Mian took his position, Rosberg spoke. Qin Mian, you have once again made history, and we are all witnesses to this moment. At this very instant, you are the world champion. Initially, when Qin Mian stood before Rosberg for the interview, he maintained a calm demeanor. However, upon hearing Rosberg's words, a smile instinctively crept across his lips, culminating in a joyful laugh. Indeed, he had become the world champion. With both hands clutching the flag behind him, Qin Mian shook his head in reflection, stating, "The past year has not been easy, and even up until crossing the finish line today, I never truly believed that one day I would find myself here, receiving such an honor. This feels like an unreal dream. Should it be a dream, I hope it never ends." Pausing momentarily, Qin Mian continued, "Of course, without the support of my team and my fans, this championship would not belong to me. I wish to express my gratitude to them." But as the words formed on my lips, I found myself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, I can only say, thank you. This world championship is mine. But it also belongs to you. Rosberg then inquired, "We are all aware that prior to the race, you faced a penalty due to the replacement of engine components. I would like to know if the incident affected your performance before the race began." The pre-race challenges had occupied our thoughts for an extended period, and the team exerted every effort to resolve the issue, ultimately succeeding. However, we could not guarantee that the problem would not resurface during the race, so we opted to replace the components beforehand. After learning of my penalty, we dedicated additional time to prepare for both the qualifying rounds and the start of the race. Thankfully, the outcome satisfied both the team and me, and judging by the results, the penalty had minimal impact on us. In your inaugural season as a professional, a mere rookie season, you ascended to the podium 7 times, ultimately surpassing your teammate Hamilton to secure the Drivers' Championship. This achievement undoubtedly stems from the unwavering support of your team and fans. Do you have any words for them? Qin Mian adjusted his cap, aware that this question pertained to his supporters. Having spent considerable time in F1, he understood that the essence of this sport lies in its fans. Without them, F1 would be nothing. As Qin Mian responded to any inquiries regarding his fans, he would casually perform a few gestures to mask the fact that he was deep in thought. Only after determining what he wished to convey did he begin to address the host's questions. After a brief adjustment, Qin Mian spoke. "Although I have mentioned this previously, I do not mind reiterating it here. My team will always be the best in my eyes. I am immensely grateful for everything my team has contributed this season, as well as for the powerful car they have provided me. It is due to the unwavering dedication of the logistics team, the engineers in research and development, and even the nutritionists and psychological counselors that I have achieved this honor. I must also express my gratitude to Toto for believing in me, allowing me to seize the opportunity to return to F1 during a challenging period in my life. I am fortunate that I have not let Toto's expectations down, nor have I failed to honor the team's investment in me. This championship belongs to all of us. Most importantly, I owe my heartfelt thanks to the support from my fans. Without their messages, their persistent letters, and the myriad of small gifts they have sent, reminding me that there are always people backing me, my mindset might not be as positive as it is now. Thank you all." Upon concluding his remarks, the audience erupted in applause and cheers, a mark of respect for the newly crowned F1 world champion and an affirmation of Qin Mian's heartfelt words. Just as everyone believed Qin Mian's post-race interview was drawing to a close, he added, lastly, as he spoke, he glanced towards Qiu and his mother. At that moment, Qiu, who had previously appeared delicate yet possessed a formidable inner strength, covered her mouth with her hand and broke into tears, while his mother gently wiped away Qiu's tears, smiling as she comforted her. "I want to extend my special thanks to my beloved and my mother. Without their encouragement and support, I could not have persevered on this path, nor would I have discovered the limits of my talent. Thank you, I love you both. After delivering this heartfelt message, the audience responded with an even more fervent round of applause and cheers than before. Compared to Qin Mian expressing gratitude to the team owner, the staff, and the audience, the spectators were far more delighted to witness him thank his loved ones. After all, the joy of winning was an experience they could not fully resonate with, as ordinary individuals who could not personally fathom the elation of becoming an F1 world champion. What they could feel were only the emotions of happiness and excitement. However, the majority could relate to the warmth of familial love and the sweetness of romance, equally enjoying the sense of security and belonging that family brings, while also reveling in the happiness and joy that love emits. Naturally, compared to the elation surrounding Qin Miao's championship victory, the audience resonates more profoundly with the emotions Qin Miao harbors for his family and loved ones. After expressing these sentiments, Qin Miao's interview was nearing its conclusion. However, he added a final remark. Despite exceeding the allocated time significantly, neither the host conducting the post-race interview nor the F1 staff responsible for broadcasting displayed any impatience. After all, Qin Miao is this year's world champion, and no one would begrudge a moment more of his time, as it is a privilege befitting his remarkable achievement. In Chinese, Qin Miao expressed his gratitude. Lastly, I thank the domestic audience for their support and affection. I believe my performance this season has not disappointed you, and I hope you will continue to support me in the future. I will strive to achieve commendable results on the track to repay everyone. Lastly, I love you all. After this heartfelt declaration, Qin Miao raised the national flag behind him, smiling as he turned to leave. Your love means the world to me. I love you too. Qin Miao, oh my. He is so incredibly gentle. I am in tears. Emotional intelligence. In my lifetime, I never expected to witness such a moment. Having watched F1 for over a decade, I never imagined a Chinese driver would one day stand on this podium. While I am thrilled for Qin Miao's victory, I am also curious about the expressions of the Ferrari executives. Ferrari sacrificed a world-class 20-year-old talent for the sake of a stable second driver, and notably, he emerged from Ferrari's own youth training system. Ferrari has perfectly illustrated the adage, picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Is it any surprise, given Ferrari's history? The circus always manages to pull off bewildering maneuvers. If another team were to act in such a manner, I would question the sanity of their management. However, with Ferrari, I find myself without words. For this is simply their standard procedure. As of last month, a total of 251 monthly votes were collected, which rounds to 300. According to the usual increase rules, 200 votes yield one additional update. Hence, there will be a total of 115 updates, rounding to 12. Coupled with the previously counted 4 updates owed from rewards, this month will see an addition of 16 updates. Lastly, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the generous patrons and voters. This chapter concludes with the acknowledgement of Qin Miao as the youngest world champion in F1 history. Though Hamilton's demeanor was less than favorable at that moment, he approached Qin Miao after the interview, extending his hand to congratulate him. Despite sensing that Hamilton might be grappling with negative emotions, Qin Miao understood these feelings were not directed at him, but rather at Rosberg and F1's arrangements. Choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, Qin Miao cheerfully congratulated Hamilton on winning the final race of the season before making his way toward Qiu Meng. Hamilton and Verstappen were still to undergo interviews, and the post-race award ceremony was not a matter of urgency. At this moment, Qin Mian found herself with ample leisure to share her joy with those she cherished most. Meanwhile, as Hamilton stepped before the cameras for his interview, the venue erupted with enduring cheers and applause. This was not only a tribute to the past, but also a homage to the 7-time champion, Hamilton. Despite not achieving his 8th title this year, Hamilton's performance throughout the season was anything but lackluster. Indeed, the races of this weekend could be described as nothing short of flawless. In both practice and qualifying, he delivered results worthy of his esteemed legacy. The audience's applause and cheers for Hamilton persisted for a minimum of 30 seconds, visibly moving him before gradually subsiding. Once the clamor quieted, Hamilton's post-race interview commenced. Lewis, this season has been incredibly thrilling, and your performance has consistently been commendable. It's unfortunate that you didn't emerge victorious in the end, but surely you must feel a sense of pride in your accomplishments this season? While interviewing Hamilton, Rosberg refrained from any overtly sarcastic remarks. In fact, Having moved past their former rivalries, he still harbored a degree of admiration for Hamilton deep within. However, due to their complicated relationship, Rosberg's comments were inevitably subject to misinterpretation. Nevertheless, Hamilton remained unfazed and responded to Rosberg's inquiries with poise. Indeed, everyone has put forth tremendous effort this season. However, first and foremost, I must extend my congratulations to my teammate, Qin Mian, for winning the Drivers' Championship this year. His growth has been astonishingly rapid. Our team and I have exerted ourselves to the fullest. We have all worked diligently and given our all. Following the conclusion of his interview amidst the resounding cheers, Hamilton waved to the audience before retreating backstage to prepare for the award presentation. In that moment, Qin Mian managed to calm Qiu Meng's emotions, offering a gentle embrace before heading backstage herself to get ready for the ceremony. The final interview was with Verstappen, and today's post-race interviews proceeded in a remarkably orderly fashion. However, unlike Qin Mian's exuberance and Hamilton's evident disappointment, Verstappen maintained a more composed demeanor. After all, prior to the race, Verstappen was aware that his chances of claiming victory were limited, thus securing third place was an outcome he could accept. When it was Verstappen's turn for the interview, he encountered a scenario similar to Hamilton's, with the audience showering him with applause and cheers, albeit noticeably shorter than the ovation Hamilton received. The audience's cheers for Verstappen stem primarily from the fact that he is the only driver this season who poses a genuine threat to the Mercedes team's championship aspirations. Following the conclusion of Verstappen's interview, the broadcast shifted its focus to the fervent fans waving flags in celebration of Qin Miao's performance in today's race, alongside the supporters of Mercedes. During this moment, the three commentators from 5-Star Sports began to discuss Qin Miao's achievements this season on the track. To be honest, prior to the commencement of this season, and even back when Qin Miao dominated the 2020 F2 circuit and secured the World Championship with an astonishing performance, I merely envisioned that he would eventually make his way into F1, becoming an exemplary driver and clinching several race victories. However, we could never have dared to dream that Qin Miao would stand atop the highest podium in F1, claiming the honor that every F1 driver yearns for. At this juncture, one of the commentators remarked, "Indeed, it is noteworthy that this is merely Qin Miao's first year in his professional career, and he has already attained the title of F1 World Champion. He is still young, with ample room for growth, and I find myself eagerly anticipating the magnitude of his future prowess." Zhou Guanyu interjected, "Yet, when we look back at Qin Miao's performances during his time in F2 after he has achieved this honor, we cannot help but feel that his eventual success is not surprising, as his F2 performance foreshadowed all of this." Suddenly, Fei Gu curiously inquired, "Did you ever imagine witnessing such a scene back in 2019? At this moment, Zhou Guanyu felt somewhat disheartened, as the commentary style of 5-Star Sports lacks the neutrality typical of CCTV or other formal provincial television stations, which require commentators to maintain a relatively impartial stance during their work. The atmosphere at 5-Star Sports is rather relaxed, akin to a few friends gathered in a small bar watching a race and chatting. Thus, Zhou Guanyu has his own favorite driver, Hamilton. In fact, not just Zhou Guanyu, but the other two commentators also have their preferred drivers. However, they do not express their bias as overtly as Zhou Guanyu during commentary. As the 2020 season came to a close, and it became known that Qin Miao would be joining Mercedes for the next season, Zhou Guanyu was elated, as the only domestic F1 driver would become teammates with his favorite driver. This would allow him to focus solely on the Mercedes team during the races without reservation. Moreover, considering that most viewers of 5-Star Sports are domestic fans, praising Qin Miao during commentary could significantly enhance his own popularity. However, as the season progressed, Zhou Guanyu noticed unexpected shifts in the drivers' point standings, and he was taken aback by the remarkable performance of the rookie driver, Qin Miao, which exceeded all expectations. Is it innate talent for racing? Until now, Zhou Guanyu has been a mere spectator as the points gap between Hamilton and Qin Mian has gradually diminished. Now, Qin Mian has directly triumphed over Hamilton to claim the 2021 F1 World Championship. For a moment, Zhou Guanyu felt a sense of disorientation. Prior to the commencement of this season, and even before the conclusion of last week's Saudi Grand Prix, it was difficult for me to believe that Qin Mian could reach such heights. This is not to say that I doubted Qin Mian's capabilities. Rather, I felt that his current performance exceeded my intuitive grasp of the racing world. My years of experience watching and commentating on races seemed utterly inapplicable in the face of Qin Mian's prowess. Zhou Guanyu clearly articulated his perspective while also fortifying his own defenses. After all, even before winning the championship, Qin Mian had already achieved a near-mythical status among domestic racing fans. Among his admirers, the loyalty and tolerance of local fans towards Qin Mian reached unparalleled heights. Some fans even proclaimed that as long as Qin Mian does not break the law, they would be willing to forgive him for any indiscretion. Thus, when discussing matters related to Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu knew he had to tread carefully. One could only say that Qin Mian's existence feels like an unreal dream for all domestic racing enthusiasts, yet I believe that, like me, every fan hopes this dream never ends, wishing it could continue indefinitely. Meanwhile, on 5-Star Sports, discussions were unfolding as the post-race award ceremony was about to commence. A line of Middle Eastern dignitaries clad in white robes stood beside the podium, and as the host introduced him, Verstappen emerged first from the passage behind the podium. At this moment, Verstappen had managed to compose himself, although he still felt the sting of a year's worth of efforts seemingly wasted. His expression had returned to a state of calm. As he took his position amidst the cheers of the crowd, the host began to introduce Qin Mian. Let us welcome the 2021 Formula One World Champion, the King from the East, the youngest F1 World Champion in history, Qin Mian. It is noteworthy that Qin Mian, as the host indicated, set a record for the youngest age at which one could attain the F1 World Championship, significantly lowering the previous age limit. The youngest champion prior to Qin Mian was Sebastian Vettel, who won in 2010 at the age of 23 years and 133 days. In contrast, Qin Mian achieved this feat at just 20 years and 261 days, surpassing Vettel by 3 years. As the host's introduction, which brought a hint of embarrassment to Qin Mian, resonated through the atmosphere, he ascended the second podium, draped in the national flag, smiling amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Despite feeling a bit awkward upon hearing the hostess' words, Qin Mian had been in the F1 arena long enough to master the art of maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, even when his emotions were tumultuous within. Thus, Qin Mian approached his podium with a smile, standing proudly. Eventually, the host announced the name of Lewis Hamilton and invited him to the stage. Alongside Hamilton was Toto Wolff, the team principal of Mercedes. Ordinarily, Toto would refrain from attending such ceremonies, as he would inevitably find himself drenched in celebratory drinks, which would tarnish his image. Unlike the dark uniforms of the Red Bull team, which could conceal such mishaps, the white attire of Mercedes would cling unceremoniously to his skin when wet, rendering him nearly as exposed as if he were unclothed. Furthermore, Toto believed that, as a shareholder of the team, it was more fitting for the engineers and core members of the team to partake in the festivities and represent the team in enjoying this honor. This approach served as an effective means of fostering team spirit. However, today was different. Toto was particularly elated. On one hand, Qin Mian, who had been instrumental in bringing Mercedes to success, yielded unexpected and substantial rewards. On the other hand, Hamilton had secured victory in this race, marking a resounding triumph for the Mercedes team this season. Consequently, Toto could present a satisfactory year-end report to the board while simultaneously reaffirming his leadership abilities in the world of racing. Most importantly, Qin Mian's performance this season had demonstrated to all how astutely Toto could discern talent. In short, Toto was in high spirits, basking in a flurry of good news, allowing him a rare moment of indulgence despite his usual prioritization of the team's interests. The sole regret lingered in that Qin Mian had not clinched the overall championship title this season, leaving him to listen to the British national anthem from the podium during the award ceremony. Following the anthem, the awarding commenced. When the mayor of Abu Dhabi, Amor Al-Mubarak, presented the trophy to Qin Mian, he cleverly secured his national flag with his chin before accepting the somewhat weighty trophy with both hands. He then raised the trophy high with one hand while holding the flag aloft with the other. After a brief celebration, however, Qin Mian placed the trophy on the podium and carefully folded the flag behind him. Aware of his country's flag laws, he wished to avoid any potential disrespect or mishaps during the celebrations, prompting him to manage the flag appropriately. After folding it, he placed the flag inside the trophy. Grateful that the trophy was designed with a concave section in the center, perfectly accommodating his neatly folded flag. If the trophy resembled the shape of the circuit map, much like those prestigious Grand Prix in Europe, Qin Mian would be at a loss as to where to place his national flag. Once Qin Mian had positioned his flag and trophy, the post-race celebrations commenced. Almost immediately, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he witnessed Hamilton and Toto, seemingly unconcerned with one another, laughing as they sprayed champagne in his direction after uncorking the bottle. It was evident that the two had conspired against him, disregarding all decorum. Not one to back down, Qin Mian vigorously shook his champagne bottle before retaliating, aiming his spray particularly at Toto, ensuring that the area around his chest was thoroughly drenched. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebration among the three at Mercedes, Verstappen appeared somewhat solitary. He simply directed his champagne spray towards the Red Bull team staff below, choosing not to partake in the festivities shared by Qin Mian and the others. Following the conclusion of the celebrations, Verstappen departed the scene, while Qin Mian and his companions clinked glasses amidst a shower of golden confetti on the podium. Uncharacteristically, Qin Mian, who had always abstained from alcohol, took a rare sip of champagne in front of everyone. To his surprise, the taste of the F1 World Champion champagne was quite delightful, with a faint hint of alcohol, predominantly exuding a fruity aroma. However, he limited himself to just that one sip, and after placing the champagne and trophy securely, he was beckoned by Toto for a photo op on the champion's podium. The trio shared genuine smiles, brimming with joy. Yet, this was not the conclusion, as the earlier celebration was merely a toast to the end of the race. What followed was an interview regarding Qin Mian's achievement of becoming the F1 World Champion. After the photograph, Hamilton took his leave, while Toto offered Qin Mian an encouraging glance before departing as well, contemplating what other activities might accompany his championship title. Qin Mian noticed FIA personnel approach the podium, carrying a camera and microphone. He pondered in confusion. Was there more to come? Hadn't he just been interviewed? Nonetheless, recognizing it as another opportunity for recognition, and buoyed by his current elation, he embraced the forthcoming interview with a cheerful demeanor. This interview lasted a full 5 minutes, reminiscent of the pre-race interviews he had grown accustomed to during each race weekend. Throughout the discussion, Qin Mian primarily responded to the host's inquiries about his feelings upon winning the championship and the journey that led him to this moment. The questions posed were not particularly complex, nor did they carry the risk of offending anyone. After 5 minutes, the interview concluded, and Qin Mian draped his national flag over his shoulders once more. Amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd, he raised his runner-up trophy high, smiling as he descended the podium. As Qin Mian descended from the podium, he encountered a few passers-by who greeted him with warm smiles, congratulating him on his victory as the F1 World Champion. Once he left the stage, the broadcast team provided the rankings and scoring details of the race. 1. Hamilton, 26, fastest lap. 2. Qin Mian, 18.3. Verstappen, 15.4. Sainz, 12.5. Tsunoda, 10.6. Gasly, 8.7. Norris, 6.8. Alonso, 4.9. Ocon, 2.20. Mazepin, retired. Following the race results, the overall driver standings were revealed. 1. Qin Mian, 394.2. Hamilton, 389.5.3. Verstappen, 369.25.4. Perez, 174.220.5. Leclerc, 162.232.6. Norris, 137.257.7. Sainz, 135.259.8. Ricardo, 101.293.9. Gasly, 86.308.18. Giovinazzi, 2. 392, post-race. No driver changed positions in the standings. Everyone retained their original ranks. Next, the team standings were presented. 1. Mercedes, 763.2. Red Bull, 543.3. Ferrari, 297.4. McLaren, 238.5. Alpine, 125.6. AlphaTauri, 110.7. Aston Martin, 75.8. Williams, 13.9. Alfa Romeo, 7.10. Haas, 0 similarly. The team standings also experienced no positional changes after the race. Thus, the rankings for the 2021 season's driver and team standings were firmly established, marking the conclusion of all F1 races for the season. The Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team clinched the Constructors' Championship with a commanding lead of 220 points, while Qin Mian, by a mere 5-point advantage over his teammate, the 7-time champion Hamilton, secured the Drivers' World Championship. Although the race had concluded, its impact lingered. On the journey back to the team, Qin Mian took photos with several staff members working near the podium, acknowledging that it is only natural for them to have their favorite drivers, and he graciously accepted their requests. After a brief flurry of activity, he returned to the team's hospitality area. As he entered, melodies filled the air. Initially, Qin Mian did not pay close attention, as the commotion along the way had been quite overwhelming, and his excitement had left him with a slight ringing in his ears. However, as he approached closer, a smile broke across his face. He found Reyes and the others gathered together, their faces adorned with the Chinese flag, joyfully singing Queen's anthem, "We are the champions." It must be said that this song is indeed fitting for such a moment. Suddenly, someone called out, "Qin Mian is back." Instantly, the music hushed, and amidst the laughter of the crowd, everyone gathered around Qin Mian. The brief celebration earlier beneath the podium was certainly insufficient to satisfy the revelers. Thus, upon Qin Mian's return to the team's lounge, all eagerly embraced him. Every face shone with joy, and each person radiated enthusiasm. Just as Qin Mian thought this would be the end of the festivities, Reyes and the others whisked him away, and without regard for whether Qin Mian could sing, they began to belt out the lyrics together. At this moment, the quality of singing was inconsequential. The atmosphere was such that singing this song felt akin to chanting a military anthem. One merely needed to hum along to the rhythm. Qin Mian, inspired by his colleagues, joined in. "I've paid my dues, time after time, I've done my sentence, but committed no crime." As they sang, other members of the Mercedes team joined in. For this song was not particularly difficult to sing. When they reached the chorus, regardless of affiliation, everyone present in the lounge sang along. "We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions." However, Qiu Meng and Qin Miao's mother did not partake. Instead, they stood by, smiling and recording the moment on their phones, their faces aglow with joy. They wished to etch this beautiful scene into their memories forever. Once the song concluded, Reyes and the others did not grant Qin Mian a moment to change clothes. After finishing a song, they lifted him high into the air. Amidst Qin Miao's astonishment, he was hoisted to the entrance of the lounge, and then, with a spirited toss, Reyes and the others threw him up. It was only when he experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness that he comprehended their intentions. After being tossed 3 or 4 times, somewhat dazed, Qin Mian was finally set down by Reyes and the others, who were laughing. This sensation of falling from above was unlike the centrifugal forces experienced in racing. Such forces act laterally and vertically, confined to 4 dimensions, with perhaps the addition of the uphill at Eau Rouge, where drivers endure around 24 g of downward force. However, this was not a feeling of weightlessness. It was a uniquely special experience for Qin Mian. After landing, Qin Mian cheerfully engaged in conversation with Frankie and the others for a while. It was only after this that she found the opportunity to change out of her racing suit, which had long been dampened by spilled drinks. Once she had donned a fresh outfit, Qin Mian discreetly rummaged through her lounge and uncovered a small white box. This particular box had been secretly procured with the assistance of the logistics supervisor from her team, and apart from them, no one else was privy to its presence. The advantage of cultivating good relations with the heads of other departments within the team became apparent. A simple request from Qin Mian sufficed to garner their support. Having secured the small box, Qin Mian merrily made her way back to the team's hospitality suite. The staff were still immersed in celebration. It seemed that, once again, everyone had raised their glasses, reminiscent of the jubilant moments when the Mercedes team clinched the championship in Brazil this year. Thanks to Qin Mian, the pressure was significantly alleviated during their championship win. However, with more races ahead, the team members could not indulge fully in the festivities. The post-race celebration was marked by a sense of moderation. As a result, the team had yet to truly revel in the victory. The competition for the Drivers' Championship this season was markedly different from that of the Constructors' Championship, as Verstappen had consistently applied pressure on Mercedes and Qin Mian. Until the final results of this race were confirmed, the staff had remained in a state of anxiety. Now, having achieved the outcome they had longed for, coupled with the lingering regret of not being able to celebrate thoroughly after their championship win, they naturally commenced a more uninhibited celebration. Amidst the crowd, Qin Mian searched and quickly spotted Qiu Meng, who was currently posing for pictures with others in the hospitality suite. It is worth noting that these individuals were not part of the Mercedes team, but rather devoted fans who had purchased VIP tickets to access the suite. The tickets they acquired were either standard Grand Prix tickets or cost 10 times more than the VIP tickets. Once they learned of Qiu Meng's connection to Qin Mian, each fan eagerly pulled the rare-to-encounter young woman for photographs. After securing a picture with Qiu Meng, they expressed even greater delight than if they had captured a moment with Qin Mian herself. This reaction is hardly surprising, given that Qin Mian is an F1 driver and a public figure. To have a photo with her, one merely needed sufficient funds to buy a VIP ticket, which would typically provide an opportunity to meet drivers. Encountering them in the paddock and requesting a photo would most likely not be met with refusal. However, securing a photo with Qin Mian's girlfriend is an entirely different matter. Even with financial means, luck plays a crucial role in meeting her within the paddock, and whether one could obtain a photograph thereafter remains uncertain. Qin Miao observed that at this moment, Qiu Meng, adorned like a star among a constellation, appeared quite enchanting. Therefore, he refrained from interrupting her, as patrons capable of affording VIP tickets for a Mercedes-Benz event were, after all, a rarity. Shortly thereafter, Qiu Meng completed her engagements. After attending to the guests, she surveyed the surroundings within the car team's private room and soon spotted Qin Miao. Upon seeing him, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. As Qiu Meng approached Qin Miao, eager to share her recent experiences, she was taken aback to witness him kneeling before her. In the throng, Qin Miao's gesture was not particularly conspicuous, given the crowded nature of the Mercedes-Benz private room, where people jostled for space and visibility was severely limited. However, his status as a newly crowned world champion commanded attention. Even without overtly seeking it, bystanders and team members naturally gravitated their gaze toward him. The sight of Qin Miao kneeling on one knee swiftly captivated many. Human nature inclines toward curiosity. As individuals noticed others glancing in Qin Miao's direction, they instinctively followed suit. Gradually, more onlookers beheld the sight of Qin Miao in his kneeling position and connecting the dots to the presence of his girlfriend before him. The crowd soon grasped his intentions. Cheers and jubilant shouts erupted. Upon witnessing Qin Miao's action, Qiu Meng realized the significance, yet she did not react like an ordinary girl, frozen in surprise or covering her mouth in an attempt to conceal her emotions. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back, smiling serenely, her face aglow with anticipation for what was to unfold next. As Qin Miao knelt, he gazed into Qiu Meng's eyes and unveiled a small box. Inside lay a silver ring, devoid of diamonds or ostentation. To Qin Miao and Qiu Meng, diamonds were merely a frivolous expense, a tax on intellect. Thus, the ring he chose for her was a delicately crafted silver band, adorned with intricate engravings. Compared to typical wedding rings, it merely bore more elaborate patterns. Exquisite, yet not exorbitantly priced. Amidst the cheers and exuberance of the crowd, Qin Miao fixed his earnest gaze upon Qiu Meng and spoke with sincerity. I am aware that I am not particularly adept at romance. Nor can I articulate the heart-fluttering declarations you might desire to hear, nor can I promise eternal vows. However, I believe it is essential for me to take the initiative in this matter, especially considering how often you have already done so. So, Qiu Meng, will you marry me? Despite her efforts to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within her, striving to maintain the smile befitting the partner of a world champion, Qiu Meng found herself utterly defenseless against Qin Miao's heartfelt proposition. Following his question, tears welled in her eyes. Yes, without hesitation, without reluctance, and certainly without the possibility of refusal, Qiu Meng responded to Qin Mian with succinct and resolute words. The moment Qiu Meng nodded, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by whistles and cheers from the crowd. Kiss her, kiss her. After Qiu Meng consented to his proposal, Qin Mian clumsily held the ring in his hand and slipped it onto Qiu Meng's ring finger. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, he embraced her and gently kissed her. Once the spectacle concluded, the subsequent proceedings involved the usual celebratory activities of the team. The Mercedes-Benz team had long prepared for the post-race celebrations, so everyone lingered in the paddock without haste to depart. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Qin Mian's hometown, major portals such as Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, and Hupu buzzed with the news of Qin Mian's championship victory in Abu Dhabi. Domestic fans plunged into a frenzy of celebration, leading to numerous platforms experiencing server crashes under the weight of traffic. The urgency of the situation necessitated the rapid deployment of additional personnel for repairs. On the other hand, The publicity department of CCTV also disseminated a summary of Qin Mian's season across its various social media platforms. The lengthy video, exceeding 20 minutes, exuded an affectionate admiration akin to that of a proud elder witnessing the success of a younger generation. The promptness of its release indicated premeditated intent from CCTV. However, while CCTV's coverage exhibited a degree of restraint, the Communist Youth League unabashedly extolled Qin Mian's achievements. Their reports were replete with accolades, with 2 out of 3 sentences dedicated to praising him. Though it was still the early hours domestically, the internet in China was ablaze with excitement due to Qin Mian's triumph. At that moment, Qin Mian was wholly immersed in the revelry of his team, entirely oblivious to the external commotion. His phone was entrusted to Qiu Meng, who graciously handled any incoming calls. The entire night of the 12th was spent in smiles and compliments, and although he took a moment to attend a fan meeting, Qin Mian felt genuinely joyful throughout the day. After sharing a meal with the team, he returned to the hotel. Once back at the hotel, Qin Mian took a shower and promptly collapsed onto his bed. Over the past month and a half, the pressure he faced had been considerable. Even with Saudi Arabia's recent championship victory, he dared not relax for a moment. Only after today could he finally shed the burdens he carried and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep without any psychological weight. However, upon awakening on the 13th, Qin Mian found himself grappling with a sense of unease. Instinctively, he began to ponder the tasks awaiting him, only to realize that the competition had concluded. As the competition concluded, it appeared that Qin Mian had an even greater array of matters to attend to. Primarily, Boss Zhou had arrived. Given the patronage that Boss Zhou had extended to him, Qin Mian felt it necessary to meet with him, share a meal, and engage in conversation. Although he consistently prepared tickets for Boss Zhou for every Grand Prix, delivering them a week prior to each event, the latter seldom utilized the tickets provided. This time, however, they were indeed used. Yet, due to Qin Mian's overwhelming busyness, he had hardly glanced at his phone that week and naturally overlooked this detail. On another front, his mother had also come to visit. Nevertheless, Qin Mian was acutely aware that following his race, his schedule would be exceedingly hectic, leaving little to no time to accompany his family and fiancée. Thus, he contemplated that Qiu Meng would take his mother to Monaco during this period. And once the winter break commenced, he would escort both his mother and Qiu Meng to explore various European countries. Simultaneously, after the race, Qin Mian certainly intended to treat Zhou Guanyu and others to a meal, gathering for a post-race celebration. Consequently, his upcoming schedule was quite packed. Undoubtedly, the most time-consuming aspects would involve the Pirelli tire tests for the next season, along with an array of activities and interviews following the race. However, upon waking that morning, Qin Mian did not immediately rise from bed. After the arduous season had finally concluded, he found that although there were tasks to address, the urgency was not pressing, prompting him to relish a few more moments of repose. Thus, he remained nestled in Qiu Meng's embrace, inhaling the delightful scent of milk, and began to drift into a meditative state. Yet, after a brief respite, Qin Mian realized that his biological clock had firmly established itself upon awakening. He felt utterly devoid of drowsiness. Consequently, he decided to access his system panel. Host name, Qin Mian. Age, 20. Overall rating, 929937. Stamina, 99. Mentality, 95. Stability, 97. Ranking ability, 96. Launch capability, 8992. Long distance race, 9495. Tire preservation, 8488. Rain race ability, 8281. Attack ability, 9394. Defense ability, 100. Throughout the latter half of the season, due to the dynamics between Verstappen and Hamilton, Qin Mian had concentrated most of his efforts on track practice, resulting in only marginal enhancements across his attributes. At this juncture, his growth potential had reached a plateau. While his attributes continued to develop, the pace of improvement was markedly slower than when he first entered F2. The fact that he could still experience any growth in attributes spoke volumes of his innate talent in the realm of racing. Simultaneously, there was disconcerting news regarding his rain race ability, which was persistently declining. If this trend continued, it seemed inevitable that it would soon dip below the 80-point threshold. However, Qin Mian had long been mentally prepared for this eventuality and was thus unfazed by it. Alongside this development, information from the racing team also emerged. The Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team currently holds an overall score of 851, with the following attributes: Racing problem discovery ability. 81. Simulator development ability. 82. Racing tuning ability. 89. Race strategy formulation ability. 87. Car protection ability. 75. Tire changing ability. 90. Power department or D ability. 94. Aerodynamics department or D ability. 86. Chassis department or D ability. 85. Durability development ability. 83. While there have been no notable changes in the team's attributes, Qin Mian speculates that the morale of the team would be exceptionally high if there were a morale option available. Since there were no alterations to the team, Qin Mian merely glanced at this option and shifted focus to the system tasks for the Grand Prix weekend. Task: Perfect season, failed. Requirement: Secure the 2021 F1 World Championship while crossing the finish line as champion in the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Reward: Golden Lottery 1. 10 free attribute points, 2 million euros. Task: King of the World, completed. Requirement: Become the 2021 F1 World Champion. Reward: Golden Lottery 2. 100 reputation points in Europe, 5 free attribute points. Random title, $7 million. This week, Qin Mian only received 2 tasks. However, the rewards for these tasks are exceptionally generous. Although Qin Mian did not accomplish the first task, he harbors no regrets, as he lacked absolute confidence in defeating Hamilton. Therefore, he opted for a stable approach, prioritizing the preservation of the crucial World Championship. Nevertheless, achieving the reward for the completed task was still deeply satisfying. The 2 Golden Lottery rewards fulfilled Qin Mian's aspiration for a tenfold win. Initially, Qin Mian was uncertain about the significance of the reputation points in Europe upon seeing the task. However, now that the task has been completed, he comprehends their specific utility. The most direct benefit is the enhancement of his visibility in the European region. Although a score of 100 may seem modest with this addition, Qin Mian's recognition in Europe is comparable to that of Malone in his home country. While European passers-by may not immediately recognize Qin Mian upon sight, a simple reminder or hint would surely lead them to identify him without fail. Though F1 drivers earn their livelihood through racing, generating income necessitates a certain level of recognition and public acknowledgement. This 100-point reputation in Europe could potentially double Qin Mian's annual salary. As such, elevated visibility significantly boosts his commercial value, attracting numerous brands eager to enlist him for endorsements and advertisements. Before the commencement of the next season, Qin Mian intends to fully utilize the 5 attribute points of freedom, aiming for a substantial enhancement of his prowess. The title awarded is the first racer in Asia. Effect: a 15 increase in all attributes for the driver in all racing competitions held on Asian tracks. Notably, this is a title, meaning it does not occupy any skill slots for Qin Mian. It serves as a permanently effective passive skill. Lastly, there is the reward of $7 million. If it is not designated as a racing fund, this sum essentially becomes an income that Qin Mian can freely allocate. After reviewing these details and mentally donning the title, Qin Mian shifted his focus to his 11 golden lottery draws. Unlike certain rituals that involve incense and bathing in preparation, Qin Mian did not even get out of bed to wash his hands or face. He simply lay in Qiu Meng's embrace, using her facial cleanser. And after several deep breaths amidst the faint fragrance of the cleanser, he initiated the long-anticipated 10 consecutive draws. Following a dazzling display of special effects, 10 items appeared before Qin Mian. 1. Gulfstream G65012. AMG 113. Golden Passive Skill, God of Racing 4. 275 square meter flat in the eastern city garden of Magic City 5. 10 years of lifespan 6. Health Potion, Rule Type 7. Skill Slot 18. Mastery in Aircraft Operation 9. Culinary Mastery 10. Golden Skill Enhancement Card. As the row of golden items materialized before him, Qin Mian was momentarily dazzled, finding it difficult to open his eyes. After a brief pause, he carefully examined the items presented by the system along with their descriptions. 1. Gulfstream G6501, a private jet. Perfectly timed, as Qin Mian had intended to purchase a second-hand aircraft for transportation after the current season. This reward from the system is akin to receiving a pillow when one is ready to slumber. However, one must admit that the system's assistance alleviates a significant burden for Qin Mian, allowing him to save a substantial expenditure. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding how the system would deliver this aircraft to him. 2. The second item, AMG 11, is a supercar developed by Mercedes-Benz, equipped with the same engine as F1 racing cars. However, to account for the engine's lifespan, the power has been reduced, yet it remains a performance beast. Hamilton possesses one, and Bottas has one as well, yet neither has received their actual vehicles, with delivery dates continually postponed. Qin Mian is aware that he will eventually acquire an AMG 1. Given his current achievements, Mercedes-Benz would undoubtedly provide him with one. However, the willingness of the manufacturer to supply the vehicle is one matter, while the specific timing of its delivery is quite another. The third skill, Golden Passive Skill, God of Cars, grants absolute control over all entities recognized as vehicles, allowing one to manipulate, perceive, and adjust them with remarkable precision. This is the skill Qin Mian has long yearned for, a permanent fusion with his vehicle, albeit at the cost of occupying a skill slot. The fourth reward is a modest yet literal offering, a residential unit in the eastern urban garden of the Magic City, measuring 275 square meters. The location is somewhat advantageous. To the north lies the Shanghai Children's Medical Center, adjacent to a hospital, with merely a street separating them from the residential complex. Cross the road to the west, and one finds a Walmart. Walk another 500 meters further west, and one arrives at the banks of the Huangpu River. As for the fifth reward, 10 additional years of life, it is even more straightforward, granting an extension of a decade to one's lifespan. Qin Mian perceives this boon as perhaps the most beneficial. Notably, the system's provision of this reward possesses a certain audacity. To his surprise and delight, this additional lifespan can be shared with others, thus allowing Qin Mian to immediately bestow 5 years upon his mother and another 5 upon Qiu Meng. As for himself, he jested, with his vitality at a robust 99. He could easily endure. Moreover, if the opportunity arises once, it shall surely present itself again. The competition is lengthy, and there will be time to accrue more. The sixth reward, Health Potion, Rule Type, is rather extraordinary. Whenever Qin Mian desires, any liquid he consumes can instantaneously transform into a health potion the moment it enters his stomach. This means that even if he were to drink from a bottle of Nyolan Mountain in front of a traffic officer, the officer would find no trace of alcohol in his system, perhaps just a hint of its scent lingering on his breath. Upon seeing this reward, Qin Mian instinctively stroked his chin, pondering the prospect of showing off his cola in front of Toto. The seventh reward is self-explanatory and shall be omitted. The eighth reward, Proficiency in Aircraft Operation, left Qin Mian baffled. As a racecar driver, what utility does this skill hold for him? While one can never possess too many skills, he found no immediate application for it. Was he to learn to seize control of an aircraft in the event of an emergency, perhaps after elbowing the pilot aside? Speaking of which, he seemed to have recently commandeered an aircraft himself. Would he now be required to pilot it? The ninth reward, Culinary Mastery, is even more abstract. In his youth, particularly during his time in F2, Qin Mian often wished he could cook. After training or competitions, upon returning to the home he shared with Qiu Meng in Maranello, he would frequently find her in an apron preparing meals. At that time, he contemplated whether he should secretly learn to cook, intending to astonish Qiu Meng with his newfound culinary skills. The fleeting thought at that moment soon dissipated, and as Qin Mian redirected his focus towards training and gaming, he ceased to ponder such matters. Subsequently, he entered F1, where he became acquainted with Leclerc and a host of other F1 drivers. As Qin Mian grew closer to Leclerc, the latter frequently visited his home during holidays, drawn by the delectable dishes prepared by Qiu Meng. Merely the allure of Qiu Meng's cooking was remarkable. If Qin Mian himself possessed culinary skills of high caliber, he believed that Leclerc would undoubtedly take advantage of this, often requesting meals from him. While Leclerc might have hesitated to impose on his friend's wife for cooking, upon discovering Qin Mian's prowess in the kitchen, it was likely that Leclerc would visit even more frequently, perhaps bringing his own ingredients. This circle of friends might also include Norris, who resided in Monaco. Therefore, even if the system truly granted Qin Mian this skill, he would hesitate to showcase it in ordinary circumstances, limiting himself to impressing Qiu Meng or his mother with a dish or two. Nevertheless, possessing such a skill is never burdensome, and additional talent could serve him well, even if he were to transition from racing to becoming a chef or pilot in the future. The final item, the Golden Skill Enhancement Card, possessed a straightforward yet impactful effect, transforming any skill into a golden quality. However, unlike the longevity extracted from the system. Qin Mian chose to reserve this skill card rather than utilizing it immediately. He understood that the card's potential was pivotal and could significantly influence the point standings of the entire season. Thus, he decided to hold on to it, awaiting the commencement of the next season to determine the most strategic application of the skill card based on the circumstances on the track. Yet, this was not the conclusion. For throughout the season, Qin Mian accumulated a total of 9 golden draws as rewards from various system tasks. After completing the King of the World mission, he received 2 additional draws, culminating in 11 opportunities. Before rising, Qin Mian engaged in one last system draw. Shortly thereafter, amidst dazzling effects, a message appeared before him, congratulating him on acquiring 10 years of longevity. Qin Mian was taken aback. Had he truly drawn this again? Without hesitation, he allocated 4 additional years to his mother, 4 to his wife, and 2 to himself. As he often remarked, as long as one lives, there is no fear. In all honesty, after adding the years, Qin Mian felt no noticeable change in his physical condition. Indeed, he felt nothing at all. However, upon confirming his acceptance of the 11 rewards, he was suddenly overwhelmed and fainted. Qin Mian had underestimated the significance of the skills mastery of aircraft piloting and culinary mastery bestowed upon him by the system. Surely, treasures drawn from the golden lottery could not be of inferior quality? The mastery of aircraft piloting encompassed all aircraft, while culinary mastery referred to every conceivable dish. It can be said that now, whenever something capable of flight is placed before Qin Mian, he need not spend time familiarizing himself with it. He can effortlessly command it to soar. According to online claims, should an F-22 be presented to him, he could indeed pilot it back to his homeland with ease. Even if cast into the void of space, he would adeptly navigate the International Space Station. However, every situation bears its own consequences, and the overwhelming influx of terrifying information rendered Qin Mian momentarily dazed. By the time he regained consciousness, midday had arrived. At this juncture, Qiu Meng was already awake. There was no opportunity to meticulously examine the sudden influx of knowledge that had caused a dull ache in his head. Once he was slightly more alert, Qin Mian retrieved his phone, intending to call Boss Zhou, having sent an invitation the previous night to meet for lunch that very morning. The latter had readily agreed. Yet, now that he had slept until noon, it would be rather impolite to contact Boss Zhou to arrange the time and place for their meeting. Despite searching for some time, Qin Mian found no trace of his phone beside his pillow. Still somewhat disoriented from just waking, he gradually realized that Qiu Meng must have taken it, likely concerned that he had not awakened to answer the call. Trusting that she would handle the situation well, Qin Mian felt no urgency. He sat on the bed, making an effort to organize the plethora of new information swirling in his mind. To be candid, he felt akin to a student who had memorized an entire classical poem. He could recite it fluently and grasp its meaning, yet his understanding remained superficial. A deeper comprehension of the author's intent and the emotions conjured by the imagery would require a future opportunity. Presently, Qin Mian found himself in a similar predicament, possessing a clear grasp of all the aeronautical and culinary knowledge that had lodged itself in his mind, and he was capable of applying it. However, to truly internalize this knowledge, he would need to engage in practical application himself. Beyond that, he sensed no peculiarities regarding his physical condition. Satisfied that his body was well, Qin Mian rose, changed his clothes, and after washing up, he ventured into the living room, only to find that Qiu Meng and his mother were absent. It was then that he spotted his phone in a prominent position on the dining table. The device rested upon a wireless charging pad, with a note tucked beneath it, presumably left by Qiu Meng. Upon picking up the phone, he noticed the battery was fully charged. After placing the phone in his pocket, he turned his attention to the note she had left for him. "I wonder why you slept so soundly, unable to be roused. You didn't even hear Boss Zhou's call. However, I've already explained on your behalf, and our meeting time has been postponed to dinner. If you read this note, please refrain from going out for lunch. My mother and I have gone grocery shopping and will return shortly. Love you." Gazing at the emoticon that Qiu Meng had drawn on the back of the note, Qin Mian, despite still feeling the pangs of guilt and anxiety from having stood up Boss Zhou, couldn't help but smile. Shaking her head, she tucked the note into her pocket, opened her phone, and scrolled through her contacts. Sure enough, there were several missed calls from Boss Zhou. Additionally, there were calls from others that had been answered, presumably handled by Qiu Meng. However, just as Qin Mian had only recently picked up her phone, the hotel room door swung open. Qiu Meng and her mother entered, accompanied by a black hotel staff member carrying a large bag. His attire made it evident he was a hotel servant. Upon entering, the man smiled and nodded at Qin Mian, then courteously placed the contents of the bag into the kitchen of Qin Mian's hotel suite before retreating. Once they were alone, Qin Mian embraced Qiu Meng amid her mother's bemused gaze and planted a fervent kiss on Qiu Meng's forehead. Her mother clucked her tongue, teasing, "At your age, you should have some shame." Qin Mian merely grinned foolishly. After the laughter subsided, Qin Mian, under Qiu Meng's curious gaze, ventured into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Qiu Meng asked, puzzled as she followed Qin Mian into the kitchen. "I want to see what ingredients you bought." "Oh, just let it be. You finally have a bit of downtime. Why not enjoy some time on your phone or watch television? No need to fuss about in the kitchen. Just wait in the living room for dinner." Qiu Meng, somewhat exasperated, shooed Qin Mian out of the kitchen. Qin Mian thought to mention her intent to experiment with her culinary skills. But given her lack of experience and the fact that she hadn't even glanced at a cookbook, it seemed implausible to suddenly whip up a gourmet meal. This was especially true in front of the two most important people in her life. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced to Qiu Meng's insistence. Though she couldn't help but mutter in dissatisfaction upon exiting, "Can I at least take a look?" Watching Qin Mian being ushered out of the kitchen, her mother remarked, "All right, enough of your antics. At 20 years old, you still act like a child. After a grueling year of competitions, let us handle the rest. You should take some time to rest." When it came to Qiu Meng, Qin Mian might still indulge in playful banter, but in front of her mother, she became more subdued. All right. However, contrary to her mother's suggestion, Qin Mian did not rest. Instead, she retrieved her phone and began returning calls to several acquaintances she had a good rapport with. Qin Mian recalled having experienced this moment when she entered F2. When she won her first F2 stage championship, when she became the F2 world champion, and again when she entered F1 and claimed her first F1 stage championship. Yet, she felt that the opportunity to experience such moments again might come much later, particularly since winning the F1 world championship was no easy feat. However, Qin Miao did not anticipate that this segment would arrive so swiftly. During the time that Qiu Meng was preparing the meal, Qin Miao was occupied with making phone calls. In truth, he was primarily returning calls, something his friends had grown accustomed to. After half an hour, Qin Miao had managed to return calls to Zhou Guanyu, Boss Zhou, Luo Xin, and several drivers he had met during his time in F2. Following lunch, Qin Miao spent another 20 minutes on the phone, and upon completing this task, he exhaled with a sense of accomplishment. This segment was finally at an end. In the afternoon, Qin Miao had other matters to attend to. He had allocated the entire afternoon for a special interview with CCTV. This was not his first encounter with CCTV. He had previously been interviewed when he was first announced as an F1 participant. However, the scale of this interview was notably different. The previous interview had involved merely a reporter and a photographer, with the backdrop chosen at random from the wall of his residence. This time, a full production crew had arrived. Moreover, the journalist responsible for interviewing Qin Miao had hinted that this interview would carry a promotional purpose. Therefore, a script had been prepared for Qin Miao, although he was free to amend his responses as he saw fit, with CCTV personnel available to provide assistance. This necessity for thorough preparation was the reason the interview consumed the entire afternoon. Ultimately, Qin Miao concluded this interview shortly after 4 o'clock. Thanks to his excellent memory, he did not require excessive time to memorize the script. After expressing their gratitude, the CCTV team extended an invitation for Qin Miao to join them for dinner. However, due to his tightly packed schedule in recent days, he politely declined the offer. The team was understanding, and before departing, several crew members sought Qin Miao's autograph and requested photographs with him. Subsequently, several individuals gifted him presents they had prepared. Qin Miao maintained a demeanor that was neither overly proactive nor dismissive, treating them with the same regard he would show to fans, without exhibiting any preferential treatment simply because they were from CCTV. Little did he know that half of the crew members were, in fact, his admirers. It is also conceivable that those who were aware of the interview opportunity eagerly volunteered, thus creating the current scene. After leaving, Qin Miao proceeded to meet Boss Zhou. At this moment, Boss Zhou had reserved a table at a local Chinese restaurant in Abu Dhabi. Upon arriving, Qin Miao simply provided his name and was led to the private room that Boss Zhou had booked. Despite wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, Qin Miao's influence in the area was such that the individual escorting him recognized him immediately. "Are you Qin Miao?" they inquired, to which Qin Miao responded with surprise, "Really? Even in this disguise, you recognized me?" The other party chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "As long as I have the time. I will watch every ranked match and official competition, so I am quite familiar with your voice. That is how I recognized you." Qin Miao raised an eyebrow. "A devoted fan, impressive." Gratefully, Qin Miao replied, "Thank you for your admiration, but I hope you can keep this under wraps. If word gets out about my presence here, it could complicate my desire to return." The other person nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at rice, then shyly asked, "Could we take a photo together?" "Of course. That is no problem." Upon encountering Boss Zhou once again, the latter's appearance bore no significant changes. In fact, for reasons unknown, he seemed more spirited than before. "Qin Miao. Ha ha ha. You rascal, truly impressive." Although Qin Miao still wore a mask and sunglasses, Boss Zhou promptly recognized him without any reproach for having stood him up earlier that morning. Instead, he began with compliments and praises, his smile radiating sincerity and joy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Miao touched his nose and said, "Uncle Zhou, I sincerely apologize. I had a bit too much to drink last night and overslept this morning." "No worries, no worries. After all, you're a world champion. The pressure during competitions must be considerable. A little extra rest to alleviate mental fatigue is beneficial," Boss Zhou reassured him. Following Qin Miao's apology, Boss Zhou showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, allowing it to fade into the past. "Oh, it's merely a world championship, nothing to fuss over." "Nothing to fuss over," he laughed. Having known Boss Zhou for some time, Qin Miao felt a degree of comfort in their conversations, free to exchange jokes without much psychological burden. If that statement reached Verstappen's ears, how would he perceive it? Boss Zhou teased. "Moreover, your statement lacks a haha at the end, which gives it a more humble tone. Right now, it feels rather boastful." "Indeed, I am boasting," Qin Miao admitted, "and since it's just the two of us here, it's unlikely to be shared." "Have you placed your order?" Boss Zhou inquired. "Yes, not much, 3 dishes and a soup. Too much would be wasteful," Qin Miao replied. He was indifferent, as this gathering was primarily about the company rather than the meal. "All right then, tell me, what does it feel like to have attained the F1 World Championship?" After Qin Miao settled down, Boss Zhou poured him a cup of tea and asked with curiosity. Accepting the teacup with both hands, Qin Miao took a gentle sip before responding, "To be honest, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer." Boss Zhou's curiosity piqued. "Oh, why is that?" "I am still in a state of overwhelming excitement. The effects of adrenaline and dopamine have yet to subside. Though I may appear calm on the surface, I have been elated the entire day," Qin Miao explained. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Boss Zhou asked. Qin Miao nodded. "Let us not even delve into what transpired on the track. Imagine a year filled with trials and tribulations, dedicated to arduous training and physical cultivation. Each day begins with the discipline of early rising and ends with the consumption of flavorless, yet nutritious meals, all of which must be endured for over 300 days. Ultimately, all the sweat, struggle, and relentless effort culminate in the achievement of becoming a world champion. The sudden release of pressure and the overwhelming sense of accomplishment is beyond what words can convey. Standing on the podium yesterday, I felt a joy so profound it could awaken one from dreams." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the dishes began to arrive. It is hard to believe that in late December, in Abu Dhabi, Qin Mian could find hairy crabs in a local Chinese restaurant. Observing Qin Mian's astonishment at the sight of the crabs, Boss Zhou explained that they were airlifted from the homeland. Though modest in size, the opportunity to savor this delicacy in a foreign land is gratifying enough. Curiously, Qin Mian inquired about the price. "Not expensive, just over $300 each," Boss Zhou replied. Qin Mian's lips twitched at the thought of a crab weighing less than a pound costing over 2,000. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? It became evident to Qin Mian that while this meal may be modest in quantity, it certainly did not come cheap. However, with Qin Mian's current financial standing, indulging in such a meal posed no psychological burden. As they dined, they engaged in conversation. Over the course of the year, Qin Mian had performed commendably in his F1 races and was well versed in the gossip and rumors surrounding the paddock. Boss Zhou, a passionate racing enthusiast himself, was eager to hear these tales. After all, his investment in Qin Mian was altruistic. Despite the significant exposure his company received through the advertisements on Qin Mian's helmet in the domestic racing community. Yet, as his business was in heavy industry. The fame among spectators and fans held little value for him. Returning to the main topic, their shared interest in paddock gossip led to an engaging dialogue that lasted over an hour as they savored their meals. To be frank, the flavors were delightful. And given Qin Mian's culinary expertise, he would rate it an 8 out of 10. This is Abu Dhabi, a hub for the wealthy, where many dishes are airlifted from the homeland to offer authentic Chinese flavors, with all seasonings sourced from there as well. Consequently, while the ingredients may have slightly missed their peak freshness, such imperfections are overshadowed by the joy of enjoying a meal so far from home. After the meal, Qin Mian had matters to attend to. That evening, there was a gathering hosted by the Mercedes team, a post-dinner entertainment event attended by several shareholders, which he was obliged to join. Had it not been for the disorienting effects of the system, Qin Mian would have been dazzling guests at that very banquet. By the way, here is something for you. As the meal neared its conclusion, Boss Zhou wiped his hands with a napkin and then retrieved a box of plastic-wrapped keys from his bag, tossing it to Qin Mian. Qin Mian answered the call with a hint of surprise, inquiring curiously, "What is it?" Upon receiving the set of keys, she weighed them in her hand, noting their unexpected heft. "Did I not mention preparing a surprise for you?" Boss Zhou remarked, gesturing towards the keys in front of Qin Mian. "This is the surprise." Taken aback, Qin Mian's lips twitched. This wouldn't happen to be a set of house keys, would it? Boss Zhou raised an eyebrow in astonishment and queried, "How did you know?" "I not only know these are keys to a house, but if I am not mistaken, they should belong to a property in Shanghai." Boss Zhou was utterly astonished. "What?" Qin Mian shrugged. "That's all I know." Boss Zhou nodded helplessly. "I had hoped to surprise you, but it seems you were already aware." "Indeed, this is a house, a gift for you. You're gifting me a house and a car." "I'm starting to question your intentions," Qin Mian quipped, yet she did not refuse, slipping the keys into her pocket. "Get lost. I'm already committed." Boss Zhou retorted with a hint of annoyance. "And you just accepted it like that? No modesty, no thanks?" Qin Mian calmly waved her hand. "Who are we to each other? There's no need for formality between us, is there?" Boss Zhou chuckled and nodded. "True." Yet, curiosity still lingered in Boss Zhou's eyes as he asked, "I'm intrigued. How did you deduce that I was giving you a house? And that it was located in Shanghai?" "First, I examined the keys. Such keys are typically associated with houses, and the packaging is only used for new doors. Furthermore, considering your meticulous nature, you would ensure that any property you gifted me would be practical. Given my profession and daily routine, a house in Shanghai would be quite fitting." Boss Zhou gazed at Qin Mian, astonished and surprised. "You possess a remarkable intellect, despite your low emotional quotient. It's no wonder you are able to maintain clarity in the extreme conditions of F1, engaging in a battle of wits with other drivers." "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Qin Mian touched her nose, bemused. She could not have deduced so intricately. Rather, it was merely a result of knowing the system had provided her with such a gift and inferring the outcome. "Interpret it as you will," Boss Zhou chuckled. "All right. I've sent the address of the house to Qiu Meng. Before returning home for the new year, you should have her handle the property transfer in Shanghai. Also, the house is under Qiu Meng's name," Boss Zhou stated as he rose, looking at Qin Mian. Qin Mian nodded. "The property in Monaco is also under Qiu Meng's name, if I recall correctly." Boss Zhou smiled broadly. After that, the two fell silent, gathered their belongings, and departed the restaurant. After bidding farewell to Boss Zhou, Qin Mian returned to her hotel, changed into a new outfit, and hurried off to attend to social obligations after handing the keys to Qiu Meng. The following day, Qin Mian remained in Abu Dhabi, even returning to the paddock once more. In the ensuing 2 days, Qin Mian is required to conduct tire testing for the next season's Pirelli tires at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. At this juncture, Qin Mian continues to utilize the tire dimensions from the current season, albeit with the tread replaced by that of the forthcoming 18-inch tires. The sole alteration pertains to the tread, leaving the tire dimensions unchanged, which will inevitably result in a driving experience that diverges from the authentic racing environment anticipated for the next season's vehicles. However, Pirelli's primary requirement is merely a substantial amount of data from on-track tire performance, rendering the suitability of the tires inconsequential to them. Given that this is a tire testing session, the paddock is notably sparse, populated primarily by team personnel and a handful of promotional staff. This results in a rather tranquil atmosphere, a welcome change from the usual frenetic energy during competitive races. The overall pace, both within and outside the paddock, has considerably slowed. Pirelli has simply requested that the teams complete a total distance of 600 kilometers over the 2-day period. It is noteworthy that the 300 kilometers completed by Hamilton were entirely driven by Bottas, who did not appear in the paddock during the tire testing. With Bottas set to transition to Alfa Romeo next season, Toto, his manager, had prematurely released him from his contract without prior notification, which left Toto with a sense of guilt. As Bottas prepares to depart, Toto has afforded him the opportunity to reacquaint himself with the racing environment, ensuring that when he joins Alfa Romeo, he will not feel out of practice after an extended absence from the cockpit. Furthermore, it is significant to mention that Bottas's animosity towards Qin Mian has completely dissipated since Qin Mian secured the World Championship title in the 2021 season. Given Qin Mian's triumph, even with Bottas's demotion, the perception among onlookers is that it reflects not a decline in Bottas's capabilities, but rather Toto's recognition of a greater talent in Qin Mian. Additionally, it has been validated that Toto's assessment was indeed accurate. Qin Mian possesses not only the ability to replace Bottas, but can also surpass Hamilton on the racetrack. Another point of interest is that the 300 kilometers of testing for Alfa Romeo has been entrusted to next season's 2 drivers. On one hand, Zhou Guanyu has merely accumulated enough points to obtain a super license, but lacks adequate driving mileage in an F1 car. Therefore, allowing him to partake in the tire testing serves the dual purpose of fulfilling the FIA's requirements for super license eligibility and enabling Zhou to familiarize himself with Alfa Romeo's vehicle. Meanwhile, the other car is being driven by Bottas. Indeed, during these 2 days, Bottas has completed a total of 600 kilometers of testing. Alfa Romeo harbors concerns that Bottas, having not participated in a race for an entire season, may struggle to adapt to the demands of F1 competition. However, after Valtteri completed 300 kilometers on the first day at Mercedes, his performance at Alfa Romeo was notably superior, averaging 0.2 seconds faster per lap than Kimi and Giovinazzi during the race phase. While this may have been influenced by the new tires or Valtteri's deeper understanding of the Yas Marina circuit's characteristics, it nonetheless reassured the higher-ups at Alfa Romeo and team principal Vasseur of Valtteri's ongoing competitive prowess. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu also brought considerable delight to Alfa Romeo. Perhaps due to frequent discussions with Qin Mian regarding racing knowledge or the motivation provided by Qin Mian, Zhou remained undeterred after officially announcing his upcoming season with Alfa Romeo. He trained diligently and competed earnestly during the tests, resulting in an average lap time that was merely 0.13 seconds slower than Valtteri's. Although this time could not rival Qin Mian's, who had just entered the paddock, it was undoubtedly an impressive achievement for a newcomer of Zhou's caliber. Finally, after 2 days, Qin Mian completed all his responsibilities within the paddock for the season. Upon the conclusion of the tests, he intended to invite several drivers with whom he had formed amicable relationships to dinner, selecting the Chinese restaurant that Zhou had previously taken him to. From the perspective of Qin Mian, a native Chinese, the cuisine was genuinely delightful, and he believed that good things should be shared with good friends. He had envisioned inviting drivers such as Leclerc, Norris, Zhou Guanyu, Gasly, and Kimi. However, unexpectedly, Russell also decided to host a dinner for everyone after the race, organizing a gathering within the driver group. Russell invited all the F1 drivers who had participated in races that season, but notably excluded Zhou Guanyu, who would only enter F1 next season. As the president of the drivers' union, Russell's initiative was beyond reproach, leaving Qin Mian with no grounds to decline. After all, if everyone else attended and he chose not to, wouldn't that seem rather antisocial? Fortunately, Qin Mian had merely entertained an idea and had not yet extended invitations to other drivers. With Russell's plan in motion, Qin Mian decided to join in on the occasion. His desire to connect with Leclerc and others stemmed solely from friendship, wishing to celebrate the season's conclusion over a meal, rather than to curry favor or elevate his status among the drivers. In the realm of F1, the notion of splitting bills was virtually non-existent. Among the 20 participants, none were lacking in funds for a meal, and thus, Russell was prepared to cover the expenses himself. Unexpectedly, the restaurant owner decided not to charge for the meal, presenting only a modest request. After the conclusion of the next season's race, Qin Mian and his team would return here for a meal, with the owner graciously offering the drivers a complimentary dining experience. This arrangement served as a subtle promotion for the drivers, a clever maneuver indeed. The drivers, however, did not decline. It was a mutually beneficial scenario, and gathering after the new year to share their experiences from the season free from any burdens, brought them joy. As this evening was merely an ordinary dinner, and with no outsiders present, everyone felt at ease while dining, engaging in light-hearted banter with their fellow drivers. To everyone's surprise, following the final race of the 2021 season, where Qin Mian claimed the Drivers' Championship from Hamilton, the two found themselves seated across from one another. Evidently, their relationship had not soured. Rather, they engaged in delightful conversation during the meal. Rosberg interjected, "Impossible, this is staged. It has to be staged." In truth, the relationship between Qin Mian and Hamilton was not as adversarial as other drivers had presumed. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton maintained a clear distinction between their on-track rivalry and off-track camaraderie. Hamilton recognized that his failure to surpass Qin Mian this season was primarily due to Qin Mian's superior consistency, as he amassed points without any errors. Much of Hamilton's focus had been diverted to Verstappen, leading him to overlook, even underestimate, his own teammate, which contributed to his unsuccessful season. Through reviewing footage of the season's races, Hamilton was aware that his speed still remained the fastest on track. He anticipated that Qin Mian might further close the gap in speed next season, yet Hamilton remained confident in reclaiming his title as the fastest driver. Consequently, he was assured that he could regain the World Championship next season, simply a year delayed, a wait he was willing to endure. With this confidence, Hamilton naturally wore no grim expression when conversing with Qin Mian. On the other hand, Qin Mian was quite straightforward. He was not one to harbor ill will towards others, despite having witnessed considerable scheming within the paddock over the past year, including some European and American celebrities knocking on his door in the dead of night for fleeting moments of camera time in F1 broadcasts. Qin Mian maintained his innocence. He believed in reciprocating sincerity with sincerity. Thus, the current scene unfolded. During the dinner, the most frequent interlocutor for Qin Mian was Leclerc, who sat beside him. They shared numerous common interests, primarily due to their proximity as neighbors and their frequent get-togethers during downtime, as both hailed from Ferrari's Youth Academy, providing ample conversation topics. They belonged to the kind of company where one can engage in conversation for an entire afternoon. After finishing their meal, the group gathered together for a photograph. With the season now concluded and no races scheduled for at least the next 2 months, everyone felt relaxed and jovial. Once the picture was taken, the meal came to a close, and everyone dispersed to pursue their own activities. Leclerc planned to head to a nightclub, eager to introduce Qin Mian to the world beyond their routine. However, Qin Mian shrugged and showed Leclerc a photo of Qiu Meng from his phone. Leclerc responded with a shrug of his own, saying, "Honestly, Qin Mian, I agree that Qiu Meng is a wonderful girl, beautiful, well-shaped, and an excellent cook. But you are falling in love far too early. Given your circumstances, you could freely indulge in the pleasures of this world. If I were to share your sentiments with Qiu Meng, do you think she might poison your food next time you visit my home?" Leclerc playfully gestured at Qin Mian. After a bit more conversation, Norris approached, suggesting, "Qin Mian, want to play some FIFA tonight?" Qin Mian felt a spark of interest, but remembered he only had one computer in his hotel room. So he curiously asked, "Is there a place to play?" "I didn't bring my console. I brought mine," Norris replied enthusiastically, watching the two excitedly hop into their car and head towards the hotel. Leclerc shook his head with a mix of amusement and resignation, realizing they were still young, with their minds solely focused on gaming. They played games at Norris's hotel until after 1 a.m., when a call from Qiu Meng summoned Qin Mian back to his own hotel. Before leaving, he glanced regretfully at the still unfinished A Way Out, lamenting that the game was quite enjoyable. Unfortunately, its lengthy storyline made it impossible for him and Norris to complete it in a short time. However, there would be plenty of opportunities ahead. After bidding farewell to Norris, Qin Mian returned to his hotel, where Qiu Meng and her mother had already packed for their return to France the next day. 3 large suitcases were stacked at the hotel entrance, ready for departure. With all matters in Abu Dhabi settled, it was time for Qin Mian to return. Moreover, the FIA 2021 season's year-end awards ceremony was scheduled for the following day, and as the F1 world champion, his presence was essential. The good news was that the ceremony would be held at the Carrousel du Louvre in Paris, meaning Qin Mian wouldn't have to travel far. He could simply return to France. The awards ceremony was set for the 16th, with a flight in the morning that would land in France by afternoon. After a quick change of clothes, he would attend the ceremony. Currently, Qin Mian had only concluded his racing-related obligations, as the next day he was to travel to Brackley, England. For the Mercedes Team's post-season debriefing. After wrapping up work with Mercedes, he would have just one day of rest before needing to return to his home country once more. His primary sponsor, Geely, required him to film a promotional video, and simultaneously, Qin Mian had numerous domestic interviews to attend. In summary, although Qin Mian had entered his winter break, the weight of his responsibilities remained considerable. It was not just Qin Mian. Qiu Meng also faced a substantial workload. Due to Qin Mian's achievements in F1, an increasing number of sponsors were recognizing his commercial value and the potential of the Chinese market he represented. Consequently, a plethora of documents awaited Qiu Meng's attention at Qin Mian's agency. The upcoming period promised to be quite demanding for both of them. After a mere night of rest, as Qin Mian rose the following morning to prepare for checkout, his phone rang. It was his work phone, and Qiu Meng answered it on his behalf. After a brief exchange, Qiu Meng looked at Qin Mian in astonishment and then handed the phone to him. Although puzzled, Qin Mian understood that Qiu Meng must have had a valid reason for transferring the call. Thus, despite his curiosity, he answered, "Hello, this is Qin Mian." "Mr. Qin, hello. I am Susan Smith, the general manager of Gulfstream Aerospace's Middle East division." "Ah, hello, Mr. Smith. May I inquire about the purpose of your call? I apologize for interrupting your schedule, but I assure you that the outcome of our conversation will be most satisfactory. Considering your current influence and personal value, our company believes that your image aligns perfectly with our brand." Upon hearing this, Qin Mian furrowed his brow. Surely, they should be contacting his agency for endorsements. So why was the call directed to him? Nonetheless, Gulfstream was a reputable company, and the representative's courteous demeanor encouraged him to remain patient for further elaboration. "Our company has decided to present you with a Gulfstream G650 as a token of our appreciation. The aircraft is currently awaiting you at Abu Dhabi International Airport." "Excuse me?" Although Qin Mian was aware that the system would eventually deliver an aircraft to him, he had never anticipated receiving it in such a manner. Gulfstream was directly sending him a plane? However, he understood this was a gift from the system, and there was no reason to decline. While Qin Mian was naive in certain respects, he was not foolish. Although it appeared that Gulfstream was bestowing upon him a plane without any cost, the company would undoubtedly reap numerous unseen benefits. At the very least, they would promote their brand globally, highlighting that the newly crowned F1 world champion chose a Gulfstream G650 for his travels. Given Qin Mian's current influence, while one could not guarantee results elsewhere, it was certain that many potential aircraft buyers in China would be inclined to consider Gulfstream due to his stature and choice. Although Gulfstream may not recover their investment directly, their reputation would certainly be enhanced. Moreover, it is inconceivable that this aircraft would remain idle in Qin Mian's possession for 2 years. As an F1 driver, Qin Mian undoubtedly spends a substantial portion of his year traversing the globe. In summary, this gift represents a mutually beneficial arrangement for Gulfstream. Indeed, this aircraft is a carefully curated present for you, and you are not required to disburse any funds. It is a voluntary offering from Gulfstream. Frankly, this is utterly astonishing. Although aware that this was inevitable, Qin Mian feigned a slight surprise. The representative, maintaining an air of courtesy, stated, "You may proceed to the airport at your convenience. The flight has been arranged for you. Simply board, and we shall promptly depart for France, ensuring you do not miss today's award ceremony." Acknowledging this as a provision from the system, Qin Mian graciously accepted the aircraft. However, on the way to the airport, upon receiving this news, both Qiu Meng and his mother wore expressions that were strikingly unified, an amalgamation of bewilderment and absurdity, ultimately tinged with a sense of pride that this was indeed expected. Upon arriving at the airport, Qin Mian naturally encountered the individual who had called him, Susan Smith. Their meeting commenced with cordial handshakes and pleasantries. Following their exchange, Susan Smith guided Qin Mian to a private tarmac, where he beheld an aircraft that mirrored the design of his customary helmet. The fuselage was predominantly adorned with red lines, with the tail's twin engines entirely painted in crimson. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were yellow, clearly inspired by the design ethos of Qin Mian's helmet. It was evident that while the aircraft's outline resembled his helmet, the intricate details were not replicated. Clearly, Gulfstream had long been prepared. Even if Qin Mian had not secured the world championship this year, it is likely that they would have still bestowed this aircraft upon him. In this chapter, titled The New Aircraft, it must be said that the initial impression of this plane on Qin Mian was quite positive. With an influx of knowledge regarding aircraft, Qin Mian instinctively assessed the plane's proportions, fuselage curvature, and paint scheme to form an initial judgment. At that moment, he subconsciously began to evaluate the aircraft from an aerodynamic perspective, considering factors such as drag coefficient, lift coefficient, the rationality of landing gear placement, engine output, and the aircraft's range to determine its quality. Nevertheless, in Qin Mian's eyes, every detail of the Gulfstream G650 was impeccably executed. Both its exterior aesthetics and internal performance provided him with an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation. Most importantly, this aircraft was a generous gift. After gaining a general understanding of the aircraft's appearance and aerodynamic configuration, Qin Mian, along with Qiu Meng and his mother, was led by Suzanne Smith for a brief tour of the aircraft that now belonged to him. "Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you to the Gulfstream G650, Smith declared, his tone infused with pride and admiration as he presented his family's aircraft. "What fills us with pride about the Gulfstream G650 is its dual Rolls-Royce BR-725 engines, which achieved a maximum speed of 0.995 Mach during testing. This indicates that, under optimal conditions, the aircraft is capable of brief supersonic flight. Furthermore, based on our assessments of the airframe's structural integrity, the Gulfstream G650 can sustain stable, extended flight at speeds of up to 1.05 Mach. Consequently, the Gulfstream G650 is currently the fastest civil aircraft in the world. Alongside its remarkable speed, the G650 boasts a maximum range of 13,000 kilometers, making it the fastest and farthest-reaching model within Gulfstream's offerings, akin to the F1 of civil aviation. Our G650 can effortlessly and swiftly transport you anywhere in the world within a 24-hour time frame, ensuring comfort and safety. The engineers have meticulously designed the cabin environment, providing a space that is longer and wider than that of the G600, accommodating up to 18 passengers simultaneously. The G650 is equipped with a kitchen and a ventilated lavatory, and the cabin pressure is highly conducive to comfort. Even at high altitudes, passengers will feel at ease. At a cruising altitude of 15,545 meters, the cabin pressure is equivalent to that at 1,487 meters, while at 12,497 meters, it corresponds to 853 meters. Given your profession, Mr. Qin, you undoubtedly understand the implications of these figures for passenger comfort. Lastly, and perhaps most proudly, the G650 is outfitted with a full kitchen and bar, as well as an array of entertainment options, including satellite phones, wireless internet, comprehensive gaming equipment, and a small gym, all tailored specifically for you. After delivering this information smoothly and without hesitation, Smith guided Qin Mian through the aircraft. The group then returned to the boarding area, where Qin Mian was introduced to the aircraft's captain and a flight attendant. The attendant was quite attractive and aligned with Asian aesthetic standards, earning a score of about 75. However, Qin Mian exhibited little emotional reaction. He is a person easily contented, and since being with Qiu Meng, he has scarcely thought of other women. Moreover, being a foreigner, she did not resonate with his XP system, leading Qin Mian to merely offer a polite greeting without even inquiring about her name. It is noteworthy that both the crew and the aircraft were a gift from Gulfstream to Qin Mian. However, unlike the complete gift of the aircraft, Gulfstream only advanced the crew's salaries for 1 year. After that, Qin Mian would be responsible for their wages. Nevertheless, this expense is inconsequential for him, as their combined salaries likely do not surpass the earnings he receives from attending a single sponsorship event. Indeed, Qin Mian felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon acquiring the aircraft, especially knowing that Gulfstream had arranged a crew for him and even extended their salaries for an additional year, which made him feel somewhat bashful. Before departing, Qin Mian even inquired with Smith whether he should promote their brand in any capacity. However, the latter graciously responded, "We are grateful for your support, Mr. Qin. Yet, you must understand that your endorsement, simply by choosing our product, serves as our most profound advertisement. We sincerely hope the flying experience of this aircraft meets your expectations." Since the offer was declined, Qin Mian had no intention of imposing an advertisement upon them. After nodding in appreciation and expressing his heartfelt thanks, the representatives took their leave. Subsequently, the captain of Qin Mian's aircraft, Michael Sanchez, communicated the flight route to France and estimated the landing time, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose. It must be said that Gulfstream truly possesses remarkable capabilities. The Emirates Airlines flight from Abu Dhabi to Paris typically spans around 5 hours, whereas the Gulfstream G650 accomplishes the journey in just over 4 hours, without necessitating any waiting on Qin Mian's part. He could arrive at the airport and immediately begin queuing on the runway as soon as the tower called for takeoff. Most importantly, throughout this process, Qin Mian had the freedom to move about the aircraft, engage in games, watch television, and even utilize a modest kitchen to address any culinary needs. After the tour concluded, Qin Mian and his companions prepared for departure. The pre-flight checks had been completed well before their arrival at the airport, and the fuel tanks were filled appropriately. It was essential to ensure that the aircraft was not overfueled, as excessive fuel could risk damaging the landing gear during descent. Thus, the aircraft was only fueled sufficiently for the journey to Paris. The only remaining task was for Qin Mian and his companions to stow their luggage. As they organized their belongings, Qin Mian suddenly recalled that Zhou Guanyu was also in Abu Dhabi. He had seen a rather melancholic post on WeChat the previous day, featuring the caption, "My life feels like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side?" accompanied by an aerial view of the Abu Dhabi racetrack. While Qin Mian was unsure about Zhou Guanyu's intended message, he had responded in the comments with a lighthearted, "Ha ha ha." Not long after, Zhou Guanyu had deleted the post. After some contemplation, Qin Mian decided to call Zhou Guanyu, not out of a desire to show off in front of his friend, but rather considering that they were both headed to France for an award ceremony, making it a convenient matter. The call connected swiftly, and Zhou Guanyu's voice echoed from the other end. "Hey, where are you?" "At the airport, preparing to head directly to France for the FIA year-end awards tonight. Do you have any plans after the ceremony?" Zhou Guanyu was aware that Qin Mian would be traveling along the same route, albeit on different flights. Hence their lack of companionship. Qin Mian could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. "No. I primarily want to ask if you are at Abu Dhabi International Airport. How long until boarding?" Zhou Guanyu responded with a hint of confusion. "Yes. And there is only this airport near Abu Dhabi. Where else could I be? Boarding is in about half an hour. What is going on?" Qin Miao's smile broke free completely. "Haha, it's nothing. Just wanted to let you know that the flight ticket has been cancelled, and you should come to the small terminal on the east side of the airport." Zhou Guanyu was aware that this terminal was designated for private jets, and many knew of Qin Miao's penchant for hitching rides on other drivers' planes. During gatherings with Leclerc had often playfully complained about how Qin Mian would take advantage of these flights, indulging in food and drink without any sense of boundaries. Of course, these remarks were more jest than criticism. Therefore, when Zhou Guanyu received a call from Qin Mian at this time, he suspected she had once again managed to hitch a ride on someone's plane. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse a flight that his friend had secured, especially since traveling with Qin Mian would never be dull. He had never contemplated declining the offer. However, as he prepared to cancel his ticket, he couldn't help but ask, "Whose plane did you hitch a ride on this time?" Qin Mian replied with a mysterious smile, "You'll find out when you arrive." After hanging up, Qin Mian addressed Captain Sanchez. "Mr. Sanchez, could you please hold on for a moment? I have a friend who needs to come over." "As you wish, sir." Taken aback by the captain's respectful demeanor, Qin Mian felt a momentary discomfort. Most people she encountered expressed the excitement and enthusiasm of fans when meeting their favorite driver. Aside from that, those she met in the paddock were staff members, who typically maintained a professional demeanor in their interactions with a driver of her caliber. Due to her profession, Qin Mian usually drove herself, rarely having a chauffeur. Even on occasions when she was too fatigued to drive, it was usually Qiu Meng or Barber who would take over, and as a result, she had seldom experienced the feeling of being treated with such deference. Thus, she found herself quite unaccustomed to it. "No need to call me sir, just call me Qin Mian." "Understood, Qin Mian." In the following moments, Qin Mian caught sight of the aircraft's instrument panel behind the captain. Glancing at it, she contemplated the functionality of all the buttons and interpreted the data displayed. A sudden urge to take control surged within her. What would it be like to fly this plane to France? Indeed, she had secretly learned to pilot, and now found herself unexpectedly in possession of her own aircraft. This was her first encounter with an aircraft's instrument panel, and it was only natural for anyone to want to experience the sensation of flying firsthand. However, Qin Mian managed to restrain the surge of impulse within him, not for any other reason, but because his beloved wife and mother were both aboard the aircraft at that moment. Even though Qin Mian possessed the confidence to pilot the plane smoothly and land it at the designated location, He prioritized safety and the well-being of the two individuals he cherished most. Thus, he suppressed his eager thoughts. The captain, perceptive of Qin Mian's gaze, smiled and inquired, "Would you like me to introduce you to the aircraft's instruments and various functionalities?" Without much hesitation, Qin Mian shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. But it is unnecessary." The captain nodded politely, "Very well. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me. The door to the cockpit of this private jet remains open." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mian took a seat on a couch within the aircraft where he could face his wife and mother. At that moment, Qiu Meng and his mother were seated together, engrossed in a television show displayed on the opposite wall. Qin Mian settled across from them. "Oh dear, you're blocking the television," his mother remarked as she reached out to nudge Qin Mian aside. A bit exasperated, Qin Mian replied, "Mom, aren't you even curious why they would generously offer me this plane? You dive straight into watching television without a thought for your son." He continued, "I'm well aware of your commercial value. Do you really think I believe you don't keep up with the news online?" His mother crossed her arms. "Moreover, I've been brushing up on my English lately. I understood your conversation with that gentleman just fine." Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Mian rubbed his nose, realizing that it was quite challenging to impress those who were closest to him. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhou Guanyu finally arrived, escorted by airport staff while carrying his luggage and sporting a backpack. Initially indifferent to the plane, which was merely a Gulfstream 650, something his family could afford, Zhou Guanyu thought little of it, as their own aircraft was still operational, negating the need for an upgrade. However, as he approached the aircraft and noticed the paint scheme closely resembled that of Qin Mian's helmet, a dawning realization struck him. Upon stepping aboard, the captain had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. "Mr. Zhou, please allow me to handle your luggage. Mr. Qin is waiting for you inside." "Thank you," Zhou Guanyu replied, handing over his suitcase, while curiously surveying the interior decor as he traversed the aisle into the main cabin. There, he found Qin Mian turning back with a knowing smile. "Am I still in time to disembark?" Zhou Guanyu asked, feeling an ominous premonition at Qin Mian's expression. "It's too late," Qin Mian chuckled. Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes and greeted Qiu Meng and Qin Mian's mother, Qiu Meng, Annie. Qiu Meng waved at Zhou Guanyu, while Qin Miao's mother smiled and nodded, saying, "Hello, Guanyu." Subsequently, Zhou Guanyu took a seat beside Qin Miao and curiously inquired, "Don't tell me you purchased this aircraft." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Miao shook his head, affirming, "Indeed, I did not buy the plane." Meanwhile, Qiu Meng cast a peculiar glance at Qin Miao, fully aware that he was about to show off. Reflecting on this, she decided to lead her mother away to explore the aircraft's kitchen. Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao paid little mind to this, and Zhou Guanyu sighed in relief, stating, "I thought for certain that this plane was yours. If it isn't, why does its exterior so closely resemble the design of your usual helmet? Could it be that the owner has a particular fondness for you, thus customizing the aircraft's appearance to match your helmet style?" Qin Miao chuckled, "Not quite. While I do have a fair number of fans, none would go as far as to travel to Abu Dhabi just to lend me their plane." "So whose plane is it then?" Zhou Guanyu pressed. "It was gifted to me," Qin Miao replied. "What?" Zhou Guanyu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, akin to a perplexed cat, as he uttered, "Huh?" Suppressing his laughter, Qin Miao shrugged. "It was a gift from Gulfstream, as they believe I embody their brand's ethos. Hence the aircraft was presented to me." "But why you?" Zhou Guanyu exclaimed, his confusion palpable. "Why does such good fortune fall upon you?" Qin Miao cleared his throat lightly and adjusted his white shirt, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Miao, the 2021 Formula One World Champion." Zhou Guanyu clicked his tongue. What a stroke of bad luck. Damn it. After a brief period of playful banter, the aircraft received a notification from the control tower, indicating it was preparing for takeoff. Qin Miao gave Zhou Guanyu a brief tour of his plane before the engines roared to life. The aircraft experienced a slight tremor, and soon the captain's voice resonated through the high-quality sound system. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take off and enter the taxiway. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts." Although this was merely a private jet, Qin Miao could have easily disregarded the captain's instructions. However, being someone with a modicum of aviation knowledge, he understood that takeoff could present various unforeseen challenges, such as turbulence, bird strikes, or sudden encounters with cyclones. Aside from bird strikes, in the face of modern aircraft's sophisticated flight control systems, turbulence and airflow disturbances are relatively minor issues. Nevertheless, Such occurrences might cause passengers to lose their balance. To prevent injuries, everyone adhered dutifully to the captain's request to remain seated with their seatbelts fastened before takeoff. In no time, the aircraft ascended gracefully into the sky as the four embarked on their journey to France. Once the aircraft entered its designated flight path, Qin Mian and his companions released their seatbelts. They were to embark on a lengthy 4-hour journey, during which the flight remained remarkably smooth. Qin Mian, accompanied by Zhou Guanyu, began to explore their new private jet. Upon reaching a room designated for entertainment, the two found themselves reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Qiu Meng and her mother indulged in the aircraft's massage chairs, enjoying the soothing experience while watching the onboard movie selection, relishing their leisure. The experience aboard a private jet was undoubtedly superior to that of a conventional commercial airliner. It wasn't until the aircraft began its descent, accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, that Qin Mian realized they had arrived in France. Zhou Guanyu, his face adorned with white paper strips, looked up in confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" "Continue." Qin Mian set down his controller, replying, "No more, we're about to land." Zhou Guanyu nodded in agreement, not objecting. Having played FIFA for nearly the entire morning, the two had devised a playful penalty system. The loser of each match had to affix a few paper strips to their face. Qin Mian bore 7 or 8 strips, while Zhou Guanyu had nearly run out of space on his face. Their persistence was largely due to the limited gaming options available on the jet's PS5. Despite the aircraft's internet connectivity, the speed was merely 3G, barely sufficient for streaming a 720p video, let alone downloading games at a painfully slow pace. Upon hearing Qin Mian's words, Zhou Guanyu swiftly removed the paper strips from his face, and together they exited the cabin. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft touched down. After gaining a better understanding of the aircraft's operational protocols, Qin Mian entrusted the captain to locate the hangar, as well as to oversee the maintenance and refueling of the plane. Qin Mian would later reimburse these expenses based on the invoices provided by the captain. Once disembarked, Qin Mian prepared to accompany his family to the FIA year-end awards ceremony, which was to be held at the Carrousel du Louvre in Paris. The FIA's reputation was notable, being able to host the awards in such a prestigious venue. However, there was a stipulation. Each invited guest could only bring one companion. Qin Mian naturally intended to bring Qiu Meng, but she declined, citing that she had already attended once, especially when Qin Mian won the F2 Drivers' Championship. When Qin Mian turned his gaze to his mother, she was even more resolute. "I won't go. I can't handle that kind of scene." Rather than witnessing her son bask in the limelight on stage, she preferred to ensure his safety and well-being. Neither of them was merely offering an excuse. They genuinely wished to abstain from attending. In truth, Qin Mian also harbored reservations about going. Perhaps it was true that those who are not of the same family do not walk the same path. However, there was no choice. As this year's F1 world champion, his presence at the ceremony was imperative. Thus, Qin Mian found himself rather perplexed, realizing that despite having brought 2 potential companions along, he was ultimately destined to attend the year-end awards ceremony alone. However, there was little he could do. His mother's decision was unyielding, even for Qin Mian. Consequently, that evening, he could only accompany Zhou Guanyu to the Louvre. This chapter concludes with the 340th FIA year-end awards ceremony, which, in essence, was a grand banquet featuring award presentations interspersed with entertainment. Upon entering the main hall, Qin Mian discovered a runway akin to a fashion show, flanked by tables on either side. A cursory glance revealed approximately 30 tables, many of which were already occupied. Although most attendees were engaged in casual conversations with familiar colleagues or friends around the exhibition hall. "What plans do we have for the evening?" Zhou Guanyu inquired before parting ways. "I don't anticipate any engagements. After the banquet, I'll probably just chat with Toto and the others before heading straight back to Monaco." Qin Mian replied thoughtfully. "I see. That's unfortunate. I was hoping you might take me along if you decided to head to the UK after the banquet," Zhou Guanyu lamented, clicking his tongue in disappointment before waving goodbye to Qin Mian and departing. Qin Mian nodded. Although the seating for F1 and F2 teams was not excessively distant, there remained 3 or 4 tables separating them, necessitating their separation. Subsequently, guided by the event staff, Qin Mian found his designated seat marked with his name. The seating arrangement at this banquet differed from those in his home country, as it was organized according to team positions. Thus, beside Qin Mian sat Toto and Hamilton. who were engaged in conversation with others upon his arrival. He also noticed Angela, Hamilton's fitness trainer, seated adjacent to him. At the same table were Vettel and Stroll, along with the team principal of Aston Martin and 2 McLaren drivers, though they had yet to arrive. Only their names and team logos adorned the table. Additionally, several team principals and drivers with amicable ties to Mercedes were situated not far from them. As Qin Mian settled in, Hamilton promptly turned his attention towards him. Observing Qin Mian's initial discomfort, he chuckled and teased, "It seems you are not quite accustomed to such grandeur." Qin Mian shook his head, replying, "Rather than navigating such circumstances, I would much prefer to race in another Grand Prix or even participate in a 24-hour endurance race in iRacing." Hamilton's smile momentarily faltered at Qin Mian's heartfelt and instinctive words, prompting him to reflect on the evolution of his own attitude towards the sport since joining F1. Choosing not to engage further, Hamilton lifted his glass of red wine and took a delicate sip. Qin Mian and Verstappen are individuals who, rather than effortlessly mingling with the crowd and engaging in various activities for profit, prefer to hone their physical abilities and refine their racing skills by spending extra laps on the simulator. Shortly thereafter, Toto, who had been out socializing, returned. Upon seeing Qin Mian, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit complete with a bow tie, Toto raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, "I didn't expect you to look quite dashing in a suit." Qin Mian glanced down at his attire, which, according to Qiu Meng, was custom-made, and adjusted the bow tie around his neck. "Dashing? I don't feel it. I just want to remove this infernal bow tie that has been constricting me all night. Yet, I fear that if I take it off, the one I tied will be askew. There's nothing I can do about that. Although you do look quite handsome today and help the team secure the World Championship, I shall not assist a man in tying his bow tie." Toto promptly asserted his stance. "No, I didn't mean for you to help me with the bow tie. I was merely venting my frustration," Qin Mian retorted. "It seems I must endure this discomfort for a while longer. Actually, you could take a stroll now and return before the banquet begins. You seem a bit out of sorts. Perhaps you could chat with some familiar drivers," Toto suggested. Qin Mian contemplated this and realized he indeed had nothing pressing to do at the moment. Moreover, it appeared that international banquets were quite different from those back home. The table before him was merely set with plates and cutlery, devoid of any food. Clearly, it would be inappropriate for him to pull out his phone to occupy himself, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Besides, he had been generously gifted a private jet by the Gulfstream company, and this news should not remain solely with Zhou Guanyu. He needed to share this delightful tidbit with other friends as well. "Perhaps you are right," he conceded, rising to survey the surroundings. His keen eyesight quickly located the Ferrari drivers and team principals gathered together. At that moment, Steiner, Vasseur, and Binotto were engaged in a lively conversation, their laughter suggesting that significant upgrades were forthcoming for Ferrari's car in the upcoming season. Qin Mian briefly scanned the trio before his gaze settled on Leclerc, who was sitting alone at the Ferrari table, engrossed in his phone. With no one beside Leclerc, Qin Mian approached and took a seat next to him. Initially, Leclerc mistook him for Binotto, as Qin Mian had occupied that very spot. "Matteo, how did you return so swiftly?" Leclerc inquired without looking up. Qin Mian paused, glancing at the nameplate in front of him before realizing he was indeed in Binotto's seat. However, he chose not to make a fuss, as this was not his primary intention in approaching Leclerc. "It's me," he replied. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Leclerc turned his head and, upon recognizing Qin Mian, said, "Why did you sit down without a word? I thought Binotto had arrived. Who do you think we are to each other?" After Qin Mian casually tossed out a remark, he seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "By the way, what model is your airplane? Is that what you came all the way here to ask?" Although Leclerc was somewhat puzzled, he nonetheless replied, "Bombardier Challenger 350. Why do you ask? Do you want to hitch a ride?" "Ugh." Qin Mian expressed his dissatisfaction with a click of his tongue. "In your eyes, am I only capable of mooching off your plane?" Leclerc shot him a sidelong glance, nodding after putting his phone away. "Yes." "Damn it." Qin Mian cursed under his breath. "Wasn't I just hitching a ride because it was convenient? If it weren't convenient, I wouldn't have bothered. Most people wouldn't even have the chance to ask me for a ride, so you should be grateful." Leclerc crossed his arms, regarding Qin Mian with an expression that clearly conveyed, "I'm just waiting to see you squirm." "Forget it, let us not dwell on that. Shall we return to Monaco together after the banquet?" Leclerc displayed a knowing expression, clearly confirming that Qin Mian indeed sought to ride on his aircraft. However, Leclerc did not acquiesce. Instead, he shook his head, stating, It might not be convenient for me. I have matters to attend to here in Paris, and it will take some time before I can return to Monaco. Qin Mian was taken aback. Why was this guy deviating from the norm? Shouldn't he have simply agreed? Then Leclerc could have casually mentioned that he wouldn't be using Qin Mian's plane this time, instead opting for his own. You're completely off script. Yet, since Leclerc had chosen not to adhere to the expected course, Qin Mian decided to drop the pretense. How did you know that Gulfstream sent me a Gulfstream G650? Leclerc, mirroring Zhou Guanyu's expressions and gestures, exhibited a look of confusion that was strikingly similar. At that moment, Leclerc fully conveyed his astonishment and bewilderment. Qin Mian found himself regretting that he was not one of those camera-faced beings from short videos. If he were, he could record the scene unfolding before him. However, unlike Zhou Guanyu's inquiries, after a moment of surprise, Leclerc nodded and remarked, if it's Gulfstream, they could indeed send you a plane directly. After all, your reputation in Europe and Asia is quite high, especially in your home country. I've seen many people on Twitter saying that in your nation, you are practically regarded as a national hero. You are indeed a household name. Qin Mian rubbed his nose and humbly replied, I'm just moderately popular back home. And your standing in your country is quite significant as well. I doubt there is a Monaco resident who doesn't recognize you. In reality, China is a place that values victory above all. As long as one achieves success abroad, their popularity and recognition in China will grow exponentially. Initially, when Qin Mian entered F2, only a scant few in China were aware of him. However, after his first victory in F2, that number began to skyrocket. Yet, as Qin Mian continued to win in F2, the rate of new viewers becoming acquainted with him gradually slowed. After all, the audience interested in F2 and racing is ultimately limited, and as the F2 season progressed, the influx of new fans for Qin Mian became increasingly constrained. When Qin Mian ultimately secured the F2 World Championship, it is estimated that merely 1 in 1,000 people in China had heard of his name. However, as Qin Mian transitioned into F1 and clinched his first victory at an F1 Grand Prix, his fanbase began to experience an exponential surge. After his inaugural F1 race, the exact increase in his followers remains uncertain, yet the viewership of F1 in the Asia-Pacific region soared by 70. Following his first Grand Prix triumph, the F1 viewership skyrocketed by an astonishing 40, even after a full season had already saturated the audience. Such a rate of growth can only be described as phenomenal. Now that Qin Mian has attained the title of F1 World Champion, he dominated a 10-minute segment on the evening news that very night. It is significant to note that this was the prime news broadcast. And for Qin Mian to occupy such a substantial amount of airtime implies that nearly half of the Chinese population is now familiar with his name. Thus, his remarks before Leclerc were indeed excessively modest. Leclerc rolled his eyes, retorting, how many people live in Monaco? And how many in your country? Do you honestly believe I would buy into your words? In a candid moment, Qin Mian admitted, indeed, I have come to boast. Just tell me, are you envious that I have my own jet courtesy of Gulfstream? Leclerc, visibly unimpressed, replied, I find your presence here rather irksome. Qin Mian, satisfied, smiled and said, well, I have conveyed what is important, and it is time for me to take my leave. With that, he rose to depart, while Leclerc shook his head in resignation, thinking, what a bothersome friend, coming here just to show off and annoyingly succeeding at it. Undeniably, Leclerc harbored a hint of envy, pondering why no one had offered him a private jet. Although the maintenance costs of such an aircraft are considerable, Leclerc could certainly afford it. He simply could not justify the purchase. After his conversation with Leclerc, as Qin Mian made his way back to his seat, Binotto had concluded discussions with the other two team principals and, upon seeing Qin Mian, paused in surprise before approaching him with a smile. Qin Mian, I regret not congratulating you earlier in the paddock, but it is never too late to say it. Congratulations on becoming the world champion. Qin Mian shook Binotto's hand and expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Mattia. I had a feeling you would witness this day during my time in F2. Binotto's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he continued. I had envisioned you achieving this while driving for Ferrari. Feeling a bit awkward. Qin Mian had learned a thing or two about social niceties over the past year. He quickly placed a reassuring hand on Binotto's shoulder, saying, do not worry. Sainz is quite capable, isn't he? This season, he has bested Leclerc several times, which demonstrates his potential. All he requires is a faster car. Hey, if you're here to comfort someone, do it properly. Why bring me into this? Leclerc exclaimed, expressing his dissatisfaction after hearing the exchange between Qin Mian and Binotto. His remark dissipated the somewhat somber atmosphere between Qin Mian and Binotto, prompting them to share a light-hearted smile. After releasing their hands, Binotto spoke. "Good luck for the next season. I hope Mercedes can adapt to the ground effect cars of 2022. And I also hope your car's speed is sufficiently swift next season. I've had enough of battling with Red Bull and am ready for a change of pace. Indeed, Verstappen is not a suitable opponent for a protracted struggle. And this holds true for anyone." Binotto chuckled as he made this remark, eliciting a shared laugh from Qin Mian. "All right, the gala is about to commence. I must take my leave. Farewell." After putting on a show in front of Leclerc and reminiscing with Binotto, Qin Mian returned to his seat. At that moment, the other drivers who had stepped out for a chat were also returning. Once seated, Qin Mian did not forget to greet them. Being colleagues, there was naturally no difficulty in finding common ground at this moment, and they engaged in light conversation before the award ceremony commenced. Soon, as the staff announced the beginning of the ceremony, the lights dimmed gradually, and the chatter subsided until the venue fell silent. Once the lighting reached a certain level of darkness, a promotional video prepared by the FIA began to play on the screen at the back of the stage, showcasing clips from all FIA-sanctioned events, including footage of drivers celebrating their victories after races, and even some early competition scenes from the FIA's inception. Although Qin Mian had already become an F1 world champion, he was still a novice in the realm of racing. Thus, he found himself engrossed in the viewing experience. As the video neared its conclusion, the lights brightened, and a young child entered the venue driving a miniature car, making his way to the center of the award ceremony. Amidst the music, FIA President Jean Todt made his entrance to personally secure the child's helmet. Following the host's opening remarks, the FIA award ceremony officially began. It was at this moment that Qin Mian noticed the food placed on the table before him. Upon his return, he had been too engrossed in conversation to pay attention. However, the portions were modest: a small steak the size of a palm, a glass of red wine, and some caviar-topped salmon. Qin Mian had no particular aversions to food. After moving the wine glass a bit further away, he began to enjoy the steak, followed by the salmon. The flow of this award ceremony was reminiscent of previous ones. Major awards would not be given out initially, allowing Qin Mian to focus primarily on his meal. However, as he was eating, he suddenly felt Hamilton's elbow nudge him gently. Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback, chewing on the salmon in his mouth while glancing at Hamilton. He noticed Hamilton gesturing toward the large screen in the venue. Turning his head, Qin Mian saw a close-up of himself eating projected on the big screen. For a fleeting moment, he felt embarrassed, but he quickly composed himself, raised his thumb to the camera, and pointed to the food on his plate, conveying the sentiment that it was truly delicious. Laughter ensued, as everyone was attending an awards ceremony, yet Qin Mian alone was unabashedly showing off, even caught in the act. Isn't it customary not to eat at such banquets? Moreover, drivers seem to have stringent dietary requirements. That may be true for others, but I heard that during F2, Qin Mian attended every gathering, indulging in fried chicken and cola, clearly showing a lack of dietary restraint. Isn't he concerned about gaining weight? I'm not sure, but thus far, the Mercedes team has not indicated that Qin Mian's weight has hindered his training or affected the car's speed. Look at how hungry this kid is. Poor Senshui, hurry back to your homeland. Come to my house, and I'll ensure you are well fed. To the person above, your abacus beads just hit me in the face. Due to Qin Mian's influence, numerous video platforms in the country recognized the impact of F1 after his arrival and promptly began negotiations with the FIA. The FIA, in turn, aspired to penetrate the Chinese market akin to the NBA, yet the barriers to entry in motorsport remained rather elevated, resulting in minimal progress within China. Qin Mian's emergence presented the FIA with a golden opportunity. Thus, when faced with offers from domestic platforms, the FIA essentially decided not to charge for F1 broadcasting rights, prioritizing the opening of the Chinese market instead. Consequently, many domestic platforms now offered broadcasts of F1 races, including the FIA awards ceremony. In summary, once the camera had finished capturing Qin Mian's thumbs-up gesture, it reverted to the host. From that moment on, Qin Mian dared not lose focus again. Being photographed eating while other drivers ascended the stage for their awards could have been excused as simply forgetting dinner due to hunger, but if he were caught indulging again, it would become indefensible. Initially, The awards presented were not for any major accolades, but rather to invite some junior drivers responsible for delivering trophies to the stage. These young individuals were indeed drivers, and their presence was primarily to facilitate the trophy delivery for other FIA event champions, signifying a sense of legacy. Today, they were bestowing awards, while in the future, it would be others honoring them. This served as motivation for them. Following this, the formal award presentation commenced, beginning with the rally drivers. Over 20 drivers from 15 rally categories took to the stage, each proudly holding their trophies. After the segment, Qin Mian had already settled into a position with his arms crossed, gazing at the stage, yet his eyes had grown distant and unfocused. Consequently, he missed the majority of the award presentation for the lower-tier formula races. It wasn't until the F2 segment that he regained his composure. During this segment, Zhou Guanyu and the team leader of Virtuosi Racing ascended the stage to receive their accolades. Subsequently, the host conducted a brief interview with Zhou Guanyu, inquiring about his aspirations as he prepares to enter F1 next season. Zhou Guanyu's response was rather formulaic and exceedingly simplistic. Seated in the audience, Qin Mian perceived this as merely a script that the FIA had advised Zhou Guanyu to memorize prior to his appearance, which he then recited verbatim on stage. After all, this award ceremony was time-sensitive, with each segment allocated a specific duration. Soon enough, Zhou Guanyu's award presentation concluded, and Qin Mian was summoned by the FIA staff. Qin Mian also had a task at hand. As the F1 World Champion, he was to present the award to the World Champion of the lowest-tier karting event. The act of a distinguished Formula Racing World Champion bestowing an award upon the champion of a grassroots karting competition signifies a beautiful legacy. Thus, Qin Mian accompanied the FIA staff to the backstage area. Fortunately, following the F2 award segment, there was a unicycle performance, granting Qin Mian ample time. Once he arrived backstage, the FIA staff promptly briefed him on the forthcoming procedures. After listening attentively, Qin Mian nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he had memorized the details. And then it was time for the award presentation. Chapter End 341. World champion Qin Mian was acutely aware that he had garnered a modicum of fame, both domestically and internationally. After all, being an F1 world champion does carry some weight. The opportunity for him, as an F1 world champion, to present an award to this young karting driver serves as a potent source of inspiration. Moreover, Qin Mian found this experience quite intriguing, and he certainly had no reason to decline. However, the karting driver was unaware that Qin Mian would be the one presenting the award. So, when it came time for the presentation, the female host guided the young driver, asking, "Who would you like to come up and present your award? Perhaps a world champion you admire?" Given such prompting, the young driver hesitated, glancing at the host before tentatively inquiring, "Qin Mian?" The host smiled and asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes," he replied. "All right, then let us welcome the Formula One world champion, Qin Mian." Amidst the jubilant cheers of the audience, Qin Mian emerged from backstage with a smile. Upon seeing that it was truly Qin Mian presenting his award, the young driver's eyes sparkled with delight. In the eyes of this young driver, and indeed many lower-tier formula racers, Qin Mian's achievements in F1 were perceived as rather ordinary, for there have been others who have attained similar feats. The admiration that numerous lower-tier formula racing drivers hold for Qin Mian during this period is primarily rooted in his remarkable domination and trophy monopolization in F2 that year. Being fellow competitors in lower-tier formula racing, they are acutely aware of the challenges posed by these vehicles. Thus, they recognize the immense difficulty Qin Mian overcame to achieve such a feat. The scene of a youthful individual, barely 20 and on the cusp of 21, offering encouragement to an 11-year-old child appears somewhat absurd. However, the merit of Qin Mian's encouragement is beyond question, for he is the reigning world champion of F1 this year. His triumph over the 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton is a testament to his unparalleled achievement. Following the award ceremony, Qin Mian naturally returned to his seat, only to find himself lost in thought as the awards for WEC, Formula E, and the Le Mans events were presented. Subsequently, the ceremony for the 2021 Person of the Year commenced. Notably, among the 10 nominees, 7 were F1 drivers: Alonso, Hamilton, Norris, Qin Mian, Kimi, Verstappen, and Vettel. There was also Jean Todt, who, by strict definition, is considered an F1 professional. Ultimately, the award was conferred upon Lewis Hamilton. The customary process of Hamilton ascending the stage to accept his accolade ensued, followed by his acceptance speech. Afterward, the venerable Hamilton descended with a grand trophy in hand. At this moment, Qin Mian refrained from unnecessary words and simply offered his congratulations. Hamilton, gazing at the trophy before him, sighed, stating it was merely a consolation prize. Given his performance this season, he would have received this award even if he had finished second. Qin Mian was taken aback. Was it possible for the FIA awards to be distributed in such a manner? With this thought, he silently wished that he would never attain such an accolade, hoping instead that it would perpetually be bestowed upon his teammates. Next came the WRC award segment, which was followed by the ceremonial farewell for FIA President Jean Todt. Indeed, after the conclusion of the 2021 season, Todt, having surpassed the age of 75, announced his resignation from the FIA presidency. Upon reaching this segment, even Qin Mian, who had been somewhat disengaged, adjusted his posture and tidied his attire, adopting a demeanor of solemnity and seriousness. Although Qin Mian's interactions with Todt had not been extensive, he had developed a certain familiarity with the man. Upon their first meeting, Todt had delivered a precise self-introduction in Mandarin, leaving a lasting impression and significantly enhancing Qin Mian's regard for him. In subsequent driver meetings held before major races, Todt consistently made it a point to personally address the drivers, elucidating vital details and restrictions pertaining to the upcoming competition. Even when the other party had work to attend to and could not convene a meeting with the drivers, at least once during a Grand Prix, Todt would make it a point to meet with the drivers for a brief exchange. Qin Mian held a significant respect for this venerable figure. Beside him, Toto and Hamilton wore solemn expressions, their eyes brimming with a palpable sense of loss for the elder statesman. As the proceedings unfolded, F1 CEO Dominically took the stage, exchanged a few words, and then presented Todt with a carefully prepared gift. When the curtain was drawn back, it revealed the helmets of the 20 drivers participating in this year's F1 races, Qin Mian's helmet naturally included. These helmets were not merely ceremonial. They had been worn during the races, thus carrying considerable significance. Most drivers had inscribed their names on the visors of their helmets, while Qin Mian elegantly penned the phrase "Happy Retirement" in a meticulously practiced script. Upon seeing this, Todt was understandably moved, his emotions a complex tapestry. Subsequently, the FIA also bestowed upon Todt a gift, a helmet similar to those commonly used by FIA personnel during races, adorned with the signatures of all FIA event-related world champions, including Qin Mian's. Given the significance of F1 to the FIA, Qin Mian's name was, at the request of FIA staff, inscribed at the very top of the helmet, directly above the FIA logo, marking it as the most conspicuous spot on the helmet. After Todt delivered a heartfelt farewell speech, the award ceremony approached its conclusion. Amidst the applause, all present invited Todt off the stage, and the presentation of the F1 awards commenced. Prior to this segment, Qin Mian adjusted his attire and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, ensuring no remnants of his earlier meal lingered on his face. The large screen then began to showcase highlights from this year's 22 Grand Prix races, featuring Hamilton and Verstappen's 51G collision, the fierce battle between Qin Mian and Verstappen in the inaugural race in Bahrain, and Toto's frustration leading to the smashing of his headphones, among other moments. The montage culminated in the final race, where Qin Mian crossed the finish line in second place, met with jubilant cheers and celebrations from the entire Mercedes team, followed by footage of his own celebratory moments after parking his car. The scene then returned to the present. The female host remarked, "What a splendid season, what magnificent battles. Now, we shall present the award for third place in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Please welcome Max Verstappen." Instantly, the venue erupted with cheers and applause as the elegantly attired Verstappen ascended the stage. He then received the small trophy designated for third place from the award presenter. It is worth noting that F1 indeed holds a prestigious standing. Unlike other FIA events where only the champion is typically recognized, in F1, even the second and third place finishers are honored with trophies. However, Verstappen did not have the opportunity to deliver an acceptance speech after receiving his trophy. He simply exited the stage with it in hand. Given Verstappen's stringent self-expectations, even if there were an opportunity for an interview, he likely would have refrained from saying much. Following him was Hamilton, who similarly did not partake in an interview and left the stage after collecting his trophy. Next, we move on to the presentation of the FIA Formula One World Championship Constructors Award. Please welcome F1 CEO, Dominicali, back to the stage. Upon his arrival, the male host announced, "Let us extend a warm welcome to James Allison, the Chief Technical Officer of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team, the Constructors' Champion." Indeed, although Toto was present today, he, as in previous occasions, chose to allow his team members to revel in this honor. Unlike the second and third place teams, the first place constructor is afforded the opportunity for an interview during the award ceremony. However, the broadcast director mischievously directed the camera towards Horner seated in the audience multiple times while Allison was responding to questions. This season, Red Bull Racing posed a tangible threat to Mercedes, as evidenced by Verstappen's performance, which kept him in contention for the Drivers' Championship until the very last race. Nonetheless, not everyone possesses Verstappen's caliber. The upgrade path and design philosophy of Red Bull's car this season precluded them from balancing the needs of both drivers as Mercedes did. Nevertheless, Horner maintained remarkable composure throughout, wearing a constant smile. Once Allison concluded his interview and departed the stage, the host invited Todd back onto the stage. Now, we arrive at the highlight of today's award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a truly gifted driver, radiant like the sun and dazzling like a star. This is merely his first season in the Formula One family, yet in just the inaugural year of his career, he has set numerous historical records. His formidable stability and exceptional tire management are his hallmarks, while his defensive prowess, uncharacteristic for his age, remains a key factor in his competitiveness on the overall points leaderboard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding the 2021 FIA Formula One World Championship World Champion, Qin Mian, with the warmest of ovations. Instantly, the audience rose to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause. Qin Mian, upon the host's words, stood up with a smile and made his way to the podium. Throughout his ascent, the applause from the crowd did not wane. Once he reached the stage, many in the audience rose from their seats, gathering around the podium, holding up their phones and cameras to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Todd stood nearby, holding the trophy belonging to Qin Mian and smiling at him. Upon reaching the center of the stage, amidst the thunderous applause and the gaze of countless onlookers, Qin Mian cradled the somewhat weighty championship trophy handed to him by Toto with the utmost care, as if he were holding an infant. The two then shared a gentle embrace. Only then did Qin Mian grasp his trophy with both hands, cherishing it dearly. "Well done, my child. Your talent in the realm of F1 is unparalleled, and I am thrilled to witness the emergence of such an extraordinary driver before my retirement," Toto remarked earnestly while patting Qin Mian on the shoulder after he accepted the trophy. Qin Mian nodded. "Thank you for your kind words, but I feel it is merely a stroke of luck. I also hope you will appreciate the helmet we gifted you. Undoubtedly, it is the finest present I have ever received, second only to my beloved, and I shall treasure it forever. Now, relish the fruits of your victory," Toto concluded, stepping back and ceding the stage to Qin Mian. "Thank you," Qin Mian acknowledged with a nod to Toto, then shifted his gaze from Toto to the trophy in his hands. The F1 World Championship trophy is predominantly cylindrical, adorned with a spiraling line that ascends, each segment of which signifies a chapter in F1 history. Interspersed along the trophy are the signatures of various F1 world champions, and at the pinnacle of the trophy, inscribed in elegant script, is Qin Mian's name. 2021 season, Qin Mian. As he rotated the trophy in his hands and beheld his name, Qin Mian instinctively tightened his grip on the trophy. He then lifted it high, savoring the resounding cheers of the audience. Accepting the microphone from a staff member, the host commenced the interview with Qin Mian. "Qin Mian, congratulations on becoming the world champion of the Formula One World Championship. How do you feel, especially after a few days have passed since the final Grand Prix?" "To be honest, I still find it hard to believe. Even when I sit on my bed in the morning, I can't help but ponder how I have become a world champion," Qin Mian replied, bringing the microphone closer. "But upon reflection, it feels wonderful. I have realized my dream, and the sensation is indescribably exquisite. We all know that you are now the youngest F1 world champion in history, at the age of 20 years and 285 days. This is a record that stands unparalleled. Do you think anyone will ever surpass it?" Qin Mian contemplated for a moment. "In our country, there is a saying, there are always people beyond the horizon, and skies beyond the skies. This implies that there will always be individuals in this world who are stronger and more gifted than oneself. Although I hope my record remains unbroken, I am aware that the day will inevitably come. Nonetheless, I wish for its arrival to be postponed as long as possible. Certainly, should he truly appear, I would not feel disheartened, for his presence would signify the emergence of a competitor even more formidable than myself. I eagerly anticipate his performance on the track and look forward to the opportunity to engage with him. Yet, for the time being, I remain the custodian of this record. Prior to the commencement of the final race, we were all aware of your 10-position penalty. Did you ever worry that you might ultimately fail to secure the World Championship? Indeed, I did harbor such concerns, and they weighed heavily upon me. After all, anything can transpire in the realm of Formula One. All I could do at that moment was strive to perform to the best of my abilities and avoid entanglements as much as possible. Both my track engineer and my technician advised me before the race to prioritize stability. The fact that I stand here now indicates I have succeeded in that endeavor. Although it is somewhat regrettable not to have clinched victory in the final race, I take solace in finishing in second place. Qin Mian, you ascended from F2 to F1 in just 2 years. Do you believe your path can be replicated? As I mentioned earlier, there will always be individuals stronger than myself. While I recognize that emulating my achievements may be challenging, it is indeed possible. During the interview, Qin Mian could have expressed a multitude of sentiments, such as gratitude for the guidance he received from others and the unwavering support and encouragement from his family. However, in that moment, Qin Mian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he inadvertently overlooked these acknowledgments. The calm demeanor he now exhibits is merely a reflection of the emotional management he has honed over the past year, instinctively concealing his innermost feelings. As the interview reaches its conclusion, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Qin Mian for his hard work and dedication over the past year. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again offer our warmest applause for the world champion of the 2021 Formula One World Championship, Qin Mian. Amidst the applause and cheers, this year's FIA awards ceremony draws to a close. The host expressed gratitude to the attendees and extended best wishes to all FIA event champions before concluding the ceremony. However, the banquet is just beginning. There will be performances and servers presenting dishes, though the subsequent scenes will not be shared. Following his descent with the trophy he rightfully earned, Qin Mian was quickly enveloped by a crowd. Acquaintances and strangers alike offered their congratulations, and he graciously reciprocated their kindness until he arrived at his designated seat. Once seated, Qin Mian naturally handed the trophy to Toto, asking, "Would you like to hold it?" Toto was momentarily taken aback by Qin Mian's gesture, as it is customary for first-time F1 world champions to treasure their championship trophy, rarely allowing anyone else to hold it, regardless of the trust they may have in others. However, Toto did not refuse Qin Mian. He accepted the trophy handed to him with both hands, and soon found Qin Mian's name engraved upon it. To be frank, when I invited you to Mercedes, I never expected to see your name on an F1 championship trophy so soon. Qin Mian smiled and replied, "Does this not demonstrate your discerning eye?" Toto chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. Instead, he gazed at the trophy in his hands and remarked, "I had anticipated that this year's championship trophy would be heavier." Of course, despite his words, Toto refrained from weighing the trophy in his hands. He understood the significance of this trophy for Qin Mian. The fact that Qin Mian willingly presented it to him indicated that he held a certain esteem in Qin Mian's eyes. However, he also recognized that he should not engage in any inappropriate actions. After a moment, Toto returned the trophy to Qin Mian, who carefully cradled it in his arms, unwilling to let it go, even if it crumpled his suit. Toto smiled at Qin Mian's actions before turning his gaze to Hamilton, who, although not directly looking at Qin Mian, was clearly casting glances in this direction. It was evident that Hamilton also wished to see his name once again gracing the trophy. In truth, prior to the FIA award ceremony, Toto had thought that Hamilton would not attend. After all, it would be difficult for the 7-time champion to face the reality of losing to a rookie, which might lead others to unconsciously perceive Hamilton as past his prime, unable to outpace a fledgling teammate. Yet, Hamilton surprised Toto by showing up, which was truly unexpected. Once the internal gathering commenced, Toto sought out Hamilton, feeling a desire to comfort him, given that he had fallen to his teammate. As someone who had worked alongside Hamilton for so long, it was only right to offer a few words of solace. Additionally, Toto was curious about why Hamilton chose to attend the event. Thus, he approached Hamilton, who was quietly sipping his drink. "Boss," Hamilton called out upon seeing Toto. "Good evening, Lewis. Toto greeted him in return. I honestly thought you wouldn't come. So seeing me here surprised you? A bit, indeed. Hamilton took a sip of his red wine and then glanced at Qin Mian, who was proudly flaunting his F1 World Championship trophy to Leclerc and Norris. In truth, I don't feel defeated this season. Oh, Toto's interest was piqued. I believe I am no less capable than Qin Mian. In fact, I feel that, just as at the beginning of the season, I am still stronger than him. Hamilton asserted. I am confident that, at least for the next 2 years, my performance will not decline. Therefore, I believe that next season, I have a real chance of reclaiming victory. As Toto spoke, he noticed an indomitable spirit reflected in Hamilton's eyes, a sight difficult to envisage in a 36-year-old on the cusp of middle age. However, upon witnessing this, Toto smiled, expressing his delight that Hamilton had not lost his confidence following a setback. While he did not wish to see any overly aggressive confrontation between Hamilton and Qin Mian on the track, he genuinely hoped that both would exhibit speed and engage in healthy competition. Hamilton nodded in agreement, stating that his presence was motivated by a desire to witness Qin Mian receive his award, to once again experience the sensation of being a contender who fell short. At the very least, he was determined not to find himself in the audience next season. Toto expressed his happiness at Hamilton's perspective, assuring him that the team would strive to provide both drivers with a sufficiently competitive car. Thank you, boss, Hamilton replied. I wish you an enjoyable evening. I see Steiner beckoning me. Farewell then, Toto replied, concluding the chapter. Qin Mian did not linger long at the FIA gala. After bidding farewell to Toto and his companions at 9 o'clock, he received assistance from FIA staff to place his World Championship trophy into a leather case specifically designed for trophy preservation. He then proceeded to the airport with the case in hand. At that moment, Qin Mian fully appreciated the advantages of having a private jet, concluding work and being able to fly directly to his desired destination without delay. Meanwhile, his mother and wife had already explored Paris, not indulging in any fashionable luxuries, but simply enjoying the sights. By the time Qin Mian returned, they had already boarded the plane. After all, he had previously mentioned that he would head straight back to Monaco following the FIA awards ceremony. The aircraft was spacious enough that both his mother and wife felt comfortable, and even his wife, Qiu Meng, could manage some business affairs on Qin Mian's laptop. However, upon entering the plane, Qin Mian was greeted by a familiar aroma wafting through the cabin, his mother's cooking, a scent deeply etched in his memory since childhood. Albeit now faint. As he stepped aboard, the sole flight attendant welcomed him at the entrance, saying, Mr. Qin Mian, welcome aboard. Good evening. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mian inquired, when can we depart? If you wish, the captain can contact the control tower to prepare for takeoff right now. Then let's proceed, he replied. Very well. This flight is departing from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, with a destination of Nice-Côte d'Azur Airport, and the estimated flight duration is 2 hours. Due to Monaco's limited space, it lacked a large airport, only featuring a helicopter pad. The good news was that Nice-Côte d'Azur Airport was a mere 10 kilometers away, making it customary for Qin Mian to fly there and then drive home. Thank you for your efforts, he added appreciatively. As Qin Mian nodded, lifting his trophy onto the airplane, he expressed his gratitude with a gesture towards his companion. I am honored. Have you returned? Upon seeing Qin Mian, Qiu Meng, who was enjoying tea with her mother, waved at him. Are you hungry? His mother inquired. I saw you eating during the live broadcast, and it seemed there wasn't much food on the table. Qiu Meng specifically heated some dishes for you. They're in the microwave. Qin Mian felt a warmth in his heart. This is what family means. If it were those few from Zhou Guanyu's circle, they would likely tease him mercilessly about eating during the broadcast, but only family would genuinely worry about whether he was hungry. However, Qin Mian shook his head and replied, Actually, I'm fine. I ate quite a bit during the latter part of the banquet, so I'm not really hungry. By the way, where did you get this tea set? It's from the airplane. I just found it while rummaging through my things. By the way, where's Xiao Zhou? His mother asked. As Qin Mian removed his suit jacket, he explained, he lives in London. While it was convenient for us to come to France, returning to Monaco isn't on the way. At that moment, Qiu Meng handed a cup of tea to Qin Mian, just as he was about to take a sip. His mother extended her hand towards him, saying, Where's the championship trophy? Show it to me. Before Qin Mian could even touch the teacup, he reluctantly stood up and went to retrieve the trophy from its box. After taking it out, he placed it before the two women, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. If Qin Mian had felt a bit nervous when presenting the trophy to Toto, its significance began to diminish in the presence of these two women. After all, he had heard that this trophy was made of titanium alloy or some similar material, rendering it practically unbreakable. Soon, the airplane ascended, heading towards Nice. Qin Mian slipped off his suit jacket and reclined into the zero-gravity chair. When he finally returned to his home in Monaco, it was already 11:30 at night. After placing his luggage, Qiu Meng went to prepare the bed for their mother, while Qin Mian lifted the dust covers from the sofas and furniture in the living room. Once he had neatly stored away the dust covers, he picked up the F1 World Championship trophy, now smudged with the fingerprints of Qiu Meng and his mother. Seeing those fingerprints, Qin Mian couldn't help but smile wryly, and then he carried the trophy into his trophy display room. Although his home lacked specialized tools for cleaning trophies, he had cloths and water mint for wiping computer screens. However, wary of any potential corrosive properties in the water, he meticulously wiped the trophy with the cloth. Once he was certain it was spotless, he carefully placed it into the designated space he had long prepared. Gazing at the newly filled gap, Qin Mian suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if a void had been filled. I am truly remarkable. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, Qin Mian took out his phone and snapped a photo of his trophy wall, promptly sharing it in a small group chat with Zhou Guanyu, himself, Leclerc, and Norris. Zhihai, the young lord. Picture. Do you see how impressive I am? Shanghai Tiger. It's just average. Not wanting to be fourth. TSK, quite ordinary. Norris. Tisk, quite ordinary. Shanghai Tiger. Tisk, quite ordinary. Zhihai, the young lord. Humph, a bunch of insincere individuals. I dare wager that you are all enviously fidgeting, wishing to take my place. Not wanting to be fourth. You're overthinking it. Shanghai Tiger. 1 Norris. 1 Zhihai, the young lord. You three are just putting on a brave front, after you're gone. The only thing left will be your mouths, still proclaiming, it's not hot while resting in your ashes. Unable to continue boasting in front of friends dulled the experience somewhat. Qin Mian began to contemplate when to invite these individuals over to admire his trophy wall and the new F1 World Championship trophy, while shutting his phone. At that moment, Qin Mian felt a rare wave of drowsiness wash over him. It could be said that attending a banquet drained him as much as an F1 race. After all, he had to maintain his composure throughout, especially in that so-called custom-tailored suit, which was less than comfortable. Hence, Qin Mian had no other plans for the evening. After a shower and ensuring his mother was settled, he laid down to sleep. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following day, Qin Mian indulged in a rare lazy morning, waking up around 10. As he gradually emerged from slumber, he faintly heard the television playing in the living room. This was the first time he experienced the comforting sensation of knowing someone was at home upon waking. In the subsequent 2 days, Qin Mian completely shed his burdens. Refraining from using the simulator or working out, enjoying a leisurely life where everything came to him effortlessly, reminiscent of his student days before he engaged with racing. It must be said, the absence of self-discipline was truly delightful, allowing him to feel tranquil and relaxed. However, by the 3rd day, after Qiu Meng and his mother had explored all of Monaco, they could hardly contain their excitement. They promptly set off to explore other countries in Europe. This time, Qin Mian chose not to accompany them, granting them the flight, as he cherished this rare opportunity for rest. Despite knowing many companies sought his endorsement during this period, he felt no inclination to engage. All he desired was to stay home and recuperate. Qiu Meng understood how busy Qin Mian had been throughout the year, and naturally, she did not wish to disturb his well-deserved rest. Furthermore, during the past couple of days, taking advantage of some free time, Qiu Meng had managed to clear a significant backlog of work at her company. Thus, she happily took her mother-in-law along, and the two set off on their European adventure. During this period, Qin Mian spent his time either live-streaming video games at home or renting a boat at the Monaco harbor to venture into the open sea with Leclerc. Enjoying leisurely fishing and engaging in conversation, life was indeed quite pleasant. As for the matter of meals, the former Qin Mian might have experienced some indecision. With his wife away, he faced the dilemma of either ordering takeout or dining out. However, Qin Mian had since acquired culinary skills, rendering food no longer a concern. In essence, he comfortably indulged in a 7-day vacation. Yet, after this interlude, Qin Mian returned to his professional obligations. The tasks at hand primarily revolved around assisting the team with data on the simulator, while also wrapping up the team's work in anticipation of the winter break. Consequently, After a week, Qin Mian found himself once again in the United Kingdom, visiting the factory located in Brackley. Upon his return to the Team's factory, he was greeted by the sight of Mercedes' new car for the upcoming season, the W13. At this stage, the W13 had taken its definitive shape, albeit in a pure carbon fiber state, devoid of any paint or sponsor logos. These details would be finalized prior to the unveiling of the new livery, a matter of little concern to Qin Mian. As previously discussed mid-season among the team, the W13 featured a zero sidepod design, or more precisely, a vertical sidepod configuration. The rear edges of the chassis incorporated reinforcements to connect with the rear engine cover, enhancing the rigidity of the chassis. According to data derived from Mercedes wind tunnel tests, the car exhibited commendable aerodynamic efficiency, and despite the absence of sidepods, it maintained a noteworthy weight. Thanks to the efforts of both Qin Mian and Bottas, the car's cooling efficiency remained uncompromised even with the removal of the sidepods. In summary, all designers at Mercedes express satisfaction with the aerodynamic shape of this racing car, harboring immense confidence in its potential. They believe that even as they entered a new era, they would continue to position Mercedes among the elite contenders for the championship. At this juncture, some might question whether such a design without sidepods would comply with FIA regulations. However, Mercedes, having been in F1 for so long, was well aware of the necessity to adhere to regulations. Thus, they ingeniously exploited a loophole in the FIA rules to design this zero sidepod car. Yet, if one were to scrutinize, it would become evident that although the design of this car differed from the FIA's expectations, it nonetheless conformed to the regulations from a technical standpoint. All in all, the entire Mercedes team now looked to this vehicle to propel them towards securing their 9th Constructors' Championship. It is worth noting, however, that upon witnessing the car and the connection method of its rear floor in the Team's workshop, Qin Mian still felt that the design concept of the W13 left much to be desired, considering the chassis to be a significant issue. This is not merely an instinct born from Qin Mian's experience as a driver. It is a profound sensation derived from the aviation knowledge imparted to him by the system following his training in piloting aircraft. However, voicing his inner doubts at this juncture would be futile, for the racing car has already been finalized and is now before him. To express such concerns now would only serve to dampen the morale of the team without yielding any tangible benefit. Even though Toto harbors unwavering trust in Qin Mian, were he to voice his reservations, Toto would unhesitatingly rally the design department to eliminate the concept of the zero-side box. Yet, the design of a racing car is a systematic endeavor. Discarding the side box does not simply entail redesigning a new one. Changes to the side box directly affect the car's weight, tire load, weight distribution, overall aerodynamic efficiency, and even the consistency of the car's performance during operation. In essence, an F1 car is a remarkably intricate machine. Alterations in one area can have far-reaching consequences throughout the entire structure. Abandoning the zero-side box concept at this stage is akin to embarking on a complete redesign of a car that is needed in just 3 months. Shortly after the conclusion of the 21 season, even for Mercedes, the performance of a car designed in such a short time frame would scarcely surpass that of Haas. It would likely rely heavily on the prowess of the Mercedes engine to maintain competitiveness on the track. At times, without enduring the harsh realities head-on, whether as a driver or a team, there is little impetus for reflection or reconsideration. "How do you feel about the new car?" asked Mike Elliott, standing proudly beside Qin Mian, who gazed at the car he had spearheaded the design of. Following this season, Mercedes inevitably experienced some internal personnel changes. Mike Elliott ascended to the role of technical director, taking charge of the team's car design, effectively becoming the leading figure in the technical department. Meanwhile, James Allison was promoted to chief technical officer, to whom Elliott would report. Other positions remained largely unchanged, though salaries saw varying degrees of increase. To avoid sowing discord, Qin Mian begrudgingly nodded and remarked, "It's quite innovative. I hope the performance on the track surpasses what we achieved in the wind tunnel and CFD." "Indeed, we are very confident in this," Elliott replied. "Moreover, the data from the simulator and wind tunnel consistently affirm the excellence of our design." Qin Mian nodded thoughtfully, then curiously inquired, "Has the team considered that if the zero-side box concept proves successful and our car once again emerges as the fastest in the paddock, the FIA might impose stringent regulations against our design, potentially banning the side box concept for the 23 season?" Qin Mian's observation struck a chord, prompting Elliot to lower his head in contemplation. Qin Mian's words hold considerable merit. After all, the FIA has previously taken similar actions. For instance, when the floor of the Mercedes car proved too potent, the FIA mandated that all teams shorten their floors. Moreover, Mercedes' design is characterized by its uniqueness, skillfully exploiting loopholes within the regulations. If other teams were to express their dissent unequivocally, the FIA might find it challenging to withstand external pressures. After a moment of contemplation, albeit reluctantly, Elliot conceded, "Indeed, you are correct. Such a possibility does exist. However, to be candid, we have subconsciously overlooked this consideration." He continued, "Furthermore, Qin Mian, you must understand that the W13 is already quite refined. It merely requires some fundamental components to be repaired and modified before it can be tested on the track. We simply lack the time and budget to entirely overhaul this design. Even if the scenario you mentioned were to materialize, the FIA would at least grant us a year to prepare and design a new car." Qin Mian nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, and instead inquired, "Has the data for the car been imported into the simulator? I would like to experience the W13's driving dynamics." Elliot's face brightened with a smile. "Certainly. If you wish, you can head to the simulator department right now. Your insight has awakened me, and I feel compelled to validate some thoughts that have emerged in my mind." What Qin Mian was unaware of was that Elliot had indeed recognized flaws in his design. Yet he had no intention of disclosing this to Toto. He planned to continue optimizing the car's performance based on the team's original strategy, grounded in the zero sidebox concept. It was not that Elliot was unconcerned about the FIA's potential sanctions. Rather, Mercedes was at a point of no return. After nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mian prepared to depart, but paused to congratulate Elliot. "By the way, congratulations on your promotion." Elliot responded with a smile, "Thank you." Upon arriving at the team's simulator department, Qin Mian resumed his work. However, during this period, the effectiveness of his efforts proved quite limited. Although the Mercedes simulator boasted a high degree of realism, capable of relaying even the slightest undulations of the track to the driver, the new season's car had yet to be physically tested. Thus, the simulator department had only access to CFD simulations and data generated from wind tunnel tests. While these data were highly authentic, they could not substitute for the genuine driving experience. Consequently, Qin Mian's use of the simulator was primarily to acclimate himself to the enhanced visibility of the cockpit, which featured larger tires for the new season, while also reinforcing his familiarity with certain challenging tracks. In essence, one might say that at this juncture, Qin Mian was merely engaging in a game. For some individuals, work can indeed be a rather arduous endeavor. However, for Qin Mian, driving a racing car on the team's simulator and gradually exploring the limits of his speed serves as a delightful pastime. Regardless of the duration of play, Qin Mian never experiences boredom. This sensation is reminiscent of engaging with Souls-like games, where one meticulously records the attack patterns and wind-up motions of bosses, ultimately deriving a profound sense of accomplishment from vanquishing them through familiarity, a joy fervently sought by all Souls-like enthusiasts. Similarly, upon setting a new track record on the simulator or the racetrack, Qin Mian also experiences that gratifying sense of achievement. Qin Mian's stay in the UK was relatively brief. He spent 3 days at the team factory before granting himself a holiday, embarking on a journey through the UK with his mother and wife in his motorhome. Although the UK has not played a significant role on the international stage, it is indeed adorned with countless picturesque landscapes. The family's excursions brought them joy. It was only on December 23rd that Qin Mian returned to his rented residence in Brackley with his family. With Christmas Eve approaching the next day and Christmas following shortly after, the team's work was winding down. However, the paramount event was the team's year-end gathering, which held particular significance for 2 reasons: the distribution of bonuses and the onset of a holiday thereafter. For those in the workforce, these 2 elements combined are akin to a taste of paradise. During the gathering, Toto publicly presented Qin Mian with a bonus of $7 million, a reward for his triumph as world champion, equivalent to approximately 50 million yuan. Additionally, the team had prepared an AMG 1 for Qin Mian, customized with a design emblematic of the Mercedes team, denoting the car's champion status, in light of his achievement as the season's driver champion. Nonetheless, given the current delays in the production of the AMG 1, it is likely that Qin Mian will have to wait an extended period before acquiring his bespoke supercar. Notably, the second-place finisher, Hamilton, also received a bonus of $7 million. This gesture primarily served to acknowledge Hamilton's contributions to the team over the years, highlighting the notion that even without accolades, one's efforts are appreciated, especially with Hamilton's illustrious legacy of 7 world championships. Moreover, this monetary reward also aimed to soothe Hamilton's sentiments, subtly conveying that both he and Qin Mian, each awarded the same sum, hold equal importance in the team's eyes. The chapter concludes with the anticipation of how Hamilton might perceive this situation, though outwardly, he appeared quite pleased upon receiving the bonus from the team. As one of the few Formula One teams that not only does not require capital injections from a fleet behind them, but can also generate profits for shareholders, Mercedes is generous not only to its drivers, but also to all its staff, great and small, particularly this year. With the introduction of the budget cap regulations and having secured the Constructors' Championship, Mercedes has seen a remarkable increase in profits, exceeding 30. There is little more to say. They are generously distributing their earnings. Thus, including the bonuses for both drivers, the total amount awarded during this banquet exceeded $18 million. Of course, this sum comes from the board, thus it does not count against next season's budget cap. Perhaps the most fortunate among them is Qin Mian, who, due to his residence in Monaco, will receive the entire $7 million without paying a single cent in taxes. After everyone received their bonuses for the year, the entire Mercedes team returned home joyfully, ready to enjoy a carefree Christmas. Toto had initially intended to invite Qin Mian to celebrate Christmas at his home. Given Toto's understanding of Qin Mian, he knew that Qin Mian typically does not observe Western holidays. This would have been an excellent opportunity for Qin Mian to experience the festive atmosphere of Christmas while also strengthening their relationship, which could be beneficial for future contract considerations. However, during their conversation, Toto discovered that Qin Mian planned to return home immediately after concluding his work. Thus, he suppressed this desire, knowing there would be future opportunities. After finishing his work, Qin Mian promptly returned to Monaco, without even having the chance to dine with Leclerc. Once home, after a brief tidying up, and with his mother's encouragement, he purchased gifts for the neighbors back in his hometown before embarking on the journey home. Fortunately, with his private jet, which offers ample space, transporting these items was manageable. Thanks to the Gulfstream G650's impressive range of 13,000 kilometers, Qin Mian's return home was direct. Moreover, due to the comfortable environment aboard the aircraft, he felt no fatigue upon landing. Unlike his previous returns, this time, Qin Mian did not experience a strong sense of homesickness. With no urgent matters to attend to, the three of them adhered to a week of self-isolation upon landing. During this week, Qin Mian indulged himself, engaging in live streams and playing computer games, apart from his morning physical training. Notably, throughout the week of live streaming, he received over 100,000 in gifts, despite never asking his audience for gifts or expressing gratitude for them. This underscores the reality of the current era. With even a modicum of fame, one can effortlessly monetize their popularity and recognition. As for the 6-axis simulator at Qin Miao's home, the previous Qin Miao had not yet felt its limitations. He even regarded the simulator as remarkably impressive, particularly for the physical feedback it provided. However, upon revisiting this setup he had assembled, Qin Miao could only describe it as dull. This was not the worst of it. The simulator suffered from numerous feedback deficiencies. Racing on this device not only failed to enhance his skills, but also posed a risk of undermining his driving feel and intuition. Consequently, Qin Miao ultimately resigned himself to merely playing games. After a week of leisurely respite, Qin Miao, urged by his mother, brought gifts and accompanied Qiu Meng to her home. Upon landing, he was unable to visit Qiu Meng's parents immediately due to quarantine protocols. Yet, once the isolation period concluded, it would have been discourteous not to pay his respects. Although this was not his first visit to Qiu Meng's family, Qin Miao still felt a twinge of anxiety before meeting her parents. During the summer break, when he had previously encountered them, their demeanor towards him had been quite amiable. Nevertheless, Qin Miao was acutely aware that he had taken their daughter abroad for an extended period without notice, and due to the pandemic, he had been unable to return until this year when restrictions eased. He worried that Qiu Meng's parents might harbor some resentment towards him. However, upon arriving with gifts, he was greeted warmly by her parents, dispelling his concerns entirely. Their joy upon receiving his offerings alleviated Qin Miao's anxiety. After sharing a meal at Qiu Meng's home, he chose not to stay the night and returned to his own residence. Qiu Meng, having not spent time with her family for a considerable duration, opted to remain with them. The following day, after packing a few belongings, Qin Miao journeyed alone to Shanghai. His departure was not an escapade of mischief. Rather, it was prompted by Ili's urgency for him to fulfill the contractual obligations. Qin Miao comprehended Ili's perspective, as he had once been a promising yet vulnerable F1 driver, with Ili as the financial backer. However, after becoming the F1 world champion, his national support and recognition surged, leading to a significant increase in Ili's sales. The tides had turned, and it was now Ili who had to be concerned about Qin Miao potentially undervaluing their offerings and showing disinterest in the contract terms. Additionally, Zhou Guanyu had returned to Shanghai, and during Qin Miao's quarantine, Zhou had extended an invitation for him to visit. Furthermore, the organizing company of the last race, Zhou's International Sports, had invited Qin Miao for an interview and to record a video for promotional purposes. Lastly, there was an interview scheduled with CCTV. In summary, upon returning to his homeland, Qin Miao found himself faced with a multitude of professional commitments. As for why Qiu Meng was not brought along, it primarily stemmed from the fact that she had been away from home for an extended period. Although her parents never explicitly expressed it, it was evident that they genuinely missed their daughter. Moreover, Qin Mian could not possibly take them on a journey across the country. She was indifferent to her own situation and felt no apprehension. However, if Qiu Meng or her parents were to contract any illness, it would undoubtedly complicate matters significantly. It was certainly not the case that Qin Mian had been yearning for a night out. Rather, she was not seeking to relive the experience of spending all night in an internet cafe without Qiu Meng's supervision. Qin Mian set off in the morning and landed at Hangzhou Airport before noon. Upon exiting the terminal, she spotted a red Alfa Romeo parked at the entrance, with Zhou Guanyu idly engrossed in his phone. Indeed, after arriving in Shanghai, Qin Mian did not even need to hail a cab, as a designated driver was readily available for her. She would even be staying at Zhou Guanyu's residence. Given their rapport, residing at each other's homes felt akin to being in their own. It is worth noting that Qin Mian was somewhat aware of her notoriety in the country. Upon her return, she frequently encountered videos of herself on platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, and Kuaishou, often with considerable viewership. Therefore, during her outings, she had not once removed her mask or sunglasses. While Zhou Guanyu was still preoccupied with his phone, he suddenly heard a knock on his car window. Turning to look, he saw a man clad in a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap standing beside his vehicle. Initially, Zhou Guanyu did not recognize him, as it was winter in Shanghai, a region characterized by damp and chilly weather. Consequently, Qin Mian was dressed warmly, her face completely shielded. However, Zhou Guanyu soon noticed her neck, which was as robust as her head. At that moment, he realized it was indeed Qin Mian who was knocking on his window. Zhou Guanyu rolled down the window and greeted her with a casual oi. Yet Qin Mian remained silent. After confirming it was Zhou Guanyu's car, she took a couple of steps back and even circled around the vehicle. Haven't you officially entered the Aero team yet? And you're already driving this? Zhou Guanyu glanced at the interior of his Alfa Romeo Stelvio, shrugging in resignation. I have no choice. I signed a contract with the Aero team. The sponsorship stipulates that from the signing date, all drivers must use Aero vehicles for their daily commutes. As Zhou Guanyu exited the car and took Qin Mian's suitcase to the trunk, she felt no discomfort in casually opening the door and taking a seat. Once he had stowed her luggage and returned to the driver's seat, Qin Mian curiously inquired about the driving experience of the car. However, Zhou Guanyu did not immediately respond. Instead, he paused at her question, turned to see her in the back seat, and exclaimed in annoyance, "What are you doing back there? Come sit in the front." TSK. How formal. Despite Qin Miao's words, he obediently returned to the front. A world champion is a world champion. Such a privilege should not be taken lightly. Once Qin Miao settled into the passenger seat, Zhou Guanyu remarked, "To be honest, I find it acceptable, but if you asked me to buy an Aero, I would absolutely refuse." Curious, Qin Miao inquired, "Why not?" Zhou Guanyu replied, "I simply cannot appreciate the aesthetic design of this car, particularly the front end." "Very well. But this is something you should only share with me. Do not voice such sentiments in front of others, especially since you are an Aero driver." Zhou Guanyu smirked. "Do you really think I'm foolish?" Qin Miao then regarded Zhou Guanyu with the gaze of a proud parent witnessing their child's growth. "Indeed, My mistake. As Zhou Guanyu listened, he sensed an oddity in Qin Miao's words, yet he refrained from probing further as he was driving. For an F1 driver, safety takes precedence when not on the racetrack. During their journey to Zhou Guanyu's residence, perhaps out of boredom, Qin Miao whimsically asked, "Are there any activities this evening? Let us take the guys out to broaden their horizons." Zhou Guanyu shot him a sideways glance and scoffed. He was well aware of the kind of person Qin Miao was. Although he spoke casually, if truly taken to the haunts of the affluent, he would outpace everyone. Moreover, Zhou Guanyu hesitated to bring Qin Miao along, fearing that Qiu Meng would have his head for it. No. A person like you should simply stay home and indulge in video games. Pondering over trivial matters is futile. Soon, they arrived at Zhou Guanyu's home. In the elevator, Zhou Guanyu curiously asked, "How many days are you staying in Shanghai?" "I'm not sure. There is quite a bit of work. So I'll leave when it's done." Zhou Guanyu remarked, "How wonderful that you still have work at this time. You must be earning quite a bit." "Oh. Aside from an advertisement for Ely and a variety show that actually pays, the rest of my engagements are essentially pro bono." Zhou Guanyu raised an eyebrow. "You Qin Miao, willingly doing pro bono work? I find that hard to believe. I had a special interview with CCTV, and I was invited to some talk show. But it was in Beijing, too far for me to accept. There is also a feature with Jiushi Sports and an invitation from Shanghai Television, but ultimately, it was Ely that won out." Qin Miao counted the engagements on his fingers. "Goodness, they're all state-owned enterprises." Zhou Guanyu exclaimed in astonishment. "The key point is, you're quite bold. You really dare to refuse. What is there to fear?" Qin Miao shrugged. "I truly don't have the time." As they conversed, the elevator reached Zhou Guanyu's floor. Observing Zhou Guanyu unlock his door with a fingerprint, Qin Miao curiously asked, "What is the code to your house?" 2048. Zhou Guanyu replied promptly without a second thought. "Oh, I might just come over next time to steal your fruit. Is that all you aspire to?" Qin Miao pondered, then tentatively asked, "What if I come over next time and scald your houseplants with boiling water?" Zhou Guanyu, exasperated, opened the door and retorted, "Stop joking around. Do you even resemble a world champion at the moment? Hurry inside. The bed and other necessities have been prepared for you by the servant. And the room is fully stocked with toiletries. You may use them directly." Qin Miao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Zhou Guanyu waved his hand and replied, "It is only natural for a father to care for his son." Zhou Guanyu's residence in Shanghai bears a similar decor style to his home in the UK, characterized by a spacious, open layout and minimalistic decoration. Perhaps he simply favors this aesthetic. However, once Qin Miao had placed his belongings in the room Zhou Guanyu had prepared, Zhou promptly activated his racing simulator. Upon seeing Qin Miao emerge, Zhou beckoned him, "World champion, please help me review the data I've been accumulating recently. Point out any deficiencies, if you would." Hearing Zhou's request and observing his gestures, Qin Miao couldn't help but smirk, realizing he had been waiting for him. Despite his mild sarcasm, Qin Miao accepted Zhou Guanyu's invitation. After retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, he approached Zhou's simulator, twisting open the cap as he inquired, "Is this Aero's simulator?" "Indeed, developed by Aero himself." "What do you think?" Zhou replied. After taking a sip of his cola, Qin Miao exhaled. "It pales in comparison to Genshin." Zhou Guanyu responded, "True, it feels rather mediocre. Many feedback features are absent, and it does not compete with the Mercedes simulator, let alone Renault's." Qin Miao nodded. "I will first try Aero's simulator and then assist you in analyzing the data." "Understood." Soon, after about half an hour, Qin Miao shut down the simulator before extracting Zhou Guanyu's recent race videos along with various telemetry data recorded by the simulator. After scrutinizing the footage for over 10 minutes, Qin Miao remarked, "That's sufficient. However, Aero's simulator is rather subpar. The feedback it provides is nearly indistinguishable from non-existent, and the values are quite off. Fortunately, it is still somewhat usable. Let me think. You might want to take notes." After Qin Miao concluded, Zhou Guanyu retrieved a voice recorder, attentively watching him. Unfazed, Qin Miao began to analyze Zhou Guanyu's driving flaws. Firstly, at turn 1 in Silverstone, your steering was a bit late. This late input resulted in a wider steering angle to achieve cornering precision. Pausing the video, Qin Miao elaborated on Zhou's shortcomings. "You cannot carry over the habits from your F2 days. Although both F1 and F2 are termed formula racing, they are as different as monkeys and humans, distinct species. The sensitivity of an F1 car far exceeds that of an F2. Even the slightest operational error will reflect in your lap time. The correct approach for this corner is to enter earlier and to apply steering as smoothly as possible. Allow me to demonstrate. As Qin Mian embarked on a qualifying simulation at Silverstone using the Aero simulator, he initiated a flying lap with the system's inherent cornering rhythm. Subsequently, he personally demonstrated the entry and exit of Turn 1. After exiting the turn, Qin Mian refrained from continuing the lap. Instead, he paused the game to compare his exit speed with that of Zhou Guanyu. Observe, my entry speed is identical to yours, yet I commenced my turn earlier. Throughout this process, my steering is remarkably smooth. Upon completing Turn 1, I am already 0.4 seconds ahead of you. Although this time difference may seem negligible, it pertains to merely one corner. Accumulating such advantages, after 2 corners, the time gap between us could potentially extend to 0.1 seconds, and over an entire lap, it might escalate to 0.5 seconds. This exemplifies the disparity in understanding and sensation between a typical F1 driver and an elite one. Moreover, why did you choose to practice at Silverstone instead of the season opener in Bahrain? Qin Mian inquired curiously. Zhou Guanyu, at that moment, placed a lounge chair beside the simulator seat. Upon hearing Qin Mian's question, he paused his recording device and explained, I considered that Silverstone is the circuit I am most familiar with on the upcoming season's calendar, and I aim to enhance my strengths further. However, Qin Mian countered, the crux of the matter is that your approach is futile. At this juncture, practicing Silverstone is unnecessary. F1 is not F2. You cannot employ the same mindset from F2 in F1 racing. Although F1 values driver speed, ultimately, it is the team's capabilities in car development that prevail. Thus, F1 drivers utilize simulators not only to assist teams in data collection, but primarily to familiarize themselves with the track. Your proficiency at Silverstone is already commendable, so now, it would be more beneficial to focus on practicing for the season opener. Securing points at the opening race would certainly bring pride to your father, wouldn't it? Initially, Zhou Guanyu attentively absorbed Qin Mian's analytical insights. After all, receiving one-on-one guidance from an F1 world champion is a privilege not afforded to many. And the best part was that it cost him nothing, purely a stroke of luck. However, as he listened, Zhou Guanyu began to sense an underlying tension. You're taking advantage of me. Yet, Qin Mian remained silent, merely casting a measured glance at Zhou Guanyu. Immediately, Zhou Guanyu adopted a more compliant demeanor. Please, continue. Satisfied, Qin Mian nodded and proceeded to analyze the finer details of Zhou Guanyu's performance shortcomings. In truth, Zhou Guanyu is a rather talented driver, possessing commendable endurance and offensive capabilities, albeit with a tendency to start slowly. Upon reviewing Zhou Guanyu's data, Qin Mian noted that he required some time to adapt before unleashing a speed commensurate with his true potential. This presents a considerable dilemma for the team, as Zhou Guanyu is unable to fully exhibit his speed during the practice sessions. Consequently, the team will be at a standstill for at least half of the practice session, which will be dedicated to Zhou Guanyu's acclimatization to the track. After spending over half an hour correcting some details of Zhou Guanyu's performance at Silverstone, Qin Mian remarked, in truth, there are still numerous areas in which you need to improve. I suggest you experiment with different setups and strive to reach the limits of each configuration in the shortest possible time. Why is that? Zhou Guanyu inquired with curiosity. Moreover, I noticed that during your F1 races, except for those affected by environmental changes or rain, your practice session speeds have never surpassed your qualifying speeds. Qin Mian cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Guanyu and replied, that's because I have Verstappen behind me, and Hamilton is also my competitor. If I reveal my full potential too early, my rivals might notice my speed and think, wait, why is he so fast? Let me check the replay. Oh, this section can be navigated differently. I'll try that in the next practice session. Then, during qualifying, their speed could match or even exceed yours. What would you do then? Zhou Guanyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the wisdom in Qin Mian's words. It made sense why Hamilton consistently manages to extract an additional 0.3 of a second in Q3, securing pole position. After a moment of reflection, Qin Mian stated, all right, that should suffice for now. One cannot digest too much at once. Take time to internalize what I've just shared. It would be best if you could also take a couple of laps yourself. After all, reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing great distances. Practice is the only true test of knowledge. With that, Qin Mian rose from the simulator and asked Zhou Guanyu, where's the computer? I'd like to play a couple of games. Zhou Guanyu pointed towards his room and said, turn left into that direction. and you'll find a room dedicated to gaming. Both computers are password-free and equipped with the best specifications. Feel free to use either. Sounds good. If you have any questions, jot them down. Just don't disturb me while I'm gaming today, Qin Mian said, heading towards the indicated direction. Zhou Guanyu responded with a playful gesture of defiance. At Zhou Guanyu's home, it was evident that Qin Mian would not enjoy freshly prepared meals, as Zhou Guanyu did not cook and had not hired a dedicated cook. While Qin Mian possessed culinary skills, Zhou Guanyu was reluctant to even address him as father, which left Qin Mian questioning why he should prepare meals for him. Thus, the two opted to dine out that evening. Qin Mian was indifferent, as it wouldn't cost him anything. However, he had somewhat underestimated his recognition and visibility as an F1 world champion in the domestic sphere. During dinner, it was impractical for Qin Mian to continue wearing his mask, despite Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu reserving a private room. The staff members serving their meal continuously cast furtive glances at Qin Mian, his eyes alight with a mix of admiration and hesitation. Qin Mian discerned that he had been recognized. Although Zhou Guanyu had chosen a restaurant of considerable repute, the risks of the digital age loomed large. Should the staff member inadvertently share Qin Mian's location online, a multitude of complications could ensue. The prospect of a stampede due to a sudden influx of admirers was a far graver concern than merely exiting the establishment unscathed. Thus, upon realizing the situation, Qin Mian smiled and beckoned the staff member over for a brief conversation, culminating in a photograph together. Most importantly, he earnestly advised the staff member to keep their dining encounter confidential. The latter readily acquiesced, promising discretion. Aside from this minor hiccup, the meal proceeded without further incident. After dining, Zhou Guanyu intended to take Qin Mian for a stroll along the Bund. However, Qin Mian, gesturing to his own visage, queried, "Do you believe my appearance is suitable for such a venue?" Zhou Guanyu, envisioning the potential fallout, nodded in agreement, suggesting they return home to indulge in video games instead, a safer option. Upon returning to Zhou Guanyu's residence that evening, both immersed themselves in an intense session of CSGO, playing until the clock struck midnight. The following morning, Qin Mian rose early, prepared a modest breakfast, and then set off for the racing event. Naturally, he also made sure to prepare a little something for his good friend Zhou Guanyu. The event was hosted by Qiu Sports in collaboration with 5-Star Sports Media, who had extended an invitation for Qin Mian to participate in a special interview. While currently abroad, Qin Mian was not entirely out of touch with domestic affairs. He was well aware that 5-Star Sports represented a faction of commentators who had consistently supported and admired him. Coincidentally, he was in town to record an episode of a variety show for Ely, making the invitation all the more timely. Serendipitously, the day coincided with the open day at the racing circuit. Despite the persistent drizzle over Shanghai, numerous car enthusiasts flocked to the track, some even arriving on motorcycles. While racing on a circuit was undoubtedly safer than reckless driving on public roads, the chilly weather made one wonder about the comfort of riding in such conditions. Guided by the staff, Qin Mian made his way to the interview area prepared by 5-Star Sports. Upon his entrance, he was met with a throng of eager faces. Everyone had momentarily abandoned their tasks, phones poised, eagerly anticipating his arrival. As Qin Mian stepped into the interview area, the air erupted with gasps of excitement and the rapid clicks of camera shutters. A year has passed, and Qin Mian has long since grown accustomed to appearing before the camera. With a smile, he waved to everyone, signifying his greeting. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached Qin Mian, extending his hand with a grin. "Hello, Qin Mian. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Li Bing from Wuxing Sports, and I am honored to have the opportunity to interview you." Beside him were commentators Zhou Haoran and Yi Fei. Qin Mian responded with a smile, "Brother Bing, you are too gracious. It is indeed my honor to be invited by you, as it reflects your recognition of my abilities." "Ha ha ha, does a world champion need anyone's validation?" "You are excessively modest," Li Bing concurred. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Mian was introduced to Fei Gu and Ran Gu. Following a brief conversation, the three commentators from Wuxing Sports formed a simple first impression of Qin Mian. Humble, low-key, eloquent, approachable, and despite his youth, devoid of the typical impetuosity found in many young people. Naturally, the demeanor Qin Mian exhibited at that moment contrasted with his on-track persona. Soon, after a round of cordial exchanges, the four took their seats at the interview location. The three commentators from Wuxing Sports sat on one side, while Qin Mian occupied the opposite seat. At this time, The staff who had gathered near the exit to film Qin Mian with their phones put away their devices and returned to their respective duties. Some adjusting lighting, while others focused on recording. Normally, there would be a segment for touch-ups to ensure Qin Mian appeared camera-ready, with a lighter complexion. However, when the makeup artist approached Qin Mian and assessed his skin, she immediately shook her head at the director, saying, "Qin Miao's skin condition surpasses that of many renowned actresses who maintain daily skincare routines. His complexion is exceptionally fair, requiring no makeup at all." Thus, this step was omitted. With the interview yet to commence, Li Bing inquired, "Qin Mian, may we pose some questions during this interval?" After they were all seated, Qin Mian nodded, "Of course. I am here to address the fans' inquiries." Fei Gu smiled and asked, "Do you consider yourself unique? This may be a bold question, but as your fan, I believe your talent is truly one of a kind in the world, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the legendary Schumacher." Qin Mian shook his head, replying, "I recall when I became the F1 world champion, the host posed a similar question. My answer remains unchanged. There are always greater talents beyond our horizons. Some individuals are born to excel in racing, and there will always be those more gifted than I in this realm. Perhaps such a prodigy exists even now, but regrettably, due to the barriers within the sport, this unparalleled talent cannot enter the racing world. What about your wife, Qiu Meng? Many of your fans are quite curious about her and are eager to know when you will obtain your marriage certificate." Zhou Guanyu interjected, his focus evidently veering toward a somewhat unusual topic. The age-old adage of beauty accompanying greatness is an inescapable theme, and Zhou Guanyu's inquiry into this matter was hardly surprising. Bing Gu concurred, stating that it was nearly impossible to find any information about her online. It could be said that aside from the footage captured within the racing arena and the moments when she was seen delivering food during live broadcasts, the audience's encounters with her were exceedingly scarce. Qin Mian smiled, and to the onlookers, including Bing Gu, that smile held a certain sweetness. He was my classmate, and after graduating from high school, it could be said that she took the initiative to confess her feelings for me. At that time, I was rather confused, and she seized the opportunity, effectively ensnaring me. As for obtaining a marriage certificate, it seems we must wait until we reach a suitable age. It was evident that Qin Mian was reluctant to delve deeper into this topic, so Bing Gu refrained from pursuing it further. Soon after, the director on-site signaled that the special interview could commence. "Hello, dear viewers, I am Bing Gu. I am Fei Gu. I am Ran Gu. Greetings, I am Qin Mian." The interview lasted for over an hour, though the final edited footage that would be broadcasted would likely total just over 10 minutes. After the interview concluded, Bing Gu cheerfully invited Qin Mian to lunch, to which she graciously agreed. During the meal, despite numerous individuals brandishing their phones to capture Qin Mian, none approached to interrupt her dining experience. This was likely due to a strict directive from the organizers. Consequently, aside from the 3 commentators from Wuxing Sports, most individuals scarcely enjoyed their meal, preoccupied with filming Qin Mian. This was not due to any inflated sense of importance on her part, but rather because her appearances in domestic media were exceedingly rare, primarily limited to footage from within the racing arena. Qin Mian had achieved significant success abroad, becoming a world champion. Thus, the domestic audience harbored an intense and rising curiosity about her. A simple video featuring Qin Mian could easily garner an additional 10 to 20,000 followers on platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, or Bilibili. It is unlikely that anyone aimed to increase their follower count through her popularity. They simply wished to capture her image to show off to their friends. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Qin Mian currently reigns as a top figure in the domestic racing scene. Wuxing Sports would undoubtedly not serve Qin Mian anything less than delectable cuisine. The authentic Huayan cuisine was exquisite and generously portioned. After the meal, Bing Gu, noticing the heap of chicken bones, fish bones, and crab shells in front of Qin Mian, curiously inquired, "Qin Mian, during F2, it was said that you never restricted your diet, consuming whatever was available. Do you not have any concerns regarding your weight? Or perhaps a special method for weight management?" Qin Mian smiled and replied, "Bing Gu, you are not the first to ask me such questions, but I cannot provide an explanation. It's simply my constitution. I do not gain weight regardless of what I eat, and my digestion is quite good." "It seems that your fellow drivers might harbor some envy toward this talent of yours," Fei Gu remarked. "Indeed, once Leclerc learned of it, he has never dined with me during race weekends again. They must adhere to a strict dietary regimen during such times. Overindulgence is unacceptable, yet neither is deprivation. I, however, am different. I relish in the freedom to indulge in whatever pleases my palate. Upon witnessing my carefree attitude, they were nearly driven to exasperation. The atmosphere was soon filled with laughter and merriment. After lunch, Qin Mian found himself without any pressing engagements, and after a brief respite, he engaged in conversation with the three commentators from Wuxing Sports. As their dialogue flowed, they inevitably broached the subject of the Chinese Grand Prix. Has there been any discussion about reinstating the Shanghai event? Since the topic had arisen, Qin Mian casually inquired. The three commentators exchanged glances, and with a hint of resignation, they shook their heads. There was no news to share. Perhaps until this pandemic subsides, the return of the Grand Prix may remain an elusive dream, lamented Bing Ge. Qin Mian sighed, expressing his yearning, primarily after having raced on the Red Bull Ring twice last season. He found himself envious of the electrifying atmosphere and wished to experience the sensation of an entire audience rallying behind him. The three commentators of Wuxing Sports were taken aback by Qin Mian's candidness. Despite having secured the F1 World Championship, he was still merely a 20-year-old youth, an age when one is often preoccupied with appearances and tends to suppress their innermost thoughts. Yet here was Qin Mian, unreservedly articulating his desire to bask in the adulation of the crowd. It was a revelation that might not have astonished them had a foreigner expressed such sentiments. But the ingrained humility of Chinese culture led them to instinctively perceive Qin Mian as someone who would not voice such aspirations. However, they soon broke into smiles. We too eagerly anticipate such a scene. Yet, given your accomplishments in F1, it is certain that the domestic authorities will place greater emphasis on the reinstatement of the Chinese Grand Prix. Do not fret. We shall do our utmost to advocate for you here, declared Fei Ge. I truly appreciate your support, Qin Mian replied with a smile. Once they had finished their meal, Qin Mian was invited by the three commentators to tour the various facilities at the Shanghai circuit. After the tour, Bing Ge suggested, "Today is track day. Would you like to take a spin on the circuit?" Being a driver, his passion for racing is genuine, and it had been half a month since Qin Mian had last held the steering wheel of a race car. Thus, upon hearing Bing Ge's proposition, he felt a surge of excitement. Is it feasible? It seems we don't have a car available, Qin Mian tentatively inquired. With a grand gesture, Bing Ge replied, "An F1 world champion wishing to test our track without a car? Just wait a moment." After a brief exchange between Brother Bing and Zhou Guanyu, the latter departed. Approximately 10 minutes later, accompanied by the low rumble of an engine, a sleek black MG GT rolled into the paddock at the circuit. However, due to the numerous enthusiasts present, Qin Mian and his companions refrained from waiting in the paddock. Had Qin Mian appeared there, the staff would have been utterly overwhelmed by the throngs of fervent fans eager to catch a glimpse of him. "The car is ready," Brother Bing announced. Qin Mian nodded, donning his mask and hat in preparation to descend. Yet, upon noticing the swarm of staff trailing behind him, a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Brother Bing, observing Qin Mian's predicament, quickly communicated with the entourage to ensure that when Qin Mian arrived at the paddock, only he and Brother Fei would accompany him. Naturally, Brother Bing held a camera, capturing the moment on film. Although allowing Qin Mian on the track had not been part of their original plan, it presented a splendid opportunity for quality footage that 5-Star Sports would undoubtedly seize. The vehicle they had arranged was quite remarkable. Upon seeing it, Qin Mian smiled and nodded at Brother Bing. Similar to Zhou Guanyu, Qin Mian had contractual obligations with the Mercedes-Benz team regarding his driving activities. However, Mercedes did not impose restrictions on his choice of vehicles in private. He could drive a Ferrari daily without concern. Nevertheless, when appearing in front of cameras or during interviews, he was prohibited from operating cars from competing manufacturers. In this regard, Qin Mian acknowledged Brother Bing's thoughtful consideration. Initially viewing this interview as a mere routine task, Qin Mian found himself growing fond of 5-Star Sports. As they approached the race car prepared by 5-Star Sports, Zhou Guanyu emerged from the vehicle. Qin Mian, taken aback, inquired, "Is this car yours, Brother Ran?" Zhou Guanyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I purchased it just 6 months ago. I saw your endorsement for this model, and after acquiring my own AMG GT Black Series, I decided to invest in this one." Qin Mian, momentarily surprised by his own supposed endorsement, recalled that Toto had asked him to film a video with the car, which must have been the advertisement in question. "Shall we consider a different vehicle? My driving style can be rather aggressive," Qin Mian began, but Zhou Guanyu, dismissively, replied, "Not at all. In fact, it would be an honor for me to have a world champion drive my car." Is it suitable? Perfectly so. Qin Mian smiled. Then I shall not hold back. He promptly took his seat in the vehicle, taking a moment to appreciate its condition. Indeed, as Zhou Haoran remarked, this is a brand new vehicle. Having just emerged from its break-in period, with a mere 6,000 kilometers on the odometer, indicating that it has not been frequently utilized. The tires are in commendable condition and are of high performance. However, Qin Mian suspects that after merely 2 hours of spirited driving, these tires will require replacement. Once securely fastened in his seatbelt, he observed the 3 individuals who showed no intention of joining him and curiously inquired, "Is there no one who wishes to experience the thrill of driving an F1 World Champion's car on the track?" Typically, such an opportunity would cost at least $50,000, yet today it is offered free of charge. The trio exchanged glances. And then Bingge handed the camera to Zhou Haoran, saying, "Haoran, this is your car. Since Qin Mian has extended the invitation, you should take the opportunity to try it out." Zhou Haoran appeared visibly tempted. Without much hesitation, he accepted the camera and settled into his car. Once Zhou Haoran was comfortably seated, Qin Mian expertly started the AMG GT, and as the familiar roar of the engine filled the air, a smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Mian's face. Although Zhou Haoran had previously driven this car on the track, he felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness upon witnessing the smile on Qin Mian's lips. Once everything was in readiness, Qin Mian turned to Zhou Haoran and asked, "Are you prepared?" Zhou Haoran tightened his grip on the camera while firmly clutching the handle above the passenger seat. After completing these preparatory actions, he nodded to Qin Mian, affirming, "I am ready." With Zhou Haoran's response, Qin Mian gradually maneuvered the vehicle out of the pit area. During this process, a motorcycle suddenly zipped past Qin Mian's car. It was evident that the rider was exceeding the speed limit, yet no one seemed to intervene. After all, it was an open day, and given Qin Mian's status, even if he were to speed in the pit area, the officials at the track would likely overlook it. However, habits and instinctive behaviors, ingrained over time, cannot be altered at will. Thus, despite the motorcycle's aggressive overtaking, Qin Mian maintained a leisurely pace, adhering to the speed limit. Initially, Zhou Haoran felt a twinge of apprehension sitting in Qin Mian's car, as the driver is, after all, the pinnacle of contemporary racing, F1 World Champion Qin Mian. Most significantly, he was driving his own vehicle. Yet, during the segment in the pit area, observing Qin Mian's steady and composed driving, without any hint of reckless speed, Zhou Haoran's anxiety subsided somewhat. At least from Qin Mian's current demeanor, it seemed he would not drive too recklessly on the track. After all, as this was his first experience with the unfamiliar AMG GT, even an F1 world champion like Qin Mian would require some time to acclimate before pushing to the limits. Zhou Haoran concluded that as long as he captured the footage, it would suffice. When the time came for Qin Mian to chase after lap times, he could simply exit the car. At that moment on the racetrack, numerous individuals were still engaged in racing. However, Qin Mian had perfectly timed his exit, finding a clear path ahead and behind him. What Zhou Haoran did not anticipate was that as soon as Qin Mian emerged from the pit, he would immediately floor the accelerator. Amidst the thunderous roar of the engine, Zhou Haoran felt himself pressed firmly against his seat by the G-forces. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, perhaps due to a prolonged absence from racing, the familiar sound of the engine and the rapid passage of scenery on either side rekindled a thrill within him, causing his initially calm smile to morph into an uncontrollable grin. Conversely, Zhou Haoran, startled by the sudden acceleration, displayed a look of trepidation. As someone who had commentated on F1 races, although he had never pushed his car to the limit on the track, he had certainly experimented with such extremes in a simulator. He was acutely aware of how aggressively Qin Mian was driving at that moment. It was evident that after exiting the pits, Qin Mian had scarcely warmed his tires before pushing the car to its limits. As they approached turn 1 post-pit exit, Zhou Haoran knew precisely where one should brake. Yet, he watched in disbelief as Qin Mian missed the braking point entirely, continuing at full speed even after bypassing it. In that fleeting instant, Zhou Haoran instinctively thought, "This is it. Qin Mian is going to careen off the track." However, before this thought could linger for over half a minute, Qin Mian executed a trail-braking maneuver, causing the car's speed to plummet rapidly. The sharp screech of the tires at their limits reached Zhou Haoran's ears, and he felt his body being violently thrust to the left by the lateral G-forces. This intricate sequence left Zhou Haoran's mind in a state of bewilderment. He even began contemplating how he might console Qin Mian if he were to crash due to a miscalculation. Then, to Zhou Hauran's astonishment, the AMG GT, under immense pressure, was skillfully maneuvered by Qin Mian into the turn. During this phase, the vehicle remained remarkably stable. Zhou Hauran was left speechless. Is this truly the level of car control possessed by an F1 world champion? In the subsequent lap, Zhou Hauran managed to steady himself and was guided by Qin Mian around the circuit for 3 laps, essentially a typical qualifying flight lap, followed by a warm-up lap, a flying lap, and a return lap. When Qin Mian finally parked the car in the pit area, Zhou Hauran exited with trembling legs, overwhelmed by the experience. It was utterly exhilarating, particularly during the flying lap, where he noted how Qin Mian maintained the tire grip at its absolute limit through nearly every corner. He understood that any minuscule error or disturbance could easily lead to a loss of control and a potential crash. Yet, remarkably, Qin Mian returned the car unscathed. After disembarking, Zhou Hauran hurriedly thrust the camera into Brother Bing's hands, as if it were a scalding hot potato. Brother Bing, such an opportunity is indeed rare. I believe you should experience it as well. However, Brother Bing merely smiled faintly, gesturing to his graying hair, and remarked, "At my age, I can hardly withstand such thrills. Such opportunities are better left for you youthful individuals." Fei Gu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Unlike Brother Bing, his hair had completely turned white. Moreover, judging by Zhou Hauran's expression, it was evident that riding in Qin Mian's car would not be a pleasant experience for them. Neither of them was keen to endure that ordeal. After 3 laps, Qin Mian had his fill. One reason was that this was not a race car designed for the track, but rather Zhou Hauran's personal vehicle. Qin Mian was cautious not to push the car too hard. While he could afford to repair it, he was more concerned about damaging someone else's property, which would not reflect well on him. Most critically, although the AMG GT was a high-performance sports car, it lacked the driving pleasure that Qin Mian had grown accustomed to from Formula One cars. On the track, it felt somewhat sluggish, and its cornering sensitivity was severely lacking. Had it not been for Qin Mian's extraordinary control over the vehicle, he would have indeed barreled out during T1, just as Zhou Hauran had anticipated. Since the other 2 commentators had clearly expressed their disinterest in experiencing the ride, Qin Mian decided to wait until Zhou Hauran exited the vehicle. After removing his helmet and donning a mask and sunglasses, he too alighted from the car. Why are you getting out? Not going to continue? The 3 were taken aback by Qin Mian's actions. He offered an explanation but refrained from criticizing the car, primarily expressing concern about the possibility of crashing it, given that it was not his own. Upon hearing Qin Mian's rationale, the others expressed their understanding. At this point in the event, Qin Mian had essentially completed his work and could have departed. However, when he announced his intention to leave, Brother Bing and the others insisted on treating him to dinner before he went. They also hoped that Qin Mian could make an appearance on their live broadcast show, Brother Bing's Canteen, on 5-Star Sports. After some contemplation, Qin Mian politely declined, not due to any prior commitments that afternoon. His refusal stemmed from his awareness that Brother Bing's Canteen operated on a live format, where a group would dine together while streaming. The issue lay within this live aspect. Given Qin Mian's understanding of the domestic car enthusiast scene since his return and his current level of recognition in the country, he knew that once he appeared on the live stream, it would take no more than half an hour for someone to pinpoint his exact location, leading to a flood of fans overwhelming the restaurant. At that point, leaving would become quite challenging, and it could also pose problems with local law enforcement. Upon understanding Qin Mian's concerns, Bing Gu and the others did not put him in an awkward position, expressing their understanding. Just as they were engaged in conversation and Qin Mian was preparing to take his leave, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, approached Bing Gu and the others with excitement. With a smile, he remarked, "Bing Gu, Fei Gu, Ran Gu, I am an ardent fan of yours. I watch every ranking match and official competition on 5-Star Sports. Could you kindly grant me an autograph?" Hearing his request, the 3 commentators naturally did not refuse, although they instinctively cast a glance at Qin Mian. In response, Qin Mian subconsciously lowered the brim of his hat slightly. Despite having donned a mask, hat, and sunglasses upon exiting the vehicle, his attire was unremarkable in the current environment. The only aspect that might draw attention was the mask he wore, provided by the Mercedes-Benz team for their staff, which bore a white and green stripe with the team's logo. While the average person might not discern its uniqueness, those attending the F1 races would immediately recognize it as the official mask of the Mercedes-Benz team. However, the fans seeking autographs did not recognize Qin Mian, which was quite normal. After all, Qin Mian was in full disguise, and the channels through which domestic racing enthusiasts followed him were primarily the F1 broadcasts and interviews, making it unlikely for anyone to identify him solely by his physique. Just as Qin Mian breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to bid farewell to the commentators from 5-Star Sports, a few more individuals approached briskly, both male and female, all young. Clearly, like the previous fan, they had come over after spotting the 3 commentators, hoping to obtain their autographs. Due to Qin Mian's performance in the F1 arena, the number of domestic F1 fans had surged, consequently elevating the popularity of the commentators alongside the sport's rising profile in the country. Thus, it was no surprise that many recognized the trio, especially during the event, as attendees were predominantly locals. Just when Qin Mian assumed these newcomers would be like the first fan and failed to recognize him, one individual among them maintained a gaze of curiosity directed at Qin Mian, initially drawn by the mask he wore, which, while not rare, was relatively difficult to acquire within the country. Even if such masks were available online, they were mostly counterfeit, and during this period, masks were not in short supply. Thus, few would go to the extra expense to produce such ostentatious items. Consequently, he instinctively stole a few more glances and soon noticed the fully disguised Qin Mian. Yu Jiaoyang furrowed his brow, feeling that the person appeared somewhat familiar. Noticing the individual's gaze, Qin Mian also observed him for a moment before raising an eyebrow in surprise. This person did seem familiar. In a swift rummage through his memories, Qin Mian recalled the name of the individual. 2 years prior, during his inaugural visit to Shanghai with Qiu Meng, he had participated in a race alongside this very person. Following the conclusion of the competition, this individual had gifted him a Ferrari 488 Pista. Consequently, Qin Mian believed that he would not soon forget this name, Yu Jiaoyang. One cannot help but marvel at the unexpected smallness of the world. Qin Mian never anticipated encountering him here. However, the bond between them had merely persisted until the race's end, culminating in the gift of the car, as Qiu Meng had elucidated upon their departure. At that time, Qin Mian and this individual belonged to entirely different realms. Qin Mian had conferred prestige upon Yu Jiaoyang, who, in turn, had bestowed upon Qin Mian a vehicle that, in his view, Qin Mian might never afford. Their connection had dissipated thereafter. Though this approach seemed somewhat callous, Qin Mian perceived no wrongdoing on Yu Jiaoyang's part. Rather, he felt he had gained a tremendous advantage. After all, Qin Mian had merely participated in a race and received a Ferrari 488 in return. While they had ceased to communicate, their relationship remained intact. Should they cross paths again one day, they would still be able to exchange pleasantries and engage in light conversation. Thus, upon seeing Yu Jiaoyang, Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaoyang, upon spotting the 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports, initially intended to greet them and perhaps, like his friends, request a group photograph. However, as he approached, he noticed a familiar figure among them. Someone donning a Mercedes team mask that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Mian. As he drew nearer, the resemblance became increasingly undeniable. Despite the attire effectively concealing the characteristics of the neck, Yu Jiaoyang had seen Qin Mian in person and possessed an excellent memory. He had consistently followed Qin Mian's racing career. More significantly, he had once served as Qin Mian's co-driver, and they had won that very race together. Not to mention, the subsequent achievements Qin Mian garnered on the F1 stage had captivated countless fans. What left Yu Jiaoyang in a state of regret was that, at the time, he had not regarded this seemingly ordinary young man, whose only notable attributes were a charming girlfriend and commendable racing skills, with the seriousness he deserved. He had even repaid a favor to Qin Mian in a manner that left no room for refusal. It was only after Qin Mian ascended to F2 and was officially signed by Ferrari that Yu Jiaoyang, upon seeing a photograph of Qin Mian, recalled the serendipitous connection they had shared during that summer of 2019. He exuberantly shared this matter with his friends, attempting to impress them, yet his friends expressed skepticism, challenging him to provide evidence. They inquired, "Surely you must have a group photo?" At that moment, Yu Jiaoyang felt a profound sense of guilt and regret for his previous actions. Returning favors in this situation seemed trivial. Such individuals typically behave this way. Yet, he pondered why he hadn't exchanged contact information at the time. This lack of foresight led to a situation where Qin Mian transitioned from Ferrari to Mercedes, achieving remarkable success and ultimately defeating his teammate, Hamilton, to secure the 2021 World Championship title. Yu Zhaoliang's mindset mirrored the explosive growth of Qin Mian's fanbase and his global recognition. Recently, upon witnessing Qin Mian's triumph in F1, he felt a strong urge to berate himself. How could he squander such a splendid opportunity to showcase his own prowess? He truly felt he deserved it. Today, Yu Zhaoliang seized the chance of an open-track day to indulge in a race and alleviate his pin-up emotions. He overheard a friend mention they had spotted the commentators from 5-Star Sports in the paddock. As a Shanghai native, he regularly watched F1 races on 5-Star Sports, where the three commentators openly expressed their strong admiration for Qin Mian. Being one of the first to recognize Qin Mian as a fan, Yu Zhaoliang naturally preferred their commentary, as it resonated with his sentiments. Upon realizing that the commentators were in the pits, he decided to join his friends for some excitement. Then, he noticed a figure beside the commentators, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this person resembled Qin Mian. To be honest, when Qin Mian noticed Yu Zhaoliang staring, he felt a twinge of panic, having recognized him. Observing Yu Zhaoliang's demeanor, it seemed he was beginning to doubt himself. Although the number of people in the paddock was not substantial, if Yu Zhaoliang truly approached him, it would undoubtedly attract attention and potentially lead to complications. However, the ensuing scene caught Qin Mian off guard. After gazing at him for quite some time, Yu Zhaoliang did not approach to inquire but instead turned away entirely. Just as Qin Mian was left bewildered, Yu Zhaoliang had already dashed over to Feng Gu and the others, eagerly requesting a photo. In truth, Yu Zhaoliang had indeed recognized Qin Mian, even noting the Mercedes team mask he wore and the high collar of his shirt. Nevertheless, he understood that approaching Qin Mian would undoubtedly cause him considerable inconvenience and distress. Thus, he forcibly restrained his excitement and discreetly pretended not to recognize Qin Mian, opting instead to seek an autograph and a photo with Feng Gu. After accomplishing all of this, he even took a moment to post on social media. However, throughout this process, his peripheral vision never strayed from Qin Mian. At that moment, Fei Gu and the others were busy, and Qin Mian felt it was inconvenient to bid them farewell, so he waited nearby. Once the post was complete, Yu Zhaoliang discreetly approached Qin Mian, his excitement and curiosity bubbling over as he inquired, "Hello, excuse me, are you Qin Mian?" To his surprise, Qin Mian responded, "You actually recognized me? I thought I was disguised enough." Their voices were not particularly loud, and given the crowd clamoring for Fei Ji's autograph, they remained unnoticed. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Yu Zhaoliang's excitement surged, his face flushing with enthusiasm. "Wow, it really is you. You have no idea how thrilled I was to see you enter F2 and dominate. I didn't miss a single practice, qualifying, or race in F1. I even subscribed to F1 TV just to watch your car from the onboard perspective." Yu Zhaoliang spoke fervently, but mindful of eavesdroppers, he lowered his voice. Qin Mian couldn't help but smirk. The fervor displayed by Yu Zhaoliang was akin to that of an ardent fan meeting their idol. That's all in the past now. Who knows what next season holds? As he uttered these words, Qin Mian involuntarily recalled the W13 lying in the Brackley factory. But he quickly steered his thoughts back and addressed Yu Zhaoliang. "What a coincidence to meet you here. Do you still remember me?" Yu Zhaoliang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Mian curiously probed, "If one day you casually brought someone down to the track for a race, and after the event, that person, grateful for the honor you bestowed upon him, gifted you a Ferrari 488 that you particularly adore, do you think you could easily forget him?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhaoliang pondered, stroking his chin, then tentatively replied, "Should I remember for a long time?" At this response, Qin Mian couldn't suppress a wry smile. It seemed that the mindset of these wealthy heirs operated on an entirely different wavelength. To them, a Ferrari might equate to Qin Mian's previous purchase of a bicycle, an insignificant matter easily forgotten after some time. Thus, Qin Mian decisively shifted the topic, stating, "I've noticed that our meetings seem to coincide with races. I'm beginning to suspect you might be some sort of recurring NPC in these events." Yu Zhaoliang reflected on Qin Mian's jest and realized the truth in it. Indeed, their encounters had both occurred at races. Yet, he understood that Qin Mian's comment was merely a playful quip, influenced more by survivor bias. "You can think of me that way," Yu Zhaoliang replied, humorously playing along. Before inquiring with genuine curiosity, "Is the car I gifted you still enjoyable to drive?" After all, it was a complimentary gift, when asked. Qin Mian could hardly confess that driving the car left him feeling sore and fatigued. Instead, he merely gave a thumbs up and proclaimed, "It's undoubtedly a racing machine." He chose not to mention that the vehicle had remained untouched since he returned home, as it was a gift from another. It sufficed to say it was good. "As long as you like it." Yu Jiaoyang chuckled softly, and then, as if struck by a thought, lowered his voice and said, "Qin Mian, since we are acquainted, could I trouble you for a favor?" Qin Mian raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone would seek his assistance. How curious that a person who would typically repay a small favor immediately would now approach him for help. Had this been the Qin Mian prior to becoming an F1 world champion, he would have readily agreed, even solely based on the car the other had gifted him, as he possessed little of value to be coveted. However, Qin Mian's status had evolved. He was now a public figure with a degree of influence. Thus, he did not hasten to acquiesce, nor did he refuse, merely stating, "Do tell." Yu Jiaoyang, somewhat bashful, spoke in a hushed tone. "Remember when we raced together back in 2019? I told my friends I knew you before you became a world champion, but they simply wouldn't believe me. We forgot to exchange contact information back then, so I have no way to prove it. Now that we've serendipitously crossed paths again, I was hoping you could take me for another spin." No, I wouldn't want to trouble you," Yu Jiaoyang quickly added, vividly recalling the moment when Qin Mian had taken him on the track, leading to him collapsing on the grass afterward. Overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation of disconnection between his mind and body. It was an experience he would never forget. "I just wanted to ask if you would indulge me with a photo together, and if possible, a pose shot in the car." Yu Jiaoyang eagerly sought Qin Mian's approval. Qin Mian nodded, "Of course." "Really? Thank you so much," Yu Jiaoyang exclaimed, extending his hand for a shake. Without hesitation, they moved a short distance away, where Qin Mian shed his disguise, and they posed together with their arms around each other's shoulders. Following this, they hopped into Zhou Guanyu's car for another photograph. Once they completed these moments, the two exited Zhou Guanyu's vehicle, at which point Qin Mian donned his disguise once more. They found a spot slightly farther away, engaging in casual conversation while waiting for the commentary team from 5-Star Sports to conclude their work. "Did you come here for leisure, or do you have business?" "I'm here in Shanghai to handle some work, endorsement contracts, interview invitations, and the like. Today, 5-Star Sports conducted a special interview with me. After the interview, seeing it was an open day, I couldn't resist and took a couple of laps on the track. That's when you recognized me," Qin Mian replied. "Oh, I truly envy you. You get to travel the world without spending a dime and even earn money while doing so." Qin Mian cast a glance at Yu Jiaoyang, pondering whether he truly comprehended the arduous nature of earning a living as an F1 driver. Is the entire world eligible to partake in this? Indeed, the places visited this year surpassed those of his previous 18 years combined. Yet was it merely for leisure? It felt more akin to serving a prison sentence, one that demanded an unparalleled level of self-discipline, far beyond that of even the most confined inmates. Qin Mian merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, swiftly shifting the conversation to another topic. Throughout this exchange, Yu Jiaoyang remained in a state of exuberance, a reaction Qin Mian understood well, as many fans exhibited similar enthusiasm upon meeting him. The sole distinction between Yu Jiaoyang and his fans was that he had known Qin Mian prior to his rise to fame. Perhaps this familiarity imbued their interactions with a multitude of complex emotions. After a brief conversation and an exchange of contact information, Yu Jiaoyang, urged by his friends, reluctantly bid farewell to Qin Mian, expressing his unwavering support. "I will continue to back you. Good luck, and strive for a consecutive championship." Once Yu Jiaoyang departed, Qin Mian could still hear the chatter of him and his friends. "Who is that? They're enjoying themselves so much. So heavily wrapped up. Is it a celebrity?" "Haha, no. Just an old friend," Yu Jiaoyang chuckled, attempting to brush off the curiosity. However, his friends cast inquisitive glances toward Qin Mian before leaving. Their curiosity piqued. Approximately 15 minutes later, Fei Gu concluded his engagements. Knowing that the Chinese have a penchant for gathering around lively scenes, an increasing number of onlookers flocked to the area where Binggu was situated. Initially, they intended merely to observe the excitement. But upon discovering that 3 commentators from Wuxing Sports were present, they eagerly joined the throngs seeking autographs and photographs. Consequently, the 3 commentators only managed to extricate themselves after accommodating the majority of visitors at the open day. "We are fortunate to be commentators," Binggu remarked, visibly shaken. "For if anyone had discovered you," Qin Mian, the scene would have been unimaginable. After Binggu extricated himself, he approached Qin Mian with a lingering sense of apprehension. Fei Ge nodded in agreement, stating, "Honestly, I never anticipated we would have such a large fan base." Zhou Guanyu added, "This is primarily due to Qin Mian's exceptional achievements abroad. We are merely basking in his glory." Qin Mian quickly waved his hand, insisting, "That is an overstatement. I believe it is the quality of your commentary that has garnered the audience's recognition, leading to this phenomenon." After sharing a few more lighthearted moments, Qin Mian checked his phone for the time and apologized to the three commentators. "I sincerely apologize, Binggu, Fei Ge, Ran Ge. But I have other commitments and must take my leave." "Already leaving?" Binggu expressed a hint of reluctance. Qin Mian shrugged. "It is indeed time to return. I have an engagement this evening." Having stated this, there was no persuading him to stay. After some polite exchanges, Binggu resignedly said, "Very well then. We shall not press you. Do you need us to see you off?" "No longer. I drove here." However, the three commentators from 5-Star Sports insisted on escorting Qin Mian to the parking lot. They watched, somewhat dumbfounded, as Qin Mian drove away in Zhou Guanyu's Alfa Romeo. Fei Ge's lips twitched slightly. "If I recall correctly, isn't Qin Mian a Mercedes driver? Wouldn't Mercedes take issue with him driving an Alfa at this moment?" Yet Zhou Guanyu appeared to possess a greater understanding of the established rules. Upon hearing Fei Ge's inquiry, Zhou Guanyu elucidated. In fact, the contract between Mercedes and Qin Mian merely stipulates that he must drive a Mercedes or its subsidiary brand during Grand Prix events. There are no explicit regulations governing his daily life. Moreover, F1 driver contracts generally imply that anything not explicitly prohibited is permissible, akin to the regulations set forth by the FIA. After departing from the race, Qin Mian did not rush back to Zhou Guanyu, but instead headed to the apartment gifted to him by Zhou's father. Although he had received the keys, Qin Mian was merely aware that he owned a property. He was entirely ignorant of its condition. Consequently, before Qiu Meng arrived, he decided to take a look. At the very least, he wanted to ascertain the state of the apartment so that Qiu Meng could prepare for renovations or consider new furnishings. Upon arriving at the community, Qin Mian discovered that the entire apartment was empty. Strictly speaking, it was merely a standard flat with fine decorations, yet dust lay scattered across the floor, likely remnants from the renovation process. While the apartment lacked any furniture, essential fixtures such as the toilet, shower, sink, and vanity mirror were present. The kitchen was equipped with a gas stove and basins for washing dishes and preparing vegetables. All functional areas were outfitted, with the sole drawback being the absence of furniture. After taking several photographs of his new home and sending them to Qiu Meng, Qin Mian departed. Upon returning to Zhou Guanyu's residence, Qin Mian was once again drawn to the simulator by Zhou Guanyu. Although he feigned disdain for Zhou Guanyu's expectation that he would work for free, Qin Mian felt a genuine sense of joy witnessing Zhou Guanyu's dedication to improving his racing skills. As a top-tier driver, Qin Mian could clearly observe Zhou Guanyu's progress. At least the issues discussed the previous afternoon had seen some improvement. In fact, Zhou Guanyu had made remarkably evident strides in his long-distance speed. This experience resembled a simulation game where one's investment invariably yielded returns, and the results were immediate and gratifying. In this moment, Qin Mian suddenly comprehended why teachers favor diligent students. The knowledge imparted to them is not in vain, as they grasp concepts effortlessly. Thus, during the ensuing period, Qin Mian devoted himself entirely to identifying Zhou Guanyu's areas for improvement. The chapter concludes with a return to the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Jiaoyang rejoined his friends, yet he did not engage in discussions about the prospects of the new F1 season like the others. Instead, he took out his phone and began to browse through the recent photos he had taken with Qin Mian. Although these images could not definitively prove that he had known Qin Mian prior, they, along with their WeChat contact information stored on his phone, were sufficient to establish their acquaintance. Clearing his throat to garner attention, Yu Jiaoyang smiled and announced, "I just posted a photo in the group chat. Take a look and see if it appears to be edited." "What is going on?" Despite the teasing, some friends retrieved their phones. "Whoa. Huh. When was this?" On the screen, Yu Jiaoyang shared a picture of himself with Qin Mian, the backdrop being the racetrack from the previous event, with a glimpse of the three commentators from 5-Star Sports being surrounded by a crowd in one corner of the photo. As for the possibility of it being edited, no one even considered that notion. Just moments ago, one friend had been puzzled by the fully equipped individual alongside the commentators. And now the realization struck him. Damn. That's Qin Mian. One person sank to the ground, clutching his head, his face a mix of regret, disbelief, and sorrow. You Jiaoyang, you ought to be damned. Why didn't you tell us that person was Qin Mian beforehand? Another, filled with indignation, lunged toward Yu Jiaoyang, intent on throttling him. Yu Jiaoyang quickly dodged, laughing while raising his hands in surrender. I told you all before that I knew Qin Mian. You didn't believe me, and when I spotted him, I guessed his identity and asked for a photo. Are you serious? Regardless, seeing the expressions of confusion, shock, disbelief, and regret on his friends' faces brought Yu Jiaoyang great satisfaction. For such individuals, joy can often be derived from the simplest of pleasures. The following day, Qin Mian attended a variety show recording. Due to his esteemed status, both the crew and the stars treated him with utmost courtesy and respect throughout the process. This was understandable, as Qin Mian, a talent relying on skill, existed in an entirely different realm compared to celebrities who depended on looks and fanfare. On the third day, Qin Mian spent his time in the studio prepared for him by CCTV. After 3 continuous days of work, he finally completed the majority of his tasks in Shanghai. On the 4th morning at 7 o'clock, Zhou Guanyu awoke and, after completing his morning routine, intended to visit the gym to inquire what Qin Mian planned to have for breakfast, so he could order takeout. To his surprise, Zhou Guanyu discovered that Qin Mian had not yet risen at this hour. Puzzled, he scratched his head. Throughout his acquaintance with Qin Mian, he had always perceived him as a highly disciplined individual and had never witnessed him indulging in sleeping in. After searching for a while at home, he found Qin Mian still in bed, and despite his surprise, Zhou Guanyu chose not to disturb him. Until 11 in the morning, Qin Mian finally rose from his slumber. Zhou Guanyu, while perusing the new season's racing development plans and progress from the Aero team, curiously inquired, "What time did you retire last night?" As Qin Mian opened the refrigerator in Zhou Guanyu's home to inspect its contents and casually retrieved a bottle of milk, he replied, "I went to bed at 11. Then why did you rise so late today?" Zhou Guanyu asked. "I have no work today, so I thought I might indulge in some extra sleep. Besides, in 2 days, Qiu Meng will be arriving in Shanghai, and it's rare for me to enjoy a lazy morning." Zhou Guanyu expressed surprise. "I recall your relationship with her being quite good. What do you mean by that? Is she preventing you from sleeping in?" Taking a seat across from Zhou Guanyu, Qin Mian, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "The term good relationship is somewhat misapplied here. It is more suitable for friends. My connection with Qiu Meng is better described as emotionally stable or harmonious." After correcting Zhou Guanyu's misunderstanding, Qin Mian elaborated, "It's not that our relationship is problematic. We've always been quite amicable. However, since we married, we spend about 300 days a year together. While I genuinely cherish her company, there exists an undeniable sense of constraint. How to articulate this feeling eludes me. Until you find someone who truly loves you and is willing to share a lifetime, you won't completely grasp it, just as I once couldn't. But you two aren't even married." Zhou Guanyu retorted. "Could you refrain from being contrary?" "All right." Zhou Guanyu raised his hand in surrender. "Please, continue." Qin Mian rubbed his temples. "It's akin to engaging in activities that you know are detrimental to your health, yet you feel compelled to partake in them, and afterwards, you experience a sense of joy. Like fishing all night?" He snapped his fingers, pointing at Zhou Guanyu. "Exactly. But once you have a wife, such pursuits become less feasible. Furthermore, there's the matter of staying up all night gaming." Zhou Guanyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I expected you to mention more exhilarating activities, like spending an entire night at a bar, or even renting out an entire venue, racing motorcycles through the streets, or enjoying a day in Macau." Qin Mian cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Guanyu. "I'm not foolish. If I were caught engaging in those activities by Qiu Meng, I might only face her mild reproach, and perhaps an apology would suffice to pacify her. However, if I were to indulge in what you suggested, it would hardly require her intervention. A simple call to my mother, and she would arrive in Shanghai, wielding a feather duster, ready to administer a sound thrashing." "So, what prompted your late rising today?" Zhou Guanyu asked. "I plan to stay up all night gaming. Hence, I need to rest well in preparation." Zhou Guanyu's lips twitched. "You're impressive. It's hard to fathom that a world champion, having witnessed the myriad wonders of the world, returns to a comforting environment only to yearn for a simple serving of fries at the dock. At the very least." Zhou Guanyu admired Qin Mian's earnest appreciation for such unpretentious pleasures. Were he to find himself in Qin Mian's current state, Zhou Guanyu couldn't claim to be reveling nightly. But during this winter break, he certainly wouldn't remain sedentary in one place. He would endeavor to experience everything he could. Qin Mian, a man of his word, began his day as usual, training at Zhou Guanyu's residence and conducting lessons. However, at 3 in the afternoon, he commenced a live stream while indulging in gaming. Initially, the motorsport enthusiasts in his live chat engaged in light-hearted banter and interactions with him. Yet, as the evening progressed past the customary hour of 10, when Qin Mian typically concluded his streaming, the audience began to sense something amiss. Is he working overtime today? Why is he still online at this hour? As the clock struck midnight and extended into the early hours, even until 8 in the morning, Qin Mian continued to play CS::GO with fervor. The viewers in his live stream were left in disbelief. Wow, you were playing CS::GO before I went to bed. And you're still at it now? You must have quite the addiction. I used to think Qin Mian was an extraordinary world champion. But now I see he's just another gaming enthusiast like me. Has he completely let loose during the holidays? Please, for the love of all that is good, get some sleep. I can't hold out much longer. When Toto finds out, he'll probably call Qin Mian and give him a piece of his mind. Surely not. Norris has also pulled all-nighters for gaming. Will Toto dare reprimand the Prince of Mercedes? It's likely he'll take a softer approach. Can Nobu and Qin Mian even be compared? After enduring an entire night of gaming, Qin Mian felt no signs of discomfort. In fact, he believed he could continue to play for a while longer. Just as he secured another victory and contemplated one last game before resting, he spotted a comment about Toto. With a click of his tongue, he decided against prolonging his gaming session. This was not out of fear of Toto within their team. Toto had always treated Qin Mian and Hamilton with kindness. Rather, Qin Mian's decision stemmed from a hint of fatigue. Indeed, he was tired. After bidding farewell to the 20,000 viewers still watching, Qin Mian stretched and signed off to rest. Remarkably, despite having streamed throughout the night, the audience count in his live chat never dipped below 20,000. This was partly due to Qin Mian's immense popularity when he first started streaming the previous night. Nearly 130,000 viewers flocked to his channel. Furthermore, his gaming prowess was as captivating as his racing, particularly his skills with a sniper rifle. As a Formula One driver, his reflexes were already sharp, and being youthful allowed him to execute plays that left viewers in awe. Although Qin Mian was not particularly chatty during his streams, rarely acknowledging gifts or responding to comments until after his demise in the game, his nonchalant demeanor and self-entertainment did not detract from the sheer enjoyment of watching him play. In summary, when Qin Mian announced his intention to conclude the live stream, the audience in his room did not express any lingering reluctance. Rather, they voiced sentiments such as, finally, he's ending the stream, and the host nearly exhausted the viewers. After a comfortable slumber, Qin Mian's biological clock remained unchanged, allowing him to rejuvenate after merely a morning's rest. One could only marvel at the vigor of youth, as he emerged from an all-nighter as if nothing had transpired. In the afternoon, Qin Mian resumed his regular coaching of Zhou Guanyu. However, while Zhou was preoccupied with the simulator, Qin Mian perused updates regarding other F1 teams. Discovering a piece of news that piqued his interest, Geely has increased its stake in Aston Martin to 17%, with reports indicating that Geely is in discussions with Lawrence Stroll regarding the potential acquisition of additional shares. Qin Mian had anticipated that Geely's actions would be more pronounced following his discussions with Mr. Li. Yet it appeared that Stroll was reluctant to sell shares in Aston Martin at this juncture. Qin Mian believed he played a significant role in this situation, perhaps even with a touch of audacity, as he felt his previous season's performance had effectively opened the doors of F1 within the country. This year, F1's viewership surged by 20, with approximately 80 comprising domestic fans, consequently leading to varying degrees of valuation increases across all F1 teams. The valuation of the Mercedes team, in particular, had risen by 9 compared to the previous season. It was thus understandable that Stroll would be hesitant to sell the team outright, perhaps opting instead to wait for the team's valuation to reach its zenith before considering a sale. However, these matters were of little concern to Qin Mian now. His curiosity lay in whether Geely would enter the fray and when such an entry might occur. Beyond this, he found no further useful information, as the majority of news circulating online was speculative at best, such as rumors of Red Bull's unfavorable development for the new season or predictions of Ferrari's impending resurgence. Thus, after a brief period of fruitless searching, Qin Mian set his phone aside and engaged in some physical activity. Another day passed, and Qiu Meng finally arrived in Shanghai. When she next encountered Qin Mian, he appeared to be in excellent spirits, showing no signs of fatigue from the previous night's endeavors. However, upon exiting the airport, Qiu Meng cast a meaningful glance at Qin Mian, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Notably, she had come to Shanghai alone. Qin Mian had initially planned to take his in-laws and mother along for a few days of leisure. However, Qiu Meng's parents had declined, citing the current environmental circumstances, explicitly stating their desire not to cause any disruption. Meanwhile, Qin Miao's mother had been more straightforward, stating that her annual leave had expired, and she was required to return to work. It is not merely Qin Mian. Qiu Meng has also advised Qin Mian's mother that, given Qin Mian's current financial situation, she has essentially attained economic freedom. The notion of work has become inconsequential, and she could simply resign to indulge in leisure. However, Qin Mian's mother declined, citing that a life devoid of work would become rather tedious. In light of this, both Qin Mian and Qiu Meng were left with no choice but to respect and understand her decision. After Qiu Meng's arrival, Qin Mian's previously reckless lifestyle gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. On the very day she arrived in Shanghai, Qiu Meng took the initiative to handle the transfer of property, thereby adding another residence to her portfolio. With great enthusiasm, she set out to find an interior design firm to style her new home, displaying a keen interest in such matters. Whether it be her property in Monaco or this one in Shanghai, it is noteworthy that her dedication bore fruit. The homes she designed were indeed impressive. Friends visiting Qin Mian marveled at the fact that this particular residence was solely the product of Qiu Meng's creativity, showering her with compliments. Norris even expressed regret, wishing he had sought Qiu Meng's assistance in designing his own property in Monaco. In summary, after viewing the house and obtaining the floor plan from the property manager, Qiu Meng returned to Zhou Guanyu's home in high spirits, commencing to draft renovation plans on her computer using CAD software. Her proficiency with CAD left both Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu astounded. However, Qin Mian and Qiu Meng did not linger in Shanghai for long. Despite being on winter break, Qin Mian, after a month away from racing, was eager to quench his thirst for speed, even at the risk of being recognized on the track. Having abstained from F1 racing for such a protracted period, he felt a compelling urge to experience the thrill once again. Thus, after spending 4 days in Shanghai, during which Qin Mian took Qiu Meng to the Oriental Pearl Tower and Disneyland, they both returned to the UK. During this time, the FIA imposed stringent regulations, preventing all teams from testing their 2022 racing cars. Consequently, upon returning to the factory, Qin Mian focused on addressing deficiencies with the help of the team's analysts. Of course, he did not overlook the opportunity to take the permitted older model Mercedes F1 car for a couple of laps at Silverstone, relishing the experience. The team welcomed Qin Mian's request, pleased to see his enduring passion and enthusiasm for racing after a year in the paddock. After completing a lap, Qin Mian could only exclaim that the speed of the W11 was astonishingly remarkable. At Silverstone's T9, he effortlessly floored the accelerator, achieving a lateral G-force of 56 G at its peak. Indeed, Qin Mian was piloting one of Mercedes' most dominant racing machines, the W11. In conclusion, the experience can be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Following this indulgence, Qin Mian returned to the rigors of his normal work. However, the primary focus remains on collaborating with the team's analysts to review footage of Qin Mian's qualifying and race performances from the previous season, scrutinizing his driving techniques and identifying potential areas for improvement. At this juncture, one might question why such evaluations are not conducted immediately following the conclusion of a Grand Prix. After all, the details of the circuit are still vividly fresh in the driver's memories, making it an opportune moment for rectification. Yet, Formula One is not akin to traditional sports events. The sheer volume of Grand Prix races, over 20 in a single year, leaves little room for drivers to reflect on their performances race by race. Typically, once a race concludes, the entire team promptly shifts focus to preparations for the next Grand Prix. This frenetic pace leaves no respite for the drivers, who are equally engrossed in the whirlwind of activity, rendering it impossible to engage in post-race analysis. Consequently, it is at this time that Qin Mian and his team embark on such evaluations. In addition to these analyses, Qin Mian has also commenced assisting the team in producing promotional videos, including advertisements requested by sponsors. These responsibilities are part of his obligations, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. Simultaneously, Qin Mian contributes to the development and research of the new season's car at the team's factory. Prior to the official commencement of the next season, the team remains poised to make adjustments to the car. However, these modifications are limited to minor details and new aerodynamic components, as the overarching design has already been established with no possibility for alteration. During this period, various teams have begun to announce the unveiling dates for their new season car liveries, while Mercedes has yet to publicly disclose the release date for the W13 livery. All internal personnel are aware that it is scheduled for February 18th. This season, the Mercedes team's new car livery marks a return to its original silver hue, evolving from the black arrow back to the silver arrow. The car's exterior predominantly features silver, with the lower section showcasing its natural carbon fiber color to achieve weight reduction, while the transition is adorned with the green of the team's title sponsor, Petronas. In terms of design aesthetics, Mercedes has certainly demonstrated finesse, as this livery is visually striking. To further distinguish between their two drivers, Hamilton and Qin Mian, there are subtle differences in the car's livery. A red camera mount is positioned above Qin Mian's car's roll hoop, harmonizing with the red Ineos branding below. Additionally, the new season introduces red accents on the outer edges of the front wing beside the front tires, while Hamilton's car features yellow accents. This serves as one of the methods to differentiate the two Mercedes drivers on the track. On January 24th, Qin Mian arrived at the team as usual. Upon his entry, the staff at the Mercedes front desk greeted him with their customary smiles and handed him an envelope. Qin Mian, here is a letter addressed to you. Qin Mian was somewhat taken aback. Typically, Toto would call directly if there was anything to discuss. Why had he sent a letter instead today? Nevertheless, Qin Mian answered the call, inquiring as he unsealed the envelope. What is this from Toto? The receptionist shrugged and explained that Toto was unable to visit the factory due to a business trip and had asked her to forward the letter. As for the purpose of the correspondence, she regrettably admitted she was unaware. Qin Mian was not overly concerned, as he had merely asked out of curiosity. However, upon opening the letter, he was unexpectedly surprised to find that it contained a leave of absence granted by Toto. Alongside it was another letter, which conveyed that Toto was aware of the Chinese tradition of celebrating the Spring Festival. Considering that the Lunar New Year coincided with the period when Mei Ben was scheduled to work, Toto had generously approved a half-month leave for Qin Mian to return home for the celebrations. Truthfully, Qin Mian felt quite touched upon receiving this message. It was evident that Toto had been attentive to him and was familiar with some of the holiday customs back home, at least recognizing that the Spring Festival holiday was notably lengthy. However, it was rather unfortunate that this year, Qin Mian and Qiu Meng had already agreed not to return home for the celebrations, having even communicated this decision to their families in advance. Instead, they planned to have their parents come to stay with them during the festivities. Although Qin Mian's home was not particularly large, it did have 3 bedrooms suitable for sleeping. Even if it was not ideal, there were plenty of hotels in Monaco that could accommodate guests. Ultimately, while Qin Mian appreciated Toto's kind gesture, it proved to be of little practical use. With a slight click of disappointment, he nodded in gratitude to the staff before taking his breakfast to his office in the administrative building of the racing team. Once seated in his office, Qin Mian did not rush to the factory to begin work. As a driver, he enjoyed a considerable amount of free time, and during this period, his visits to the factory could be classified as overtime. Thus, he had the liberty to decide when to go. At that moment, Qin Mian pondered whether they should indeed discourage their parents from visiting and instead return home for the celebrations. After all, being at home during the new year was lively, and they could take the neighborhood children to set off fireworks. However, recognizing that this household did not consist of him alone, Qin Mian ultimately decided to call Qiu Meng. Hey, came Qiu Meng's somewhat drowsy voice through the phone. Did I wake you? No worries, go ahead. Toto has granted me a half-month leave for the Spring Festival, but we had agreed not to return home, so now I'm a bit conflicted. Should we take advantage of the holiday to go home, or remain abroad? If we choose the latter, should we invite Toto over for a meal? You can decide, Qiu Meng replied, still somewhat groggy. I'm quite indifferent. It's just a matter of adding a few extra pairs of chopsticks. However, after finishing her words, Qiu Meng paused. If you wish to invite Toto to spend the new year at our home, it would be rather inappropriate to invite him alone, Elliot. Have you considered the team principals and directors such as Allison and Midos? If Zhou Guanyu also intends to remain in Switzerland for the festivities, he should probably be invited as well, right? It might not reflect well to have a single driver from Sauber among a group of high-ranking Mercedes executives, would it? Therefore, what about Hamilton and the other drivers from different teams? Stop, I'm starting to get a headache. Qin Mian hurriedly interrupted his wife's rambling, rubbing his temples in distress. Let me think. At that moment, Qiu Meng added, of course, if your discretion is impeccable or you are sufficiently candid. Inviting only Toto and his family over for a meal should pose no problem. All right, I will consider it. Then, I will freshen up and get out of bed as well. There has been quite a bit of work at the company lately. Goodbye. Love you, bye. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mian continued to massage his temples, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Moreover, it seemed his wife truly had not yet awakened. Had she not mentioned there was an option to return home directly? Why was there only this singular option of not returning home for the new year? In truth, Qin Mian had misunderstood Qiu Meng, as he had never contemplated this aspect either. Qiu Meng's parents had already informed the neighbors that they would be spending the new year abroad this year. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. And suddenly deciding to remain in the country for the new year might not sit well with everyone. The most significant reason, however, was the quarantine that would be required upon returning. After struggling with his headache for a while, unable to conjure a specific solution, Qin Mian decided to let it go. At worst, they would celebrate the new year as initially planned, just their family together. Setting the matter aside for the time being, Qin Mian browsed his phone for a while in his office, then went to the team headquarters gym to practice alone for a bit before heading to the factory. Thus began Qin Mian's work hours. On January 27th, in the afternoon, as the lunch break came to an end, everyone in the team resumed their work. However, Qin Mian's office remained somewhat dim, as the sunshades had all been drawn. A closer inspection would reveal that Qin Mian was asleep in his ergonomic chair. Soon, however, the door to his office was knocked upon. As the door was rapped, Qin Mian stirred awake and called out, "Come in." He then sat up from his reclined position. Observing the tall figure at the doorway, Qin Mian retracted the footrest of his chair and greeted, "Boss." At that moment, Qin Mian experienced none of the panic that typically accompanies being caught sleeping at work. In fact, he even stretched after rising. Toto, unconcerned, inquired with genuine care, "I hope I am not disturbing your rest." Qin Mian waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. What brings you here?" As Qin Mian spoke, he reached out to draw open the electric curtains in his office. With the almost inaudible whir of the motors, sunlight gradually flooded into the space. Toto entered Qin Mian's office and, after settling into the guest sofa, began, "I recall that during the last season, you held differing opinions regarding our design philosophy for this year's car." Sensing that Qin Mian might perceive his visit as a reprimand, Toto elaborated, "I have come to seek your insights on this season's car, essentially gathering opinions." Qin Mian nodded. Indeed, he harbored concerns regarding the car's design. Though he did not recall articulating them explicitly, it was possible that his thoughts had been expressed in other contexts or perhaps forgotten. Nevertheless, since Toto had taken the time to consult him, Qin Mian felt it appropriate to voice his apprehensions. He took a sip from his sports water bottle before sitting across from Toto on the sofa. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I do have reservations in this regard." Toto gestured for him to continue. "I am all ears." Qin Mian's primary concern revolved around the side pods and floor of the W13. Undeniably, in the team's wind tunnel and CFD simulations, the zero-side pod concept has significantly improved drag and weight, even enhancing the overall balance and tire longevity without compromising the car's cooling capabilities. However, Toto, we both understand that the ground effect of the car relies on the differential airflow velocities creating increased downforce. Under such conditions, the distance between the edges of our car's floor and its central structure appears excessively wide. I fear that at high speeds, the floor might deform akin to a front wing, adversely affecting the car's aerodynamic configuration. I believe the most pressing issue for our car next season is not the engine's durability, but rather the straight-line speed. Though Toto hails from a financial background, he possesses an acumen rare among leaders, the discernment to know whom to consult for specific issues. He recognized that he could inquire with Eric Blandon, the head of the aerodynamics department, to validate Qin Mian's assertions. Yet, Toto is also a businessman and a politician within the paddock. He understood that the design of the W13 was essentially finalized. Even if Qin Mian's points were valid, it was improbable that Mercedes would revise their plans solely based on one person's opinion. Thus, Toto attentively listened to Qin Mian's perspective, noting the salient points in his notebook. Qin Mian, I comprehend your concerns, yet the W13 concept was established from the outset. The entire design of the car adheres to the zero-side pod philosophy. According to your argument, should we alter the side pods, we would be compelled to essentially scrap the current design and create a W13B from scratch. You are aware that this is nearly impossible. Neither I nor the other department heads of the team, nor the budget cap of the team, would allow us to proceed in such a manner. Qin Mian felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this, yet there was no alternative, as Toto had remarked. The car has already been constructed. However, fortune soon smiled upon Qin Mian. Of course, your perspective holds merit, with the new season and new regulations. There are inevitably aspects of the racing car that cannot be discerned until it truly hits the track. Although I do not wish for your assertion to materialize, I believe it prudent to have Elliot prepare a design draft for a car with side boxes. Naturally, this design will remain merely theoretical. We shall only consider Plan B if the zero sidebox concept proves unviable. I hope you can appreciate the challenges of managing and operating a racing team. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian felt a slight sense of solace, though he could not articulate why he had a vague inclination that the current design philosophy of Mercedes was flawed. At least the team had a contingency plan. Well, like you, I do not wish for my conjectures to come to fruition. But as an old saying from my hometown goes, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Seeing Qin Mian nod in agreement and visibly exhale, Toto's expression softened considerably. He capped his pen, leaned back into the sofa, and inquired, "So, how do you find the 15 days of leave I have granted you?" "A pleasant surprise? It is quite manageable, actually, as we do not plan to return to China for the new year this year. Instead, we intend to bring both my and Qiu Meng's parents over." "A splendid idea," Toto remarked. "However, since we are discussing the new year, I am curious about how the Chinese typically celebrate it." Qin Mian raised an eyebrow. In truth, it is difficult to convey the experience through words, and there may be omissions. If you are genuinely interested, why not come to my home during the New Year festivities to experience it firsthand? Would that be an imposition? Not at all. Very well, Toto readily agreed. What preparations should I make? I recall that during the Chinese New Year, there are red envelopes, correct? At this, Toto even retrieved his phone, preparing to jot down notes on customary practices during the holidays. Qin Mian contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that during the New Year, elders do indeed give red envelopes to the younger generation, stay up on New Year's Eve, and visit relatives on the first day of the new year. However, abroad, one cannot fully replicate the domestic customs, as Qin Mian hardly knew which families to visit. Thus, the New Year's customs would be simplified, but the specifics would be determined by the elders at home. Therefore, Qin Mian simply nodded and remarked, "Elders do need to give red envelopes to the younger ones. But the amounts are generally modest. Converted, a red envelope would typically contain around $20 to $30. Toto lowered his eyes to record this detail and then asked, "Where can one purchase red envelopes?" "A stroll through Chinatown should yield them quite easily." Toto nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the two men engaged in further conversation. Although their topics swiftly transitioned from the new year to family matters and aspirations for the next generation. Beyond this, the only remaining common interest between Qin Mian and Toto was their shared passion for racing. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Toto took his leave. As he escorted Toto to the door of his office, Qin Mian sent a message to Qiu Meng. "Toto's family is likely to come for the new year." During his visit to my office, our conversation inevitably drifted to the holiday, and I casually extended an invitation, which he surprisingly accepted. "Well, that alleviates any dilemma, doesn't it? But what about the others in the team? Inviting them is impractical. Our home is not large enough to accommodate everyone. Perhaps we could distribute red envelopes instead? That could work. I'll take care of the arrangements." "Haha, it's always my wife who comes through. Without you, this household would surely fall apart." "Flattery suits you. Do keep it coming." Observing Qiu Meng's eagerness for compliments on the other end of the line, Qin Mian could not help but smile. "Shall we head to the Chinatown in France to purchase our New Year preparations? You should stay home and rest. With that face of yours, it would be quite a spectacle if you were to appear. For the new year, I'll go shopping with our parents and my mother-in-law. You should focus on your own matters." "All right, I'm counting on you. I'll get back to my work now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After a brief exchange with Qiu Meng, Qin Mian stretched his body and immersed himself back into his work. Despite his foreboding sense that the current W13 might be veering off course, the team would not, and could not, turned back until they encountered a wall. Although Qin Mian held a vital position within the team, with many in the paddock considering him the future successor to Hamilton, he remained merely a cog in the machine, albeit a slightly more significant one. His input might influence certain intricate details of race car design, yet he could only offer a perspective on the broader trajectory. With a sigh, he tidied his office before heading to the team factory in the adjacent building, where there was always an abundance of work to be done. Meanwhile, after his conversation with Qin Mian, Toto returned to his office, created a file documenting their discussion, and recorded Qin Mian's primary requests, printing and archiving the document. In truth, Qin Mian's insights held considerable significance for Toto, prompting him to open the W13 project files on his computer and examine the design structure of the car's floor, pondering whether the issues raised by Qin Mian might manifest in the vehicle. Prior to Qin Mian's comments, Toto had regarded the W13 as nearly flawless, perceiving no apparent discrepancies in its appearance. Furthermore, according to the calculations of the team engineers, the car's floor should, under all circumstances, remain devoid of issues. Even from Toto's subjective perspective, he harbored no desire for any issues to arise with the chassis of the car. However, after hearing Qin Mian's remarks, he could not shake the feeling that the W13's chassis appeared somewhat slender, and the distance between its connection points and the side pods seemed a tad excessive. Yet, upon scrutinizing the data, Toto found no anomalies or issues. Just as he was tidying up his belongings, preparing to dismiss the matter as merely an alternative option, as he had just conveyed to Qin Mian, he suddenly recalled the earnest yet slightly anxious expression in Qin Mian's eyes when discussing the issue. With a sigh, Toto retrieved the document he had just placed in the filing cabinet and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to call Blandon, the head of the aerodynamics department. Once he confirmed that Blandon was in his office, Toto made his way there with the document in hand. Upon sitting down in Blandon's office, Toto forwent the customary pleasantries he had extended to Qin Mian and directly handed the document to Blandon, stating, "Do you think it is possible for the W13 to experience deformation due to chassis rigidity issues when subjected to high-speed airflow, thereby affecting the car's stability at high velocities?" Blandon, unfazed by Toto's demeanor, took the document and began to peruse it, inquiring, "Have you discovered any issues? I recall that our CFD and wind tunnel tests revealed no problems with the aerodynamic shape of the W13. Is there a possibility of error?" Blandon shook his head resolutely, stating, "That scenario is virtually impossible. We have conducted cross-validation." Recalling his conversation with Qin Mian, Toto tentatively asked, "What if the excessive downforce generated by the ground effect chassis leads to deformation at high speeds?" Just as Blandon was about to dismiss the notion, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. After uttering those words, Blandon swiftly approached his computer and, in Toto's presence, retrieved the wind tunnel and CFD simulation data. After a considerable time, Blandon exhaled deeply and looked at Toto. "Our wind tunnel has speed limitations, so predicting the car's behavior at extreme velocities is indeed challenging. After all, this is our first design of a ground effect chassis. However, we initially allowed for a margin in the design. If that margin proves insufficient, we can reinforce the chassis with additional bracing. In other words, should deformation occur, we possess the means to enhance the chassis strength." Blandon nodded, "Certainly. However, since you harbor these concerns, when we complete the design of the new rear wing and conduct CFD simulations, we will slightly increase the downforce beneath the chassis. We can then make adjustments based on the car's performance characteristics. Nevertheless, after analysis, I genuinely perceive that the chassis may hold issues we have yet to uncover." Blandon removed his glasses from his nose and rubbed his temples, saying, "Due to the absence of simulation data for ground effect floors on our simulator, and our lack of experience in configuring such floors, it is indeed possible that this data may be erroneous. Prior to conducting actual winter tests, we cannot ascertain the true condition of the racing car." Toto remained silent, lost in thought, arms crossed as he contemplated the matter for a moment. He then remarked, "Understood. I have work to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Blandon nodded and rose, saying, "Very well. Should you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime." After nodding in acknowledgement, Toto took the W13 documents and departed. However, upon returning to his office, Toto picked up the phone and called Mike Elliott, who was working at the team factory. "Boss, Mike, please come to my office. Now." "All right. I'll be there in 5 minutes." 4 minutes later, Elliott entered Toto's office. "Boss, you called for me. Have a seat. Toto gestured towards the chair in front of him. Once Elliot was seated, Toto handed him a new document, saying, "Set aside your work on the improvements for the W13. As Elliot received the document from Toto, he felt somewhat bewildered. Why was he being called away from the factory to receive this? Instantly, he began to introspect, questioning whether he had failed in his duties recently, prompting Toto to consider letting him go before the onset of the 2022 season. I haven't done anything wrong lately. Why would he let me go? Then he noticed that the document was a budget approval, granting a budget of $5 million. Upon receiving this sum, Elliot was still perplexed, as all F1 teams were strictly limited to a budget cap of $145 million. Thus, this amount represented a significant sum for any team and could potentially fund a major upgrade for a critical component of the car. Just as Elliot was curious about why Toto had allocated this money to him and what it would be used for, Toto's subsequent words left him utterly astonished. I am somewhat concerned that there may be issues with the design philosophy of this season's car. So I would like you to set aside most of your work on refining the W13. During the time leading up to the winter tests, I want you to redesign the side pods and floor based on the current car's foundation." Upon hearing this, Elliot's bewilderment intensified, and he felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had thought $5 million was excessive, but now he was beginning to feel a headache, not to mention, if he were to follow Toto's directive, this amount would clearly be insufficient to meet his demands. Moreover, with merely a month remaining until the Eastern test of 2022, I am not a magical being capable of conjuring impressive tools from thin air. Redesigning a base plate and side boxes is no trivial task. 1 month is scarcely sufficient, and even 6 months might be considered a tight time frame. The allocated budget is woefully inadequate as well. Of course, aside from my internal lamentations, Elliot was somewhat surprised that Toto had discerned the design flaws in the W13. Nevertheless, Elliot refrained from questioning Toto's decision. If Toto could identify the issues with the car's design and sought my input on the matter, it would be rather unbecoming for me to express my doubts, suggesting that I might not possess a deeper understanding of car design than Toto himself. While such remarks from engineers in other roles might go unnoticed, as the team's technical director, Elliot could not afford to voice such sentiments. Furthermore, the constraints of time and budget were topics he dared not broach, fully aware that, due to the budget cap, the team could no longer indulge in lavish expenditures for car development as in the past. Toto was likely feeling the strain even more acutely than he was. Thus, upon receiving Toto's directive, Elliot hesitantly inquired, "Do you truly require me to step away now?" Toto, however, nodded resolutely, affirming, "Indeed, it is you. You will be fully responsible for the design of these 2 pivotal components, and there is no need to report to Allison." And what of Allison? He would continue to refine the W13. "Understood. I can allocate a quarter of the design team for you." "Very well. When shall I commence work on the new components?" "Immediately." After Elliot departed, Toto summoned Allison to discuss the matter. Allison, without much hesitation, concurred with Toto's arrangement. Neither of them exhibited any emotional upheaval over the transfer of responsibilities or the assumption of new challenges. This calmness stemmed from the exceptionally positive atmosphere within Mercedes. Having enjoyed a string of victories over recent years, it could be said that the triumphs had suppressed any internal conflicts within the team. Consequently, a culture of non-blame had emerged. When an employee made a mistake, their superiors and the team's higher-ups would not assign blame, but would instead assist in rectifying the situation. All that was required was to avoid repeating different errors in the future. Thus, both high-ranking technical officials at Mercedes accepted this situation with equanimity, displaying neither joy nor dissatisfaction. Elliot felt no apprehension regarding the insufficient time or budget, as long as he endeavored to do his utmost within the given time frame. He would not be reprimanded, nor have his salary docked for not fully meeting Toto's expectations. After addressing this matter, Toto returned to his office to manage other business affairs. Once all tasks for the day were completed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling a touch of sultriness, Toto removed his coat and draped it over the chair behind him. He then leaned back in his seat, relishing this rare moment of leisure. However, after a short while, a sense of unease began to creep in, prompting Toto to approach the window of his office to gaze at the scenery outside. Yet, as time passed, he found no solace. Instead, his brow furrowed deeper with worry. Toto harbored a premonition that this year, the team would not be as competitive as it had been the previous year. Before long, through the glass of his office, he spotted Qin Mian emerging from the team factory, accompanied by several engineers. The animated conversation between Qin Mian and the engineers suggested a strong rapport between them. Toto couldn't help but smile. Despite his frequent declarations of no longer working overtime, Qin Mian often found time to visit the factory, clearly fostering good relationships with the team staff. After watching them leave, Toto glanced at his watch and realized that it was already time to clock out. He continued to observe as Qin Mian climbed into the rather audacious Ferrari 488 GT3 modified version, watching him drive away from the team. After this brief interlude, Toto felt his taut nerves begin to relax considerably. At least he could see that Qin Mian possessed both talent and diligence. Even if the team faced challenges in the short term, Toto believed that Qin Mian could elevate the team to new heights in the foreseeable future. Of course, both Toto and the team were more eager for Hamilton to secure his 8th World Championship title sooner rather than later. After all, while Qin Mian held promise for the future, Hamilton's 8th title would etch both him and the Mercedes team into the annals of history. Yet, these aspirations were mere thoughts for another day. The following day, the FIA announced the registration fee for the upcoming season's Super License, which was a topic of great interest for domestic fans. Specifically, the registration fee for Qin Mian's Super License for the 2022 season was revealed. It was reported that due to Qin Mian earning 394 points last season, he would need to pay the FIA a registration fee of $837,800 for this season. This amount included a base fee of $10,400, which all drivers must pay, while the remaining $827,400 was derived from his accumulated points, valued at $2,100 per point. In total, this meant that Qin Mian would need to remit approximately $7,632,000 to the FIA. Upon realizing the exorbitant cost of his registration fee, Qin Mian was taken aback. It felt excessive, leading him to briefly ponder whether the FIA relied on these annual fees from drivers to sustain its operations. Moreover, the introduction of sprint races seemed aimed at increasing point allocations, thus generating additional revenue through these extra points. Nevertheless, Qin Mian quickly shook off the shock without feeling any real pain over the expense. The funds in question required no financial contribution from Qin Mian. As one of the directors of the racing team, Li graciously covered the entire amount to express gratitude for Qin Mian's choice of color, which remarkably aligned with Li's own. In essence, Li found Qin Mian's livery aesthetically pleasing and willingly provided the funds. Furthermore, it is confirmed that Latifi, as the paddock rumors suggested, has completely lost his seat in F1, relegated to a reserve driver for Williams. Stepping into his position is Alexander Albon, a former Red Bull driver from Thailand. The reasons behind Albon's ascent are widely debated, with the prevailing theory suggesting that Mercedes exerted influence, prompting Williams to dismiss Latifi. Others speculate that Russell believed collaborating with Latifi would hinder the team's performance, thus encouraging Albon, who had been out of racing for a year, to apply for a position at Williams. Albon, on the team simulator, demonstrated a speed nearly a second faster than Latifi. Nonetheless, regardless of the paddock chatter, the Williams lineup for the season is now confirmed to be Russell and Albon. Aside from this, there were no further personnel changes within the paddock this year. On January 29th, a Saturday, the factory was closed for the weekend, and Qin Mian planned to return to Monaco. Therefore, after waking up, he did not visit the factory, but instead completed his daily exercise at home before heading directly to the airport. On his way, he called Leclerc. However, upon boarding the plane, Qin Mian did not head straight to France, but made a brief stop in Switzerland. Due to his influence, Zhou Guanyu also chose not to remain in his home country during the holiday, arriving early at the team's factory to assist in the development of next season's car. Since Zhou Guanyu, like Qin Mian, had no intentions of returning home for the new year, Qin Mian decided to bring him along to celebrate together, as a larger gathering would be more lively. After a brief sojourn in Switzerland, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu returned to France together. Upon disembarking, Zhou Guanyu, bearing gifts for Qiu Meng and his 3 elders, was about to head outside the airport when Qin Mian stopped him, asking, "Where are you going?" Zhou Guanyu replied, bewildered, "Aren't we heading to your home?" Qin Mian nodded affirmatively, prompting further confusion from Zhou Guanyu. "Then why did you stop me? Shouldn't we exit the airport from that side? Do you have another route?" Pointing towards a distant helicopter, Qin Mian replied, "We'll take that one back." Zhou Guanyu exclaimed, "Impressive. I've come to realize you must be the reincarnation of a cyber enchantress. How is it that you can procure anything?" whether it's a plane or a helicopter. I've yet to see anyone in your circle who hasn't lent you something. As he jested, Zhou Guanyu walked towards the helicopter, with Qin Mian assisting him with his suitcase, adding, "It's quite normal. If you achieve similar results next season, when you seek to borrow something, others will be more than willing to grant you that favor. Moreover, could it be that my charm is simply irresistible? I shall refrain from borrowing others' possessions. If I truly desire something, I prefer to procure it myself. Moreover, I have observed that your audacity has grown increasingly brazen. Depart at once." As they conversed, the two approached the helicopter. After opening the rear cabin door, Zhou Guanyu placed the gift he had brought inside, while Qin Mian also stowed Zhou Guanyu's suitcase. Once everything was secured, Qin Mian advised Zhou Guanyu, "Ensure your noise-canceling headphones are on and your seatbelt fastened. I will check with the ground crew." Zhou Guanyu nodded, adeptly donning the noise-canceling headphones, indicating he had experience with helicopters. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, during which Zhou Guanyu began to wonder about Qin Mian's delay and the whereabouts of the pilot, he saw Qin Mian approach with a form in hand, which he had signed after a brief handshake with the ground staff. Seeing this, Zhou Guanyu shifted to the side, allowing Qin Mian space to enter. To Zhou Guanyu's bewilderment, Qin Mian opened the helicopter's cockpit door and took a seat in the pilot's position. As Zhou Guanyu's astonishment grew, Qin Mian skillfully fastened his seatbelt, disengaged the collective brake, activated the power, turned on the fuel pump, and thoroughly checked the foot pedals and throttle for any abnormalities. In a mere half-minute, Qin Mian completed all pre-flight checks and preparations. After confirming Zhou Guanyu's seatbelt was fastened with a glance, he directly started the helicopter's engine. The sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that Zhou Guanyu, still in a state of shock, scarcely had time to react before the helicopter's engine roared to life. As he gazed out the window at the accelerating rotation of the blades, the noise within the cabin intensified, causing his complexion to pale further. Zhou Guanyu noticed Qin Mian's lips moving, and after a brief moment, Qin Mian pulled the collective, lifting the helicopter into the air. Unlike a novice's cautious ascent, Qin Mian swiftly elevated the helicopter to approximately 15 meters, fully engaging the collective. At that moment, the G-force experienced by both Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu reached at least 1.9. The helicopter rapidly departed from the airport. Zhou Guanyu attempted to speak with Qin Mian, but the noise within the helicopter was overwhelming, rendering his words inaudible. Nevertheless, possessing the analytical prowess of an F1 driver even under pressure, Zhou Guanyu gradually regained his composure. Noting that thus far, the aircraft exhibited no anomalies. Indeed, aside from the initial takeoff, the flight remained remarkably stable. Soon, the realization dawned upon Zhou Guanyu. Observing Qin Mian's actions, it appeared he possessed the skill to operate a helicopter. This was astonishing, as he exuded the confidence of a seasoned pilot. When had he acquired such expertise? Furthermore, Zhou Guanyu has come to realize that Qin Mian, a talented driver with a family and a higher historical standing in F1 than himself, is unlikely to jest with his life. Thus, it seems that Qin Mian was deliberately teasing him. This rascal always manages to bring unexpected surprises into his life. Once Zhou Guanyu regained his composure, he hastily lowered the microphone of his noise-canceling headset and spoke into the helicopter's radio. "This is CQND Qin Mian. You nearly scared me to death." He added, "When did you learn to fly a plane?" Upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's outburst, Qin Mian remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I learned after winning the championship." "Surprised, aren't you? Surprised? Is that what you call it? When you started the plane, I thought you were furious over my CSGO unboxing, and you were going to take us both down." After venting, Zhou Guanyu paused. What had Qin Mian just said? Learned after winning the championship? How long has it been since Qin Mian claimed the F1 World Championship? Qin Mian was crowned on December 12, 2021, and today is January 29, 2022. Damn, a mere month and a half. Even if Qin Mian obtained his pilot's license on the day of his victory, that is still only a month and a half. Zhou Guanyu, who had just relaxed a bit, felt his anxiety creeping back. However, Qin Mian's subsequent remark eased his tension. "You're overthinking it. If we traded places, I'd be at a disadvantage, you single dog with no girlfriend. And frankly, I have no interest in your brand new Miami. My gloves were a gift from Qiu Meng. Keep the insults coming, but let's not make it personal." Zhou Guanyu gritted his teeth. Though it was Qin Mian's first time flying this route, the aircraft was equipped with a navigation system. Once the flight path was set, he merely needed to monitor the plane's instruments. The 10-kilometer drive from the airport to Qin Miao's home took only half an hour, and flying directly by helicopter was even quicker. After conversing for a mere 2 minutes, they could already see the harbor of Monaco in the distance. 5 minutes later, Qin Mian made a smooth landing at the helicopter airport in Monaco. Upon touching down, Zhou Guanyu immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out of the aircraft, forgetting to grab his belongings. Despite feeling that Qin Mian flew quite steadily, the thought that Qin Mian had only held his pilot's license for a month and a half filled Zhou Guanyu with trepidation. Meanwhile, as Qin Mian shut down the aircraft, he felt that flying was even more exhilarating than driving. The visibility from the helicopter was particularly splendid compared to an F1 car, especially this season when the FIA had switched to 18-inch tires, which worsened the cockpit visibility in simulators. Nonetheless, Qin Mian understood that this sensation stemmed from the novelty of flying for the first time and the adrenaline rush. Once the novelty wore off, he would likely find flying mundane. Indeed, this was his inaugural attempt at flying since acquiring the skills granted by the system. As for the aircraft, it was indeed borrowed from Leclerc, as Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu mentioned. Leclerc, a resident of Monaco, is acutely aware of the traffic chaos that ensues during race week. Consequently, he acquired a helicopter, which proves to be a convenient mode of transportation for both daily commutes and race days. In comparison to private jets that often cost tens of millions of dollars, helicopters are considerably more affordable, even within the financial reach of F1 drivers. At that moment, Leclerc was at the factory in Maranello, Italy, and with the Lunar New Year not yet upon Monaco, he had no need for the aircraft. Therefore, when Qin Mian requested it, Leclerc readily obliged. Since there were pilots available at the airport, Leclerc did not inquire whether Qin Mian required assistance from a pilot. Had he known that Qin Mian was flying his helicopter to Monaco, he would have adamantly refused to lend it to him. Upon landing, the two departed from the helicopter airport. The airport indeed possesses hangars, but given that this is Monaco, where prices are notoriously high, the cost of a hangar is not trivial. However, as a local, Leclerc undoubtedly has a permanent hangar of his own. Thus, after Qin Mian parked the helicopter, he need not concern himself further. The ground crew would take care of securing Leclerc's helicopter. Strolling through the streets of Monaco, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu exhibited no pretense, confidently walking along the boulevards. Indeed, Monaco is one of the few places in the world where one can traverse the streets without the worry of being disturbed. On one hand, the residents are affluent individuals. Irrespective of the questionable dealings that might lie behind their wealth, they generally uphold a certain decorum in public. Moreover, those who have reached a level of affluence sufficient to reside in Monaco have likely witnessed much of the world, rendering them unfazed by the sight of an F1 world champion casually walking by. Additionally, Monaco enforces strict regulations against photographing individuals without their consent, and those who breach this law can find themselves apprehended without question. Consequently, it is rare to see anyone brandishing a phone in their direction, creating a comfortable environment for public figures like Qin Mian. Thus, the two could stroll back to Qin Mian's residence with ease. Another advantage of Monaco is its compact size. One can traverse the entire country in no more than an hour. Moreover, Qin Mian's home is merely a 5-minute journey from the helicopter airport, allowing the two to arrive swiftly at his doorstep. Despite the impending New Year celebrations, there were no couplets adorning the entrance, although the character for fortune had already been affixed. After a brief moment to freshen up, Qin Mian opened the door to his home. As they returned in the morning, Qin Mian's parents-in-law and his mother were absent, having gone out to explore Monaco together. Upon hearing a commotion at the entrance while working from home, Qiu Meng set aside her tasks and hurriedly dashed out of her room. Upon spotting Qin Mian, her face lit up with joy, and she immediately leaped into his embrace, clinging to him without a hint of reluctance. Just as the two, long separated, were about to express their longing for one another, the untimely interjection of Zhou Guanyu pierced the moment. "Could you two refrain from this display in my presence?" His ill-timed words abruptly extinguished the warmth that had enveloped them. Having grown familiar with Zhou Guanyu, Qiu Meng flashed a grin and retorted, "You mind your business while I'm with my husband. If you're capable, go find yourself a girlfriend." With a bemused expression, Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes as Qiu Meng leaned in to plant a kiss on Qin Mian. "How infuriating," Zhou Guanyu muttered under his breath, pushing the entwined couple apart as he entered Qin Mian's home, carrying the gifts he had brought. On January 31st, New Year's Eve, Qin Mian awoke in a foggy state, suddenly feeling a weight pressing down upon him. Instinctively, he assumed it was Qiu Meng, as she was the only one who would unexpectedly pounce on him. However, after a moment, he realized the weight was not quite right. Blinking his eyes open, he discovered that Qiu Meng had tossed her clothes onto him. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he inquired, "What time is it?" "It's 7 in the morning. "Oh," he replied, lying back for a moment to clear his mind before rising to get dressed. However, upon retrieving the garments Qiu Meng had thrown, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" he asked, glancing back at her, finding himself momentarily stunned again. Today, Qiu Meng was adorned in a crimson traditional hanfu, featuring a cross-collar design and pipa sleeves. Exuding an air of antiquity while retaining a touch of playfulness. Coupled with her already charming visage, she left Qin Mian utterly captivated. After regaining his composure, he looked down at the attire in his hands, which also appeared to be a hanfu. "It's a hanfu. The festive spirit of the new year is rather faint abroad, so I thought I'd decompensate in this regard," Qiu Meng explained, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she urged Qin Mian. "You must try it on. I bought this set ages ago, tailored to your figure. Let us see if it fits." Qin Mian was not lacking in cultural confidence. Rather, he hesitated at the prospect of donning something new. After holding the outfit against himself for comparison, he shook his head. "You look truly wonderful in the hanfu. I don't need to. I want to see." With that, Qiu Meng's insistence left Qin Mian momentarily speechless. P.S. Today I have errands to run. I only have 4K left. This chapter concludes here. 350. Guests. After spending considerable time together, Qiu Meng's understanding of Qin Mian had reached a profound level. She always found a way to effortlessly poke at Qin Mian's vulnerabilities. "Shall I wear this just for your eyes?" Qin Mian attempted to resist. "Try it on. But if you truly do not wish to wear it, I will not insist," Qiu Meng replied after a moment of contemplation, taking a step back. Qin Mian nodded, and with Qiu Meng's assistance, donned the exquisite hanfu she had prepared. This was, in fact, a feiyu suit, akin to the garments worn by the Jinyui during the Ming dynasty. Once clothed, with Qiu Meng's help, Qin Mian secured the belt and arm guards. The once loosely draped feiyu suit now fit him quite well, elevating his demeanor significantly. He appeared far more poised and sharp than the languid figure he had been just moments prior. Upon seeing Qin Mian in this attire, Qiu Meng's eyes sparkled with delight. "You look splendid. I truly adore this," she exclaimed instinctively. Qin Mian, acutely aware of an underlying nuance in her words, inquired, "Did you purchase this hanfu solely to see me wear it?" To his surprise, Qiu Meng candidly confessed, "Indeed, I wanted to see it on you. It's beautiful, captivating, and I could gaze upon it endlessly." Since my beloved has expressed such sentiments, Qin Mian acquiesced, deciding to keep the outfit on. After reluctantly donning the accompanying trousers and boots, he made his way to the living room. At this point, the three elders had risen and were engaged in a game of do di zhu. Having passed through the initial excitement of their overseas trip and having taken a cursory glance around Monaco, the elders had opted to return to simplicity, choosing to enjoy a game of cards at home. However, Qin Mian was taken aback to find that all three elders were also clad in hanfu, with the two ladies even having styled their hair specially. They looked remarkably elegant and splendid. Upon his entrance, their movements paused momentarily. His mother, setting down her cards, approached him, circling around to admire. After a thorough inspection, she nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this suits you quite well. Much more becoming than that racing suit you wear." His father-in-law and mother-in-law also nodded in agreement regarding Qin Mian's appearance. Slightly exasperated, Qin Mian explained, "My racing suit serves to promote our sponsors and is fire retardant. Hence its lack of aesthetic appeal. Safety takes precedence." After conversing with the three elders for a while, Qiu Meng emerged with a couplet in hand. Qin Mian halted the elders who were about to assist, saying, "We will handle this. You may continue your game." The elders did not press further, as they were currently evenly matched in their card game. Pulling over a stool, Qin Mian positioned himself at the entrance of their home, with Qiu Meng assisting by passing items. He swiftly affixed the couplet, completing the task in a mere 10 minutes. This couplet was simply one that Qiu Meng had randomly selected in Chinatown, lacking any particular significance. Inscribed above are the words, "Wishing you prosperity in the new year. May every family celebrate with joy," with the couplet reading peace and smooth sailing. The emphasis lies on a desire for tranquility and safety rather than material wealth. After affixing the couplets, Qin Mian was preparing to tidy up and return home when Qiu Meng pulled her aside. "Hey, Wait, let's take a photo. Qin Mian nodded and effortlessly struck a pose. Most of her social media accounts were now managed by Qiu Meng, leaving Qin Mian to use only her secondary accounts. Thus, in their daily lives, Qiu Meng often took candid photos of Qin Mian with her phone. However, this time, she had brought a phone stand, allowing them both to appear in the frame together. After capturing a photograph, Qiu Meng promptly uploaded it to Qin Mian's various social media accounts. Meanwhile, Qin Mian tidied the area before heading home. The photo Qiu Meng had just posted, along with New Year's greetings, quickly garnered likes and comments. Happy New Year to Qin Mian and Qiu Meng too. Wishing you prosperity. May the new year bring even more success. Happy New Year. Am I the only one who thinks this couple looks splendid in Hanfu? Qin Mian's outfit is truly handsome. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, it was nearly time to prepare lunch. Besides Zhou Guanyu, the family of Toto was also coming to dine, so Qiu Meng, noting the time, headed to the kitchen to start cooking. After finishing with the couplets, Qin Mian, who had been watching her father-in-law play do di zhu, noticed Qiu Meng's actions and joined her in the kitchen. What are we cooking today? Qin Mian inquired with curiosity upon entering the kitchen. After a moment's reflection, Qiu Meng replied, we'll prepare the classic mapo tofu, a dish that foreigners generally enjoy, but this time we won't make any variations, just the traditional version. Additionally, we'll have salt-baked mantis shrimp, boiled beef, spicy chicken giblets, potato stew with chicken, chopped pepper fish head, and stir-fried duck. Considering Tuatha and their family may not tolerate spicy food, I've also prepared foie gras, steak, and tuna sashimi. Qin Mian nodded, acknowledging that lunch would indeed be plentiful, with 10 dishes ensuring there would be enough to eat. After affirming this, Qin Mian donned an apron. Qiu Meng gazed at him, puzzled. What are you doing, dear? Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Mian rubbed his nose and said, well, my wife, I can actually cook. Really? A large question mark seemed to appear above Qiu Meng's head. Looking adorably bewildered. And you're dressed so nicely today, it wouldn't be appropriate to cook in that outfit. Let me handle this meal. Ignoring Qin Mian's comment, Qiu Meng asked. You can cook? Yes, Qin Mian responded, feeling slightly sheepish at her surprise. When did you learn? He could not admit that he had won a cooking contest. So he fibbed. I've always known how. In Qin Mian's perspective, since he had never told Qiu Meng that he couldn't cook, she would likely assume he had merely kept it a secret, and he hoped she wouldn't be too upset. Then Qin Miao observed the girl gradually flushing with warmth. Noticing the rosy hue spreading across Qiu Meng's face, Qin Miao instinctively took a step back, a sense of unease prompting him to tentatively inquire. Is it still possible for me to apologize now? Qiu Meng shot him a glare, yet contrary to Qin Miao's apprehensions, she did not express anger or reproach. Instead, she bared her teeth in a playful manner, stating, today is New Year's Eve. I shall let it slide. However, if you have any secrets hidden from me, I advise you to confess promptly. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. I suggest you do not underestimate my warning. There is nothing left, truly nothing at all. Qin Miao hastily assured her. Qiu Meng regarded him with a hint of skepticism for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust his words. During the ensuing hours, Qin Miao naturally assumed the role of head chef, managing to operate 2 stoves simultaneously without appearing flustered, his actions remarkably organized. Meanwhile, after experiencing shock, disbelief, and doubt, Qiu Meng was now left with a profound admiration for Qin Miao. Although a trace of mild grievance lingered, she found herself increasingly eager to discover the quality of his culinary skills. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Qin Miao placed 2 freshly prepared dishes on the dining table. Just then, a knock echoed through the house. Without allowing Qin Miao to step out, Qiu Meng, who had been ushered outside by him, went to answer the door. The first to arrive was Zhou Guanyu, who resided in a nearby hotel. He could have come over in the morning, but unlike Qin Miao, who could afford to take a day or 2 off to rest, Zhou Guanyu, as a rookie driver in his first year in F1, lacked the same solid foundation. He had yet to prove his worth to the team and thus needed to diligently train and enhance his skills, spending the entire morning in the gym. Fortunately, in Monaco, the Lunar New Year does not affect gym operations. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find an open facility during this period. Upon entering, Zhou Guanyu cheerfully exclaimed, Happy New Year, Qiu Meng. Oh, you're wearing Hanfu today? You look splendid. What incredible luck does Qin Miao possess? Qiu Meng responded with a smile. I was the one pursuing him. Zhou Guanyu retorted, On this festive occasion, spare me the heartache. With a smile, Qiu Meng welcomed him inside. Since Zhou Guanyu had already presented his gift on his first day, his visit was merely to share a meal and celebrate the new year together. Soon, within approximately 10 minutes, the Tua family arrived. Accompanying Tua were his wife, Sushi, and their 2 children. After exchanging pleasantries, Tua's wife and children expressed keen interest in Qiu Meng's Hanfu. Following their greetings, they began to delve into the unique aspects of the Hanfu with great enthusiasm. Knowing that Qin Mian was cooking today, Tua was pleasantly surprised and made his way to the kitchen. Observing Qin Mian, donned in traditional Han attire and an apron. Appearing somewhat out of place in the kitchen, Toto expressed his surprise, remarking, "I never anticipated that this attire would suit you so well," exuding a rather formidable aura. It was only upon hearing Toto's voice that Qin Mian recognized his presence. They exchanged a few words regarding the outfit before Toto retreated from the kitchen. Furthermore, Toto was astonished to discover that this prodigious driver, whom he regarded as a genius, possessed culinary skills, as evidenced by the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen, indicating that Qin Mian's cooking prowess was undoubtedly commendable. To be frank, Toto had initially intended merely to enjoy a meal and to strengthen the camaraderie among his talented subordinates, thereby enhancing the likelihood of the Mercedes team securing a contract with Qin Mian upon the expiration of his current agreement in 3 years. However, he was taken aback by this unexpected facet of Qin Mian's character. By 12:30, Qin Mian had dedicated 2.5 hours to the preparation of lunch. In that time, he managed to complete 10 dishes, utilizing 2 stovetops simultaneously, which was quite impressive. Of course, simpler tasks, such as preparing salmon, were assisted by Qiu Meng. Before everyone lay a plate of foie gras and a portion of steak, while the warming turntable on the dining table showcased 8 exquisite Chinese dishes, exemplifying a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western cuisines. Although no one had yet taken their chopsticks, the sight of such a splendid array of dishes filled everyone's gazes with astonishment directed at Qin Mian. Once Qin Mian removed his apron and took a seat beside Qiu Meng, Toto remarked, "Honestly, I never envisioned you possessing such culinary talent. Even before I've tasted the food, the aroma alone is enough to whet my appetite." Qin Mian, seated next to Toto, wiped his hands and replied with a smile, "As long as you don't find it unpalatable, I shall be content." With Qin Mian seating, everyone commenced their meal, embodying the spirit of friends gathering for a casual dinner, devoid of formalities or hierarchies. As each person indulged in their chosen dishes, they cast surprised glances toward Qin Mian. "How does it taste?" Qin Mian inquired with curiosity. "Delicious. Quite unexpectedly so. With this skill, if you ever decide to stop racing, you could effortlessly establish a Michelin 3-star restaurant," came the enthusiastic response. "It's tasty, though perhaps a tad too spicy," added Zhou Guanyu, who seemed to be the only one bold enough to critique a meal prepared by a world champion. The dishes were delightful, and the atmosphere was vibrant, making the meal a joyous occasion for everyone. Even Qin Mian, cooking for the first time, felt a sense of fulfillment and happiness. After a cheerful lunch, Zhou Guanyu volunteered to tidy up, and thus Qin Mian and the others left the aftermath unattended. Following the meal, the women and elders gathered in the living room, chatting casually with the Spring Festival Gala playing softly in the background, while the 2 children sat on the sofa, their faces alight with curiosity as they gazed at the televised festivities. Due to the 7-hour time difference between the domestic realm and Monaco, the conclusion of lunch coincided perfectly with the commencement of the Spring Festival Gala back home. In the meantime, Toto, Qin Mian, and Zhou Guanyu found themselves engaged in conversation within Qin Mian's study. All 3 were practitioners of Formula One, and Qin Mian exhibited none of the trepidation or reverence typically seen in employees towards their superiors. Conversely, Toto displayed a commendable degree of tolerance towards Qin Mian. After all, in anyone's eyes, Qin Mian was a true genius, and genius is always afforded certain privileges. Zhou Guanyu inquired, "How is your speed at present? As you prepare to join the F1 family, do you feel any anxiety or reservations?" "Not particularly," Zhou replied. "Most of the issues I encounter are resolved with Qin Miao's assistance. For those that remain unresolved, I usually find answers within the team. So far, I have not faced any particularly daunting challenges and have been consistently enhancing my skills." Toto glanced at Qin Mian, who, upon catching Toto's gaze, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, during this winter break, he has kept me quite engaged. I hardly had a moment's rest, as he continuously sought my counsel on racing matters." Surprised, Toto regarded Zhou Guanyu with a hint of admiration and, adopting the tone of an experienced mentor, remarked, "This ambition is precisely what is needed. Formula One is replete with talent, but only through relentless exploration and continuous learning can one hope to achieve greatness and secure that coveted position all drivers aspire to." Zhou Guanyu concurred with Toto's sentiments, noting that, given his status as the team principal and shareholder of Mercedes, such observations carried significant weight. In any context, Toto's words held profound truth. However, seated beside them was an individual who served as a counterexample. Thus, following Toto's statement, Zhou instinctively cast a glance at Qin Mian. This individual was indeed formidable. His world championship was not solely the result of rigorous practice or skill. 50% of his success stemmed from the competitive vehicle provided by the Mercedes team in 2021, while another 40% was attributable to Qin Mian's extraordinary talent, with the remaining factor being the arrogance of seasoned drivers like Hamilton and Verstappen. Toto, noticing Zhou Guanyu's gaze, discreetly glanced at Qin Mian. "You cannot possibly compare yourself to him. The number of drivers in F1's history who possess talent akin to Qin Mian's is exceedingly small." Zhou Guanyu, shaking his head in resignation, acknowledged, "I am aware of this, and I possess a sense of self-awareness. My diligence is not driven by a desire to attain that position. I merely wish to establish my foothold within the paddock." It is noteworthy that although Zhou Guanyu provided a sponsorship of 20 million euros to the Alfa Romeo team, they had explicitly informed him that even without this financial backing, they would still have sought him out. With this investment in place, Alfa Romeo has subtly indicated to Zhou that the upgrades for the 2022 season would be tailored to suit his driving style. Certainly, it is merely an insinuation. Whether Aero will truly act upon it remains uncertain. Toto smiled and remarked, "I have noticed a peculiar trait in both of you. You are acutely aware of your desires. Yet there exists a certain degree of excessive modesty. This modesty is less pronounced in Zhou Guanyu. Yet in you, Qin Mian, it is markedly more pronounced." Qin Mian was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had turned to her. It has become a habit, one that cannot be altered. Toto and his family departed after enjoying dinner at Qin Mian's home. Zhou Guanyu lingered in Monaco for an additional day. As foreigners might believe that New Year's Eve coincides with the Chinese New Year, however, Qin Mian and her companions still had the Spring Festival to celebrate. Nevertheless, by the third day of the new year, the three elders of the family returned to their homeland. Having observed their children abroad and confirmed that they were well and thriving, they felt content and promptly escaped back to the environment they found most comfortable. Disliking the foreign living conditions, Qin Mian and Qiu Meng resumed their daily routines, while the half-month leave granted by Toto went unused. In the following period, Qin Mian focused on physical training, practice on the simulator, and assisting the team in the development of the racing car. Meanwhile, Elliott began to delve into the design of version B's floor and side pods with great fervor. The good news was that after 2 weeks, Elliott had formulated a rough design concept, predicting that the new version B side pods and floor would be lighter than the overall design of the current car. However, this remained merely a forecast by the team and Elliott. The true outcome would only be revealed upon the production of the parts. Time swiftly moved to January 17th. Although the team continued its development and refinement of the W13 during this period, the appointed time for the unveiling of the new season's car had arrived. Thus, Qin Mian needed to rehearse the speech for the car launch on the 19th alongside Hamilton. This marked the first reunion between Qin Mian and Hamilton since the conclusion of the previous season. Upon meeting, Hamilton appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting he had enjoyed a comfortable year. Qin Mian even sensed that Hamilton looked slightly heavier than during their last encounter. On the 19th, the Mercedes' new car launch event took place as scheduled. The two Mercedes drivers, under the guidance of the host, took the stage to elucidate the design philosophy of the vehicle, the development process, and their respective roles throughout it. However, the fans of the Mercedes team were well aware of the team's tendencies until the very last moment before the opening race. No one knew what the new car of the season would truly look like. In the past, Qin Mian had shared the audience's assumptions, believing that Mercedes enjoyed keeping secrets. Yet, after joining the Mercedes team and working within it for a year, Qin Mian understood that this was not a deliberate ploy. It was simply a result of the team's ongoing improvements and upgrades to the racing car. The unveiling of the new racing car and the winter testing of the vehicles are separated by a considerable interval, leading spectators to perceive the Mercedes team's car as distinctly altered. Furthermore, upon witnessing the new season's racing vehicle, the audience's greatest delight was the return of the iconic silver livery of the Mercedes team. After all, compared to the black Arrow of the 2021 season, Mercedes fans have a profound affinity for the classic silver Arrow. The silver livery has bestowed numerous victories upon the Mercedes team, and for some superstitious spectators, the silver Arrow symbolizes triumph. Beyond the paint scheme, most fans from other teams have been particularly intrigued by the Mercedes W13S0 sidepod concept. While Mercedes was not the first team to reveal its car livery, those that preceded it had notably larger sidepods. In stark contrast, Mercedes' vehicle features a flat or vertical sidepod design, along with noticeably smaller air intakes compared to its competitors. Consequently, following the unveiling, discussions among fans regarding this sidepod design erupted vigorously, in addition to the fervent chatter within the paddock. Designers and simulation teams from rival teams also diverted some of their attention to Mercedes' sidepod design, curious about any underlying significance. However, their efforts were limited to speculation, often resulting in the creation of rudimentary fluid dynamics models based on the unclear footage from the unveiling. Only to simulate airflow patterns with incomplete data, most teams returned empty-handed after wasting at least an hour on CFD simulations. Nonetheless, prior to the commencement of pre-season testing, Mercedes' design had certainly captured considerable attention. The discourse surrounding this design persisted unabated from the unveiling until the official start of pre-season testing on February 20th. Following a month of rigorous preparation, the pre-season testing for the 2022 Formula One World Championship was set to commence. In accordance with tradition, the first pre-season test was scheduled at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya in Spain. The rationale behind this choice lies in the fact that the Catalonia circuit is regarded as the most comprehensive track among all Formula One circuits, featuring a variety of iconic turns, including low, medium, and high-speed corners, right angles, hairpins, and elevation changes, alongside long straights. It can be asserted that if a car performs well at the Catalonia circuit, it is likely to excel across all tracks throughout the season. Hence, all teams opt to conduct their pre-season testing at this venue, and Mercedes is no exception. Thus, today, Qin Mian embarked on his journey to Barcelona, marking the first occasion he would attend work aboard his private aircraft. However, Qin Mian had no leisure to admire the scenery along the way. Upon landing, he did not head to the hotel. Instead, he requested Qiu Meng to assist in arranging his luggage at the hotel. Qin Mian proceeded directly to the Catalonia circuit. By this time, the Mercedes team was already engaged in preparations for the pre-season testing. The winter testing preparation process was quite similar to that of a typical Grand Prix, involving the setup of the paddock and the assembly of the race cars within it. During this process, Qin Mian could only observe. As a driver, there was little he could actively contribute at this moment. Nevertheless, his presence in the paddock, at least unconsciously, instilled a sense of confidence among the team members. With the driver present, there was no reason for them to slack off. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was February 23rd, the day the pre-season testing commenced. Although this was not Qin Mian's first participation in a new season's pre-season testing since becoming an F1 driver, and despite knowing that the car he would be driving this season had certain design flaws, he was still exhilarated at the thought of piloting a brand new F1 car. He found it difficult to sleep, and upon waking, he was filled with an unparalleled excitement. The atmosphere at the Catalonia circuit today mirrored that of a typical Grand Prix weekend, the only distinction being the absence of spectators. Upon entering the paddock, Qin Mian dutifully attended the pre-testing interviews. Naturally, he could not evade questions from reporters regarding the Mercedes car, given its unique design that stood out in the paddock. Qin Mian was well prepared for this. If the journalists pressed further, he would simply mention that he had only driven the car in a simulator and had yet to experience it on the track. Seeing the reigning champion unyielding, the reporters eventually shifted their inquiries to other topics of interest. Qin Mian's responses to these questions were far more conventional, and he managed to satisfy the reporters with his answers. After completing what felt like daily tasks in a video game, Qin Mian happily made his way to the team's paddock. His race car was already assembled and quietly resting in its designated spot. Qin Mian understood that this was not the car's final form, so he merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze. Alongside Qin Mian in the Mercedes paddock were Hamilton, Toto, and other senior members of the team. Notably absent was technical director Mike Elliott, who was busy with his projects at the team's factory. Qin Mian had not checked in on him for some time. This was not because he lacked interest in the development progress of the Mercedes car. Rather, it was due to the slow pace of Elliot's development. Initially, Qin Mian would occasionally check on Elliot's progress, but that had waned. As time passed, Qin Miao discovered that each time he visited, the components in question remained in the blueprint stage. Although each subsequent blueprint was more refined than the last, so far, Elliot had yet to present any tangible object. Gradually, Qin Miao's interest waned. After exchanging pleasantries with the executives and engaging in brief conversation, he proceeded to the team's garage to don his new racing suit and helmet for the upcoming season. His current helmet, adorned in the vibrant red design from the previous season, would remain in use until the Bahrain opening race, as suggested by the team. Recently, Qin Miao had also received his share from the scaled-down helmet and team apparel, a sum not to be underestimated. Thus, he readily accepted the team's recommendation. Once adorned in his gear, Qin Miao approached his race car. At that moment, the 18-inch tires had yet to be fitted, still warming beneath their thermal blankets. After Reyes nodded at him, Qin Miao entered the cockpit. Returning to the confines of the driver's seat after more than a month, he found himself surprisingly nostalgic for the enclosed sensation. After a brief adjustment period, Reyes approached with a tablet in hand, inquiring about the fit of the racing seat and whether any adjustments were necessary. Qin Miao moved his back and body slightly, executing a few swift lateral movements. Then gave Frankie a thumbs up, remarking, "It feels great, just like last season. It fits snugly." Reyes nodded, taking notes, and added, "Pay attention to this aspect while driving. If you notice any looseness or discomfort, report it immediately." Understood. How does the steering feel? This season, the steering wheel of the Mercedes had been tailored to accommodate Qin Miao's hand size. Although he had reached his full height of 21, his skeletal structure continued to evolve each year, prompting the team to customize the steering wheel semi-annually based on his hand shape. Excellent. The feel is as good as ever. All right, we will conduct a secondary confirmation once on the track. How about the pedals? Is the angle appropriate? Is there any hesitation when pressed? Despite the commencement of preseason testing, Qin Miao was not immediately sent out by the team. Reyes and his crew encouraged him to acclimate to the car, hoping he could identify any issues or discomforts during this time, allowing for immediate resolution. Addressing every detail took over 10 more minutes, after which Frankie's voice reached Qin Miao's ears. "Okay, the checks are complete. Let's see what this beast can do." To conclude the chapter, Reyes and his team swiftly mounted the tires onto Qin Miao's car and removed the thermal blankets from the neutral tires. As the personnel on either side of the racetrack withdrew, the moment Qin Mian gently pressed the accelerator, he was finally greeted by the resonant roar of the W13's engine. Subsequently, he effortlessly maneuvered his car onto the track. The reigning champion's appearance naturally drew immediate attention from all present, and the live broadcast promptly focused on Qin Mian piloting the W13. Meanwhile, on 5-Star Sports, the trio of commentators expressed their delight upon seeing Qin Mian, exclaiming, "P.S. here, Qin Mian has come out. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness Qin Mian's speed today." As the characteristics of ground effect racing cars differ significantly from those of last season's vehicles, I have faith in Qin Mian's adaptability. Throughout the previous season, he demonstrated remarkable proficiency in adjusting to upgrades and new circuits. This car should pose no challenge for him. It is noteworthy that F1 has now become the highest-rated program on 5-Star Sports, which often necessitates prioritizing F1 over other events unless it is a final or similar competition, even for mere testing sessions. Consequently, the three commentators have been consistently appearing in the studio to engage with the audience. On the track, Qin Mian did not encounter the issues that the commentators mentioned. The notion of adaptation was non-existent. The moment he made contact with the car, he established a profound connection, becoming intimately familiar with it. However, today, Qin Mian had no opportunity to push the car to its limits. Rather than a lack of opportunity, it was more that the team was hesitant to allow him to fully test the car's capabilities. Given the recent technical regulations, only 30 components were inherited from the W12, while the remaining 70 were entirely redesigned. There are no guarantees against unforeseen incidents at high speeds. While a crash might not be catastrophic, Mercedes has the financial resources to construct another vehicle should an accident occur due to design flaws during testing. The team would undoubtedly face severe backlash from fans. Thus, upon his exit, Qin Mian's responsibilities extended beyond merely testing the car's overall balance and collecting data on its various components. He also bore the duty of identifying any potential issues. Consequently, he was constrained from driving too swiftly. Simultaneously, Qin Mian's teammate, Hamilton, returned to the team's garage shortly after Qin Mian's departure. During his absence, he had been exploring the aesthetics of other teams' cars. This exemplifies the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's adversaries. As a 7-time champion, Hamilton's presence outside the other team's garages went unchallenged, allowing him to observe freely. After perusing the other team's vehicles, he learned from Angela that Qin Mian was soon to take to the track. In the new season, Hamilton, who has officially identified Qin Mian as his primary competitor, was eager not to miss the sight of Qin Mian commencing his testing on the track. Thus, he returned to the scene. Throughout the entire morning, Hamilton remained with Toto in the team's P room, closely observing the footage of Qin Mian's tests, the data gathered from the track, and Qin Mian's feedback. On Qin Mian's end, after completing the 10th lap and gathering sufficient data, Frankie communicated within the team's radio. Qin Mian, you may now attempt to accelerate a bit more. Let us assess the car's performance at high speeds. You have 2 laps to experiment. After which, return to the P room, as we will install airflow detection nets on the car. Qin Mian, naturally, was more than willing to comply. He distinctly sensed that the grip of this season's car was markedly superior to that of the previous season, particularly in high-speed corners where the car's cornering speed was significantly enhanced. What had required easing off the throttle or even braking in mid to high-speed turns last season could now be navigated swiftly. However, Qin Mian also identified several issues. Upon entering the mid to high-speed segments, he noted that the car's rear stability was somewhat excessive. To put it simply, the downforce at the rear of the car was too pronounced, leading to potential tire overheating on the track. Moreover, the unique suspension design proved disadvantageous on tracks with high and rigid curbs, resulting in a loss of grip when traversing these curves and an increase in vibrations. Additionally, Qin Mian sensed that the car's acceleration at the end of the straight was noticeably less crisp compared to the previous season. Once reaching 300 km per hour, the car exhibited sluggish acceleration. Besides these, there were numerous other issues, most of which were attributable to settings that could be rectified by adjusting the car's software and programs upon returning to the P room. Naturally, the purpose of the current testing was to allow the FIA to help the team address these concerns. Qin Mian did not find this disheartening. Rather, he was pleased to see the car's issues come to light during testing, as the more problems identified at this stage, the fewer complications would arise during the actual race. Thus, throughout the morning, Qin Mian immersed himself in the exploration and refinement of the car's issues. He would typically complete around 10 to 20 laps, return to adjust the car's settings, and engage in discussions with the team's technicians and designers about his findings, meticulously recording his observations. Once the car was adjusted, he would return to the track for further testing. As the morning practice concluded, so did Qin Mian's responsibilities for the day. The afternoon was designated for Hamilton's testing. During this period, Qin Mian took Hamilton's place to observe his driving data. Notably, upon receiving Qin Mian's data, Hamilton immediately set out to complete several flying laps. Even the swiftest flying lap surpassed Qin Mian's fastest lap from earlier that morning by nearly a second. Yet, Qin Mian felt little concern. Rather, he harbored apprehensions regarding Hamilton's decision to attempt a flying lap at such a precarious moment. Meanwhile, Toto cast a knowing glance at Qin Mian, but upon observing his calm demeanor, merely raised an eyebrow and redirected his focus to work, as if nothing had transpired. The following day, Qin Mian endeavored to increase his speed, and it is noteworthy that in doing so, he uncovered a significant issue. The car exhibited a bouncing motion at high speeds. While this bouncing may not appear severe on the broadcast, characterized by a subtle up and down sway, for Qin Mian, each bounce resulted in a jarring impact against the car's seat. Indeed, it was a collision. The human body, being soft and compressible, reacts to the abrupt upward thrust of the car by momentarily lifting before being forcibly pulled back down by the seatbelt. During this interval, the suspension compresses anew, increasing the distance between the body and the carbon fiber backrest slightly before the body is yanked back again. Initially, 1 or 2 instances may not elicit much discomfort, but repeated occurrences become increasingly unpleasant. This persistent bouncing at high speeds began to take its toll, even on Qin Mian's robust physique, leaving him with a sore back after numerous impacts. The sole solace for Qin Mian was the realization that upon returning to the pit area, he discovered that nearly all teams were grappling with a similar issue, the only variation being the frequency and severity of the bouncing. Upon rejoining his team, Qin Mian promptly reported this concern. The team, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this bouncing not only jeopardized the drivers, but also severely hindered the performance of the Mercedes engine, preventing it from achieving optimal speed during high-velocity phases. This phenomenon could even compromise the car's consistency. Consequently, the team swiftly initiated adjustments. Hamilton, who had previously been deep in thought regarding the cause of this issue, was summoned to the team headquarters, donned his racing suit, and began collaborating with the team to identify the root cause and potential solutions. Subsequently, the team tested two remedies. One involved increasing the stiffness of the car's suspension, while the other entailed installing pre-prepared reinforcements along the sides of the car's floor. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton conducted the tests. Thus, it was a rare sight on the track to witness two Mercedes cars racing in a manner reminiscent of practice sessions. On the circuit, Qin Mian felt that the adjustments had rendered the car's handling excessively pronounced. The newly fitted suspension, already stiffer than that of the previous season, had been further intensified, making it akin to the formidable and rigid nature of the esteemed Lord Huang from Goose City. Indeed, it must be noted that the stiffer suspension has alleviated the bouncing of the W13 during high-speed maneuvers. However, Qin Mian observed that the car's acceleration post-adjustment has become noticeably slower than before. The sole advantage is that the phenomenon of porpoising, which previously occurred around 305 km per hour without activating DRS, now only manifests at approximately 315 km per hour. Yet, the acceleration remains inferior to the prior configuration. In the realm of Formula One, this is akin to gaining a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Moreover, there exists a significant complication. Due to the increased rigidity of the suspension, although the onset of porpoising has indeed been delayed, its amplitude and intensity have escalated. In summary, this is not encouraging news. On the other hand, Hamilton's setup has also mitigated the duration of the porpoising, yet it remains a temporary fix. Additionally, the introduction of two structural rods has inadvertently increased aerodynamic drag, leading to issues of weight and balance. There have been inconsistencies in cornering, with two laps of the same bend exhibiting distinct entry characteristics, underscoring a sense of randomness. Thus, on the second day of testing, the Mercedes team encountered a considerable challenge. Despite the current predicament being particularly vexing, neither the upper management of the Mercedes team nor Toto Wolff has wavered in their confidence regarding the current car structure, believing that the situation can be progressively resolved through subsequent upgrades. After 3 days, the testing concluded. Although the results obtained by the Mercedes team were somewhat pessimistic, even distressingly poor, with porpoising troubling everyone at high speeds, the silver lining is that this issue is not unique to Mercedes. Nearly all teams have been affected by porpoising. At this juncture, the Mercedes team has begun to formulate preliminary solutions to address the porpoising. Though a comprehensive analysis of the data collected during the practice sessions must precede any definitive actions. Following the conclusion of the 3-day testing, Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu, and Leclerc dined together. During their meal, it was inevitable that the trio would discuss the current season's car. Due to the porpoising, all drivers had endured relentless impacts to their backs throughout the 3 days. Have you encountered porpoising? Qin Mian initiated the conversation, revealing that his back had been severely bruised from the relentless bouncing on the track, with noticeable contusions upon returning to the hotel. Ouch, it really hurts. Zhou Guanyu contributed only that brief remark, yet his intent was clear. He likely bore similar marks of bruising. Leclerc, however, looked at the two with some surprise. Haven't you adjusted it properly? We simply reinforced the suspension strength, and that resolved the issue. Qin Miao's lips twitched slightly. After discovering the issue the following day, the Mercedes team endeavored over the next 2 days to implement a myriad of adjustments, even sacrificing a portion of their data collection time, all in pursuit of a remedy for the porpoising phenomenon. Despite their various attempts, including the attachment of 4 support rods to the chassis, the problem persisted. Thus, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, the team abandoned their attempts at alleviation and instead equipped the cars of Qin Mian and Hamilton with an array of sensors, meticulously applying paint to critical areas to ascertain the precise cause of the porpoising. They aimed to gather sufficient data to devise a solution upon returning to the factory. Consequently, both Qin Mian and Hamilton endured quite a tumultuous ride over those 2 days. Fortunately, as this was merely a testing phase, the team could utilize the data collected during this period to refine the vehicles. It was easier said than done, however, as our team had yet to uncover any viable leads. Zhou Guanyu lamented. Qin Mian nodded in agreement, stating, on the third day, we entirely abandoned on-site solutions for the porpoising issue and shifted our focus to data collection, planning to devise modifications upon our return to the team. After expressing this sentiment, Qin Mian took a bite of beef, involuntarily reminded of the discomfort in his back. With less than a month remaining until the Bahrain test in March, Qin Mian was inclined to believe that the team could resolve most of the issues exposed during this short time frame, though he harbored an inkling that the porpoising problem would prove to be rather obstinate. Upon returning to the team, Qin Mian was taken aback to discover that Hamilton had not ventured elsewhere during that month. He had returned to his residence in London, arriving at the team factory each day around 10 in the morning to commence work. It seemed Hamilton had also recognized that this season's car lacked the competitive edge of the previous one, and he appeared to be increasingly anxious. During this period, Qin Mian continued to reside in a house near the Brackley factory, leading a daily routine that varied from 9 to unpredictable hours. The term unpredictable referred primarily to the fact that the end of his workday depended entirely on when Qin Mian completed his tasks. On March 7, 2022, an ordinary Monday, Qin Mian rose early as usual, donned his attire, and after completing his morning routine, grasped his phone, preparing to ride his scooter to the team factory. Following the issues discovered during the Barcelona test a fortnight prior, the entire team had been tirelessly laboring day and night for the past 2 weeks. Recently, Qin Mian had devoted all his attention to the simulator, even setting aside his beloved games, much to the dismay of his viewers who wished to watch his live streams. At one point, a quarrel erupted in his chat between fans, with one faction lamenting his racing exploits and the other bemoaning the lack of gaming content. Ironically, both sides were indeed fans of Qin Mian. Fans who delight in watching Qin Mian play games incessantly clamored in the live stream, eagerly anticipating his return, while motorsport enthusiasts wandered into his streaming space, curious to hear him discuss racing. Naturally, they encountered the raucous crowd, leading to a heated exchange. To the racing aficionados, Qin Mian's identity as a driver surpassed that of a mere streamer, and they believed that a driver's earnings undoubtedly exceeded those of a streamer, thus prioritizing his racing career. Conversely, another faction simply sought amusement, wishing only to witness Qin Mian's gaming streams. Upon discovering his absence, they resorted to grumbling. Ultimately, this inexplicable altercation left those who cherished both his racing and streaming endeavors utterly bewildered. To return to the matter at hand, today, as usual, Qin Mian prepared to head to the racing team for work. Upon arrival, he clocked in and found Barber in the cafeteria. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Barber, the two proceeded to the factory to commence their day's tasks. Notably, the team's upper management from nearly every technical department was present, including the visibly more fatigued Mike Elliott, who had returned to the factory after laboring on new components. After tirelessly working until the afternoon, Qin Mian meticulously verified his data and sent the compiled documents to the simulator department's inbox. He then stretched languidly, rising from his ergonomic chair. After a comfortable stretch and a brief wrist exercise, he glanced at his phone to check the time, for 20 p.m. For reasons unknown, his workload was lighter today, allowing him to leave early, since it had been nearly half a month since he had the rare opportunity to depart before 5:30 p.m. He cheerfully began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave his office at the racing manufacturing plant. Frequent visits to the factory had led Mercedes to allocate an office for Qin Mian, and he had spent significantly more time in this office than in the administrative building. However, just as he finished packing and stepped outside, 2 explosive sounds akin to firecrackers echoed at the entrance. Most Europeans and Americans would likely assume a gunshot or conflict was nearby, instinctively crouching to the ground with their hands over their heads. Yet, as a native Chinese, Qin Mian was merely startled by the unexpected noise, reacting no more than that. Before long, a multitude of smiling faces appeared before him, including Toto, Hamilton, Elliott, Allison, and Hodgkinson. Essentially, all the senior members of the Mercedes technical team had gathered, joyously exclaiming, "Qin Mian, happy 21st birthday." Qin Mian stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Is it my birthday? When did that happen? Why did no one remind me? As Qin Mian remained momentarily stunned, his press officer, Eliza, wheeled in a cake adorned with 21 candles, with a solitary numeral 1 atop it. The significance of these 21 candles, and the lone one, was not difficult to ascertain. The number 21 heralded Qin Mian's transition into adulthood, while the 1 signified his recent achievement of becoming a world champion. It was only upon this realization that Qin Mian gradually came to understand that today marked his birthday. He could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the fact that he had been so engrossed in his hectic schedule that he had forgotten his own special day. However, there was a silver lining to his newfound fame. He no longer needed to remember his birthday, for there would always be someone to remind him, even arranging delightful surprises and gifts unbeknownst to him. In truth, had Qin Mian taken a moment to peruse his phone or browse the internet, he would have stumbled upon information regarding his birthday. Yet, he had been overwhelmingly occupied with rigorous training and assisting his team with simulator runs, while also addressing several personal shortcomings that required attention. With each day feeling like two, Qin Mian had little leisure to spare for his phone. Instinctively, he wished to present a facade of emotional restraint. After all, he was now 21 and believed he was no longer a child. However, a smile, much like an unyielding AK, crept onto his lips. Ultimately, he surrendered to the moment, embracing his colleagues who had gathered to offer their well wishes, and personally shared the cake with everyone. Of course, he did not forget to bring a slice home for his beloved wife. In this chapter, it is evident that during a period of intense development and refinement of their racing cars, the Mercedes team took the time to celebrate Qin Mian's birthday for 2 hours, a gesture that underscores their regard for him. The team members, amidst their tense atmosphere, benefited from this brief respite, allowing for a notable improvement in morale as their taut nerves found a moment of relaxation. After a simple celebration, it was nearly time to conclude the workday. Remarkably, the team granted all staff a rare evening off, a privilege that came as a result of Qin Mian's influence. Initially, Qin Mian had intended to invite his colleagues out for dinner, but as soon as he proposed the idea, it was met with unanimous refusal. After all, they had finally earned a night of rest and had no desire to engage in socializing. Everyone longed to return home for a comfortable night's sleep. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Qin Mian returned home with the gifts they had given him. Upon arriving, he found Qiu Meng already preparing dinner. To his surprise, yet in a way that felt entirely expected, a birthday cake was also set upon the dining table. Surely, even without the reminders from his team, Qin Mian would learn of his birthday from Qiu Meng upon returning home. In contrast, on February 2nd, when Qiu Meng celebrated her birthday, Qin Mian completely forgot about it. Had it not been for a phone call from Qin Mian's mother reminding him, it is likely that he would have remained oblivious even after Qiu Meng's birthday had passed. "Darling, I'm back. Happy birthday. A kiss for you." Thanks to the collective efforts of the two drivers from Mercedes, after a month of adjustments, the overall appearance of the racing car underwent significant changes by the time they arrived for the Bahrain test. The car was equipped with a new floor, although the overall structure of the side pods remained unchanged, with several additional reinforcement ribs added along the outer edges of the floor. Of course, beyond these easily noticeable alterations, there were also significant changes in less apparent areas. The most notable modification was that the opening of the Venturi tunnel's exit on the floor had been enlarged, a design intended to more efficiently guide airflow along the edges of the floor to create vortices, thereby sealing the car's underbody and delaying the onset of porpoising. Additionally, changes were made beneath the floor, with alterations to the connection points of the reinforcement ribs, again aimed at postponing the emergence of porpoising. Another distinctly altered component was the front nose wing, where a notch was introduced in the inner fins to facilitate smoother airflow entering the Venturi tunnel. This enhancement would result in a larger outflow of air from the tunnel's exit, thus providing better sealing for the floor and naturally delaying the appearance of porpoising. Over the past month, the team's primary upgrade objective focused on extending the time before porpoising became a factor in the car's performance. The recent days of winter testing in Bahrain served as a critical evaluation of these upgrades. On the first day of winter testing, the entire team arrived in Bahrain brimming with confidence, anticipating a fortnight of rigorous trials. Just 6 days after the conclusion of the Bahrain winter test, the 2022 season's opening race, the Bahrain Grand Prix, would commence. This event promises to unveil a long-anticipated scene for Chinese fans, 2 Chinese F1 drivers within the paddock. Domestic fans will not only have Qin Mian as the main attraction, but also Zhou Guanyu as a complementary presence. It is worth noting that during last month's Barcelona test, Zhou Guanyu occasionally outpaced his teammate Valtteri Bottas. Consequently, despite the fact that Zhou Guanyu's speed was often inferior to Bottas's, Chinese fans remained optimistic and filled with anticipation for Zhou Guanyu's performance. Given Zhou Guanyu's current form and adaptability to F1 machinery, fans are hopeful for his promising future in the sport. This heightened expectation is undoubtedly influenced by the presence of Qin Mian, which has subconsciously elevated the fans' aspirations for Zhou Guanyu. Realistically speaking, given Zhou Guanyu's current capabilities and the performance of the Alfa Romeo car, their primary goal should be to consistently contend for points. Joking aside, I genuinely feel a bit overwhelmed by the pressure. At 7 in the morning, Zhou Guanyu and Qin Mian sat together in the rest area of the Mercedes team headquarters, enjoying their breakfast. Not far away, Barba and Zhou Guanyu's assistant, Simmons, were also partaking in their morning meal. The reason Zhou Guanyu chose to have breakfast at the Mercedes team was primarily due to the presence of Qin Mian, who had been assigned an excellent Chinese chef by the team. In search of a delectable meal, Zhou Guanyu made his way over to indulge. Qin Mian took a bite of a fried dough stick and asked, "How much pressure are you under? Although your current skills may not quite match those of Norris, you certainly surpass the Haas duo, don't you? As a rookie, if you don't perform well in the opening race, you can simply say you were adapting to the rhythm of F1 racing. After a few races, once your speed improves, it will all be fine." Zhou Guanyu shook his head, replying, "Actually, it's not about speed. I have no pressure in that regard. In fact, I am quite confident in my pace." "Then where does your pressure stem from?" Qin Mian inquired. "From the domestic fans," Zhou Guanyu responded calmly. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow. "What do they have to do with it? Are you unaware of the sheer number of motorsport enthusiasts in our country? I haven't done much. Yet my Weibo followers have already reached 600,000. That's a staggering number, greater than the total population of some small European nations. I worry that if I perform poorly on the track, I will disappoint them." At this point, Qin Mian scratched his face awkwardly, as he was aware that the current surge in domestic fans was partly due to his own achievements. It had been mentioned countless times before that most fans in China were supporters of champions, after Zhou Guanyu secured the F1 World Championship. The number of fans and enthusiasts skyrocketed. Statistics revealed that following Qin Mian's championship victory, the total number of motorsport fans in China increased by 60, highlighting the extent of the champion's influence. However, the issues Zhou Guanyu faced were ones Qin Mian had never encountered. Qin Mian had always maintained a positive mindset, whether in his early days in F1 or now, as the reigning champion. Thus, he found it challenging to fully empathize with Zhou Guanyu's situation. Yet, as a good friend, he felt compelled to offer support rather than merely sit in silence with a smile or mouthful of food. After reflecting for a moment, Qin Mian comforted him, saying, "Well, there's not much to be done. We do have a large population, but your 600,000 followers are actually a good thing. Look at me. I've never purchased any followers on Weibo, and I already have over 7 million. If I were to put you in my position, wouldn't you be kept awake at night worrying about those 7 million followers? Could you not provide some constructive advice instead of just making light of the situation?" Zhou Guanyu retorted. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Mian. "You know, you might just have a point. I have a plan." "What is it?" Zhou Guanyu asked. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Mian suggested, "You should deactivate your Weibo account." After speaking, Qin Mian clapped his hands excitedly and remarked, "Now you have no fans left. It's all settled, saving time and effort. Do you think you're humorous?" Zhou Guanyu shot him a glance, as if he were staring at a corpse. "So what do you intend to do?" "Such is fate. Endure it." Zhou Guanyu muttered in annoyance, then quickly finished his porridge. Qin Mian paid no heed to Zhou Guanyu's sarcasm, and, after finishing his noodles, stood up and said, "It's about time. I have my own tasks to attend to. All right. By the way, I just took a moment to watch the episode dedicated to you in the documentary Speedy Survival produced by Netflix. It was truly impressive and stirred my blood. The journey to victory was full of ups and downs. But do you genuinely have such severe conflicts with Hamilton?" Upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's words, Qin Mian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He silently cursed Netflix, believing that Hamilton would share similar sentiments upon hearing this matter mentioned. Zhou Guanyu was referring to the F1 documentary Speedy Survival, which significantly boosted the audience for F1 in the United States. The most renowned representative might be Steiner, the team principal of Haas, with his eloquent English in the documentary. This year, as the first world champion emerging from China's barren racing landscape, Qin Mian naturally attracted considerable attention. Thus, a dedicated episode in the Netflix documentary narrates his championship story, while it may be challenging to ascertain the situation elsewhere. In his homeland, The episode garnered an astounding 50 million views within just 3 days. It portrayed Qin Mian as the unequivocal protagonist, showcasing his journey of overcoming challenges to become a world champion. It possessed a certain exhilarating quality akin to reading a light novel. To be fair, it was indeed well-produced, though it lacked some authenticity. Netflix portrayed Hamilton as Qin Mian's greatest rival, which, to put it charitably, made it an F1 documentary. To put it less charitably, it was essentially a television drama adapted from reality. Some unsuspecting viewers were misled by Netflix to believe that the relationship between Qin Mian and Hamilton was rather poor. The discussion surrounding this matter surged online. Qin Mian found the situation quite absurd, and thus, he refrained from watching the documentary that belonged to him. "It's fake," he remarked before heading to the Mercedes team headquarters. The preseason testing in Bahrain, like in Barcelona, lasted for 3 days. The Mercedes team remained the most scrutinized team in the paddock, without a doubt. This was partly due to their radical zero-sidepod design, and partly because, compared to Barcelona, the appearance of the Mercedes car had undergone significant changes during the Bahrain testing phase. Consequently, nearly everyone was curious about the performance enhancements this upgrade would bring to the car. Even teams like Ferrari and Red Bull, who had evident competitive relations with Mercedes, had their analysis departments working tirelessly during these days. There has been ongoing discourse regarding the potential enhancements that Mercedes' zero-sidepod design may confer upon their race car, as well as the characteristics of this design and whether it could pose challenges for the team on the track. It is noteworthy that no one perceives Mercedes' design as aimless. Rather, they believe that, given Mercedes' technical prowess, the creation of the zero-sidepod must be underpinned by sound reasoning. Ultimately, however, the discussions may yield little, as they can only derive the exterior shape of a Mercedes car without access to comprehensive CFD data. If they had adopted a similar design, it would hold some reference value, but Mercedes has embarked on a distinctly different path compared to all other teams. On the first day of testing, Qin Mian noted a slight improvement in the car's porpoising after a month of effort, though it merely alleviated the issue somewhat, as the bouncing persisted at high speeds. The enhanced sealing and rigidity of the floor did not mitigate the phenomenon. Hamilton, on the other hand, experienced a similar predicament, with the car continuing to bounce incessantly. Moreover, the vehicle failed to replicate the speeds achieved in the simulator, leading the team to question whether the simulator was malfunctioning or if there was some data discrepancy. Naturally, encountering difficulties prompts the team to seek resolutions, and they quickly regroup to identify the causes of the issues and devise solutions. Nevertheless, the majority of Mercedes personnel maintained their confidence in the design, as it is not uncommon in motorsport for upgrades targeting a flaw to yield no effective results post-implementation. Everyone expressed a sense of emotional stability. Over the 3 days of testing in Bahrain, the team diligently collected data on the car. Of course, they were not solely focused on this issue. In addition to addressing the porpoising, they also sought to identify other problems and strategize on the car's tuning window. During this period, both Qin Mian and Hamilton, along with the upper management of Mercedes, were in a state of rapid cognitive engagement. By the conclusion of the 3 days, the results obtained by Mercedes were deemed satisfactory. By the 3rd day, the team confirmed that there were no unresolved hidden dangers concerning the car's stability. They could confidently assure everyone that their car would not encounter any issues at high speeds. As for speed, since everyone was focused on data collection and adjusting the car's performance, neither Mercedes nor rival teams like Red Bull or Ferrari truly showcased their full capabilities on the track. However, it is worth mentioning that, in comparison to their initial arrival in Bahrain, Mercedes had improved their lap times by at least 15 seconds. For the Mercedes team, this enhancement is indeed significant. Despite the cloud of uncertainty represented by the dolphin jumps looming over the team, no one doubts the competitiveness of Mercedes racing cars as they head into the upcoming Bahrain Grand Prix. However, prior to the commencement of the event, the Mercedes team is diligently utilizing the data they have acquired to upgrade and refine the performance of their vehicles. During this period, Qin Mian has remained in the Bahrain paddock, focused on his work. Soon, the date of March 16th arrived. While the performance of the car is crucial for F1 drivers, it is their commercial value that truly reflects their worth. Hamilton, with his 7 world championships and status as a darling of the fashion world, undoubtedly reaches the pinnacle of commercial value, making him the most commercially valuable driver in the paddock without question. Following him in this regard is Qin Mian. Indeed, The two drivers with the highest commercial value in the paddock are both from Mercedes. The reasons for Qin Mian's high commercial value are not difficult to discern. Backed by the world's second-largest economy, his value is significantly supported by his home country and its enthusiastic fans. Consequently, it is impossible for these drivers to dedicate all their time solely to the development and research of new racing cars. They must also invest time in realizing their commercial potential and maintaining their public image before their fans. A necessity driven not only by personal ambition, but also by the team's sponsorship obligations. In fact, Hamilton began engaging in such activities as early as the 15th, while Qin Mian, with relatively few personal sponsors, commenced on the 16th. The 2 days leading up to the Bahrain Grand Prix on the 18th allowed Qin Mian a rare opportunity to step away from the demands of the team, engaging in video recordings, attending events, and participating in fashion shows. Amidst this bustling schedule, Friday, March 18, 2022, arrived, the day marking the opening of the F1 World Championship and the commencement of the Bahrain Grand Prix practice sessions. Due to the significance of the opening event, the local tourism bureau invited numerous celebrities from around the globe to witness the race. Many domestic stars were also present, with some even attending at their own expense despite not being officially invited. After rising early, Qin Mian prepared himself, donned the team uniform, and, accompanied by Barber, made his way to the paddock. Upon reaching the paddock entrance, he was greeted by a multitude of fans, notably many affluent domestic fans, or those who had achieved financial independence, expressed on various social media platforms their intention to follow Qin Mian throughout the entirety of the 2022 season. At the paddock entrance on that Friday, Qin Mian spotted several Chinese fans. What? You ask how one could determine if they were indeed Chinese fans. The Mercedes team attire, particularly the distinctive red cap worn exclusively by Qin Mian, is a notable sight in the paddock. One need not consider skin color. Any fan donning such apparel within the paddock is likely to be one of Qin Mian's ardent supporters. Qin Mian has always exhibited warmth towards his fans. Thus, upon encountering these individuals at the entrance, who were waving and calling his name, he reciprocated their enthusiasm with a cheerful greeting. At one point, he even contemplated approaching them for a brief chat or a photo opportunity. However, at Barber's reminder, he reluctantly waved goodbye and departed from the scene. Due to the high foot traffic at the entrance, it was imperative not to obstruct the fans while conducting thorough checks on incoming individuals, as this would severely hinder the efficiency of other team personnel. Consequently, the FIA opted to allow fans entry while imposing strict regulations. Drivers must not linger at the paddock entrance upon encountering fans, only able to exchange a brief greeting before proceeding to avoid disrupting the normal flow of team members. There exists a designated pathway for fan interactions with drivers, where autographs, handshakes, and photographs can be freely exchanged. Upon entering the paddock and observing the bustling crowd, Qin Mian was suddenly overcome by a wave of nostalgia. It was somewhat regrettable that many familiar faces were no longer present, such as Vettel, Giovinazzi, and Lauda. Following Mercedes' triumph in the previous season, the team's position remained at the forefront of the pit area by the entrance. Thus, Qin Mian and Barber traversed the entire pit area together. Qin Mian vaguely recalled that during his initial season with Mercedes, curious glances would occasionally be cast in his direction. However, the atmosphere was markedly different now. Good morning. Qin Mian, you seem in good spirits. Morning. Look who it is, our world champion. Good morning, world champion. Almost everyone who had even a slight acquaintance with Qin Mian greeted him with a smile. Even those unfamiliar with him wore friendly expressions when glancing his way. As Qin Mian passed by the entrance of the Alfa Romeo team, he spotted Zhou Guanyu being interviewed by reporters. Such interviews were nothing new to Qin Mian. Yet at this moment, Zhou appeared somewhat anxious. After a moment's consideration, Qin Mian discreetly signaled to Barber and stealthily maneuvered to a position outside Zhou's line of sight. Behind Zhou stood other members of the Alfa Romeo team, who, upon noticing Qin Mian's approach, were about to greet him. However, seeing Qin Mian gesture for silence, they opted to refrain from adding to the situation and instead waited in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. They then witnessed Qin Mian stealthily approach Zhou from behind. Just as Zhou, perplexed by the photographer suddenly raising the camera to focus on his right side, was startled by a firm tap on his shoulder. Caught off guard in his state of nervousness, Zhou jumped in surprise. Upon realizing that Zhou Guanyu was merely jesting, Qin Mian startled him before laughing and darting away. leaving Zhou Guanyu behind, muttering under his breath. Their playful interaction was captured by a nearby camera, unbeknownst to Qin Mian, who was unaware that this was, in fact, a live broadcast. The audience, rather than merely reveling in the driver's prowess on the racetrack, found joy in the light-hearted exchanges and antics between Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu. After all, the spectacle of drivers racing on the track is a common sight, with numerous opportunities to witness such events throughout the season. In contrast, glimpses into the drivers' daily lives are often gleaned through videos shared by teams or the drivers themselves, which may be meticulously edited for presentation. The spontaneity of their banter under the live camera brought forth an authenticity, rendering the drivers more relatable and vibrant. Following their playful antics, Qin Mian, accustomed to the routine, made his way to the team's headquarters. After greeting his colleagues, the preparations for the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend officially commenced. Having already donned the team uniform at the hotel, Qin Mian needed no change of attire. He simply picked up the new helmet designed for him by Qiu Meng and descended to the ground floor. His first activity of the morning involved an interview with the FIA, where he was also to unveil his helmet design for the season to the audience. This year, Qiu Meng's design for Qin Mian's helmet departed from the previous year's predominantly red scheme, embracing a white base adorned with blue porcelain fragments. Notably, both Qin Mian's and Zhou Guanyu's helmets featured similar porcelain elements. However, Zhou Guanyu's design showcased the silhouette of Shanghai as a backdrop, embellished with porcelain patterns and separated by an orange ribbon. In contrast, Qin Mian's helmet presented a cohesive white design, transitioning from a pure white at the front to a more mottled appearance towards the back, where blue and white porcelain fragments emerged, culminating in a striking blue and white porcelain finish. Qin Mian's helmet embodied a unified design that evoked a sense of speed, with the names of sponsors and his driver number displayed in fragmented form. Truthfully, Qin Mian found great appreciation for this design. Although both helmets shared the porcelain motif, Qin Mian's helmet represented a singular vision, integrating all elements into a harmonious whole. Zhou Guanyu's helmet is composed of various distinct components, and the superiority of each helmet is a matter of personal perspective. After completing the pre-race interviews and sharing insights into the design philosophy of his helmet for the season, Qin Mian returned to the team to commence his routine tasks that accompany every Grand Prix weekend. This included the mandatory drivers' meeting and a group photo with all the drivers and their respective cars at the beginning of the new season. This time, the meeting was not presided over by last year's Jean Todt, who has stepped down. Instead, the new facilitator is the Emirati Mohammed bin Sulayem, a former rally driver. Bin Sulayem boasts an impressive record of 14 championships in the FIA Middle East Rally Championship. While he is no stranger to the world of motorsport, there remains much for him to learn regarding Formula One. Upon his arrival, the Middle Eastern figure began with a self-introduction, which, compared to Todt's approach, felt somewhat convoluted. It evoked memories of Qin Mian's school days, reminiscent of a principal's lengthy speeches during the weekly flag-raising ceremonies. Nevertheless, before Qin Mian succumbed to drowsiness, bin Sulayem managed to convey essential information regarding track limits and some new regulations that drivers were eager to hear. Overall, there were no significant changes compared to last year's Bahrain Grand Prix, and the track boundaries remained largely the same. Following the conclusion of the drivers' meeting, the participants proceeded to the paddock, where team personnel had already positioned their cars on the track for photographs. With the pre-race preparations wrapped up, the regular practice sessions for Friday commenced. However, Qin Mian struggled to showcase his true potential during both practice sessions, failing to complete even a single flying lap. In contrast, Hamilton quickly began to set and break his own lap records during the practice phase. This discrepancy can be attributed, in part, to the familiarity the team had developed with Qin Mian's habits and characteristics over the season. They discovered that Qin Mian's adaptability to new cars is extraordinary. Whether presented with a brand new car or one that has undergone adjustments, he requires no complex acclimatization process. Most drivers would need several laps to comprehend the car's dynamics in medium-speed corners, high-speed turns, slow bends, straights, and braking points, thereby determining the appropriate handling techniques. Yet Qin Mian, upon entering the vehicle, possesses an instinctive understanding of its intricacies. Hamilton, while also adept at adapting to cars, does not match Qin Mian's level of ease. Consequently, during the practice sessions, Qin Mian assumed a greater share of testing responsibilities, allowing Hamilton to focus on refining his configurations earlier in the process. However, it would be a misjudgment to perceive this as a disadvantage for Qin Mian. The additional testing tasks he undertook ultimately yielded data and adjustments that aligned closely with his driving style. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. For Qin Mian's performance on the track yielded more data and feedback than that of Hamilton. Consequently, the team's future upgrades and tuning will likely lean more towards Qin Mian. Thus, during the first and second practice sessions, Qin Mian's results were not particularly remarkable. Indeed, he trailed Hamilton by a notable margin of 0.7 seconds. This time disparity caught the attention of the three commentators from 5-Star Sports. Their eyelids twitching in concern. Would Qin Mian struggle to adapt to the driving style of ground effect cars this season? Yet, whether the reality aligns with the commentators' apprehensions will only be revealed during the qualifying and the main race days. After the first day's work concluded, Qin Mian, wiping the sweat from his brow, approached the post-session interview area. Upon seeing him, a reporter cheerfully inquired, "Qin Mian, how does it feel to return to the Grand Prix weekend after the winter break?" Qin Mian, smiling with a hint of joy, replied, "It feels absolutely wonderful. I truly cherish this sensation. The Grand Prix weekends are always exhilarating, filled with the thrill of competition, the pressure of rivals, and the excitement of it all. How is the car this season? It seems your performance today wasn't particularly impressive, lacking any standout speed," the reporter pressed, noting that Qin Mian had placed outside the top 7 in both practice sessions, especially when compared to his teammate Hamilton and the leading Leclerc. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian responded, "We have indeed faced several challenges with the car, but I trust that the team will address them effectively. Today, we gathered a substantial amount of data, and the current progress seems promising. I believe the team will ultimately provide us with a competitive car. Let us see what the final outcome will be." Are there any significant differences between this season's car and last year's model? How does the new car feel to drive? He was asked. Certainly, the differences are considerable. The most immediate impression from the new regulations is that the introduction of ground effect floors has accelerated our cornering speeds beyond our expectations. And the mechanical grip of the car is also stronger than we anticipated, though it has come at the cost of a slight reduction in top speed. Meanwhile, within the Red Bull team, Horner, Marko, and Newey, the trio of absolute leaders, convened in a meeting room, watching the footage of Qin Mian's post-practice interview. Could it be true, as Qin Mian suggests, that Mercedes is encountering difficulties? Marko inquired, glancing at the two other executives after the video concluded. Honestly, not necessarily, Newey replied, shaking his head. I have also analyzed Mercedes' aerodynamic design. Their configuration effectively reduces the overall frontal area of the car, thereby minimizing aerodynamic drag at high speeds. To speak candidly, the moment I laid eyes upon this design, I was struck by its astonishing beauty. Furthermore, after the introduction of such a design by Mercedes, I took the liberty to delve into aerodynamic regulations and found that Mercedes' innovation does not contravene the FIA's technical standards. I hold immense admiration for the engineer who conceived this audacious and radical yet effective design philosophy. Regarding Qin Mian's remarks during the interview, I concede that this young talent possesses remarkable ability. However, the shrewdness and seasoned experience he exhibited on the track are evident to all. Thus, the credibility of his statements is questionable. I remain inclined to believe that Mercedes will continue to exert considerable pressure on the track this season. At this juncture, Horner interjected, stating, "It is not entirely so. Just last week, the engine department at Honda provided us with promising news that I am certain everyone remembers. Therefore, I am confident that we need not worry about engine power this season." As he spoke, both Newey and Marko wore smiles of satisfaction. When it comes to Mercedes, it can be said that Red Bull understands them even better than they understand themselves. During the hybrid era, there was little that could be done, as Red Bull's forte in aerodynamics could not yield decisive advantages in that context. A brand new floor could only enhance the car's performance by approximately 0.5 of a second per lap, whereas a completely new engine could deliver improvements of a second or even 1.5 seconds per lap. This assuming equal financial investment in both components. Thus, with their season-leading engine, Mercedes dominated the field. In fact, Red Bull even proposed purchasing Mercedes engines, only to be declined. Mercedes is not naive. During Red Bull's reign, their formidable aerodynamic design capabilities were evident. Initially, their only advantage over Red Bull lay in the engine. Allowing Red Bull access to their engines would undermine their own competitive edge. In contrast, Mercedes had fewer reservations about supplying engines to teams like Williams, Aston Martin, and McLaren, as these teams posed no threat to their position. However, the introduction of ground effect regulations significantly altered the landscape, as the floor now generates 60% of the car's downforce, leading to substantial speed gains from a new floor. With the phenomenon of porpoising in play, the engine's output experiences diminishing returns. The closer it approaches the limits of the chassis, the lesser the speed advantage provided by the engine becomes. Additionally, Red Bull faced another shortcoming: their engine. Honda has gradually elevated Red Bull's performance, which explains the amusement shared by the two senior executives at Red Bull. This season, they possess almost no weaknesses. After the laughter subsided, Horner continued, "This season indeed presents an opportunity for us to showcase our design prowess, but we must not be complacent." The abilities of Qin Mian and Hamilton within the Mercedes team are equally formidable. What does Max have to say regarding the car's feedback? Is there anything noteworthy to mention? Max remains as he has always been, eager for us to further enhance the speed of the racing car. Despite his advancing years, his impatience remains unchanged, Horner remarked. Yet, this is Max. Marco chuckled, then turned his gaze to Qin Miao on the screen, stating, "Let us continue to delve deeper into the development of the car's floor according to our plan. This is the era most suited for our team. I sense that the glorious days of our team are on the verge of a return." On Saturday, during the third practice session, Qin Miao finally found the time to commence qualifying simulations and long-distance cruising tests. After adjustments made during the previous two practice sessions, the overall speed of the car exhibited a significant improvement, and both drivers discovered their most comfortable setup. Yet, the persistent issue of porpoising plagued both the team and the car. The Bahrain circuit, characterized by its numerous straight sections, posed a challenge, as despite the team's best efforts, porpoising still occurred at the ends of the highest speed straights, T1, T4, T11, and T14. Both Qin Miao and Hamilton expressed the urgency to resolve the porpoising issue during the team's internal meetings, to which the team readily agreed. However, the team had already explored alternative solutions. During the second practice session, they attempted to elevate the height of the car's floor. This adjustment yielded immediate results, alleviating the porpoising and allowing the Mercedes engine to unleash its full potential on the long straights. However, this modification transformed the Mercedes into a muscle car, resulting in a loss of the previously smooth grip in mid-speed corners, with a severe loss of downforce, ultimately leading to a decrease in overall speed. Thus, neither the team nor the drivers considered this option viable. It was evident that, at least for this race, the team could not completely eradicate the porpoising issue, though the engineers had developed alternative design concepts. Consequently, the Mercedes drivers would have to endure the effects of porpoising during the race. In the third practice session, Qin Miao utilized 5 laps, combined with data from the first 2 practice sessions, to ascertain the optimal setup window for his car. Notably, due to the porpoising, the current setup window for Mercedes felt somewhat peculiar. Last season, the setup window allowed drivers to achieve a perfect balance between qualifying speed and race speed. But that was no longer the case this season. They had to choose either a qualifying-focused setup, which enhanced speed and handling in light fuel conditions, or a race-oriented setup, which provided greater stability and overall speed during long-distance runs. While Qin Miao was uncertain about Hamilton's choice, he opted for a setup more inclined towards race performance. After the conclusion of the third practice session, a brief respite followed, and soon the competition transitioned into the qualifying phase. It is worth mentioning that the viewing area above the Mercedes team garage, as well as the team's paddock, attracted a considerable number of celebrities, to the extent that true racing enthusiasts were scarce in those sections. What surprised Qin Mian the most was that, 15 minutes before the qualifying session commenced, as he entered the team's paddock for pre-race preparations, he encountered several familiar stars. Among them, Liu Fei particularly caught his eye. Her porcelain complexion stood out distinctly against the crowd. As expected of a prominent actress, her aura was markedly different from those around her. Besides Liu Fei, he also spotted Jay Chou and Lin Jing, along with a host of others who appeared to be celebrities as well, though Qin Mian could not recognize any of them. This was largely due to the fact that after entering middle school, his family acquired a computer, which led him to rely solely on it for entertainment, resulting in a lack of exposure to television dramas. However, upon seeing these figures, Qin Mian merely nodded in acknowledgement, lacking the opportunity to greet them. As the qualifying session was imminent, despite the seemingly leisurely pace at which the Mercedes team released their cars during the qualifying, they were, in fact, closely monitoring the movements of other teams, giving the impression of a more languid approach. During this period, the team could not afford to be idle. Once at his designated spot, Qin Mian exchanged notes with Reyes, familiarizing himself with the track conditions and wind speed before donning his helmet and Hans device, and settling into his racing car. Notably, the most significant change in the 2022 qualifying format compared to 2021 was the elimination of the requirement to use the fastest tire from Q2 during the race, allowing all drivers to utilize soft tires for their qualifying laps and to employ new tires during the race. This alleviation was indeed good news for Qin Mian, who welcomed the newfound flexibility. Soon, the moment for Q1 of the qualifying session arrived. As the 15-minute countdown began, drivers from various teams began to emerge from their respective paddocks. However, both Hamilton and Qin Mian from the Mercedes team delayed their exit, remaining in the paddock until there were only 9 minutes left on the clock, a long-standing tradition of the team. At that moment, the two Red Bull drivers had already secured the first and second positions. Remarkably, while Qin Mian and Hamilton were warming up their tires on the track, Bottas, who had not raced for a year, made a striking return, achieving the second fastest lap on his second flying lap, surpassing Perez and trailing Verstappen. Although Bottas was soon displaced from that position by the two Ferrari drivers, his impressive performance upon rejoining the paddock clearly demonstrated that he still possessed formidable skills. As for Bottas's impressive performance, it is unlikely to rival Qin Mian's last season, which brutally embarrassed Ferrari. Everyone is aware of the disparity in skill between Bottas and Hamilton, whereas Qin Mian clinched the World Championship by surpassing his teammate Hamilton and Verstappen. This championship serves as a testament to Qin Mian's formidable individual prowess. At this moment, the two Mercedes cars had just commenced their first flying lap. With 6 minutes remaining until the conclusion of Q1, both Mercedes drivers crossed the finish line in succession. Qin Mian, having departed the pit ahead of Hamilton, posted a time of 1:32.317, placing the reigning champion in 8th position, even behind Alonso. Meanwhile, Hamilton trailed closely behind Qin Mian, clearly exhibiting a slightly quicker pace. However, his time was merely 1:32.085, lagging a full 0.248 seconds behind his former teammate Bottas. This outcome astonished everyone present in the paddock, even prompting surprised glances among the Red Bull team. Despite the unexpected results from the Mercedes drivers, no one attributed their performance to the inferiority of the car, as Mercedes has long been perceived as a formidable force within the paddock, leading many to speculate that they were merely concealing their true capabilities. With approximately 5 minutes remaining in Q1, most teams had begun recalling their drivers to adjust their car setups. Seizing the opportunity during this clean interval, both Mercedes drivers completed another flying lap, utilizing their old soft tires. Hamilton was unable to improve his time, while Qin Mian, showcasing his extraordinary tire management skills, managed to enhance his lap time to 1:31.987, placing him just above his teammate Hamilton. After completing this lap, despite having over 3 minutes left in Q1, both Mercedes drivers opted to return to the pit, choosing not to attempt another flying lap. While their times may not have been spectacular, both drivers successfully advanced to Q2. Domestic fans expressed some disappointment at not witnessing Qin Mian unleash his full potential, yet this has become somewhat customary for him. Moreover, aside from Qin Mian, there is also Zhou Guanyu on the track. In comparison to the steady, almost sluggish performances of the Mercedes drivers during Q1 and Q2, Zhou Guanyu's qualifying session was undoubtedly more exhilarating. This chapter concludes with the rise of Ferrari, and indeed, Zhou Guanyu's qualifying performance provided domestic fans with a dose of intensity. Prior to the conclusion of Q1, he found himself momentarily relegated to the 17th position in the elimination zone. Just when the domestic motorsport enthusiasts believed that Zhou Guanyu might be eliminated in Q1 of his inaugural qualifying session, he completed his final flying lap, elevating his time to 1:32.210 seconds and securing a commendable 10th place, progressing into Q2 in front of his idol, Alonso. While Zhou's performance was indeed impressive, it paled somewhat in comparison to his teammate, Bottas. Nevertheless, no one deemed Zhou's capabilities to be lacking. After all, this was merely his first qualifying event in a professional career. It is essential that we do not set our expectations too high for a rookie driver. F1 has been around for quite some time, yet only one Qin Mian has emerged. Not everyone is born with innate knowledge. Ultimately, the drivers who were eliminated at the conclusion of Q1 included Albon, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, and Stroll. Upon returning to the garage, Qin Mian, seated in his car, briefly reviewed the footage of his fastest lap before shifting his attention toward Verstappen and the two Ferrari drivers. The performance of Ferrari today was astonishing. All the patience and restraint exhibited last year yielded remarkable dividends this season. Even in Q1 of the qualifying session, Ferrari demonstrated unexpected speed, with both drivers occupying the first and second positions. In Q2, the two Mercedes drivers maintained their steadiness, advancing into Q3, while Zhou's speed faltered, leading to his elimination with a 12th place finish. The drivers who were eliminated in Q2 included Ocon, Zhou Guanyu, Mick Schumacher, Norris, and Russell. Indeed, McLaren has devolved into a third-tier team this season. Ricciardo, who was lured away from Renault at a high price, found himself eliminated in Q3, while McLaren's prodigy, Norris, succumbed to the rookie Zhou Guanyu, finishing 14th and facing elimination. It can be stated that the economic crisis affecting McLaren has reverberated throughout the entire McLaren F1 division. This season may resemble that of Red Bull in 2020, lacking any substantial upgrades throughout the year. Regrettably, based on the speed exhibited by Bottas, it seemed quite possible for Zhou to have entered Q3 in this race. After the race concluded, a sigh escaped from the commentator, Brother Bing, at 5-Star Sports. However, the commentator, Brother Xiao, offered a word of encouragement for Zhou Guanyu. We cannot impose excessive expectations on him, as this is merely his first F1 Grand Prix, and the performance of his car is not on par with that of Qin Mian, who had the advantage of driving a Mercedes in his debut. Despite the commentators expressing some disappointment at Zhou Guanyu's inability to progress further, his achievements thus far have garnered satisfaction from both domestic audiences and the commentators at 5-Star Sports. Soon, Q3 commenced, and Qin Mian once again returned to the track. Since Q3, Mercedes has not wasted any time. Both drivers have seamlessly exited the pit lane, embarking on their flying laps after a warm-up lap. Qin Miao's prowess remains evident. He has diligently honed his racing skills throughout the winter break. Most importantly, the youthful Qin Miao still possesses ample room for growth. On the track, during the first sector of Q3's inaugural flying lap, Qin Miao clocked a purple time, yet faltered slightly in the second and third sectors. Upon completing his lap, he found himself in 5th place. However, as Hamilton crossed the line behind him, Qin Miao slipped to 6th. Ahead of the two Mercedes drivers were Leclerc, Sainz, Verstappen, and Perez. At this juncture in the race, despite many holding on to hopes for the Mercedes team, astute observers noted that Qin Miao's flying lap time was 1:31.871. This marked a significant improvement compared to Q1 and Q2, yet it paled in comparison to the performances of the Ferrari and Red Bull drivers. Leclerc's time of 1:30.771 starkly illustrated a sense of waning strength for Mercedes. It is worth recalling that last season, after 10 laps into the race, Ferrari drivers had completely vanished from the rear view of Mercedes cars. Therefore, the unfolding of this season's qualifying rounds took many by surprise. In Q3, Ferrari outpaced Mercedes by a full 12 seconds. Even more astonishing was the fact that Red Bull, which had shown promise last season, also eclipsed Mercedes this year. Nevertheless, they still found themselves beneath Ferrari's shadow. Regardless of how fans of Mercedes and Red Bull perceive the early stages of the season, it is undeniable that the performance of Ferrari's drivers in qualifying served as a potent dose of encouragement for their supporters. After a year of accumulation, it seemed they were finally poised to unleash their potential. Indeed, in the final lap of Q3, despite Qin Miao and Hamilton unleashing their full capabilities on the track, with Qin Miao often teetering on the edge of control, he ultimately crossed the line with a time of 1:31.509. This time not only fell short of challenging Ferrari and Red Bull, but also left him 0.3 seconds behind his teammate Hamilton, despite running the entire lap error-free and at full throttle. It can only be said that the Mercedes car for the 2022 season has indeed underperformed. Ultimately, Leclerc clinched pole position with a time of 1:30.558, while Verstappen, the only driver likely to contest Leclerc's position, finished with a mere 1:30.681. When Q3 concluded, Ferrari's unexpected yet deserved dominance was firmly established. The time gap between Leclerc and Verstappen has reached 0. 123 seconds. The final qualifying results for Q3 are as follows. 1. Leclerc, 2. Verstappen, 3. Sainz, 4. Perez, 5. Hamilton, 6. Qin Mian, 7. Bottas, 8. Magnussen, 9. Alonso. Ferrari has achieved a triumphant start in the 2022 season. Although Sainz is positioned behind Verstappen, it is noteworthy that his final lap time was invalidated due to a yellow flag on the track, despite it being a commendable performance that had a significant potential to surpass Verstappen. Remarkably, without completing the last lap, the time difference between Sainz and Verstappen was merely 0.006 seconds. Had Sainz successfully finished his last flying lap, the duo from Ferrari would have dominated the race. With such a remarkable achievement, the atmosphere within Ferrari was jubilant, and Leclerc exuberantly proclaimed his catchphrase over the team radio, "Come on, let us go." In stark contrast to Ferrari's elation, the mood in the Mercedes team was somewhat somber. Qin Mian, observing his sixth place and a time of 1:31.871 displayed on his steering wheel, let out a slight sigh before stating over the team radio, "I did my best." There is no fault in Qin Mian's words, as he had indeed pushed himself to the limits during his final flying lap, often navigating the corners on the brink of losing control. Nevertheless, despite completing the last lap, his performance remained less than stellar. "Apologies, Qin Mian. We were unable to provide you with a sufficiently competitive car. Please return, and let us see what we can do," said Toto, conveying the team's regrets on behalf of Mercedes, rather than Qin Mian's track engineer, Frankie. Hamilton's situation was somewhat similar. However, he expressed more grievances compared to Qin Mian's simple acknowledgement of effort. "The car's porpoising is severe, my back is aching, and we lack sufficient speed, while the tire warming is also challenging." If there is a group that felt disheartened by the less-than-stellar performances of Qin Mian and the Mercedes team, it would undoubtedly be the domestic fanbase. After witnessing Qin Mian's performance on the track, many newly acquainted with F1 in the country found it difficult to accept. A significant portion of Qin Mian's domestic supporters are fervent fans of victory. They admire him and follow his journey because they believe he can achieve remarkable results on the circuit. To put it more plainly, they support Qin Mian primarily because he possesses the potential to triumph in the realm of F1. However, the dedicated fans who tuned in to witness the championship match noted that Qin Mian appeared to be less formidable this season than they had anticipated, having secured only sixth place in the qualifying rounds, trailing even behind his teammate, Hamilton. Is this what a world champion is? Is this the so-called world champion? Wasn't he dominating Hamilton last season? How is it that he can't outpace Hamilton in the qualifiers this season? Come on, Qin Mian. I didn't come here to see you lose. Despite the disappointment expressed by many after witnessing Mercedes' performance, with some even resorting to mockery, the majority of the championship fans, much like Qin Mian himself who seemingly does not actively follow F1, chose not to voice their criticisms overtly. They simply departed quietly. In contrast, seasoned F1 enthusiasts remained relatively composed. Although they lamented Mercedes' complete loss of competitiveness under the new technical regulations, they understood that this is the nature of F1, a sport characterized by cyclical dominance. It is impossible for any team to maintain an unchallenged reign over the paddock, especially considering that the FIA's introduction of ground effect regulations was undoubtedly aimed at addressing Mercedes' advantages. After all, it is well known that Mercedes' supremacy was not solely rooted in its car design prowess, but rather in its engine capabilities. Now, as we enter the era of ground effect, achieving success on the track will depend on exceptional aerodynamic design. In summary, while the longtime fans did not wish to witness such outcomes, they were able to accept the results with equanimity. Thus, they refrained from engaging in ridicule across various media platforms and instead silently hoped that the Mercedes team could gradually regain their speed through forthcoming upgrades. While they did not expect a miraculous turnaround, they at least desired not to see a 1-second deficit in qualifying against their rivals. After all, just months ago, Qin Mian and Hamilton were dominating Verstappen, and now it is disheartening not to even catch a glimpse of Verstappen's tail lights. On the other hand, the three commentators from 5-Star Sports fell into a contemplative silence upon witnessing Mercedes' performance. Historically, these commentators have consistently aligned themselves with Qin Mian, both publicly and privately. Their previous encounter with Qin Mian left a lasting impression on them, further endearing him to them. However, upon observing the current season's performances by Qin Mian and the Mercedes team, The commentators could only guide the viewers of the live broadcast in their own manner. On the track, after bringing his car to a halt at the entrance of the pit lane beneath the podium, Leclerc emerged from his vehicle. Under the eager gaze of all the tifosi, he proceeded to install his steering wheel and, after disembarking, made tactical adjustments to his trajectory. During this process, Leclerc simply raised his fist in celebration, displaying neither excessive excitement nor agitation. He then calmly approached the weighing station. At that moment, Qin Mian had just parked his car and was preparing to weigh in while wearing his helmet. To reach the weighing area, Qin Mian had to pass by Leclerc's station. Truth be told, at this juncture, Qin Mian was quite reluctant to encounter Leclerc, but the necessity of weighing in compelled him to approach. Thus, he arrived beside Leclerc and, upon seeing him, offered a nonchalant congratulations. Upon noticing Qin Mian's approach, Leclerc, who had been struggling to contain his inner exhilaration and amusement, could no longer hold back. Ha ha, Qin Mian, am I not impressive? I was a whole second quicker than you on a single lap. As he spoke, Leclerc joyfully embraced Qin Mian. Qin Mian reciprocated the embrace, patting Leclerc on the back, and with a hint of envy remarked, "You're just lucky. Ferrari has hit a remarkable stride this year. How did you manage to develop such a formidable car?" "Ha ha. Luck is indeed a part of skill. I assent it," Leclerc replied, his smile broadening at Qin Mian's demeanor. "So, you are the world champion, huh? Just wait. This year I shall claim a world championship as well." After a playful curse, Qin Mian exchanged a fist bump with Verstappen, who had also come to weigh in, before proceeding to the scales, leaving Leclerc to revel in his well-deserved victory. During the post-race interview, Qin Mian, facing a journalist he had only met a few times, offered a wry smile and said, "I remember we agreed last season that the fewer times we meet, the better." The journalist shrugged, "Honestly, I would prefer not to see you here either, but it appears that Ferrari and Red Bull have different plans. It seems we will be encountering each other quite frequently this season." After exchanging a light-hearted jest, the interview commenced. It was evident that both Mercedes cars had not performed optimally today, with a considerable time gap between them and Ferrari. What had transpired? Qin Mian shrugged, "Clearly, the cars encountered numerous issues. As for the specifics, we are not entirely certain, but the primary cause is undoubtedly related to the porpoising. The team is diligently working to resolve this problem, and I believe we will have a solution soon." Would the early season setback affect your mindset? After all, you are the defending champion, yet it appears that this season, Mercedes has not provided you with a sufficiently competitive car. Would this leave you feeling disheartened? Although this is only my second season in my career, I am aware that F1 teams, much like historical dynasties, experience cycles of rise and fall. I find my mindset to be remarkably stable. I do not allow the setbacks of one or two races to elicit any negative emotions. Moreover, I have faith in the team. We are merely encountering temporary difficulties, and I am confident that solutions will present themselves. Now, for the final question, which may not pertain directly to the racetrack. How do you feel seeing your friend Leclerc's Ferrari regain its competitiveness this year? Upon hearing this question, Qin Mian smiled. While I genuinely believe that his success is somewhat fortuitous, I cannot deny that I am indeed quite pleased. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage in a fierce competition with Leclerc on the track this season. The Mercedes team has yet to fully grasp the intricacies of their car this season. The time gap is rather perplexing. I cannot fathom how the disparity between Mercedes and Ferrari could extend to a full second. At the very least, it appears that Qin Mian remains unaffected by the team's underwhelming performance. Perhaps a transfer is in order. I think Red Bull would be a fine choice to challenge Pansy. After the interview concluded, Qin Mian returned to the team's headquarters. The qualifying session for the Bahrain Grand Prix had merely concluded. The grand event itself was far from over, and Qin Mian had further responsibilities to attend to. Thus, upon returning to the team's abode, he set aside any lingering negative emotions, changed into a fresh outfit, and immersed himself back into his work. Zhou, good afternoon. Upon entering the Mercedes team's reception room, Qin Mian swiftly located Zhou with his assistant, Danny, visible in the distance. Qin Mian, good afternoon. I have actually followed your F2 races and have not missed any of your competitions last year whenever I was free. Numerous celebrities and public figures had gathered in the paddock, necessitating some social engagements for Qin Mian. However, meeting Zhou could hardly be classified as mere socializing. In truth, it was a delightful opportunity to indulge in his admiration for the artist, as Qin Mian had been a fan of Zhou since childhood. The song Blue and White Porcelain has accompanied him throughout his life, and each of Jay Chou's subsequent songs has only grown in classic appeal. Fortunately, I believe my performance last season did not disappoint my fans. However, today's race may not have been as enjoyable as one would hope. Not at all. In fact, I am rather concerned for you, given the reports indicating that this season's Mercedes car is underperforming, hindering both you and Hamilton from fully showcasing your abilities. Qin Mian waved his hand dismissively. The Mercedes team is merely strong. They are not infallible and are bound to make mistakes. Such occurrences are inevitable. Let us steer clear of these unpleasant topics. By the way, Jay, would you mind signing an autograph for me? I have always been a great admirer of your music. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Jay Chou readily agreed. He then noticed Barber handing Qin Mian a helmet. A bit apprehensively, Qin Mian presented the helmet to Jay Chou, saying, "Please sign your name on this helmet." Gazing at the helmet, which bore evident signs of use and could even be described as somewhat soiled, Jay Chou looked at Qin Mian with surprise. "Has this helmet been used?" Qin Mian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is the very helmet I just wore on the racetrack." "No worries, feel free to sign it. I have plenty of spare helmets." Jay Chou cast a wistful glance at the helmet Qin Mian had handed him. To be honest, what he truly desired was for Qin Mian to sign this helmet, after which he would gift it to him, thereby significantly enhancing its collectible value. However, since Qin Mian had already placed the helmet before him, Jay Chou could hardly refuse. He took up the marker that Barber had provided and inscribed his name upon it. With that signature etched, Qin Mian would likely cherish this helmet in his collection for a lifetime. Feeling content after receiving Jay Chou's autograph, Qin Mian began to engage in conversation with him. Yet, strictly speaking, Qin Mian was the host here, responsible for entertaining Jay Chou. Thus, throughout the dialogue, it was predominantly Jay Chou who inquired about racing topics, while Qin Mian elucidated his queries. Questions such as, what does it feel like to sit in a race car and experience a dolphin leap? Does your back hurt? Is the brake truly that difficult to operate? Is there any possibility for me to experience driving an F1 car? Well, to be honest, if you genuinely wish to try, I do have a way to let you take a few laps in an F1 car, Qin Mian replied. Really? That's possible? Jay Chou expressed his surprise. Previously, Jay Chou had merely harbored a fondness for cars, particularly supercars, and his knowledge of Formula racing was rather limited. However, conversing with Qin Mian felt incredibly relaxed, allowing him to speak without meticulously considering the appropriateness of his words. He appeared entirely at ease, which led to this spontaneous thought slipping from his lips. Little did he expect Qin Mian to provide such a response. Initially astonished, Jay Chou's surprise swiftly transformed into delight. He had never dreamed that one day he would have the opportunity to drive an F1 car. Naturally, there were prerequisites. Qin Mian aptly doused Jay Chou's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Have you had any experience driving lower-tier Formula cars, Director Jay? The AE86 doesn't count. Upon hearing Qin Mian's jest, Jay Chou couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked, I haven't driven any other Formula cars, but I did take my Senna out on the track. Which McLaren has a transparent window on its door? Ah, yes, Qin Mian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that not sufficient? Jay Chou asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Qin Mian quickly waved his hand. Not at all. It's just that. He hesitated to express that. In the eyes of F1 drivers and team personnel, no amount of experience driving supercars would even qualify as a basic introduction to Formula racing. Thus, Qin Mian deftly bypassed the topic and stated, I need to contemplate how to discuss this with Toto. If you genuinely wish to experience driving an F1 car on the track for a couple of laps, you must first progress gradually from F4 racing. Only after mastering F4 can you attempt F3 and subsequently F2 before finally reaching F1. Upon hearing Qin Mian's explanation, Jay Chou couldn't help but scratch his head. If that were the case, wouldn't he have to follow a conventional progression like any other F1 driver? Before he could respond, Qin Mian continued, however, you are different from the other drivers. You are not pursuing speed. You merely wish to experience an F1 car. Therefore, the coach's expectations of you will not be overly stringent. As long as you can safely navigate a car of a certain level and demonstrate stable control on the track, you will qualify for the next tier of Formula racing. It may prove somewhat troublesome, and the process is indeed intricate, but this is the only pathway to your aspiration of driving an F1 car. Just as Jay Chou was about to agree, he suddenly noticed that Ni, coughing lightly beside him. Brother, are you truly aware of your own situation? She interjected. While F1 cars may seem like mere toys in the hands of F1 drivers, do you really believe your slender arms and legs can handle it? Do you think you can press down on the brake, which requires hundreds of pounds of force, without a hitch? After catching the somewhat disapproving gaze from Duranai, Qiu regained his composure and, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat. Well, Qin Mian, please don't take it too seriously. I was merely curious and asked out of whim. In truth, Qiu had indeed felt a fleeting temptation. Had it not been for his assistant's reminder, he might have genuinely agreed. All right then, Qin Mian shrugged nonchalantly. Following this conversation, the two continued to chat for about 20 more minutes. Yet, the dialogue reverted to the familiar routine, with Qin Mian sharing some insider tidbits that were unlikely to leak beyond the paddock. This was a customary aspect of Qin Mian's daily work, one that he navigated with ease. Eventually, the two amiably exchanged personal contact information before Qiu departed from the paddock. Before leaving, however, he requested an autograph from Qin Mian, for after all, Qin Mian had become an idol to many. In addition to the autograph, Qin Mian presented Qiu with a gift. Rather than a helmet or gloves, he bestowed upon Qiu his own racing steering wheel. However, this was not the version he currently used, but rather the one employed by the team for simulators. Of course, the distinction between the two steering wheels lay solely in their internal programming and connectivity. Both were customized to fit Qin Mian's hand shape. Nonetheless, as long as the hand shape bore a close resemblance to Qin Mian's, others could still utilize this steering wheel effectively. Due to the fact that this steering wheel is primarily intended for use in simulators, it is compatible with most direct drive systems from companies collaborating with Mercedes-Benz. Qiu was naturally quite pleased with this gift from Qin Mian. After trying it out, he found that it fit his hands perfectly and casually inquired if he could replace the steering wheel in his Sienna with this one. Wondering if any system conflicts might arise, Qin Mian was taken aback by Qiu's whimsical notion, but upon reflection, he realized that his steering wheel could indeed function as a genuine steering wheel. Nonetheless, he advised Qiu against such a course of action, as the system simply could not accommodate it. After chatting for about half an hour and exchanging some gifts, they took a cheerful group photo together. And then Qiu happily departed with the gift from Qin Mian. Qin Mian's work on Saturday concluded, and afterward, he made another trip to the airport to pick up Qiu Meng and take her to the hotel. On the way back, Qin Mian naturally shared the recent encounter with Qiu. What? You met Qiu? Qiu Meng exclaimed, clearly surprised. Yes. The local tourism department of Qatar invited celebrities from around the world to watch the Grand Prix, and Qiu was among them. I also saw Louis Fei. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have come too. I've liked Qiu for such a long time. I couldn't afford to attend his concerts before, and now that I have the money, I don't have the time, Qiu Meng lamented. It was rare for Qin Mian to witness such a display of frustration from her, as he had never seen her like this before. However, it was not a major issue. The Grand Prix weekend spanned 3 days, and there was still the main race tomorrow, so they would have the opportunity to attend. Oh, in that case, it's all right, Qiu Meng sighed in relief. Just when Qin Mian thought she would eagerly anticipate his next meeting with Qiu, she suddenly asked, Honey, have you encountered any troubles this season? Qin Mian smiled. It should be fine. Toto and the others seem quite confident. I believe the team will regain its competitiveness this season with the upgrades. At most, it will take 1 season. Well, let us not overthink it. Just focus on racing normally. Good luck. I believe in you. Qiu Meng encouraged him, raising her fist. On Sunday, Qin Mian attended the paddock with Qiu Meng. As they entered, he took the fan interaction route, flanked by supporters of various teams. While signing autographs in this area, he repeatedly heard fans calling out Qiu Meng's name in Chinese, making it seem as though she were the F1 driver and he merely the one carrying the bags. Of course, Qin Mian understood that this was just fans jokingly comparing him to Qiu Meng. He chuckled and shook his head before continuing to sign autographs and take photos with fans using their phones. Qiu Meng had no intention of overstepping her bounds to sign autographs for these individuals. She merely waved at them from behind Qin Mian, offering a casual greeting. After spending half an hour engaging with the fans, Qin Mian, Qiu Meng, and Barber departed, each holding gifts presented by the enthusiastic supporters. The surge in the domestic fanbase was evident, with a significant number of attendees, including many women, at the event. Most of the gifts in their possession were bestowed by these young ladies. Naturally, Qin Mian was discerning about the gifts she accepted as a public figure. She was aware that she might inadvertently offend some spectators, among whom there were always a few eccentric individuals who would seek revenge even if she had not wronged them. Consequently, Qin Mian typically refrained from accepting food items from fans, preferring handmade gifts or artworks instead. She also chose only those gifts that she found aesthetically pleasing, as her home had limited space for additional items. After meeting with their devoted supporters, the trio proceeded to the team's headquarters. Typically, Qiu Meng would spend her time in the lounge at the headquarters, either watching movies or addressing tasks that no longer required her attention, or assisting Qin Mian in managing her social media accounts. However, today was different. Upon arriving at the Mercedes team headquarters, Qiu Meng greeted Qin Mian and then sought out the official responsible for entertaining VIP fans to inquire about the celebrities present and their locations. Upon hearing the name Jay Chou, she gleefully dashed off to seek him out. Qin Mian was not concerned about Qiu Meng's safety, and given her emotional intelligence, he felt confident that she would not offend anyone. Thus, he decided to focus entirely on his work. As Qin Mian returned to his duties, he shared the pervasive sense of unease that enveloped all the staff at Mercedes. Once all pre-race preparations were complete, he adjusted himself within the team and, upon notification from the FIA personnel, stepped out of the team's paddock. Next on the agenda was the customary driver photo session and the parade preceding the main event of the Grand Prix. Since the Mercedes paddock was conveniently located at the exit of the pit lane, it took just a few steps for Qin Mian and Hamilton to reach the track. At that moment, F1 CEO Domenicali and FIA President Ben Sulayem were engaged in conversation at the pit exit. Spotting them, Qin Mian approached with a smile, exchanged fist bumps, and after a brief greeting, made his way towards the photo area, while Hamilton remained behind to converse with the two influential figures crucial to the world of Formula One racing. After witnessing this scene, Qin Mian felt a tinge of envy towards Hamilton's effortless demeanor. Unlike Hamilton, Qin Mian struggled to appear so at ease in front of others. Conversing with them often left him feeling vexed. With a faint smile, he chose to divert his attention from Hamilton and instead noticed other drivers gradually emerging from the pit area and onto the track. The first two he spotted were Leclerc and Sainz. Both drivers radiated energy and confidence, their expressions reflecting a resolute belief in their performance for the day's race. Moreover, the Ferrari team uniforms were undoubtedly the most striking among all the teams, clad in vibrant red from head to toe. As Qin Mian caught sight of them, they also noticed him. Sainz greeted Qin Mian with a smile and a nod before wandering off to chat with other familiar drivers, while Leclerc approached him directly. Qin Mian, good afternoon. How's the car setup coming along? Leclerc seized the opportunity to flaunt a bit. Enough already. Just looking at you is annoying. Go away. Qin Mian retorted sharply, denying Leclerc any chance to show off. However, Qin Mian's scolding had the opposite effect, making Leclerc even more cheerful. Leclerc, knowing when to hold back, exchanged a few casual remarks with Qin Mian before taking his leave. Not long after, Zhou Guanyu arrived. I just saw Louis Fei, and I must say, she's stunning, Zhou Guanyu remarked upon reaching Qin Mian. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her in the VIP area during the qualifying rounds yesterday, the impression of her beauty lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, aware of the need to maintain discretion, Qin Mian, despite the absence of Qiu Meng, felt compelled to assert, she is indeed beautiful, but not as beautiful as my wife. Zhou Guanyu scrutinized Qin Mian with a hint of disdain. I didn't realize you had such a bold opinion, he remarked. Qin Mian quickly interrupted. All right, let us stop there. It would be impolite to continue. Zhou Guanyu brushed Qin Mian's hand aside and naturally shifted the topic. Have you resolved the car issues? The smile on Qin Mian's face gradually faded as he replied. Not yet. The dolphin jump hasn't solved anything. Based on my estimates, I don't believe we will be contending for a podium finish in the first half of the season, despite the presence of other drivers around them. Neither hesitated to discuss matters concerning their own team, knowing that their conversation in Chinese would remain largely unintelligible to others in the paddock. Zhou Guanyu expressed concern for his friend. What about the domestic media? Many fans come to watch F1 hoping to see you win. Qin Mian remained remarkably calm. What can be done? If the results are poor, there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to stand tall and take it. During their conversation, other drivers gradually began to arrive. Chapter End 357. The Unfortunate Duo. Zhou Guanyu then returned to the designated area arranged by the event organizers, preparing for photographs. No more chatting, he said. Qin Mian, well acquainted with the process, understood that once the photos were taken, both would return to their respective teams to prepare for the upcoming race. It was likely they would not see each other again until after the race concluded. So Qin Mian encouraged, "Good luck. Aim for a top 5 finish in the first race." Zhou Guanyu responded with a wry smile, acknowledging that while it was easy to say, achieving it was far from simple. Subsequently, the 20 drivers of the 2022 season gathered with their teammates for a photograph. Notably, as Vettel was absent that day, the substitute driver Nico Hülkenberg donned the Aston Martin team uniform in his stead. After the photo session, all drivers proceeded towards their pre-race parade trailers. Qin Mian had hoped to clear his mind during this time, as the drivers' parade offered a rare opportunity to disengage from racing thoughts, simply waving at the spectators lining the track. The audience in Bahrain was not overly large, allowing Qin Mian to find a relatively inconspicuous spot where he could daydream for the majority of the time. However, just as he settled into a quieter location, Zhou Guanyu approached him. Before Qin Mian could inquire why he wasn't interacting with the audience, Zhou Guanyu, with a sheepish expression, asked, "Hey, Qin Mian, are there any notable details about this track? Since we have some time, could you explain them to me?" Qin Mian was taken aback. His friend had suddenly sought his expertise. This was his rare moment of respite, and he was truly disinclined to engage his mind. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation in Zhou Guanyu's eyes, he sighed and refrained from declining. "All right, but I have an interview coming up. If you really want to hear it, you'll have to wait until that's over." "No problem," Zhou Guanyu readily agreed. Soon after, Qin Mian was called by the host to be the first one interviewed. As the reigning world champion of 2021, he was afforded such privileges. After completing his pre-race interview, he returned to his spot, where Zhou Guanyu had been waiting. While greeting the spectators, Qin Mian briefly shared some noteworthy aspects of the Bahrain circuit with Zhou Guanyu. Of course, as an F1 driver, Qin Mian understood that even without his input, Zhou Guanyu's race engineer and coach would provide him with some insights. Given the stature of the Mercedes team, they might have discovered certain nuances that the Aeros team had not, but such advantages would be minimal, as they would not be decisive in the race. Thus, Zhou Guanyu can only be considered to have achieved modest gains. Perhaps, after integrating this knowledge, his single lap speed during the race phase will improve by approximately 0.1 seconds under normal circumstances. Mid-conversation, Leclerc, having completed his interview, approached them, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" Without shying away from the presence of Leclerc, Qin Mian switched to English and replied, "We were exchanging some small tips about the track. Do you have anything to share?" "No, I've signed a confidentiality agreement, so I cannot disclose anything." After the pre-race parade, the trucks completed a lap of the circuit, and most of the 20 drivers underwent interviews. Subsequently, the drivers returned to their team's paddock for final preparations before the race. 2 hours later, as the sky gradually dimmed, the lights illuminated the entire Bahrain circuit brilliantly. When the camera switched back to the track, Qin Mian was already seated in his car, waiting. The first shot captured after the transition was of Qin Mian. It was unavoidable. The reigning world champion, after a winter break, found himself starting from the 6th position. This performance was even less impressive than his debut qualifying session, where he had started from 2nd place and had even triumphed over his teammate, the 7-time champion Hamilton. Time has a way of altering circumstances. Surprisingly, immediately following yesterday's qualifying session, some began to express skepticism towards Qin Mian online, suggesting that he had exhausted his talent and would face a decline this season, ultimately leading to his abandonment by the Mercedes team. However, seated in his car, Qin Mian remained remarkably calm, with his hands resting gently on his abdomen. He listened to music while awaiting the race's commencement. It is noteworthy that the Mercedes team, aware of Qin Mian's pre-race preference for music to relax, upgraded their team's TR system during the winter break, enhancing the audio quality of all team members' headsets, as their TR quality was somewhat lacking. For an F1 team, this process is not particularly cumbersome, yet such upgrades do impact the team's budget cap. Furthermore, other teams might view this enhancement as superfluous, as the TR audio quality is not deemed a crucial component that enhances the car's performance. Nevertheless, Mercedes undertook this initiative, with significant support from their headset sponsor, EPOS. This clearly indicates that Mercedes holds Qin Mian in high regard. Upon realizing this during Friday's practice session, Qin Mian was astonished, soon enveloped by a warm sense of being valued. However, at the onset of the pre-race phase, Qin Mian did not solely focus on listening to music. Before him appeared the segmented interface of his system, detailing the tasks ahead. Task 1. Ascend to the podium of the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Reward: 1 team attribute point. Task 2. During the main race of the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix, do not allow any driver to overtake. Reward: 1 team attribute point. Task 3. Overtake 4 cars during the main race phase of the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Undercut not counted. Reward: 1 attack capability rating. As Qin Mian scrutinized the tasks for this season, he discerned a pattern. The rewards from the previous season had predominantly focused on enhancing his individual skills, whereas this season had shifted entirely towards the attributes of the team. Furthermore, the tasks assigned by the system for this race were not particularly arduous, resulting in rewards that were somewhat underwhelming, at least in comparison to the previous season. Once he had finished reviewing, the music in Qin Mian's headphones ceased, and Frankie's voice interjected. Radio check. Qin Mian, can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. I have never heard your voice so distinctly while seated in the car. Haha, glad to hear that. Now, back to business. The race begins in 5 minutes. The track staff will soon be clearing out, so please prepare accordingly. Understood, I am ready. Good luck. After this exchange, Reyes gestured to Qin Mian. As the team personnel responsible for transporting tires and other equipment began to withdraw from the track, leaving only 4 technicians in charge of Qin Mian's tires and jacks. Before long, the tire blankets were removed from Qin Mian's 4 tires, which were fitted in a semi-surrounding manner to maintain their temperature. Simultaneously, Qin Mian's car was lowered to the ground, and the engine roared to life. A few minutes later, with a reminder from the event officials, all team engineers and drivers vacated the track, gathering alongside it in anticipation of the race's commencement. Sitting within his car, Qin Mian gazed at the rear of the seldom-seen Red Bull racing car ahead of him, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He could not help but experience a profound sense of disparity, yet his remarkable adaptability prevented any significant fluctuations in his mindset due to this sudden change in position. Once all track personnel had cleared out, the distant signal lights illuminated 2 green indicators. Leclerc, in pole position, pressed the brake pedal and maneuvered his car out of its parking spot. Thus, the warm-up lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix commenced. During this warm-up phase, Pirelli presented 2 pit strategies for the race, both recommending 2 stops, red-yellow-red and red-white-red. Since teams were not mandated to use the fastest tire set from the second practice qualifying, the tire longevity for nearly all teams had seen varying degrees of enhancement, providing them with numerous alternatives during the main race. Qin Mian, leveraging his formidable tire preservation abilities and the data acquired during 3 practice sessions, opted for a yellow-white one-stop pit strategy for this race. As one observes the starting grid, it becomes evident that while all the drivers in the front row opted for soft tires, Qin Mian chose a set of yellow medium tires. With Stroll securing his position and the medical car taking its place behind, Matthew waved the green flag. On 5-Star Sports, following this scene, commentator Bing remarked, "Attention! The 2022 season's Bahrain Grand Prix is now set, with 5 red lights illuminating and extinguishing. The race begins." Qin Mian's reaction time at the start was exceptionally swift, noticeably quicker than that of the driver ahead, Perez. However, due to the disparity in tire performance, despite Qin Mian's faster launch, the gap between him and Perez diminished only gradually, failing to create a decisive advantage. Meanwhile, Hamilton also had a commendable start, even surpassing Qin Mian, positioning himself on the outside line to prepare for an entry into the turn. Upon realizing that Qin Mian had outpaced him, Perez, observing the minimal proximity, relaxed his vigilance towards Qin Mian and shifted his focus to Hamilton, who he perceived as a significant threat. Hamilton's initial speed was promising, yet he found himself impeded by Sainz, who had a lackluster start ahead of him. Both Sainz and Hamilton simultaneously sought overtaking opportunities on the inside line post-launch, which compelled Hamilton to adjust his steering leftward to avoid Sainz. It is crucial to note that any steering maneuver during the starting phase of an F1 race greatly impacts the vehicle's speed, as some of the power initially designated for a straight launch is expended in the turn. Thus, the transition from the inside to the outside line effectively nullified Hamilton's advantage at the start. Both Mercedes drivers executed their starts without error, yet neither gained an upper hand from the launch. Just as Qin Mian and Hamilton believed the start had concluded, Perez exhibited notable wheel spin, exiting T1, presenting Hamilton with an opportunity. Hamilton surged into the inside line of Perez at T2, and after accruing sufficient lead during T2 and T3, he successfully overtook Perez. Due to his positioning, Qin Mian was unable to exploit Perez's misstep. However, throughout the tussle between Perez and Hamilton in T2 and T3, Qin Mian meticulously adhered to their slipstream. Consequently, as they approached the long straight between T3 and T4, Qin Mian's car exhibited remarkable speed, enabling him to wedge himself into Perez's inside line before T4. With a late braking maneuver at T4, Qin Mian decisively obstructed Perez's racing line, allowing him to seize Perez's position and elevate his standing to fifth. As misfortune would have it, just when everyone believed that Perez had lost his rightful position to the two Mercedes drivers, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Magnussen, seizing the opportunity presented by Perez's instability after being overtaken, forcefully maneuvered into Perez's racing line during turn 8, successfully overtaking him. This moment marked a significant highlight for the Haas team. Not only did they achieve commendable qualifying results, but they also managed to surpass a Red Bull during the race's early stages. The expressions of Perez and his Red Bull team were far from pleasant. It is hardly uplifting to witness one's driver relinquish 3 positions before even completing a single lap. At this juncture, one might wonder why it was Magnussen behind Qin Mian rather than Bottas. The answer to this glaring inconsistency lies in the disappointing performance of the Aero team's self-developed gearbox, which has consistently failed to meet expectations. During the inaugural race of the 2022 F1 season, both Aero drivers encountered troublesome starts, resulting in a significant loss of positions. Bottas plummeted from 7th to 14th, while Zhou Guanyu faced an even grimmer fate, dropping from 11th to the back of the pack. From the broadcast images and the audience's perspective, this appeared to be a mere personal error from both drivers. However, the reality was that both Zhou and Bottas struggled with their cars entering anti-stall mode immediately after the start. When a single driver makes such an error, it can be attributed to personal misjudgment. When two drivers face the same issue, it inevitably points to a team malfunction. Moreover, the issue extended beyond just the faulty gearbox. Even the gearbox programming exhibited flaws. The engine struggled to reach optimal RPMs, making acceleration at the start utterly unattainable. Fortunately, the drivers experiencing this predicament were the rookie Zhou Guanyu and Bottas, who had not raced in a year. Both were relatively temperate during this period, primarily focused on the mere opportunity to return to F1 and reclaim their identities as F1 drivers. Had it been Kimi in their place, he would likely have unleashed a torrent of criticism towards the Aero gearbox department, from the head of the team down to the janitorial staff. Fortunately, the race had only just begun, and Zhou Guanyu's position was not too far back, allowing him to remain within contention. Once the engine RPM stabilized, Zhou closely followed Ricciardo and, before completing the first lap, overtook him, elevating his position to 19th. Among the frontrunners, Qin Mian concentrated most of his attention on the closely pursuing Magnussen, while he, like many spectators, found it surprising to see a Haas in such proximity. Once on the track, Qin Mian remained vigilant and did not underestimate any of his competitors. Despite the apparent vulnerability of the Haas, Qin Mian maintained a keen focus on his rival. Throughout the ensuing laps, he occasionally glanced at the distance separating him from his competitor. However, time swiftly revealed that Qin Mian's concerns were unfounded. By the midpoint of the second lap, the time gap between him and Magnussen behind had widened to 0.3 seconds. In the same lap, Zhou Guanyu, leveraging the performance of his car, executed a bold overtaking maneuver on Norris at the outer line of turn 1. Indeed, Zhou Guanyu decisively outpaced Norris. Although Norris's choice of medium tires at the start played a role, he still attempted to defend against Zhou's advance. Nevertheless, despite Norris's deliberate defense, Zhou successfully surpassed him, thereby underscoring his commendable offensive capabilities. By the third lap, Zhou Guanyu had overtaken Stroll, ascending to 17th position. It appeared that the earlier misstep at the start had no adverse effect on Zhou's mindset. Rather, it seemed to ignite a fierce determination within him, propelling his speed ever onward, bringing him closer to his teammate Bottas. Meanwhile, Qin Mian entered a phase of sustained cruising. He sensed that, with the advent of ground effect technology, trailing another car had become significantly less challenging. During the pre-race team meeting, the head of the aerodynamic department had remarked that this season's ground effect regulations would result in considerably less turbulence from the leading car compared to the previous season. thus facilitating easier following and overtaking. Initially, Qin Mian had not fully grasped the weight of this statement, but once the race commenced, he accurately perceived that this season, following a leading car through corners resulted in minimal loss of downforce. He was able to maintain relatively high speeds into and out of corners, enhancing his ability to attack the drivers ahead. Clearly, the FIA's alterations to the race regulations this season had indeed fulfilled their intended purpose. In the 6th lap, Zhou Guanyu surpassed Hülkenberg, moving up another position to 15th. On Qin Mian's end, he had been gradually distanced by his teammate Hamilton due to tire issues. Yet after 6 laps, the time gap between them had grown to 21 seconds. However, as the race reached the 9th lap, the advantages of Hamilton's soft tires began to diminish, allowing Qin Mian to catch up to his teammates' rhythm. At this juncture, neither the audience, commentators, nor the live directors were focused on Qin Mian, as Zhou Guanyu's remarkable ascent from the back of the pack to 14th place was captivating attention. He had now begun to mount an offensive against Albon, prompting the directors to fix their cameras on Zhou, providing him ample screen time. True to expectations, Zhou Guanyu successfully overtook Albon on the main straight of the 10th lap. Yet, as soon as the cameras concluded coverage of Zhou's maneuver, they swiftly shifted back to Qin Mian. At this moment, within the DRS zone behind Qin Mian, a Red Bull car was a mere 0.7 seconds away. After losing rhythm at the start, Perez managed to stabilize his performance on the track, first overtaking Magnussen, and now he had finally caught up to Qin Mian, preparing to launch an attack. The two Mercedes drivers had to concede that, both in qualifying and during the race, this season's Red Bull was undeniably faster than the Mercedes. Consequently, the usually formidable Qin Mian felt an immense pressure upon seeing Perez in his rearview mirror. On one hand, the defensive difficulty of the Bahrain circuit was considerable. On the other, the Red Bull's lap time was a second quicker than that of the Mercedes, and Qin Mian was utilizing the medium tires, making it easier for his pursuers to keep close. It could be said that in the face of Perez's onslaught, Qin Mian had little room for resistance. Even someone as strong as Qin Mian could not guarantee he could defend against Perez as effectively as he had locked out Verstappen last season. However, the audience held a different view. In their eyes, Qin Mian remained the prodigious driver renowned for his defensive prowess. To the astonishment of all spectators, Perez, having charged his battery behind Qin Mian for a lap, utilized DRS and ERS on the main straight during the 11th lap to overtake Qin Mian just before the breaking point of turn 1. Although Qin Mian attempted to draw a defensive line in front of Perez and positioned himself centrally on the straight to force Perez to choose between the racing line or the dirty side. Ultimately, such maneuvers proved futile against the stark speed differential. Perez overtook Qin Mian even before the breaking point and smoothly returned to the racing line, exiting the turn effortlessly. In truth, Qin Mian still harbored hopes of putting up a fight and planned to execute a crossover at turns 2 and 3, aiming to regain his position using the exit speed and the DRS zone between turns 3 and 4. However, he found himself applying the throttle nearly 5 meters later than Perez upon exiting the turn. Despite activating DRS, the faster Perez left Qin Mian with no chance to catch him before the breaking point of turn 4. Thus, Qin Mian could only watch helplessly as Perez sailed past him, leaving him in the dust. In light of the overwhelming speed disparity, Qin Mian's resistance appeared almost comical. Despite his efforts, it was evident that Qin Mian could not maintain his position. This predicament cannot solely be attributed to Qin Mian. It was clear from the race that both Mercedes drivers were lacking in speed, likely due to the insufficient competitive edge of the Mercedes car this season. As a result, Qin Mian found himself back in 6th place, feeling that unless an unforeseen event occurred, his best hope was to finish 5th, triumphing over his teammate Hamilton, while the top 4 positions remained beyond his grasp. However, just as Qin Mian anticipated that Perez would effortlessly surpass Hamilton as he had done, Hamilton unexpectedly chose to pit and donned a fresh set of hard tires. Upon exiting the pits, Hamilton fortuitously encountered Zhou Guanyu, who had ascended to 12th place. Unfortunately for Hamilton, his new hard tires had yet to reach an optimal working temperature, allowing Zhou to overtake him. Indeed, in front of all, Zhou Guanyu surpassed Hamilton, driven by sheer determination. During the subsequent half-lap, Zhou utilized his tire advantage to gradually extend the time gap between himself and Hamilton. However, he did not manage to create a significant distance. On the 13th lap straight, Hamilton reclaimed his position, Though this moment of glory was fleeting, it surprised many domestic viewers who had eagerly anticipated Zhou's impressive debut. Soon, Hamilton's re-overtaking rendered Zhou's earlier feat irrelevant, despite the myriad of issues still plaguing the Mercedes team this season. Nevertheless, Mercedes remained the reigning champion team, and the gap to the likes of Alfa Romeo was substantial. As the race progressed, the drivers entered a cruising mode. In the 15th lap, the pit window opened. Verstappen led the charge into the pits, followed closely by Sainz, who mirrored his teammate's rhythm. Ferrari's strategy was straightforward. Ensure Sainz secured third while helping Leclerc to contain Verstappen. As a result of the two drivers pitting ahead, Qin Mian found himself elevated to third position. In the 16th lap, Leclerc and Perez also opted to pit. Ferrari's approach was simple. Leclerc had been in excellent form since the start, and compared to Red Bull, Ferrari boasted a speed advantage. Hence, Ferrari chose not to overthink the situation, deciding to pit alongside Verstappen in the next round. While this tactic lacked novelty, it at least guaranteed that the team would not err in their pit strategy. After all the preceding drivers had pitted, Qin Mian ascended to first place. It was under such circumstances that he led the race for the first time in the 2022 season, a scenario he had not envisioned. However, it was evident to all that his lead was merely temporary, and the question remained as to how long his set of medium tires would endure. With Qin Mian now in first, the subsequent broadcast shifted its focus away from him, honing in instead on the battle between Verstappen and Leclerc. Following Verstappen's early pit stop, he swiftly erased the 2-second time deficit to Leclerc, leading to an intense duel on the track. On the track, two remarkable encounters unfolded as Verstappen executed an overtaking maneuver on Leclerc at turn 1 utilizing DRS. However, Leclerc, having been surpassed, reclaimed his position at turn 4 after exiting turn 3, employing slipstream and DRS to his advantage. This scenario mirrored Qin Mian's initial thoughts on how to counter Perez's aggressive advances. Though Qin Mian was unable to execute such a strategy due to the performance disparity of his vehicle, Leclerc, in contrast, succeeded. The two drivers engaged in a fierce battle for 3 laps. During the third lap, Verstappen prepared to attack again at turn 1, fully aware that even if he successfully overtook Leclerc, the latter would likely regain his position shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, he charged forward without hesitation, only to lock up at turn 1, causing significant wear to his right front tire and effectively ending his pursuit. Undeniably, the clashes between Ferrari and Red Bull were thrilling. However, upon witnessing such a spectacle and observing Qin Mian still on the track with his neutral tires, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. Even Schwedge chuckled, remarking that last season, Qin Mian truly embodied the adage of the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits, consistently leveraging his extraordinary tire conservation skills to stagger his pit stop window from that of his primary rivals, Hamilton and Verstappen. Though both Hamilton and Verstappen understood that their on-track tussles would ultimately benefit Qin Mian, their inherent competitive natures compelled them to avoid falling behind. Now, that familiar sensation had returned. However, as the race progressed to lap 26, Qin Mian was summoned back to the pits. In this context, he maintained a commendable pace, having demonstrated to all fans that his tire conservation abilities had not diminished, merely hindered by the car's performance. His pit stop lasted 27 seconds, which was quite reasonable. Upon re-emerging from the pit lane with fresh hard tires, Qin Mian found himself positioned behind Hamilton and ahead of Magnussen. This meant that his pit stop had not cost him any significant positions, and he had gained an advantageous 12 laps on new tires. Since other drivers would still need to pit for fresh tires, Qin Mian would ultimately have to return those 12 laps of tire advantage. Nonetheless, given his currently exhibited formidable tire conservation skills, he genuinely had the potential to achieve a commendable result in this race. As for the Mercedes team, they had long calculated where Qin Mian would emerge from the pits, so his position did not come as a surprise. Regarding the prospect of Qin Mian achieving a strong finish on the track due to his exceptional tire management, it must be said that the team members dared to harbor only the faintest of hopes, fully aware of the significant performance gap between their car and the 4 others ahead. Qin Mian utilized tires identical to Hamilton's, yet his tires boasted an additional 12 laps of freshness compared to Hamilton's. Hence, upon exiting the pit, after completing the initial warming-up laps, Qin Mian began to swiftly diminish the time gap between himself and Hamilton. However, The Mercedes team was certainly averse to witnessing any conflict between their two drivers on the track. The strategic team was well aware of the personalities of both drivers. Hamilton would not willingly allow Qin Mian to overtake, and given Qin Mian's substantial advantage, he would be disinclined to remain behind Hamilton, allowing him to obstruct his progress. Consequently, the Mercedes team instructed Hamilton to pit for new tires on lap 27. As the chapter concludes, with Hamilton's target now lost, Qin Mian found himself a considerable 20 seconds behind Perez in front and 12 seconds ahead of Magnussen behind. Caught in a middle position, Qin Mian exemplified a state of being neither here nor there. With the pressure alleviated, unable to pursue, and without any threats to his position, he opted to cruise. On lap 31, Verstappen commenced his second pit window earlier than anticipated by both Ferrari and Mercedes. The strategy team at Mercedes promptly began to assess whether the two were planning a third pit stop. After all, pitting on lap 31 seemed rather premature, especially with 26 laps remaining in the race. According to the soft tires pit window, they could only endure approximately 14 to 15 laps, while the medium tires had a lifespan of merely 2 to 3 laps. The likelihood of Red Bull opting for a three-stop strategy was high, considering not everyone possessed Qin Mian's extraordinary tire preservation capabilities. Most crucially, if they indeed chose to execute 3 stops, Qin Mian, having pitted once, might seize the opportunity to snatch a podium from Red Bull and Ferrari. Of course, Mercedes merely recognized this potential and remained uncertain of Red Bull's intentions. The specifics would depend on the type of tires they fitted. If they, like Qin Mian, opted for hard tires, then Red Bull's strategy would still be a 2-stop. Subsequently, everyone witnessed Verstappen emerging from the pit with medium tires. Upon this revelation, nearly all who had been focusing on the Red Bull and Ferrari teams realized that Verstappen was still not entirely satisfied with his second position. He sought to initiate his pit window early, aiming for an undercut on Leclerc. Unbeknownst to the observers, Red Bull was still inclined towards a 2-stop strategy. Consequently, once Verstappen exited the pit, the team communicated via team radio, advising him to moderate his pace during the out lap if feasible. Naturally, Verstappen complied, refraining from pushing too aggressively on his out lap. Ferrari's most formidable rival in this race was Red Bull. Following Verstappen's pit stop, Ferrari emulated Red Bull's strategy by calling Leclerc into the pits on lap 32, where he, like Verstappen, donned a set of medium tires. Upon exiting the pit, Leclerc found himself positioned just 11 seconds ahead of Verstappen. This development incensed Verstappen. Without team orders, he would have surged forward, potentially executing an undercut on Leclerc. However, now, having not pushed to the limit, the gap that had once been a mere 4 seconds had expanded to 11. This moment left Verstappen with a sense of betrayal by his teammate. He was reminded of the final race of the previous season, standing on the podium, yet devoid of any joy, only feeling bitterness and a sense of loss. Watching Qin Mian celebrate atop the podium intensified these feelings. Consequently, Verstappen began to voice his grievances within the team's radio communications, his tone less than amiable. Trailing behind them was Qin Mian, who could only catch a distant glimpse of their rear lights before they gradually pulled away. Initially, there was a 20-second gap between Qin Mian and the fourth-placed Perez, which ballooned to 32 seconds behind Leclerc and 28 seconds behind Verstappen. Despite the considerable time disparity, Verstappen emerged from the pits still 7 seconds ahead of Qin Mian, making his position even more secure. However, a message from the team radio brought a glimmer of hope to Qin Mian. Qin Mian, take note. We suspect Red Bull and Ferrari may opt for a 3-stop strategy for Verstappen and Leclerc. We still have a chance. Conserve your tires and see what unfolds. Previously in a mode of instinctive driving, Qin Mian was jolted back to focus by this reminder. Understood. My tire condition is still decent. There might indeed be a possibility, depending on whether they grant me the opportunity. The race officials initially released the team radio from Verstappen after his pit stop, which conveyed his complaints about missing a prime opportunity to overtake Leclerc. Following this, the officials also broadcasted the team radio involving Qin Mian in French. Oh, Mercedes believes Qin Mian has a chance. Upon hearing this exchange, domestic fans and commentators, who had felt disheartened by Mercedes' lackluster performance, were suddenly met with a pleasant surprise. One commentator eagerly adjusted his posture, stating, "Mercedes seems to think Qin Mian has a viable opportunity in this race. We might cautiously anticipate whether he can leverage his renowned tire conservation skills to bring us some surprises." Subsequently, on lap 34, both Sainz and Perez decided to pit during the same lap. Upon exiting the pit area, both individuals found themselves ahead of Qin Mian, albeit without the significant time advantage enjoyed by Leclerc and Verstappen. One was 5 seconds ahead, while the other maintained a 13-second lead. Despite Qin Mian's superior tire temperature, he remained unable to devise a strategy against Perez, who had also switched to the same hard tires, as the disparity in car performance rendered any pursuit futile. This was, however, quite understandable. Everyone in the paddock recognized that Qin Mian, aside from his extraordinary tire preservation skills, possessed elite defensive capabilities. His previous season had witnessed him repeatedly thwarting Verstappen on the track, serving as undeniable proof of his prowess. Consequently, neither Red Bull nor Ferrari would allow their drivers to pit if it meant falling behind Qin Mian upon their return to the track. Nonetheless, Qin Mian remained unfazed by the growing time gap with the 4 drivers ahead. Instead, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. From his current performance, it was evident that should they opt for a 3-stop strategy, he might indeed secure a position among them. He continued to adhere to his familiar rhythm, maintaining his pace while occasionally overtaking slower cars. Observers with a limited understanding of F1 might question the purpose of Qin Mian's pit stop, as it seemed impressive yet did not result in any positional advantage after the 4 ahead pitted. However, it is crucial to also consider the situation behind. At this moment, Qin Mian's teammate, Hamilton, trailed him by a substantial 17 seconds. Meanwhile, the gap that once existed between Qin Mian and the group of cars ahead had diminished to merely 7 or 8 seconds. During Hamilton's pursuit of Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu executed a swift 35-second pit stop, emerging to easily overtake Stroll, placing him in 13th position behind Bottas. Although the performance of the Mercedes team left domestic fans disheartened, both Qin Mian's resilience in piloting a less competitive Mercedes and Zhou Guanyu's impressive overtaking display during his debut race served as a source of encouragement for fans at home. While the team's competitiveness may have waned, both Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu consistently showcased remarkable performances on the track. As the race progressed, spectators began to accept the reality of Mercedes' diminished competitiveness and had started to acclimatize to this new narrative. In lap 44, Verstappen, who had been relentlessly pursuing Leclerc, ultimately decided to make a 3rd trip to the pits due to tire longevity concerns. Before entering the pit, he was 5 seconds behind Leclerc. Upon his return to the track, Verstappen found himself just 2 seconds ahead of Qin Mian. As he watched Verstappen emerge from the pit area, Qin Mian suddenly felt a twinge of regret for opting for a single pit stop. The sight was indeed disconcerting. Last season, he had been among the frontrunners, a competitive force within the pack, yet now, in a single race, Verstappen had appeared before him 3 times. 3 times in total. Each time, he had re-emerged from the pits, fortuitously placing himself right in front of Qin Mian, only to swiftly vanish again. However, as the race reached lap 45, Qin Mian noted that Perez had chosen not to pit. It seemed Perez was committed to a 2-stop strategy. Red Bull could not deny that Qin Mian's tire conservation skills were extraordinary, yet Perez had been the strongest in that regard prior to Qin Mian's arrival. Thus, Red Bull decided against allowing Perez to pit, unwilling to risk having him emerge behind Qin Mian. Who could predict how Qin Mian's defensive prowess might lock Perez down on the track? Seeing this, Qin Mian clicked his tongue, resigning himself to the circumstances. After all, the disparity in car performance was significant. Surprisingly, Ferrari did not mirror Red Bull's strategy, but instead opted to keep Leclerc, who was on medium tires, out on the track. While Sainz remained as well, Leclerc had little to say. His tire wear was minimal, allowing him to maintain a relatively swift cruising pace to finish the race. Sainz's decision to stay out was influenced by Qin Mian. If he pitted, he would inevitably fall behind him. Furthermore, Ferrari aimed to safeguard Leclerc's first victory from the 2022 season, hence allowing Sainz to remain on the track to assist Leclerc in fending off the approaching Verstappen. Thus, it was only Verstappen who expressed dissatisfaction with his second position, seeking to experiment with soft tires by pitting. However, an unexpected scene soon unfolded. On lap 46, Gasly's car engine ignited, coming to a stop at the very spot where Grosjean had once experienced a fiery crash. It is often said that history has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself, or perhaps the Matthew entrance at the Bahrain Grand Prix is inherently linked to fire. One could only conclude that Red Bull's eagerness to pit was somewhat premature. Unsurprisingly, the safety car was deployed. Not only did Verstappen lose 2 positions, but both Red Bull drivers were also afforded the opportunity to swap for new tires. The unfortunate victim in this scenario was Qin Mian. Although the safety car provided him with a free pit stop, the underlying issue remained. The performance of his car was inadequate. This safety car period effectively neutralized the tire advantages among all drivers. Of course, one could not overlook the benefits of this safety car. All drivers capitalized on the opportunity to change to new tires, and if Qin Mian chose not to do so, it would mean squandering a set of tires. Thus, Qin Mian too made his way to the pits, opting for a fresh set of soft tires, knowing that only 10 laps remained in the race. And a brand new set of soft tires would be more than sufficient. The motorsport enthusiasts familiar with racing were left feeling somewhat disheartened and vexed upon witnessing the emergence of the safety car. How could such a promising opportunity slip away so suddenly? For the fans of Qin Mian, however, there was a glimmer of hope, due to Qin Mian's distinctive personality. All drivers on the track, save for him, were utilizing tires that had already endured the rigors of qualifying. Conversely, Qin Mian was equipped with a fresh set of soft tires, although this advantage was not particularly substantial. Afterward, the safety car led all competitors in a procession, compressing the pack and allowing slower cars to regain their positions. Qin Mian, noticing the presence of Hamilton looming behind him, felt a pang of frustration. His advantage had dissipated, and it was likely that the seasoned driver would soon commence his offensive. As they entered the 50th lap, the safety car's lights extinguished, signaling the imminent resumption of the race with just 7 laps remaining. Qin Mian swiftly quelled his inner discontent, focusing his attention on Hamilton and strategizing his defensive maneuvers. He prepared himself to fend off Hamilton's advances. Upon exiting T14, Leclerc surged ahead, closely followed by Sainz, while Verstappen experienced a misstep. However, due to their positioning, Perez and Verstappen behind Sainz had little opportunity to contend for his position. As they arrived at T1, the order among the leading drivers remained unchanged. Qin Mian, having observed the front runners accelerating, shifted his focus entirely onto Hamilton, neglecting the cars ahead. After several corners, Qin Mian discerned that Hamilton exhibited no overt intentions to attack, or rather, that he was unable to mount a challenge at that moment due to insufficient speed. After all, Qin Mian was on a brand new set of soft tires, whereas Hamilton's tires had already endured a qualifying lap, leading to a significant disparity in grip. By the 52nd lap, the time gap between Qin Mian and Perez ahead had expanded to 15 seconds, while Hamilton posed no discernible threat from behind, allowing Qin Mian to cruise comfortably. What? Wasn't Verstappen ahead of Qin Mian? How had Perez taken that position? Perez had relinquished his place to Verstappen on the starting straight of the 51st lap, firmly establishing the latter's status as the second driver. In the 53rd lap, Verstappen initiated his pursuit of Sainz ahead. It is undeniable that Ferrari's car performance this season has outclassed that of Red Bull. Yet it was evident that Sainz lacked the prowess of Leclerc and could not maintain a slow yet steady pace to build a time gap from Verstappen. While Sainz was indeed slower than Verstappen, the advantage of his car did not permit him to lag excessively. Consequently, Verstappen would likely need to seek an opportunity to overtake Sainz within the DRS zone. Unexpectedly, by the 54th lap, Sainz, who had initially been running at a modest pace, began to extend his lead over Verstappen. It was as if Verstappen's car had encountered some unforeseen issue. As the 55th lap unfolded, Verstappen's car evidently lost speed, allowing both Perez and Hamilton to overtake him. It became increasingly clear that something was amiss with Verstappen's vehicle. What has happened? Is there anything I can do to rectify this? He desperately inquired within the TR team. I'm afraid, Max, our telemetry data reveals no significant issues. We might have to retire from the race, came the team's cold and heartless response. The solitary silver lining was that Verstappen was approaching the pit entrance, enabling him to return to the pits without halting on the track. The sight elicited a collective lament from Red Bull's fans, while the supporters of Mercedes and Ferrari, especially the latter, celebrated with exuberant joy. In an unexpected turn, Qin Mian found himself in 4th position. During the same lap, he noticed that Perez ahead of him was also decelerating. It appeared that the Red Bull team had identified engine issues with both cars utilizing Honda engines and had instructed Perez to reduce power to safeguard the engine. Consequently, by the 55th lap, Qin Mian had managed to close the gap to Perez to just 0.9 seconds. As they entered the final lap, the 57th, Qin Mian had reduced the distance to Perez to a mere 0.5 seconds. Perez immediately began to defend his position, while Qin Mian expertly utilized the slipstream, mirroring Perez's trajectory. Qin Mian, is there a chance? Can you maintain the slipstream? Bing Gu, witnessing the scene, felt his palms sweat with anticipation. The rate of approach. Qin Miao's proximity is substantial. There's a chance, exclaimed Zhou Guanyu. In the middle of the main straight, with DRS activated, Qin Mian surged alongside Perez on the outside. However, as they reached the pit exit, a sudden pain shot through Qin Miao's back, and his car began to bounce uncontrollably. The discomfort stemming from the impact of the car's erratic movements. Accompanied by a decline in acceleration, he struggled to keep pace with Perez. Observing Qin Mian as diminishing proximity post-overtake, Bing Gu and Zhou Guanyu both sighed deeply. Having commentated on the F1 race for so long, they immediately recognized that Qin Miao's attack was likely to falter. Ultimately, it appeared that Qin Mian would finish in fourth place, missing out on the podium. For Qin Miao's fans, the previous season had showcased his brilliance on the track, yet after a brief winter break, he found himself languishing just outside the podium, evoking a profound sense of disappointment among commentators and domestic enthusiasts alike. As the crowd erupted in cheers at the prospect of Qin Mian surpassing Perez, a collective groan of disappointment arose when they witnessed Qin Mian suddenly decelerate. A substantial number of Chinese fans had gathered to witness this race. For the Chinese are renowned as the most ardent street racers worldwide, their presence felt in every corner, particularly in Bahrain. Moreover, the locals in the Middle East harbor a certain fondness for the Chinese, thus many neutral local spectators favored Qin Mian. Despite T1's lost opportunity to overtake Perez, Qin Mian remained resolute in applying pressure on him. Just before the breaking point at T1, Qin Mian made a strategic maneuver to jostle Perez on the inside. At that moment, the pressure on Perez had escalated to a significant degree. Indeed, upon reaching Perez's rear in the 51st lap, Qin Mian unleashed his skill, accumulating considerable pressure over the subsequent 6 laps. This was partly due to Perez's awareness of the Mercedes car's diminished prowess this season, resulting in a slower buildup of pressure. Had it been the previous season, the pressure would have soared to nearly 100 by now. Nonetheless, Qin Mian harbored hopes for a favorable outcome in this race. With 2 DRS zones remaining, he believed that with enough pressure, Perez would inevitably falter. As Qin Mian pondered this, both he and his supporters felt that he still had a chance. Then, unexpectedly, Perez made a mistake exiting T1, causing his car to skid and become perilously positioned across the track, facing the pit exit. Stopping in such a location rendered Perez immobile until all cars behind him had passed, as any movement risked a collision. Seeing Perez stranded on the track, Qin Mian swiftly veered left, narrowly avoiding an accident. A rush of cold sweat accompanied a surge of exhilaration within him. Perez's predicament in the final lap signified his lack of competitiveness, effectively eliminating his standing in the race. Consequently, Qin Mian ascended to 3rd place, unexpectedly securing a podium finish, albeit not through tire preservation. After all, fortune is indeed a facet of skill, is it not? Subsequently, Qin Mian, somewhat astonished, inquired over the team radio what happened. After a brief pause, Frankie responded, "The exact cause remains unclear, but it is likely an engine issue, similar to what occurred with Verstappen and Gasly." As Perez's car came to a halt, the previously subdued cheers in the stands reignited, crescendoing even louder than during Qin Mian's attempt to overtake Perez. Hamilton, too, found his rhythm disrupted by Perez's sudden stop by the time he circled around Perez and rejoined the track. The time gap between him and Qin Mian had extended to 3 seconds. As the race approached its conclusion, only a single lap remained, and it could be said that Qin Mian merely needed to complete this final stretch safely to secure a podium finish effortlessly. During this race, Qin Mian's strategy, initially devised with great care, faltered, yet by a stroke of serendipity, he achieved an unexpected outcome that neither he nor the team had anticipated prior to the commencement of the event. In truth, the abrupt halt of the car on the track was not a result of personal error on Perez's part. Having competed in Formula One for nearly a decade, it was implausible that he would succumb to such a basic blunder under pressure, as such a misstep would be deemed disgraceful for any F1 driver. It would be akin to a 5-star chef accidentally slicing his own hand while preparing a meal, a scenario utterly unfathomable. In reality, Perez faced an issue similar to that of Verstappen and Gasly. The engine's power abruptly vanished upon exiting a turn, with the engine's power dissipating while the gearbox remained engaged. The engine inadvertently assisted in braking the rear wheels, locking them, and causing the car to skid in place. This sequence of events appeared almost inevitable. With the vehicle devoid of power, Perez had no choice but to bring his car to a standstill on the track, prompting the deployment of a virtual safety car. At this juncture, the introduction of a safety car was unnecessary, as it was the final lap, rendering the safety car's presence moot. Consequently, the virtual safety car remained active from the last lap until the race's conclusion. This meant that even if Hamilton had not been impeded by Perez, he would have had no opportunity to challenge Qin Mian thereafter. Ultimately, amidst the cheers and smiles of Ferrari fans, Leclerc crossed the finish line first, followed by Sainz, and then Qin Mian, with Hamilton trailing behind. Notably, Zhou Guanyu, who originally qualified 10th, capitalized on the retirements of both Red Bull drivers to finish in 8th place, marking his first points in a Grand Prix with a commendable total of 4 points. All those unable to witness the race in person were elated upon hearing this news, sharing their excitement with one another. After a year of introspection, Ferrari had finally reclaimed its competitiveness on the track, re-entering the championship contention. Given the momentum displayed by Ferrari at this juncture, it appears they may indeed have the potential to regain a position long awaited by their supporters. On the other hand, while some fans of Qin Mian expressed disappointment over Mercedes' loss of competitiveness this season, they were nonetheless delighted by Qin Mian's ability to secure a podium finish under such challenging circumstances. Most importantly, Zhou Guanyu's performance was commendable, despite an error at the start. It did not detract from his overall state, and he ultimately brought home an 8th-place finish. In summary, the performance of both Chinese drivers in this race was commendable, overshadowing minor flaws, and for domestic fans, it remained an exhilarating event. Only the Red Bull teams and their supporters faced disappointment, as among the 4 cars powered by Honda engines, only one successfully completed the race and returned to the pits. Well done, Qin Mian. Your performance in today's race was remarkable. However, I regret that we could not provide you with a competitive car. After the race, as we returned to the pit lane, Frankie's voice echoed through the team radio, revealing their remorse for Qin Mian's situation. Understood, but you need not blame yourselves. I am confident that the team will gather ample valuable data in the upcoming races. We will improve. I believe so. Meanwhile, on the Ferrari side, jubilation reigned. Come on. Let us go. Leclerc was exuberantly celebrating over the team radio, having awaited this moment for far too long. As they returned to the pit lane, the 2 Ferrari drivers naturally commenced their victory lap, while Qin Mian drove normally. However, he soon noticed a striking white and red Alfa Romeo racing car alongside him. Curiously, he glanced over and saw Zhou Guanyu looking back at him. Initially puzzled as to why Zhou was there, Qin Mian quickly dismissed the thought. He had not considered Zhou's presence until now and was eager to inquire about Zhou's position in the race, as his car's display only revealed the top 2 and bottom 2 standings, leaving him unaware of Zhou's specific rank. Yet, within the confines of his car, direct communication was impossible, and gestures could hardly convey his inquiry. Nevertheless, it was evident that Zhou, having approached Qin Mian, was not merely checking on his state after missing the podium. He was there to flaunt his success. Before Qin Mian could devise a way to ask, Zhou extended his hand from his cockpit, signaling an 8 with his fingers. Upon realizing Zhou's intention, Qin Mian smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Soon, the drivers returned to the pits, with Leclerc leading the way to the champion's spot, while Sainz and Qin Mian parked just behind. Once parked, Qin Mian did not rush to exit. Instead, he sat back and sighed. Despite accepting the reality of Mercedes' diminished competitiveness this season, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as he watched Leclerc celebrate from afar. However, he quickly chuckled to himself, reflecting on the insatiable nature of humanity. Yet, he soon adjusted his mindset. Just as he was about to rise, a Ferrari glove appeared before him. Qin Mian paused momentarily, then smiled and extended his hand to clasp Sainz's, gently patting the back of his hand. It was as if all the tensions and doubts surrounding their positions within Ferrari had unraveled in that instant. This race had allowed Sainz not only to triumph over Qin Mian, but also to conquer his own inner demons. Despite the victory not being as glorious as one might wish, one must simply acknowledge whether they have won or lost. Qin Mian said nothing, for at that moment, any words would be lost on the other party. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Mian, Sainz made his way towards Leclerc, eager to relish in his own triumph. Meanwhile, Qin Mian unfastened his racing harness, detached the steering wheel, and stepped out of the car. However, he did not immediately head to the interview area. Instead, he ventured to the parking area designated for the other drivers. Soon, Qin Mian spotted Zhou Guanyu. Engaged in conversation with Alonso, Zhou turned to greet Qin Mian, excusing himself momentarily before bounding over with a beaming smile. He lifted Qin Mian off the ground, twirling him around. "Ha, Qin Mian, do you see how amazing I am? 8th place. I finished 8th. Incredible. Incredible." Qin Mian genuinely felt a surge of joy for Zhou Guanyu. After all, in a sense, Zhou's achievement was partly his own, a testament to the countless hours Qin Mian had dedicated to mentoring him, often at the expense of his own leisure time. Observing Zhou, Qin Mian experienced a profound sense of paternal pride and fulfillment, akin to a father witnessing his child's success. The investment of time and effort had not been in vain. "Get lost, NMD," Zhou playfully chided, delivering a light punch to Qin Mian. When Zhou noticed no hint of disappointment on Qin Mian's face regarding the race outcome, he felt a wave of relief. After sharing a few more lighthearted exchanges with Zhou, as well as greeting Alonso and his teammate Hamilton, Qin Mian returned to the post-race interview area. At this moment, Leclerc had just extricated himself from the embrace of Ferrari's staff and upper management. Qin Mian did not rush to congratulate Leclerc. Instead, he first shared hugs with his team members. Notably, Toto was absent from the celebrations. This absence was not surprising, as no one could have anticipated the dramatic turn of events for Mercedes this season, after their dominance in the previous one. Had Qin Mian been the team principal, he too would likely prefer to remain out of the spotlight at such a juncture. Consequently, Qin Mian shifted his focus to embracing his track engineer, Frankie, and other high-ranking members of the Mercedes team. Elliott patted Qin Mian on the back, stating, "You performed admirably today. You did very well. Don't be disheartened. The season is still long, and we will catch up." Qin Mian nodded with a smile. "I believe in the team." At this moment, Qin Mian also noticed that although everyone applauded and smiled upon his arrival, the demeanor of the Mercedes team members lacked the relaxed air exhibited by the Ferrari staff. It was evident that the disparity between the champion and the third-place finisher was quite significant. Not everyone possessed the fortitude to accept the outcome immediately. After sharing more embraces with his technical team, Qin Mian approached Qiu Meng, who stood on her tiptoes to tap his helmet lightly. "You did great. I know. But it truly doesn't feel great inside," Qin Mian whispered in Chinese into Qiu Meng's ear. "It is entirely normal, so do not fret. The team will undoubtedly undergo upgrades. I firmly believe that with your capabilities, once the performance disparities among the racing cars diminish, you will be able to compensate for any shortcomings in performance with sheer prowess." This young lady seems to perpetually exude confidence in Qin Mian's racing talent. At times, Qin Mian even feels that she believes in her abilities more than she does herself. With a smile, Qin Mian reached out to gently touch Qiu Meng's cheerful face before turning to prepare for the interview. At that moment, Leclerc had already removed his helmet. Upon seeing Qin Mian approach, he disregarded his somewhat disheveled hair and opened his arms wide with a beaming smile radiating confidence and strength. Coupled with that infuriatingly handsome face, he exuded an effortless charm reminiscent of an anime protagonist. "Charles, congratulations. It seems I will frequently be seeing your taillights this season." "Indeed, it appears so. Yet I still hope for the opportunity to engage in a genuine battle on the track." As they spoke, Leclerc and Qin Mian shook hands and then embraced. Qin Mian gave Leclerc a hearty pat on the back, saying, "You'd better be the one I'm attacking. Otherwise, prepare to be locked down." Leclerc released Qin Mian and replied, "Is that so? Well, I hope you won't be in tears when I overtake you on the track." Qin Mian chuckled in response. "If you truly surpass me and tarnish my reputation, I shall set up a long focus camera on my balcony and photograph your house daily." Leclerc paused, then shrugged in resignation. "All right, you have indeed threatened me." Following that, both erupted into laughter, primarily because they simultaneously recalled the telescope on Qin Mian's balcony that offered a view of Leclerc's residence. In reality, Monaco prohibits the use of cameras to capture pedestrians on the streets, and even within homes, indiscriminate photography with mobile phones is not permitted. Monaco is renowned for its stringent privacy protections worldwide. Not long after, having gathered his belongings, Qin Mian and Leclerc proceeded to navigate the post-race protocol together. Notably, despite being the last to arrive, Qin Mian was the first to complete the post-race procedures and stand before the cameras for an interview. The post-race interviews in the F1 Grand Prix are not overly formal. Essentially, the first to reach the host is the first to be questioned. Thus, when Qin Mian arrived before the host, the post-race interview commenced. Qin Mian, from the performance of the Mercedes team this week, it is evident that you have encountered significant challenges this season, making the entire race quite arduous. Nevertheless, you have still secured a place on the podium. Qin Mian rubbed his nose. In all honesty, he did not perceive the race as particularly difficult, for throughout the competition, there were no drivers who posed a threat to him or whom he needed to challenge. If one were to articulate their sentiments regarding the race, Qin Mian's most profound emotion was one of helplessness, an overwhelming sense of possessing considerable strength, yet finding no outlet for it. Nevertheless, Qin Mian refrained from expressing this sentiment publicly, as doing so in the post-race interview might unsettle the drivers trailing behind him. Indeed, from the outset of the race, numerous challenges beset the team. The car struggled significantly from the very first practice session, and a suitable tuning window remained elusive. However, it is imperative to commend Ferrari and Leclerc for their accomplishments in this race, as it is heartening to witness such a storied team regain its competitive stature. When asked when he believed they could reclaim their competitiveness, Qin Mian nodded noncommittally, acknowledging the anticipation of many fans in the distant East for his return. "I cannot guarantee that," he replied, "but we did acquire valuable data from this race. Our next step is to return to the team and commence the research and development of the car. Although progress may not be swift, we shall persevere with the aim of rejoining the leading pack as soon as possible." As he secured third place, the true protagonist of the race awaited his turn, resulting in Qin Mian's post-race interview encompassing only 2 questions. Following this, he waved to the cheering crowd and his fans before ascending to prepare for the final award ceremony. After Qin Mian departed from the cameras, the team at 5-Star Sports, led by Bing Ge, patiently concluded their review of Leclerc and Sainz's post-race interviews before summarizing Qin Mian's performance. Despite witnessing a scene we had hoped to avoid, the loss of competitiveness by Mercedes, current observations of both Mercedes drivers and Qin Mian's demeanor during the interview suggest that the team is indeed planning for a car enhancement or upgrade. "Precisely," said Zhou Guanyu. "We are inclined to believe that with Mercedes' extensive heritage and industrial capability, while it may not be immediate, I still hold the belief that before the final 5 races of this year, we can see Qin Mian and Hamilton vying for victory once again." As the host introduced him, Qin Mian, clad in the black Mercedes team attire, ascended the podium first, followed by Sainz, with Leclerc and Binotto making their appearance last. As Ferrari celebrated a triumphant start to the 2022 season, it felt entirely fitting for Binotto, the team principal, to take the stage. Remarkably, Qin Mian finally heard a 4th national anthem on the highest F1 podium, in addition to those of his own country, the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. Although Qin Mian resides in Monaco, this marks his inaugural experience of hearing the national anthem of Monaco. To be frank, it was quite refreshing. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the 4 individuals on stage share intricate connections with Ferrari, while the 3 affiliated with Ferrari need no introduction. Qin Mian also emerged from the Ferrari ranks. Thus, once the anthem concluded and the affluent individuals from the Middle East presented trophies to Leclerc and others, a jubilant celebration ensued with champagne flowing freely. The 4 of them, feeling quite at home, quickly descended into a lively commotion. It is also worth mentioning that during the final photo session, Qin Mian was specifically summoned by Binotto to join for a photograph, clearly indicating Binotto's fondness for him. After the photo op, Qin Mian engaged in conversation with Binotto as he made his way off the stage. Subsequently, the race organizers announced the driver standings and scoring for the 2022 Formula 1 Grand Prix of Paris, P1, Leclerc 26, fastest lap, P2, Sainz 18 P3, Qin Mian 14 P4, Hamilton 12 P5, Magnussen 10 P6, Bottas 8 P7, Ocon 6 P8, Zhou Guanyu 4 P9, Tsunoda 2 P10. Alonso 1. Ferrari achieved a resounding victory in this race, with Leclerc capturing pole position, finishing first in the race, and also securing the fastest lap. Sainz followed closely to claim second place, bringing home a genuine Grand Slam for Ferrari. Meanwhile, with both Red Bull drivers retiring from the race, the 2 Mercedes cars managed to secure 3rd and 4th positions. Given the current performance of Mercedes cars, this result is quite satisfactory. Surprisingly, Magnussen, starting from 8th, surged to 5th place, a feat no one anticipated before the race. This moment stands as the pinnacle for the Haas team this season. Additionally, both drivers from the Alfa Romeo team achieved commendable results, having struggled to reach Q2 last season. They now appear poised to become regulars in the points, provided they can resolve their gearbox issues. The team standings are as follows. 1. Ferrari, 44-2. Mercedes, 26-3. Alfa Romeo, 12-4. Haas, 10-5. Alpine, 8-6. AlphaTauri, 2-7. Aston Martin, 0-8. Williams, 0-9. McLaren, 0.